On a certain peak, the feng shui was excellent, with towering, majestic mountains all around. The forest surrounding it flourished in all 4 seasons. There was a handsome young man, tall and striking. His name was Yuzong Fong, and he was a crossover. Since he was young, he had been taken in as a disciple by the sect master of Nine Swords Mountain. To briefly mention Nine Swords Mountain, although it was just a little capital sect, it sheltered several nearby villages, allowing them to live without worries. The feng shui here was very good. The entire capital sect relied on the mountains, basking in the morning sun, with no areas of darkness or silence. Everything seemed peaceful and content. Yuzong Fong never expected that, just when I thought I could live my life as a mere bystander, eating and waiting to die, an unexpected event would occur. Yuzong Fong was now in tears, his face sorrowful, holding a piece of jade. His voice filled with sadness. "Master, you must not die." "What will I do if you die?" An older man, his figure somewhat blurred, with tightly closed eyes, was sitting in front of Yuzong Fong. He was the sect master of Nine Swords Mountain, Tu Xiao. Seeing his disciple like that, Tu Xiao softly said, "Master is working outside, unexpectedly being plotted against. It seems like I won't survive." The primordial spirit of Tu Xiao lightly flew into the air. He continued to say, "My good disciple, from now on you will be the new sect master. I entrust the responsibility of Nine Swords Mountain to you." These words left Yuzong Fong stunned and he stopped crying. He smiled lewdly, his mind full of plans. Being the sect master sounds pretty good, just the title alone brings face. I can also do whatever in other villages. In his imagination, the appearance of the sect master was a hand holding a beautiful woman and the other receiving gifts from the people. Suddenly, the primordial spirit of Tu Xiao tilted his head back, his eyes turned white. Yuzong Fong was startled and yelled, "Master!" Tears streamed down his face, he trembled and said, "You cannot die. If you die, how am I supposed to live?" Just a second before crying, in the next moment, Yuzong Fong changed his face, angrily shouting, "You haven't told me where the sect's treasure is hidden yet." Suddenly, the primordial spirit of Tu Xiao grabbed Yuzong Feng's arm. He was startled and yelled, "Master, you haven't died yet." He crossed his arms over his chest and said in a hoarse voice, "Master has just suffered from anemia and has only one last breath left. I have one more important thing to tell you." Previously, Master accepted the challenge from Wild Tiger Hall. 3 days from now is the appointment to go to Riz to compete. The head of Wild Tiger Hall is a bald man with a long scar over his left eye, exuding a fierce aura. Tu Xiao shouted, his face full of hope and determination, "Everything depends on you. You must not affect the reputation of Nine Swords Mountain." Yuzong Fong was stunned, his soul shattered into pieces, while Tu Xiao happily said, "From now on, it will be up to you, my good disciple." Yuzong Fong widened his eyes and yelled, "What? Old man, I won't be beaten to death just after becoming sect master, will I? Damn it. No, no, old man." Yuzong Feng's voice echoed throughout the room in Nine Swords Mountain. Shortly after, Yuzong Fong made an important decision. He packed his belongings and snorted, "But what reputation does Nine Swords Mountain have?" He slung his bag over his shoulder, a piece of cake in his mouth. He quietly left the room, whispering, "How can a lone warrior compare to a strong group like Wild Tiger Hall? If it were me, I would have escaped long ago." Before he stepped out the door, an electronic panel appeared, startling him. It produced a voice, "Detected host preparing to escape, activating the anti-escape system." He panicked and asked, "What is this sound?" The system panel appeared along with the little fox system yawning. It stated, "Host, Yuzong Fong, Nine Swords Mountain Sect Master, Realm, True Yuan Realm First Heaven, Disciples, None, Items, Qing Feng Sword, Low-Grade Benefit Sword." The little system smiled and said, "As long as you grant your disciple something, you will receive up to 12 times that reward. The reward will be at least 12, and at most 10,000 times. However, the same disciple can only receive similar items once a month." Yuzong Fong completely forgot about escaping, his eyes sparkling as he said, "Am I not the one who can control everything, a hacker? I was wondering why, as a crossover character, I had no extraordinary system. The grand ceremony automatically grants self-awards, and for the first time, it offers a trigger for a 10,000-fold violent strike. Therefore, you must seize that opportunity. He stroked his chin and thought, as long as I take in a disciple, I will become stronger. This system sounds very reliable. He. First, let's try to take in a disciple. Having said that, he stealthily opened the door and hid behind it to observe. Let's see how many disciples are left in this sect. His gaze landed on a girl standing outside. This girl was a servant of Nine Swords Mountain, named Jiang Yuyao. She was sweeping the courtyard, murmuring, "Why does the sect master plant these kinds of flowers? If they were sweet potatoes instead, it would be much better." Inside the door, Yuzong Fong thought, Jiang Yuyao, huh? When she was 10 years old, her parents both passed away. The master brought her from the village at the foot of the mountain to Nine Swords Mountain to be a servant, responsible for taking care of my and the master's daily needs. Although she is quite gluttonous, apart from me, she is currently the only other member of Nine Swords Mountain. Yuzong Fong clasped his hands behind his back and cleared his throat. Seeing this, Jiang Yuyao approached and bowed. He crossed his arms in front of his chest and said, "Jiang Yuyao, do you wish to take me as your master?" Her pupils dilated, and she suddenly shouted, "What? Become a disciple?" Jiang Yuyao shyly looked at his playful face, thinking to herself, the young sect master doesn't have any forbidden thoughts of romantic attraction towards me, does he? She tightly gripped the broom handle, bashfully looking at him, while thinking, becoming a disciple of the Cultivating Immortals sect is indeed very prestigious, it's not a bad choice. Suddenly, a loud voice called out, "Jian Tai Xien, come out here and accept your fate." This powerful voice made him startle. Both Jiang Yuyao and Yuzong Fong stared wide-eyed at each other. In front of Nine Swords Mountain stood a man with silver-purple hair, Wang Hu, the elder of Wild Tiger Hall, along with two young disciples following behind him. Yuzong Fong stared and shouted, "What? Wild Tiger Hall?" He clenched his teeth, feeling a silent scream inside, "What's up? This must be intentional, can't they at least wait for me to finish receiving a disciple before attacking?" Wang Hu crossed his arms, wearing a disdainful smile, and said loudly, "Is the old master Jian Tai Xien not here? Then first, take care of that little nuisance of yours." Yuzong Fong raised his hand, sweating profusely, and said solemnly, "Big brother, calm down." After a brief pause, he immediately turned to point at Jiang Yuyao's face, "Xiao Yuyao, take me as your master, and from now on, you will have sweet potatoes 3 times a day." When Jiang Yuyao heard about the sweet potatoes 3 times a day, she couldn't hold back her drool, her eyes seemed to want to swallow Yuzong Fong whole. She asked, "Really?" Immediately, Jiang Yuyao knelt down, knocked her head on the ground, "Master above, please accept your disciple with 3 bows." Yuzong Feng's heart felt liberated, he cried out in joy, "Finally, the gluttonous disciple is mine. Good disciple, quickly stand up." He gently helped her up, and a moment later, he took something out of his pocket. "Master now presents you with this Qing Feng sword for your protection." He held out a gleaming silver sword in front of Jiang Yuyao. However, it seemed to Wang Hu that everything unfolding was like a farce. He and his 2 disciples burst into laughter, abandoning weapons. "Are you afraid of dying too slowly later?" Ignoring the Wild Tiger Hall people laughing uproariously outside, Yuzong Feng's expression darkened as he smiled to himself, thinking, "Ha ha, soon I will let you know my true power." The system panel appeared, "Your disciple has received the medium-grade weapon, the Qing Feng sword. For the first time, a reward of 100,000 times has been granted, achieving the upper-grade Jinqi 7-star sword." The little system fox held out a new sword and handed it to him. Yuzong Fong took the 7-star sword, which shone brilliantly with a jade-green hilt. He chuckled inwardly, "Upper-grade spiritual energy, I am saved." Instantly, the sword was drawn, and the tip pointed directly at Wang Hu. He said solemnly, "Wild Tiger Hall, come here and accept your death." The system panel appeared, "Host Yuzong Fong, 9 Swords Mountain Sect Master, True Yuan Realm Level 1, Disciple Jiang Yuyao, Item 7-star Sword Upper Grade Spiritual Energy." Wang Hu wielded his saber and charged forward, shouting loudly, arrogant. With a direct strike, he slashed down. But Yuzong Fong remained unfazed, only Wang Hu was sent flying. The long sword also broke in half, he landed on the ground and took a stance to keep his balance. He smirked, humph, doesn't know life and death. Wang Hu did not expect everything to turn out like this. He hugged his neck and shouted, my weapon, it just touched his sword and cracked. A powerful red spiritual energy radiated from him, throwing Wang Hu away. He casually kicked Wang Hu. Wang Hu cried out in pain, his pupils contracted, his eyes full of blood vessels. At this moment, he had fallen to the ground, sliding a considerable distance. The two disciples of Wild Tiger Hall, who had been laughing earlier, now wore terrified expressions, kowtowing and pleading, Yuzong Fong, please spare us, please spare us. This is all Master Wang Hu's intention, it has nothing to do with us. He looked visibly displeased, directly placing the sword at his throat. Isn't the duel supposed to be 3 days from now? Why are your group here now? Where is the Hall Master of Wild Tiger Hall? The disciple panicked, glancing at the sharp sword, his face as pale as a sheet. He stammered at him, Hero, please don't be angry. It was the Hall Master who learned that Jian Tai Xian was injured. That's why Wang Hu was sent to Nine Swords Mountain to check the truth. Yuzong Fong snorted coldly, so that's it, it's no wonder that this useless person dared to kill me alone on Nine Swords Mountain. He retracted his sword, his voice laced with a hint of threat, Wild Tiger Hall sends a challenge, why not fight fairly? Do they look down on Nine Swords Mountain as if we have no one? The disciple who narrowly escaped held his neck, afraid it would fall off next time. Yuzong Fong said to the two disciples of Wild Tiger Hall, go back and tell your Hall Master. At noon today, the new sect master of Nine Swords Mountain will personally come to Wild Tiger Hall to make an appointment, saying he is ready to accept death. The two of them stammered, yes, yes. He frowned in annoyance, threatening, hurry up and get lost. The two of them, having narrowly escaped, ran out of Nine Swords Mountain in a panic. Yuzong Fong put away his earlier cold expression and stroked his chin, thinking, how does Wild Tiger Hall know that this old man is seriously injured? Or is my old man's death related to them? It seems that I can only find out what really happened by catching that Hall Master of Wild Tiger Hall tonight. Then, he placed his hand on Jiang Yuyao's shoulder and advised, if I leave you alone to guard the mountain gate, I'm afraid there might be unexpected events. Jiang Yuyao felt touched upon hearing such gentle words. She blushed as she looked at Yuzong Feng's figure, secretly thinking, Master is surprisingly powerful like this. Could he still be the young sect master I know? Yuzong Feng then channeled spiritual energy to point at her, saying, tonight, Master wants to visit the Wild Tiger Hall. Yuyao, your cultivation is too weak. Now, Master grants you the Nine Swords Mountain inheritance skill, the 100 Sword Formula, to enhance your strength. After saying that, he pointed at the center of Jiang Yuyao's forehead, and a wave of spiritual energy surged directly into her. Inside her heart, she was confused. This is a top-grade imperial skill, and I actually integrated it in an instant. Once he finished, he patted Jiang Yuyao's head and reminded her, although the top-grade imperial skill is powerful, without sufficient cultivation, it cannot unleash its true might. Master will transmit to you 100 days of cultivation practice. You must comprehend it well. Jiang Yuyao suddenly felt pain, wrinkling her face in discomfort as she accepted such a large amount of cultivation. Her entire body exuded a powerful source of spiritual energy. She thought to herself, my cultivation is continuously increasing, the master is passing his own power on to me. He was surprised by Jiang Yuyao's reaction, thinking, oh, she actually broke through to the gather chi stage. Before he died, the old man said that this Yuyao has no talent for cultivation and would never be able to break through to the gather chi stage. It seems that with the system added, the inherent talent of the disciple is no longer important. He smiled with pride, hee, with the system in my hands and a few 100,000 disciples gathered, in less than a second I could conquer the entire cultivating immortals world. He clasped his hands behind his back, watching Yuyao break through, silently admiring, very good, Yuyao, you have just broken through to this realm and still need time to practice and adapt. Master has just expended quite a bit of primordial energy to transmit power to you and needs to rest for a while, so you can head down first. Jiang Yuyao's eyes brimmed with tears, devotion plus 100, loyalty plus 100, favorability plus 100. She clasped her hands and said, Disciple will never disappoint the Master's cultivation. Disciple, the disciple must definitely take 9 Swords Mountain to the peak of the cultivating immortals world to repay the Master's divine grace. He shyly coughed a few times. You are so enthusiastic, the Master is very pleased. Having said that, he turned his back and returned to the resting room. Jiang Yuyao bowed to bid farewell. Inside the room, Yuzong Fong could not contain the joy in his heart, shouting, Wonderful, first disciple, the strategy is perfectly accomplished. Yuzong Fong burst into laughter. Haha, let's see what the system has returned. He pressed on the system screen. The system screen displayed the information. Yuzong Fong, 9 Swords Mountain Sect Master, Golden Elixir Realm 3rd Level, Disciple Jiang Yuyao, no one else. Item, 7-star Sword, High-grade Spiritual Energy. You blindly imparted cultivation to the disciple, triggering a 300-fold crit, achieving 82 years of cultivation. You imparted a royal level skill, 100 Sword Formula, triggering a 100-fold crit, achieving an advanced level skill, 3 Sun Sword Formula. He laughed heartily, somewhat astonished. Unexpectedly, I have broken through to the Golden Elixir realm. If that's the case, my journey to Wild Tiger Hall is assured. Yuzong Fong raised his fist to show his determination. It will be easy to restore the glory of 9 Swords Mountain to my hands. Transitioning to another place, a gate appeared. Inside, a muscular man sat on a large chair, flanked by 2 flirtatious girls. King. 2 subordinates were kneeling on the ground reporting, that little guy said just that, Hall Master Lord. He bit into a grape that the girl beside him fed him while sneering. Young and arrogant, unaware of the weight of heaven and earth. He is Zhang Fong, with a long scar running over his eye. Hall Master of Wild Tiger Hall, cultivation at Golden Elixir 1st level. He is overconfident and wants to challenge Wild Tiger Hall, shamelessly. Unless his master Jian Tai Xin restores his full cultivation, this Hall Master doesn't even regard anyone as a threat. His eyes were sharp, noticing something and giving a hum. At this moment, the door was pushed open forcefully by Yuzong Fong, the wind blowing into the room. He gathered a source of power in his hand. 9 Swords Mountain Sect Master Yuzong Fong arrived as per the agreement, whereas Zhang Fong, come out quickly to accept your death. He and the woman next to him gasped when they saw that technique. He secretly realized, Golden Elixir Realm. Quickly, his subordinates moved to stand in front, shouting, Protect the Hall Master. They all pressed closer and surrounded Yuzong Fong. One ordered, Do not let him approach the Hall Master. Yuzong Fong showed no expression, raised his hands, unleashed a wave of ocean blue power, and scoffed disdainfully, How dare such insignificant beings obstruct me? The group was astonished at the display of power. Then, a huge force emanated from him, sending those who approached him flying. He punched one in the face just as he intended to attack him. The subordinate of Zhang Fong was hit in the face and flew toward him, landing there, surprising Zhang Fong. He warily looked at him. Little guy, what exactly is your status? He propped his chin on his hand and, relying on his prior knowledge, said, 9 Swords Mountain, except for that old man Jian Tai Xin. His disciple, Yuzong Fong, as far as I know, is just a useless person, waiting for death after eating. He confidently declared, You are definitely not Yuzong Fong, who are you? At this moment, he was caught off guard and thought to himself, the evaluation just now was truly merciless. Was my past really that worthless? Then he immediately turned cold, drew his sword, and pretended not to care about his words. Stop talking nonsense. You just need to know that I am the one who will take your dog life. Hearing his arrogant words, Zhang Fong gritted his teeth in anger. Humph, you want to take my life? Zhang Fong shouted. Well then, I want to see how capable you are. To assert his dominance, he kicked the table hard into the subordinate in front of him, sending both the person and the object flying away. His gaze became sharp, and then he unleashed the Arhat fist. His fist contained immense power. He quickly punched towards Zhang Feng with great speed and strength. Fortunately, he managed to dodge in time. He glanced at the mark left by the punch on the wall, silently speculating, faster than me? Or is his cultivation above mine? While he was analyzing, the guy took this opportunity to prepare another punch, reminding him, in combat, if you dare to be distracted, you're looking for death. He had left the chair and stood up to fight properly. Yuzong Feng held a sword in one hand and punched with the other. He positioned both hands in a cross shape in front of him and confidently declared, even considering your cultivation above mine, you can only use high-level royal skills. I have a low-level mysterious skill, the golden cover technique, which I have been training for 2 years. What makes you think you can break me at your young age? The guy was not easily intimidated and simply asked him back, are you sure? Yuzong Feng used his strength to control the sword and called out the name of the technique, 7 stars sword style. Zhang Feng was stunned, his mouth agape in surprise. What? It's a high-level spiritual energy. He pointed the sword at Zhang Feng and praised, you truly are a golden elixir stage cultivator, to even recognize high-level spiritual energy. Then you should know that the 7 stars sword in my hands wants to take your pathetic life as easily as collecting herbs. Yuzong Feng frowned, presenting him with a choice. However, I can spare your life as long as you tell me who severely injured my master. I assure you I won't kill you. The sword was now pressed against his neck. He smirked and said, you really do know quite a bit. Humph, so that old man Jian Tai Xian hasn't told you yet? He popped a golden pill into his mouth. In that critical moment, he remained fearless and confidently asserted, little guy, don't think that just because you have high-quality spiritual energy you can intimidate me. My backing is not something a golden elixir stage cultivator can provoke. His eyes widened in realization, and he silently warned himself, not good, that's a divine origin pill, a pill that can elevate a golden elixir realm cultivator by 5 minor realms. He swallowed the pill. Now he was filled with immense power, the effect of the 6th tier of the golden elixir realm. Zhang Feng concentrated this power into his palm, erratic currents of electricity sparking into existence. He said, I originally planned to use this pill against that old man Jian Tai Xian, but I never expected I would have to use it now. The power was unleashed towards Yuzong Feng. Then he suddenly shouted loudly, you can die at the hands of a 6th level golden elixir realm, you can also die with your eyes closed, go die. He couldn't stand after his attack, he raised his sword to defend himself, secretly feeling lucky. Fortunately, the power returned by the system was fundamentally very solid. Otherwise, a strike like this would have easily killed an ordinary 3rd level golden elixir realm, no matter how hard they trained. Drops of sweat fell on his forehead, he questioned life. How could I not die? How is that possible? Then he stood up, gathering strength in his palm, excited. Well, pills are just external force after all. If you want to kill me, then your skills are still not enough. Now it's my turn. Strands of light raced toward Zhang Feng, that was the 3 suns sword formula breaking the sun technique. He created a golden center to counter the technique he had unleashed. It formed a protective circle around him. Zhang Feng assumed a defensive stance, eyes wide in surprise. He had successfully taken him from one shock to another. A top-tier mysterious sword formula. How could 9 Swords Mountain have a skill of this level? Even though he was prepared, he was still sent flying far away. The beams of light shot out by him pierced through his body, causing Zhang Feng to cough up blood. The sword was pulled out from Zhang Feng's chest. He felt uncomfortable, grimaced, and looked away, silently thinking, so the result still reveals nothing. A while later, still at the place where Zhang Feng was hiding, 2 men in white entered the room and saw a scene of chaos after the bloody battle. One of them spoke, the Wild Tiger Hall has actually been wiped out by someone else. That person looked at Zhang Feng, who was sitting there with his head down, a stab wound bleeding, and wondered, how could the Hall Master of Wild Tiger Hall, with cultivation in the Golden Elixir realm and ruling over this area, have been killed? The spiky-haired man sighed upon seeing this, he is dead. The task Elder Wang entrusted us with will likely be hard to accomplish. The other man furrowed his brow and said nothing. Suddenly, a cough echoed. The straight-haired man glanced toward the source of the sound. He shouted and ran over. "Senior brother, someone is still alive." He then grabbed the collar of the man in black, who was Yuzong Fong, and asked, "Speak quickly, what the hell happened?" He pretended to respond with difficulty. The hall master, chased to the door by enemies, fought fiercely against strong opponents. In the end, he could not withstand the battle and died under the enemy's sword. The straight-haired man asked Yuzong Fong about the identity of the opponent. "Do you know the identity of the other party?" He stammered, "No, I don't know." After not receiving the desired answer, he let go and angrily cursed, "Useless person. What benefit is there in keeping you?" The two then turned and left, saying to each other. The spiky-haired man instructed, "Good junior brother, we should leave too. If anyone finds out that the Xien Xien sect disciples are here, it will be hard to explain to the sect master." Hearing this, the straight-haired man obediently replied, "Understood, senior brother." He watched them leave, having heard their entire conversation, secretly concluding, "Xien Xien sect, is that so?" Yuzong Fong stroked his chin and murmured, "I didn't expect the old man's death to be related to the super sect Xien Xien sect." He recalled the sections. Xien Xien sect was one of the rulers of the Zhangxian eastern region, renowned alongside Tianzang sect and Yuxian sect. In their eyes, a Yuaning realm strong person was no different from an ant. Being targeted by this powerful force, it was not easy to deal with. In his mind were images of the Xien Xien sect, followed by the Tianzang sect, and the Yuxian sect. He reminded himself that before the Nine Swords Mountain grew powerful, it was better to be a bit cautious. He looked at Zhang Feng slumped on the ground, motionless. The Wild Tiger Hall was considered a local force, surely it had some resources. Where would Zhang Feng hide them? Then he began to search through his belongings. Soon after, he found a bunch of golden keys. Holding them in his hand, he privately rejoiced, "Got it." He raised them to inspect. For someone like Zhang Feng, carrying such important items was crucial. This was definitely the key to the Wild Tiger Hall's treasury. After examining them for a while, he stood up, looked around, and wondered, but where is the entrance? Suddenly, he noticed the chair Zhang Feng had been sitting on. A new realization struck him. The wall behind the tiger skin looked rather unreal. Could it be? He reached forward to check. He swiftly swept the chair away, revealing a bare wall before his eyes. After those powerful strikes, the door immediately appeared. He inserted the key he had just found into the lock. A secret tunnel with a long staircase extended below. His prediction was correct. Indeed, I was right, it's here. He was beaming with joy, smiling as he held the torch in his hand. Yuzong Feng walked down the stairs. The sound of sobbing echoed, and he noticed the noise. Are there others here? He held the torch forward to observe. Two young women in the cell hugged each other, trembling in fear. The pink-haired girl pleaded, "Please, don't kill me, I'll do anything you want." The light blonde girl also looked pitiful and said, "My lord, please have mercy and spare us." As they spoke, tears streamed down their faces. He saw that sight and felt a deep anger. Are these all women captured by Wild Tiger Hall? Wild Tiger Hall truly dares to commit any crime. No wonder, even when alive, Old Man has always wanted to eradicate Wild Tiger Hall. Then, he quickly opened the door to the cell where the two young women were held. To reassure them, he said, "You two sisters, don't be afraid, I am not a member of Wild Tiger Hall." His cheerful and hearty voice echoed so everyone could hear, "Rest assured, the people from Wild Tiger Hall have all been killed by my subordinate. I will now let you all go outside, everyone can go home." The two village girls looked at each other, stunned and open-mouthed. After he finished speaking, the girls who had been captured by Wild Tiger Hall quickly ran away from there. As they ran, they cursed those wretched scoundrels. In the end, they've all died. That's great. It must be the immortals of Xien Xien sect who came to save us. We can go home now. Hearing their misunderstanding, he quickly clarified, "You are mistaken, I am not a member of Xien Xien sect." The pink-haired village girl was stunned when she heard him say, "Not from Xien Xien sect?" She asked again, "Not an immortal of Xien Xien sect?" The blonde village girl quickly expressed her gratitude, "Thank you, benefactor, for your kindness. When my sister and I return home, we will erect a longevity monument to praise the virtue of the benefactor. This is how we repay your kindness." He clasped his hands in front of him and slightly bowed, appearing very polite. "I am Yuzong Fong, the master of Nine Swords Mountain sect. I dare not hide that the audacity of Wild Tiger Hall in doing such things is due to the negligence of some elder by the name of Wang from the Xien Xien sect. Although Nine Swords Mountain is not as powerful as the Xien Xien sect, we cannot stand by and watch Wild Tiger Hall cause trouble, which is why we took the risk to eliminate Wild Tiger Hall." After a while, he concluded with a reminder, "Everyone remember, do not publicize this matter. If you do, Nine Swords Mountain will attract the attention of the Xien Xien sect, and by then, I fear it will be difficult for me to protect myself." After saying all this, the results he wanted began to take shape in his thoughts. Unexpectedly, there are unanticipated gains. In this way, it won't be long before Nine Swords Mountain is talked about in the surrounding villages. At that time, it will surely be easier to recruit a few disciples, won't it? The girls there were furious upon hearing this shocking news. Is there really such a thing? We've wasted our time paying tribute to the Xien Xien sect every year, only to find it is as beautiful as jade on the outside but rotten on the inside. Rest assured, we will keep this secret tightly. He spread his hands toward the staircase and reminded them, "How, you ladies should go home a bit earlier, otherwise, your families will worry." The blonde girl waved goodbye, not forgetting to thank him once more. "I sincerely thank you." Suddenly, he noticed a little girl behind. He kindly asked her, "Little junior sister, why aren't you leaving?" The poor girl shyly replied, I don't have a home." Yuzong Fong questioned further, "Where are your family?" The girl leaned down slightly. Mentioning this made her sad. They were all killed by the people of Wild Tiger Hall. His expression showed sympathy as he listened to her story, not knowing what to say, only stammering, well. He didn't dare to continue speaking, only thinking, "That's just too tragic." Suddenly, the little girl's small hand grabbed the corner of his shirt. She opened her large, tearful eyes and looked at him. Can you teach me magic? You can kill those bad people, you must be a formidable immortal, right?" Yuzong Fong said to the girl, Let's consider it this way, but learning the way of the immortals is not a simple matter, let me check your talent first." Then he reached out to test the girl's talent. His hand rested on her head, a soft light enveloped it. He looked at her in surprise and quietly praised, "This young girl has decent talent." After completing the talent assessment, he asked the girl again, "Do you really want to be my disciple and learn the way of the immortals with me?" The girl fidgeted, her hands tightly clasped together, her head bowed as she replied, "That's right, only by learning the way of the immortals can I kill those people just like you." Upon hearing this, he did not think further and crossed his arms to refuse. "If it's just for that, I cannot agree to you." The girl looked up at him, her eyes wide open, suddenly asking loudly, "Why?" Yuzong Fong, upon hearing her question, placed his hand on his chest and explained, "As cultivators, we take the heavens and earth as our heart, establish our purpose for the people's well-being, pursue the ultimate techniques for the sake of the holy path, and strive for lasting peace. How can we be so obstinate?" The shy girl replied, The principles are too profound, I don't understand. However, since it is the words of the immortal, it must have its reasoning." Hearing the innocent remark from the girl, he laughed heartily and happily accepted her as his disciple. "Good, I will accept you as my disciple." He bent down, gently patting the girl's head, instructing her, "But right now master has some matters to resolve, you wait here for a moment." His gaze then changed, becoming sharper. He swung his hand forward, delivering a strike that carried great force towards the stone wall. Treasures, pearls, diamonds, and weapons appeared before his eyes. He quickly gathered them into his hands. Looking at the sword he had just found in Zhang Feng's lair, he said, "I didn't expect Wild Tiger Hall to be this poor. Besides some spirit stones and low-level pills, there's only a subpar spirit sword, barely considered not bad." Thinking of the girl, he then held the sword in front of her. "Since you have become my disciple, this subpar spirit sword is given to you by master." The girl took the sword, her youthful face full of curiosity. Curiosity, low-grade spirit sword. The system interface appeared, displaying, host acquires item, low-grade spirit sword, suitable conditions, unlocks tenfold critical return at random, proceed or not. He did not hesitate for a moment, unlock. The system then displayed a message, unlock successful, congratulations host for activating tenfold critical hit, achieved superb spiritual energy Long Quan sword. Zhang Feng held the Long Quan sword in his hand, happily thinking, just a tenfold critical hit. Wait until I return to the mountain, then I'll pull the goat's fur. After a while, still in the same place, he was using his strength to control the sword's movement. The girl watched the sword without taking her eyes off it. Then, he lifted the girl up, and she joyfully wrapped her arms around his neck. Then Yuzong Feng held the girl, standing on the sword, flying through the sky. The girl's eyes sparkled with excitement, unable to contain her delight. Could this be the world of those cultivating immortals? Would I be able to do this in the future? He and the girl continued to ride the sword, flying forward. He looked at the girl's delighted expression, silently appraising her. Although this child is not very old, her determination can be considered quite good. An ordinary mortal would certainly feel a bit apprehensive flying at this height. This young lady, however, shows no signs of fear, truly a quality candidate for cultivating immortals. After a while, somewhere, he and the girl walked from a distance. Jiang Yuyao was munching on a piece of bread and hurriedly called out, "Master." In the room, the girl was kneeling on the ground. He crossed his arms and announced, "From today, you are the third disciple of my 9 Swords Mountain." The girl immediately bowed her head to the ground. Disciple Jianglan pays respects to master. He gently urged Jianglan, quickly, stand up. Suddenly, the image of Jianglan, blood flowing from her head down her face and chin, flashed before his eyes. He was horrified at the thought of that image. My new disciple seems to have a bit of a death wish. Jiang Yuyao, who was next to him eating bread, secretly envied. What? Master quickly picked up a new disciple. It should have been me first. Clearly it was me first. No, I absolutely cannot let this little girl steal my glory. Suddenly, Yuyao choked on a piece of bread, turning her face pale. Zhang Feng crossed his arms and disdainfully mocked. Eat, 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 all day long you only know how to eat. I think you should do a few more training sessions. This is a new master and disciple, and you, as the senior sister, should set a good example, understand? Jiang Lan did not show any expression, looking at Yu Yao who was coughing, her face pale. Jiang Yu Yao turned her face away, pouting playfully. Master, I was wrong. Inside, she was not so obedient. Indeed there is a new joy that makes one forget the old love, isn't it just a little cuteness? Master is being too unfair. Yuzong Feng happily extended his hand towards her, introducing. This is your senior sister, Jiang Yuyao. The little girl obediently greeted. Senior sister. She was slightly taken aback and politely replied. Hello, junior sister. Inside, she had cruel thoughts. Little fox, let's see how I will deal with you later. He frowned slightly and declared. Yuyao, go practice the 100 sword forms 100 times. If you don't finish, you won't get dinner. She gasped in fear, complaining and begging. Master, please don't, I will starve. At that moment, he had become stricter, his expression serious. She didn't dare to resist any longer and pouted, uttering 2 words, fine then. He looked towards Yu Yao, who was walking away dejectedly, lacking vitality, lost in thought. If it weren't for the highest limit of transmission power for each disciple each month, otherwise every day would be a rural chicken. It seems I need to gather as many disciples as possible. Below, Jiang Lan also followed Yu Yao's departure, showing no expression of joy or sorrow. Despite this, he felt secretly pleased, but conversely, this new disciple can be exploited a bit. Then, he proceeded to impart a skill to the girl. One finger approached Jiang Lan's forehead, she shut her eyes tightly, and golden spirals appeared. He explained, since you have the heart to cultivate immortals, the master will impart the high-level mysterious skill, the 3-yang sword formula, to you. How much you comprehend depends on your own magical powers. In her mind was the image of him along with the 3-yang sword formula. The girl widened her eyes in astonishment and asked, what is this, master? He leaned down and gently explained, this is the art of immortality. To become someone who cultivates immortality, one must open the spiritual mind. To cultivate immortality, one must definitely study. His hand gently rubbed the little girl's head, Jiang Lan, who was closing her eyes to feel. He continued, right now, telling you these things, you may not necessarily understand. Wait until the master helps you open the spiritual mind, practice a bit more, and you will naturally understand. He suddenly had a good idea, let's do 100 days of cultivation first, to successfully open her spiritual mind. The system displayed a message, host receives items, 100 days of cultivation, conditions met, opening at 10,000 times return, critical hit immediately afterwards, open or not. Seeing the system's question, he replied without hesitation, open. The system displayed the message, open successfully, congratulations to the host for triggering double critical hits, achieving 200 days of cultivation. After the system finished its announcement, he held his head, shaken by the information just received. What the hell? In his mind, he silently shouted, no, just 2 days of cultivation, a huge loss, damn it. The system checked and reported again, detected disciple concealing her constitution. He looked at the system screen, stunned, what is this? The system presented a different question, does the host want to pass down a century of power to help disciple Jiang Lan awaken the immortal heavenly Tao body? He was so delighted that he stuttered, so, it really is the immortal heavenly Tao body from 10,000 years ago, I must have stumbled upon a treasure. He rubbed his chin, thoughtfully pondering, if I activate the return system, what kind of powerful physique will I achieve? He verbally agreed. The system then responded, Okila. Then it pointed the staff in his hand toward Jiang Lan, and a golden light shone down on her, leaving him astonished. The golden light appeared in the vast sky, surrounded by 2 large circles and specks of gold. The scene shifted to Tianwu Pavilion, where a large waterfall surged. A man was cultivating near the waterfall, looking toward the earlier golden light, wondering, with such a celestial phenomenon, could it be that a treasure has emerged? He was none other than the grand senior brother of Tianwu Pavilion, the great genius of the golden elixir realm, Xiao Xinghe. The scene shifted again to another location, at Jing Tian Camp, where a long-haired man stood on a rooftop observing the golden light. A loud voice shouted, with such an extraordinary change in heaven and earth, it must be a rare treasure emerging in the world, you little people. He jumped up and commanded, follow me. The subordinates quickly followed, responding loudly, understood, boss. At the same time, at the Xien Xien sect, 2 people were standing by the railing looking out. The woman in red said, Master, with such a change in heaven and earth, it seems the direction is towards 9 Swords Mountain. These 2 were Elder Wang, a nascent soul realm triple heaven, and Shang Tian-yi, a golden elixir realm quintuple heaven. Shang Tian-yi listened attentively as Elder Wang said, 9 Swords Mountain once had a period of great prosperity, it is certainly possible that the master left something valuable there. A sword accompanied by a piece of paper flew past Elder Wang and stopped. He unfolded the paper and began to read. This extraordinary change in heaven and earth has caused other forces to start taking action, you should also make a move. That item belongs to our Xien Xien sect, and we must retrieve it. Shang Tianyi felt a bit troubled, but what if there are people who don't want us to go there? His gaze turned sharp and sinister. If we can't obtain the item, then no one else should hope to have it. Shang Tianyi bent down, placing a hand on his chest, and replied, understood, master. At Yuzong Feng's residence, a cough echoed. Yuzong Feng held his chest, looking exhausted, and said, I never expected your disciple to be the immortal heavenly Tao body. Because the master helped you open up the immortal heavenly Tao body, the loss in cultivation was significant, but in the end, it helped you awaken the Taoist body. Next in cultivating immortals, the path ahead will be smooth, and you will not encounter any obstructions. Yuzong Feng's heart was filled with joy as he rubbed his cheeks. This time, spending 100 years of cultivation, although my cultivation has regressed, who knows what rewards will come later. Jiang Yuyao respectfully bowed her head, the disciple will not disappoint the master's expectations. Yuzong Feng smiled in response, as long as you have this intention, that's good enough. After saying that, the girl supported Yuzong Feng and asked, Master, are you okay? He just smiled and said, I'm fine, that bit of cultivation is nothing for the master. I just want you to rely on your own comprehension for your training path. You go down and train, the master needs to rest a bit. I never expected that because of me, the master would have to pay such a high price. She replied, yes, master. Yuzong Fong entered the room and closed the door tightly. He opened his mouth to give an order, system, come out now. Return it to me. The system panel appeared, host, please help the disciple activate the immortal heavenly Tao body. The physical condition is suitable. Open the 10,000 times return violent strike randomly, should it be opened? Yuzong Fong responded happily, open it. The system continued to display a notification, successfully opened, congratulations host on achieving the 10,000 times violent strike, obtaining the fated body for changing destiny. Open the disobedient to heaven destiny alteration system. Host achieves corresponding rebellious physical constitution through activating the disciple's physical condition. Yuzong Fong then asked, rebellious destiny alteration. The system panel appeared, host, Yuzong Fong, 9 Swords Mountain Sect Master, True Yuan 9 Level Heavy Sky Realm, Disciple Jiang Yuyao, Jiang Lan, Item Long Quan Sword, Supreme Spiritual Energy, Disobedient to Heaven Destiny Alteration Fated Body, the purest physical constitution in the world. Exchange realm and learn skills without any hindrance, can freely communicate with heaven and earth's spiritual energy. Yuzong Fong thought to himself, ha, although my cultivation has regressed, I absolutely do not suffer a loss. I even feel that my current realm is the true Yuan realm. The current realm is the true Yuan realm of the 9th level, which is twice as strong as the previous golden elixir realm of the 3rd level. The system continued to appear. Unconstrained body, except for cultivation realm and skill learning, there are no obstacles, and you can freely communicate with the energy of heaven and earth, open the heavenly Tao, and break through the system. The host at golden elixir realm can start to carry out the heavenly Tao breakthrough, making it difficult to achieve greater strength. Each realm of the heavenly Tao breakthrough has 10 levels. The cultivating immortals realm is divided into Gather Chi realm, True Yuan realm, Golden Elixir realm, Nascent Soul realm, Divine Transformation realm, Enlightenment realm, Ascension realm, Immortal Ascension realm. Only the host and disciples can carry out the heavenly Tao breakthrough. He clicked on a system panel. The host needs to gather 5 elements spiritual energy in the True Yuan realm of the 10th level to break through to the heavenly Tao Golden Elixir realm. Yuzong Fong thought to himself, the 5 elements spiritual energy, as the legends say, only appears in thunder swamps. It seems I must take some time to go there. Suddenly, a loud voice echoed from outside, a bunch of trash from 9 Swords Mountain. Get out here for me. Yuzong Fong stepped out and shouted, someone is knocking at the door, damn it, what bad luck. The system continued to respond to me, I want to level up. The system displayed, host imparts to disciple Jiang Lan the 3 Yang sword formula, conditions met, opening a 100-fold random return explosion, do you want to open it? Yuzong Fong immediately replied, open it for me. He clasped his hands together, thinking to himself, may the Emperor manifest, surely give me a big one. The system then displayed, successfully opened, congratulations host on triggering 200 times explosion, achieving the sword intent realm of the 3 Yang sword formula, sword moves at will. Yuzong Fong was overjoyed. Sword moves at will is the 2nd level of comprehending sword intent. Only nascent soul stage great powers are qualified to comprehend this sword intent. He stepped out and said, I want to see who dares to come to my 9 Swords Mountain and make trouble. In front of his 2 disciples stood a group of men looking imposing. Lang Hengsheng arrogantly said, why are it just 2 little kids you? Quickly call your lord to come here. Jiang Yuyao said with resentment, you, don't be arrogant, my master is very powerful. At this moment, Jiang Lan raised his sword in front of him. Lang Hengsheng arrogantly said, ha, Jian Tai Xian has already died, what other experts do you have in 9 Swords Mountain? Hurry up and call your lord out here so that this treasure lord can take a look. Suddenly, he was startled when he saw Jiang Lan holding a sword. He thought to himself, just recently breaking through the meridians, and now he has a low-grade spirit sword. It seems this trip to Nine Swords Mountain was indeed worth it. Yuzong Fong stepped forward, and Jiang Yuyao turned around and shouted, "Master." He immediately ordered the men, "Kneel down, and I will spare your life." One man, filled with anger, brandished his sword and charged in. A useless little person in the true Yuan realm dares to act arrogant in front of the treasure lord. Jiang Yuyao was worried, thinking, and he is actually a peak expert in the true Yuan realm, my master's cultivation has not yet recovered, what should I do now? The man was rushing towards Yuzong Fong, still shouting loudly, "You won't draw your sword in front of me? Then die." Yuzong Fong traced a line with 2 fingers and said, "You, with your strength, don't deserve for me to draw my sword." With that, a line cut across the neck of the man, who shouted, "Ah, ah," and immediately collapsed in front of Yuzong Fong. Leng Hengsheng, seeing this, was panicked and thought to himself, that sword is too fast. He approached and said to Yuzong Fong, "Little guy, you have great strength, but you need to be aware of your surroundings when you're out there. Respect your strength, join my Ji Shang treasure, and I can spare your life." Yuzong Fong smirked and replied, "You either kneel or die." Leng Hengsheng rushed in, intending to kill Yuzong Fong, saying, "Arrogant, do you want to die?" At this moment, Yuzong Fong swung his sword and said to Jiang Lan and Jiang Yuyao, "Watch closely, master will only perform this once." He swung the sword in a circle around him, looking very impressive. Seeing this, Leng Hengsheng immediately dodged but was pushed back far away. Yuzong Fong smiled and said, "I haven't even made a move yet, how come you're already kneeling?" Other disciples came over to support him and one by one said, "Treasure Lord, why are you kneeling before that kid? What has he done? Everyone, let's go together." Only he thought deep in his heart that, wasn't the sword chi just now the legendary sword acting according to intent? Breaking the train of thought, he immediately shouted at the others, "Shut up." Then he knelt down and pleaded with Yuzong Fong, "Just now, I was blinded and failed to recognize the prowess of the senior, I hope the senior will not hold it against a minor character like me." In his heart, he thought, alright, the sword acting according to intent, only the great elder at the nascent soul stage is qualified to comprehend the sword Dao realm. Yuzong Fong continued, "I still prefer your arrogant, unyielding demeanor from before." He immediately looked worried, cursing inwardly, "Damn it, who spread the nonsense that Yuzong Fong is a useless person? I heard Yuzong Fong is only 18 years old. A great elder at the nascent soul stage being that young is indeed a useless person, I might as well hang myself." He stammered, "Senior, you are joking, I wouldn't dare, I am nothing before you, or do you see me as nothing, just hit me." In a forest during the late afternoon, the disciples of Jing Tian camp were chasing after something. The leader of Jing Tian camp was standing when someone came to report, "Leader, with sword intent so terrifying, could it be that an elder from the Xien Xien sect has arrived?" He then thought, this sword intent. Could it be that someone from the Xien Xien sect arrived before us? The disciple behind said, "With the boss here, what is there to fear? Even if it's an expert realm Yuaning, wasn't he still killed by the boss? But nonetheless, the opponent is also a great power realm Yuaning, so we should act with caution." The boss grinned and said, "Follow me, regardless of who it is, if they block my path, Saying that, the group of disciples set off with the boss. "We understand, with the boss's order, we will kill him." Xiao Xing he saw the sword intent of Yuzong Fong and became curious, this sword intent, did someone from the Xien Jian sect come? Then he also rushed forward, grinning and thinking to himself, from this sword intent, it doesn't seem like someone from the Xien Jian sect. Could it be the Nine Swords Mountain? No matter who it is, they can only be my prey. At that moment, Shan Tianyi also rushed forward, thinking to herself, this sword intent, the sword acts according to its will, could it be that Jian Tai Xin is still alive? No way. The master cannot have failed. Well, no matter who it is, anyone who dares to touch the treasures of the Xien Jian sect will be my enemy. Yuzong Fong was surprised by the scene before him. All 3 experts were present, each of them targeting Yuzong Feng's objective. Yuzong Fong smiled and said, "Today, Nine Swords Mountain is quite lively." The leader of the Xien Jian sect spread his hands and said, "Little guy, hand it over, and I guarantee you won't die." He looked at the sword moving as he wished and thought to himself, hand over. Hand over what? Could it be that they want me to hand over the sword in my hand? Surely not. Although the top-grade spirit sword is very precious, it shouldn't cause such a big commotion. He glanced at Jiang Lan and Jiang Yuyao, thinking, they definitely see that Nine Swords Mountain has few people and want to come to seize territory. Humph. Do they really think Nine Swords Mountain has no one? Seeing them on guard against each other like this, he realized he could take action from this direction. Yuzong Fong raised his sword in front of him and said, "Come on, let's see if you can handle it." "Brother, although I am only at the true Yuan 9th level, with the sword acting according to my will and adding boundless blue, I'm not afraid of dealing with a late-stage golden elixir realm cultivator." The leader thought to himself, this sword intent. Since when did Nine Swords Mountain have such a formidable character? Xiao Xing he stared intently, while Shang Tian smirked, secretly admiring Yuzong Fong. I didn't expect him to comprehend the realm of sword action according to his will. It must be the Nine Swords Mountain inheritance skill. I must obtain this skill. Suddenly, the leader turned to look at Xiao Xing he and Shang Tian, speaking loudly, "Daoist friend, how about we join forces to take this guy down, force him to reveal the whereabouts of the rare treasure, and then decide who it belongs to, okay?" Xiao Xing he, furious, charged straight at him, raising his fist and saying, "You think you are worthy to team up with me?" Seeing Xiao Xing he's anger, Shang Tian was surprised and cautiously thought, Xiao Xing he is taking direct action, I absolutely must not let this madman acquire the skill. Unexpectedly, she sprang up, twirling her sword around her body, catching even Xiao Xing he off guard. At that moment, she quickly and seriously turned to the Daoist friend who was observing with arms crossed, saying, "Daoist friend, I am Shang Tian, a disciple under Wang from the Xien Xien sect. I have come to assist you." Hearing this, his sharp gaze suddenly revealed itself, and he fell into deep thought, the disciple of my enemy, If it weren't still not the right time, I would really want to kill you right now. But it's fine, I'll take advantage of her first and then figure out the rest. He then glanced down and saw someone bowing down and begging him, saying, "This guy's strength isn't too bad, I'll use him first." Hearing this, Leng Hengsheng was taken aback, unable to believe his ears, thinking, "Senior, what does this mean? Does he want to take me as his disciple?" He then thought about his past indulgent lifestyle. "I have been cultivating for 100 years, and in this century, I have had to flatter others, bully the weak, and have long forgotten the initial reason for starting to cultivate swordsmanship. From being catered to and flattered by everyone, to bullying the weak until they kneel, while I felt pleased with myself." He then trembled and called out, "Senior." At this moment, Yuzong Fong still stood with his arms crossed, looking down. The boy cried like a child, pleading, "I want to learn swordsmanship." Seeing him like this, Yuzong Fong secretly smiled with satisfaction, thinking, this guy is indeed easy to fool. He then pointed to the group that was causing chaos and ordered, "Stop them. If you succeed, after this matter, you will be a disciple outside the sect of my Nine Swords Mountain from Ji Shang treasure. If you perform well, I won't hesitate to teach you the true sword Dao." Hearing this, the group became furious and shouted back, "We couldn't defeat Ma Yangde, so how could we defeat you? Ji Shang treasure, let's kill them together." At that moment, the green-haired man became angry, "You really have guts, looking for death." But before he could do anything, Yuzong Fong struck back, surprising him and causing him to dodge. With a smug, provocative expression, Yuzong Fong said, "Your opponent is me." Hearing this, he quickly retreated. Seeing Yuzong Fong act this way, he began to doubt, pondering, I'm at a disadvantage against his full-strength attack. This kid is a bit unusual. As he charged forward, he shouted loudly, "To be able to withstand the late stage of Golden Elixir realm, it seems that although my realm has regressed, my actual strength has increased." Once more. Then both charged at each other fiercely. As he tried to block Yuzong Feng's sword, he asked with difficulty, "What cultivation do you actually have?" Hearing this, Yuzong Feng smiled proudly and said, My cultivation is enough to kill you, why ask so many questions?" Then Yuzong Feng unleashed the three-yang sword formula on him, yelling, "Die!" As he fell into Yu's three-yang swordplay, he was stunned and couldn't believe his eyes. While he was still dazed, unable to comprehend what was happening before him, suddenly Yuzong Fong jumped up and delivered the final blow, making him wary, and then he angrily shouted. He revealed his sharp teeth in anger and cursed, "Aren't you a cultivator of the origin realm?" No sooner had he finished speaking than Yuzong Fong executed a final strike that sent him reeling backward. Standing and watching, Yuzong Fong clasped his hands behind his back, secretly thinking, after all, he is a cultivator of the late golden elixir realm, truly has some skill. At that moment, the lackeys below saw their leader being defeated, and they worriedly shouted, "Big brother! Big brother!" With a boastful demeanor, Leng Hengsheng crossed his arms and approached, smugly saying, "Ha ha ha, your leader is not loyal," he ran away. Seeing this, they shouted to each other, "Charge in! Whoever can escape, run!" But as they were preparing to run, they were suddenly left agape when they saw Yuzong Fong swing his sword. At that moment, he was like a fierce demon, angrily shouting, "Kill!" They were engulfed by his fiery rage, feeling excruciating pain. They could only scream in agony, "Ah!" Some even regretted, "I can't die like this." Shang Tianyi opened his mouth in surprise. Yuzong Fong is that powerful, it must be the skill inheritance from Nine Swords Mountain. At this moment, Xiao Xinghe angrily shouted, "Humph, how dare you lose focus while fighting me?" Seeing the situation was not good, Shang Tianyi raised his sword but still cautiously warned, "This is bad, the ultimate technique of Tian Wu Pavilion, the Fan Yun Palm." With just his hand, he prepared and charged aggressively, saying, "It seems that your Xien Jian sect's reverse flow sword is nothing special." In fear and confusion, she quickly turned around and said, "Despite Yuzong Feng's annoyance and confusion, Daoist friend, save me." At this moment, he pretended to be oblivious, turned his head, looked around, and thought, "Save you? I'm hoping for you to die here, a dog bites another dog, for filling the mouth." In this urgent situation, she turned to him and angrily shouted, "You are Xiao Xinghe, the disciple of Tian Wu Pavilion, him coming here means Tian Wu Pavilion has set its sights on you. If it weren't for the protection of my Xien Jian sect, Nine Swords Mountain could not escape this fate." Seeing Leng Hengsheng, he rushed up, raised his hand to block, and commanded, "Don't be in a hurry for now." With an annoyed look, he thought deeply, "That person named Xiao Xinghe has never shown me respect, perhaps he has no good intentions either. The sect behind these two is something I can't provoke at the moment. How about I let them escape first, so these two dogs can bite each other?" He then instructed his friend Leng Hengsheng beside him, "Later, find an opportunity to take Jiang Yu Yao and Jiang Lan out of here, wait for me 50 miles outside of Tianxian town." Seeing this, he asked with confusion, "Where to?" When he saw him leave, he was stunned and said, "To the Thunder Swamp." As he watched him walk away, he thought deeply, going to the Thunder Swamp, such a dangerous place, isn't that seeking death? But if the sect master has said so, then he must have his reasons. Let's do it. I didn't expect to create such a big commotion, Nine Swords Mountain has no way to stay anymore. If I leave this time, Nine Swords Mountain will definitely fall into someone else's hands. I hope the old man doesn't scold me. With a determined look, Zong Feng thought. 3 years, at most 3 years, I can definitely come back. You are absolutely right, I am here to help you. Then he flew up to attack, causing Shang Tianyi to fearfully retreat. Seeing him say that, Shang Tianyi immediately warily shouted, "Yuzong Feng, what do you mean?" Upon hearing that question, he smiled, and replied, "It's a bit interesting." As for Yuzong Feng, he also smiled happily and responded, "What do I mean?" "It means I want to kill you." At this moment, she became wary and thought to herself fearfully, "Not good, could it be that Master's actions against Jian Tai Xin have been exposed?" Then both of them faced each other, seemingly ready for something to happen. Seeing a group of people preparing to flee, Xiao Xinghe jumped down from somewhere to block them. He crossed his arms and declared, "If you want to leave here, I won't stop you." This left Leng Hengsheng confused as he asked, "Why?" He simply shook his head and replied, "I'm not interested." "Go ahead." Taking advantage of his focus on Yuzong Feng and Shang Tianyi, he slipped away. He crossed his arms and pondered, since the beginning until arriving at Nine Swords Mountain. It is believed that there is a rare treasure appearing in this place, intending to use the rare treasure to resist the Yuaning heavenly tribulation. Unexpectedly, there is a kid under Yuaning who has comprehended sword intent. If he could capture him, he could force out the comprehension method from his mouth. Then he seemed to realize something and happily exclaimed, I have comprehended martial intent, even without the rare treasure, I can still pass the heavenly tribulation. Feeling helpless, Shang Tianyi turned around and said to him, Xiao Xinghe, let's team up to capture him, and then decide who the rare treasure belongs to. How about that? Rein in your thoughts, I am not an idiot. He crossed his arms and retorted disdainfully. Yuzong Fong was on guard, glancing at Xiao Xinghe in front of him, sword in hand, quickly getting into a defensive stance. It seems that this Xiao Xinghe has a very strong sense of self-esteem. I have to drive Shang Tianyi away later, this guy will definitely take action, and I can handle him in this regard. Yuzong Fong initiated the battle, Xiao Daoist friend, how about we join forces? Hearing this from him, Shang Tianyi became even angrier. She suddenly rushed forward, preparing to strike, her heart filled with resentment. The Tianwu Pavilion and the Xien Xien sect are not easy to deal with. Usually, there are constant conflicts among them in Yongning Pearl. Yuzong Fong seems to only be at the true Yuan realm, which is at least mid-level golden elixir realm. If the two of them join forces, I absolutely won't escape. She slashed her sword towards Yuzong Fong. This slash of hers was merely a warning, so he only needed to step back to easily avoid her attack. Knowing his own limitations, Shang Tianyi hurriedly took off after warning Yuzong Fong, just as he had predicted. He wore a satisfied expression as he watched her figure slowly disappear. After all, there's a background, and knowing secret techniques is not uncommon. Now, only Xiao Xinghe and Yuzong Fong remain. Xiao Xinghe sneered and spoke for the next match, the eyesores have left. He excitedly charged forward with the speed of a northeast monsoon, his body radiating a faint golden light. Now it's our turn. Faced with the opponent's enthusiastic action, Yuzong Fong, with a stiff expression, quickly raised his hand to signal in front of him. Wait a moment. Seeing this, Xiao Xinghe also calmed down, standing up straight like an ordinary person. Yuzong Fong raised his hands and feet, hurriedly explaining to him, I know that we will fight each other soon, but do you really hope we will fight in this condition? Both of us have exhausted quite a bit, and I believe you do not want that, right? Xiao Xinghe nodded, reluctantly agreeing with him, you are not wrong, fighting in this state is indeed not to my liking. Yuzong Fong looked at Xiao Xinghe in fear, and with anxiety, wiped the sweat that was soaking his face. Inside, he was restless, thinking, finally, I've managed to deceive him. Even if I fight him, I won't lose, but the longer we prolong it, the more likely unexpected events will occur. He pretended to display a fierce expression, full of determination, fists clenched tightly, shouting firmly, if we are to fight, let us do so in our best form, fair and square. Xiao Xinghe tossed a vial of something over to Yuzong Fong. He gradually agreed with his decision, telling him, I didn't expect you to be so brave. Later, I will spare your life. Inside is a mid-grade pill. It can help you restore true yuan in your body faster. Later, we will have a match for fun. Yuzong Fong gently grabbed the pill bottle. On the surface, he thanked him politely, thank you. But inside, he was filled with contemptuous thoughts. Another mid-tier golden pill. Don't the disciples of the great sect have any brains? This person named Xiao Xinghe is truly two-faced. He tucked the bottle into his clothing, and the mouth of the bottle opened, causing a slight amount of spiritual energy to spill out, mingling with the air. Xiao Xinghe stood there, stroking his chin, completely unaware of Yuzong Feng's scheme. At that moment, Xiao Xinghe was meditating to restore his spiritual energy. A stream of green aura radiated from his body. Suddenly, he opened his eyes abruptly. It turned out that Yuzong Feng had played dirty, attacking him while he was meditating. He soared into the air, creating thousands of swords that flew down towards Xiao Xinghe. Xiao Xinghe was extremely angry, you dare to trick me? Yuzong Feng, thick-skinned, launched his attack while saying to him, it's simply because you lack brains. Seeing the swords about to stab him, Xiao Xing he hurriedly stood up and used his hands to create a barrier to block them, with an annoyed expression at this action. However, the swords created by Yuzong Fong seemed to possess immense power, causing Xiao Xing he's barrier to shatter. Caught off guard by the sudden attack, he was unable to defend himself and ended up spitting blood. Yuzong Fong, unfazed, turned his back and left the scene. He even waved goodbye to Xiao Xing he, saying, "Goodbye." Xiao Xing he could only stand there, dazed. He wiped the blood from his mouth and shouted at Yuzong Fong, "Even if you run to the ends of the earth, I will personally kill you." Scene changed to Tianxian town, where everything was bathed in sunshine and surrounded by green trees. Leng Hengsheng stood with his arms crossed, lamenting to his subordinate, "I wonder how the sect master is doing, I really hope he's okay." The brown-haired guy, with a frown, asked, "Treasure Lord, I don't understand, why do you want to?" Before he could finish, Leng Hengsheng turned around, glaring at him with an expression full of evil energy. He angrily scolded, "Are you trying to teach me how to do my job?" A black-haired guy standing beside him also replied, slightly fearful. He said everyone in the fortress should escape together, but is the treasure lord really worth it? At this moment, both of them felt a bit uneasy. Leng Hengsheng looked at his two foolish subordinates, frowned, and explained, "You don't understand the power of the sect master. If we can learn even half of the techniques from him, it would be enough to use for a lifetime." The other guy, seeing that he was still calm and hadn't done anything to them, continued, "Isn't he just a true Yuan realm cultivator?" Hearing that, he seemed unable to hold back any longer and charged at him, beating him until he was dizzy, his head swollen, and his face bruised. He suddenly stopped and looked in a certain direction with a delighted expression. It turned out Yuzong Fong was flying in the sky, preparing to land near them. His eyes brightened, and he joyfully welcomed him, "The sect master is here. I believe you can easily escape." As soon as Yuzong Fong landed, Leng Hengsheng excitedly rushed out to greet him, "The sect master is here. I knew it would be easy for you to escape." As he touched the ground, he glanced around. "Hoi Leng Hengsheng, how are the others?" He quickly answered, "There were no mistakes on the way, and everyone is safe in the town now." Yuzong Fong still felt uneasy and continued to ask him, "How long until your people arrive in Tianxian town?" Leng Hengsheng gently stroked his chin and replied, "At most half a day." He pointed in a direction and ordered him, "After half a day, bring your trusted people and gather in the open area to the west. By then, I will tell you the specific plan." He immediately complied, "Understood." After Leng Hengsheng left, he looked up at the deep blue sky, hands clasped behind his back, standing in a daze pondering. The two major powers, Tianwu Pavilion and Xianjian sect, in Yongning Pearl had already revealed themselves in unseen places. It was unknown how many more forces were stirring. Unexpectedly, Jiang Lan activated his physique, causing such a great commotion. Yuzong Fong looked down at the sword firmly held in his hand, thinking that his own foundation was still not solid enough. The wind whistled through his clothes as he continued to gaze at the sword. "If my strength were strong enough, my influence large enough, and my background solid enough, who would still dare to provoke me?" The sun has already set behind the mountains, and in a desolate place, Leng Hengsheng is leading a girl back. Yuzong Fong seems to have been waiting for a long time. Leng Hengsheng bows and greets, "I pay my respects to the sect master." The girl he brought glances at Yuzong Fong with a judgmental look. She frowns in disdain and says to him, "Treasure Lord, I don't understand." It turns out her name is Kai, a late-stage true Yuan realm, and she is the second in command of Ji Shang treasure. Seeing Kai so arrogant, Leng Hengsheng turns around and reproaches her, "Kai, do not be disrespectful to the sect master." But there is no need for him to scold her. Yuzong Feng's entire body is ablaze, illuminating the forest. His expression is as cold as ice. This is the sword intent technique. His demeanor makes Kai feel slightly fearful. He looks at her with cold, piercing eyes, and asks her coldly, "Do you understand now?" Kai is no longer arrogant as she was before. Instead, her face shows extreme astonishment, to the point where she freezes in place. Sword intent. A true Yuan realm can comprehend sword intent. He is definitely not simple. Yuzong Fong retracts the flames. He asked her, if you understand, then let's get to the point. His face returned to its characteristic seriousness as he engaged in a serious discussion with the two of them. Currently, the situation at Yongning Pearl is very unfavorable for us. Therefore, I want to go, Leisha, I want to hear your opinions. While Enkai was still hesitant, pondering her decision, Leng Hengxing quickly voiced his opinion. Sect Master, isn't it a bit too risky for us to go to Leisha? After thinking for a moment, Enkai expressed an opinion completely opposite to that of Leng Hengxing. With a determined look in her eyes, she confidently said to Yuzong Fong, I actually believe that going to Leisha is the best option right now. Yuzong Fong seemed to like her decision. He glanced at her and said, your opinion. Enkai began to present her evidence. Currently, the situation at Yongning Pearl is complicated, and the Xian Wu sect and Xian Jian sect have started to take action. After all, the matter concerning Nine Swords Mountain has caused quite a stir, and other forces are beginning to stir as well. Therefore, if we continue to stay at Yongning Pearl, we will sooner or later be discovered. Although Leisha is rampant with demon beasts, it lacks order. There are no rules, which means we still have a chance there. Enkai gently stroked her chin, feeling a bit hesitant. It's just that we have a major problem. Yuzong Fong seemed to read her thoughts. He calmly responded to her. You are worried that our strength is insufficient, that we might die as soon as we enter the Thunder Manor. Enkai was also surprised to hear this. She straightforwardly replied to him, I am indeed concerned about this. Yuzong Fong continuously persuaded her to join his legion. As long as you join my Nine Swords Mountain, those issues will not be a problem. The spiritual energy of the Thunder Manor is abundant, and I am confident that it can elevate everyone's strength to a higher realm in a short period of time. Enkai frowned, her face filled with confusion towards the not-so-simple man before her. So how sure is the sect master? He currently wore a confident expression, affirming to her, 100%. She remained extremely puzzled and continued to ask, so what do I have to do to trust what the sect master says? Upon hearing this, he took out a pill bottle that he had previously obtained from Xiao Xinghe. He intended to answer her, if you didn't trust me, you wouldn't have come here. After Yuzong Fong finished speaking, he controlled the pill bottle to move in front of Enkai. Enkai was still dazed and stiff. The pill bottle emitted an indescribable fragrance. Upon smelling it, she immediately recognized it. The scent of this medicine is from the exquisite quality pills. Just the fragrance seems to have relaxed my mind, as if all problems have been solved. Feeling grateful, Enkai knelt before him to show her appreciation, agreeing to join Nine Swords Mountain. Enkai and everyone from Ji Shang Treasure are willing to join Nine Swords Mountain. Seeing that they were convinced, he took back the pill bottle and reflected on everything. These people now seem genuinely eager to join my ship. It's just that my assets are too little. Enkai had also stood up. Yuzong Fong then threw 2 pill bottles toward them and turned to leave. Before departing, he said a few words to them, let's decide on that. Rest for the night, and we will set off early tomorrow morning. The scene shifted to another place. At this moment, Yuzong Fong was folding his arms and asking the little system fox some questions. System. They are people from my Nine Swords Mountain. Can he return them to me? The little system fox happily replied, sure. Hearing this, he was extremely excited and eagerly said to the system, then what are we waiting for? Hurry up and return them. At that moment, the system panel appeared behind the little system fox. Host gives the pill to a suitable disciple, triggering a 1,000-fold random critical hit reward. Do you want to open it? He felt thrilled and firmly said, open it. A golden pill with dazzling lights surrounded it appeared. The system panel displayed, successfully opened. Congratulations, host, you have triggered a 1,000-fold critical hit, obtaining a low-grade mystical pill, the weakness pill. With this pill in hand, the system also vanished. In Yuzong Feng's hand was a golden pill radiating bright light. He thought to himself, it seems the system's return doesn't necessarily have to be a direct disciple. It just means the return must be reduced in quality. As Yuzong Feng stood on the cliff, admiring the beautiful sunset and majestic mountains before him, he continued to think, but this is already enough. In the Thunder Swamp. As long as the system can return, our chances of success will be much greater. He fixed a determined gaze straight ahead, filled with resolve in his heart, and affirmed, at most, 3 years. We will definitely return in 3 years. The scene shifts to another place, with the image of a sturdy cliff and a clear blue sky. Right in the middle of that peaceful and beautiful scenery sat an elderly man enjoying tea with something resembling his incarnation. Shang Tianyi approached, clasped her hands in front of her, and said, "The external incarnation has succeeded even more for the master." Hearing this, Elder Wang raised his hand, moved a white go piece, then made the incarnation disappear, while asking, "Did you get hurt going to Nine Swords Mountain?" Shang Tianyi replied anxiously, "Disciple knows she was wrong." Upon hearing this, Elder Wang asked, "What is your master Jian Tai Xian's disciple's name?" She replied shortly, "Yuzong Fong." He asked out of curiosity, "What do you think of him?" Shang Tianyi pictured Yuzong Fong surrounded by flickering golden energies like flames in her mind. She replied with a tinge of unhappiness. Yuzong Fong appears to be only at the true Yuan realm, but he has comprehended sword intent. This person is indeed a bit strange. Elder Wang's gaze was sharp as he raised a question, with the comprehension of sword intent, is he at the nascent soul realm? Shang Tianyi shook his head in helplessness and replied, if he were at the nascent soul realm, then the disciple would not have been able to survive and return. At this point, Elder Wang shut his eyes, looking very calm as he said, "So that is the reason for the inheritance of Nine Swords Mountain." She replied with a serious expression, "The disciple thinks so too." He began recounting the previous events. "While you were on your way, I received news. Yuzong Fong and the people from Jishang Treasure have arrived at Tianxian town. Judging by their direction, they are likely heading to Leisha." Shang Tianyi gently bowed and said, "The disciple will arrange it immediately." Elder Wang angrily scolded, "Being hasty, what can you accomplish? Is a mere 9 Swords Mountain worth such treatment from our Xien Xien sect?" He then gave a reminder, "Remember to keep a close watch on Tianwu Pavilion and Zhen Yuan Palace, and don't forget the competition of the 3 sects in 3 years." Shang Tianyi continued to clasp his hands in front of him and replied, "Yes, Master, I understand." "Master, what about 9 Swords Mountain?" Elder Wang raised his hand to his chin, thought for a moment, then spoke, "I recall there is a subordinate sect near the lightning restriction." Immediately, Shang Tianyi's eyes lit up, and he excitedly said, "It's the Tu Xiao sect." Elder Wang raised his hand in front of him and calmly responded, Pass the message there." At Yongning Pearl, in the Tu Xiao sect, it had turned to night. A city was built on a high cliff, with the moon shining gently and brightly, and beautiful stars twinkling in the sky, highlighting the city in front. Gong Yu, the sect master of the Tu Xiao sect, at the great completion of the Golden Elixir realm, proficient in earth cultivation, asked, "As everyone knows, what does the Xien Xien sect want us to do?" An angry gray-haired man said, "It's just a small 9 Swords Mountain, and they want the Tu Xiao sect to take action. I really don't understand what the Xien Xien sect is thinking." A voice rang out from another man stroking his beard, "Sect master, the Xien Xien sect has sent word. So we must follow their arrangements." His name was Shang Gong, elder of the Tu Xiao sect, mid-stage Golden Elixir realm, skilled in formations. Gong Yu curiously asked, "Shang elder, what arrangements are there?" Shang Gong continued stroking his beard and replied, "If this is an instruction from the Xien Xien sect, we cannot carry it out half-heartedly. Let the young sect master handle this matter, it will also show our respect." After hearing this, Gong Yu immediately commanded, "Arrange it this way then." In front stood 3 men with their hands clasped in obedience. He looked straight ahead and asked, "Shang elder, do you have any opinions on this matter?" Shang Gong stroked his beard while expressing his viewpoint. "What the disciple said earlier makes sense, it's just a small 9 Swords Mountain, truly not worth such attention from the Xien Jian sect, unless..." Gong Yu immediately continued, "The Xien Jian sect is plotting something against 9 Swords Mountain, we just don't know what their plot is." Shang Gong seriously added, "I think so too. Sect master, why don't we act quietly then?" Gong Yu began to feel anxious. He reached out his hand and explained, saying one thing and doing another, the Xien Xien sect will have objections to us. At this point, Shan Gong could no longer hold back, spreading his arms wide and shouting in extreme anger, our Tu Xiao sect has depended on the Xien Xien sect for 200 years, providing offerings every year without fail. But what has the Xien Xien sect done? They have left us in such a remote place to face the demon beasts of Loi Trake. Over the past 200 years, how many people have died in our sect? Back then, among those elder brothers, only the two of us are left. Gong Yu sighed helplessly and tiredly. Shan Gong immediately suggested, Sect Master, the only reason the Xien Xien sect can still let us depend on them is that we still have this strength. For several hundred years, the younger generation in our sect has been waiting for us old folks to pass away, and the Tu Xiao sect will really have no way to survive. Sect Master, let me go make arrangements, there will definitely be no problem. He placed his hand on his chest with a determined look and continued, even if the matter is exposed later, and the Xien Xien sect investigates, at most they can only come to me, and I will find a way for the Tu Xiao sect to survive. Gong Yu felt a bit shaken and asked, so how confident are you? Shan Gong replied with determination in his eyes, 70%. After hearing this, Gong Yu fell silent, deep in thought about the matter. Then he extended his hand forward and decisively said, then let's do it. 3 days later, in a certain mountainous area, many people gathered in a clearing. All of them spoke in fear, Sect Master, in half a day we will reach the forbidden area. With the number of people we have, we cannot rush in. Yuzong Fong placed his hand on his chin and said thoughtfully, between the restrictions of Yongning Pearl and the Thunder Marsh, there are also strong forces defending. The restrictions not only prevent demon beasts from invading but also block cultivators in Yongning Pearl from passing through. It truly is a hassle. He then asked Kai in front of him, do you have any plans? She closed her eyes and pondered before answering, I'm afraid we need to find someone from Endao. Kai felt a bit shy and quickly interjected, I have a friend from Endao. Immediately, Yuzong Fong pointed forward and happily gave the order. Kai, this matter will be left for you and him to handle. Kai nervously said, the people from Endao value profit. With so many of us here, I'm afraid the price won't be low. Yuzong Fong stood with his arms crossed, looking very calm, and replied, we can use spirit stones to resolve this, it's not really an issue. I'll take care of this matter. Suddenly, he turned his head to look at him with a meaningful smile, which made Leng Hengsheng in front extremely alarmed. Yuzong Fong gently said, now you are also a person of 9 Swords Mountain, but what is your wealth? Leng Hengsheng was sweating profusely and exclaimed in panic, Sect Master, don't play like this. After that, he could only reluctantly present all his valuable possessions. Leng Hengsheng helplessly spoke in a lifeless tone, Sect Master, this is my little wealth. Yuzong Fong, feeling awkward, said, seeing how stingy you are, I'll just give you back double, right? Leng Hengsheng asked with some disbelief, is it really double? Yuzong Fong decisively snatched the purse and replied, double it is. Once spoken, a word is as certain as a nailed post. He thought to himself, when the system returns later, don't mention doubling or tripling, it won't even make it. As soon as he opened the purse, the shiny green jade stones looked exceptionally beautiful. Yuzong Fong smiled slyly and exclaimed, oh, little guy, you're not bad. You have 2,000 spirit stones. No wonder you can't bear to part with them. Leng Hengsheng raised his hands in helplessness, tears streaming from his eyes, and then exclaimed, it's all blood, sweat, and tears. Immediately, Yuzong Fong grabbed the purse in his hand, turned around, and left. He called out loudly, you all stick to the plan. Jianglan, why don't you follow me? The two girls followed in his footsteps. Leng Hengsheng called out regretfully, Sect Master, remember to return it to me. He cried helplessly and said, I feel like I've been tricked by the Sect Master. Then, in the lush green forest with the wide canopies and the clear sky above, Yuzong Fong began to instruct further, I don't know what other dangers may be lurking. Each of you take 1,000 spirit stones. If any issues arise when the restriction is passed, the two of you should run first. He extended his hand forward and continued, having these spirit stones in a short time, both of you can have some support. Tears of emotion welled up in Jiang Yuyao's eyes. She gratefully said, Master, I don't need it. No matter what happens, I want to be with you. Jiang Lan, standing beside her, also had tears in her eyes. Yuzong Fong gently reminded them, you must remember, you are the third-generation disciples of my Nine Swords Mountain. No matter what happens, you must continue the inheritance of the Nine Swords for Nine Swords Mountain. Jiang Lan knelt down and softly replied, Master, I understand. Then, he extended his hand forward and silently called in his heart, return it to me. A sparkling golden light appeared before his eyes, looking incredibly beautiful and ethereal. The little system fox emerged along with floating clouds and dazzling fireworks. The system panel displayed the message, Host grants the disciple spirit stones that match the conditions. Congratulations, Host has triggered a 10,000-fold critical hit, obtaining 20,000 spirit stones. Yuzong Fong could not contain the joy in his heart, so he covered his mouth with his hand, his body trembling with happiness as he secretly laughed and thought, 20 million spirit stones, my friend, I am wealthy now. Jiang Yuyao saw this and was extremely puzzled, asking, what is the master laughing about? He suppressed his overwhelming happiness and responded, I suddenly thought of something amusing. Jiang Lan clenched his fist seriously, thinking, although the master appears to be laughing, he must be carrying a heavy burden in his heart. I must not disappoint the master's expectations, I cannot let that happen. Next, Yuzong Fong raised 2 bottles of medicine in his hands and said, these are low-grade Xianyuan pills. Right now, you are still in the Gather Qi realm. Later, use this pill and strive to fully unleash its effects, your strength can be upgraded as much as possible. With an increase in strength, there will be an additional opportunity. Jiang Yuyao joyfully replied with tears of happiness, yes, master, I will not let you down. Jiang Lan next to him could not hide his emotional feelings. The two of them respectfully clasped their hands together in front of them. Yuzong Fong faced his palms forward and said, go ahead. He quietly thought to himself, these 2 disciples really give me no cause for concern. To get one item, is it really that easy to trick in every possible way? The little fox system appeared along with a notification on the board, Host has obtained a suitable pill for the disciple. Congratulations to the host for triggering a critical hit 10 times, acquiring the mid-grade Xian class pill, Limitless Pill. He was a bit surprised and said, why do I feel so uncomfortable in my heart? After a while, it was time for dusk to arrive. The sun gradually set on the horizon. Leng Hengsheng looked at the bottles of pills in front of him, his eyes brightened with excitement. He couldn't help but ask in surprise, Sect Master, what do you mean by this? Oh my, they are all mid-grade Xian class pills, is the Sect Master really this wealthy? Yuzong Fong pretended to explain seriously, you are all my people from Nine Swords Mountain, I will definitely not treat you unfairly. You can take these pills and share them among yourselves. He looked up at the distant sky and continued, next, it might be time to take some risks, everyone should level up as much as possible. Under the beautiful dusk sky and a sturdy barrier. Both of them looked up at the sky. Leng Hengsheng replied, I understand now. That night, Zhang Feng lay alone on a stone in the forest, gazing at the sky lost in thought. Pill, on the other hand, did not repay a part. Everything was about the mysterious melody, but spirit stones for the disciple. He complained, indeed, this kind of payment behavior does not yield rewards. The system will not open up returns. It really is a stingy system. At that moment, the sky was filled with the beautiful sight of shooting stars, illuminating the entire sky. While Zhang Feng was wandering in thought, he sensed someone approaching. He startled and sat up, cautiously raising his sword and shouting, who is it? At that moment, hearing footsteps of a girl coming closer, he realized it was Kai, who had gone out with the servant earlier that morning for a task and was now returning. She clasped her hands in greeting and said, it's me, Sect Master. Seeing this, Zhang Feng asked, have you reached an agreement? Okay, but the other party's price is not low, Kai replied. Seeing the troublesome matter of money, Zhang Feng felt a bit worried. But then, he felt reassured with the current situation. He thought, fortunately, I am a wealthy person now, otherwise, would face difficulties regarding spirit stones. Then he thought, so no matter how much the other party asks for, I will agree with him. And Kai picked up the communication talisman and said something as if she were negotiating with the other side. Once done, she reported back to Zong Fong, the other party has scheduled a meeting 3 days from now. The next morning, in a certain house, 2 men were talking to each other through a crack in the door. You say you have news about the 9 Swords Mountain people. Are they preparing to sneak through the restricted area? The man replied, this was Bao Yi, a lackey of Gong Yuan, at peak True Yuan realm. He was an old man with silver hair and an eye patch over one eye. The young man sitting opposite him was Gong Yuan, the sect master of the Tu Xiao sect, son of Gong Yu, at early Golden Elixir realm, specializing in earth-based magic. He confidently responded, my Tu Xiao sect has been guarding the restricted area for 200 years, the restricted area is only 10 miles, and no one can escape from under our noses. Bao Yi saw that this little guy, who didn't understand the world, still dared to be arrogant, thinking to himself, that's just because you're blind, many people have slipped away. How did you manage to get this information? Gong Yuan asked. Bao Yi replied, there is a disciple in the sect who has been doing secret work, I have been watching him for a long time. These people are connected to him. Upon hearing this, Yuan didn't think much and believed it, then ordered, then keep a close watch. Once we get there, we will catch them all in one net. Bao Yi respectfully clasped his hands, understood, I will obey. The scene shifted to dusk, where Shang Gong and Gong Yu were discussing in the main hall. The young sect master was indeed impressive, it was unexpected that he had quickly found out about 9 Swords Mountain. Shang Gong praised him with a smile. Gong Yu, feeling proud, raised his teacup and said, it also depends on whose son he is. What do you plan to do next? Kidnap them? Gong Yu looked at Shang Gong seriously and asked. He remained calm, stroked his beard, and replied, if we kidnap them too obviously, it won't do. I have already made arrangements. After the young sect master achieves his goal, we will silently block and eliminate them. Old Yu heard this and immediately asked, are the mouths of these people secure? Shang Gong held a teacup in his hand and replied confidently, rest assured, sect master, they are all death soldiers trained by the sect, and their backgrounds are very clean. After we capture them, they won't return to the Tu Xiao sect, they will go directly to a secret location. After we extract what the Xien Xien sect is interested in, I will instruct them to silence the witnesses. Even if the Xien Xien sect comes to investigate, they won't be able to uncover anything. Upon hearing Shang Gong's meticulous plan, Gong Yu reassuredly said, as long as everything is arranged properly, that's fine. You do your work, and I can rest easy. In the dark night, with the bright moon and cool breeze, the group from Zong Fong was moving towards the meeting spot. Suddenly, from behind a tree, a voice questioned, who is it? And Kai stepped forward and said, it's me. The person hiding behind the tree turned out to be the long-haired youth she had discussed with earlier. He hesitated and said, there are so many people, the risk is too great. Holding a bag of spirit stones and presenting it towards him, and Kai said, we are aware that the risk is quite high. Therefore, it won't be difficult for you. Here is a total of 10,000 spirit stones as a deposit. If you take us to the restricted area, I will pay an additional 10,000 spirit stones. The guide felt a bit uncomfortable leading the group, but despite his worries, he agreed and reminded, all right, but you must follow my arrangements along the way. After a while, the guide led Zhang Feng's group to the restricted area. Leng Hengsheng was a bit curious and happily started a conversation, brother, I see that you are quite familiar with this place. Are you a patrolling disciple here? Zhang Feng was somewhat surprised by the question, but then he put on a serious face and pondered. Although I don't understand the formation's restrictions, I can sense that the fluctuations of spiritual energy in this area have weakened a lot. After walking for a while, the guide took out a magic weapon that resembled a glowing compass, and from the middle of the air, a moving circle was created. He urged, hurry over, pick up the pace. Zhang Feng took out another 10,000 spirit stones as promised, approached him, and said, thank you, brother. Behind them, there were two individuals who had been following them the whole time. These two individuals are none other than Gong Yuan and Bao Yi. Seeing the Zhang Feng group preparing to step through the teleportation gate, he asked, "Young sect master, they are ready to leave, should we take action?" Gong Yuan confidently stepped forward, declaring, "Capture them all for me, not a single one is to escape." Zhang Feng and the guide suddenly turned around upon noticing someone's presence. The guide shouted to them in an attempt to make them careless, "First, don't move, they might just be passing by." But how could Zhang Feng be easily deceived? He firmly stated, "No, they have come for us." Leng Hengsheng angrily grabbed the guide by the collar, yelling, "Do you dare disrupt the rules?" The guide still refused to admit it, awkwardly justifying, "How could I do such a thing? If I kill you, my own fate wouldn't be any better." Saying this, he continued to urge, "You all should leave quickly, if someone doesn't escape later, just say I was threatened." At this point, Zhang Feng also commanded, "Don't waste time, hurry up. Just relying on you useless bunch, do you think you can escape from me?" Gong Yuan said with a confident and proud expression. He pointed at them, chanting a spell that made the spatial gate gradually disappear in front of everyone's astonished eyes. The guide, terrified, hurried to Gong Yuan, kneeling and crying out for help, "Young sect master, I was threatened by them, if I do not agree, they will kill me." At that moment, Bao Yi appeared behind him, wearing a warm smile and said, "Both the young sect master and I know you are being forced, just go back to the sect and explain clearly, it will be fine, don't be afraid." Seeing this, he smiled bitterly, "Thank you very much, senior brother." But in the blink of an eye, Bao Yi struck the guide on the back of the neck, knocking him out with a direct blow. He foamed at the mouth, lying on the ground, unconscious. Bao Yi coldly said, "Are you insulting my IQ or the IQ of the young sect master? Even in a situation of being threatened, you can come up with such a lie." After a show of intimidation, Gong Yuan, filled with evil energy, wickedly smiled at Zhang Feng and his group. "Do you want to follow me by yourselves or should I help you follow me?" Facing Gong Yuan, who was exuding a strong aura of killing intent, Zhang Feng also unleashed his power, showing no signs of weakness. Zhang Feng furrowed his brows and asked seriously, "Who are you?" Gong Yuan confidently replied, "The young sect master of the Tu Xiao sect." Not open for negotiation, Zhang Feng coldly stated, with a terrifying expression, ready to confront him without any leniency. This man saw that Zhang Feng was not only unafraid but also bold, and arrogantly said, "What are you to be qualified to set conditions with me?" Zhang Feng did not respond to him, he simply slowly drew out his spirit sword, its aura radiating overwhelming power, the blade pointed directly at him. With his passion surging, Zhang Feng declared, "Kill." After saying this, a fiery attack surged from the sword towards Gong Yuan. He remained calm and confident, smiled, and raised his hand, gathering spiritual energy toward his palm, dismissively stating, "Just small tricks." He created a barrier to withstand Zhang Feng's entire attack. "All of them are useless to me." He unleashed green spiritual energy from his whole body, and a giant stone figure appeared behind him. Holding a large axe in his hand, Yuzong Fong charged straight ahead. He was undaunted, his gaze focused intently. The axe blade approached, swinging directly at Yuzong Fong. He raised his sword, unleashing sword chi to directly counter the attack. Leng Hengsheng, witnessing the unpredictable power of these two combatants, quickly raised his hand to shield himself and commanded, "An Kai, protect them, the rest follow me, hold off the others." At that moment, the attacks from both sides collided, creating a powerful shockwave that shook the sky. The battle between Yuzong Feng and Gong Yuan had caused a fissure to form in the ground. After the collision, Zhang Feng remained expressionless and continued to observe. On the other hand, Gong Yuan was somewhat astonished by the enemy's strength, but he refused to accept that his attack had been easily thwarted and shouted, "Sword intent. How can a garbage true Yuan realm like you comprehend sword intent?" Gong Yuan, furious, charged forward with the axe, channeling spiritual energy around it to increase its power, intending to launch a direct attack. Zhang Feng simply swung his sword, continuing to use sword intent to counterattack. A few trivial matters. Two streams of spiritual energy erupted, colliding with each other, creating a terrible explosion before everyone's eyes. The people accompanying Gong Yuan saw Zhang Feng launch a powerful attack that caused the young master to struggle in battle, and they were agitated. What kind of background does that person have to be so formidable? Someone standing next to them quickly reminded, if you shouldn't ask, then don't ask, if you shouldn't know, then don't try to know. However, that person still felt worried and said, if this continues, the young sect master will suffer a great disadvantage. What do we do? Should we intervene or not? A lackey of Bao Yi, seeing the chaotic formation, shouted loudly to restore order, shut up. I will ask for the elders' instructions. This made the disciples following them startled and frightened. However, he himself was very torn, worriedly thinking, the situation is currently very disadvantageous for the young sect master. If we stand by and watch, the young sect master will definitely be in danger. But if we intervene to save the young sect master, then our mission is likely to fail significantly. At the same time, in the main hall, everything seemed quiet under the full moon. Gong Yu and Shan Gong were drinking tea and discussing matters. Gong Yu said, Wen Air and Nine Swords Mountain have already clashed, haven't they? If we count the time, it's probably about to end. The Tu Xiao sect is about to rise again this time. He spoke casually, sipping tea. The two of them were pleased, bursting into loud laughter, unable to contain the feeling that victory was within their grasp. Suddenly, Shan Gong started and received news from the subordinate. Seeing this, Gong Yu asked, Shang Elder, what's wrong? Shan Gong anxiously replied, the young sect master is in danger. Gong Yu couldn't believe his ears and exclaimed, it can't be. Wen Air is a golden elixir realm cultivator, dealing with a little guy from the true Yuan realm, there can't be any mishap. Shan Gong calmly relayed the news from the battle. Yuzong Fong has comprehended sword intent, and among those people, there is also a golden elixir realm. He clenched his fist and continued, I understand why the Xien Xien sect wants this little guy now. Gong Yu slammed his hand on the table and shouted, no matter what it takes, Wen Air absolutely cannot come to harm. He hurriedly ordered, let the disciples take action and save Wen Air. Capture Yuzong Fong. As he spoke, he considered, among the undead, there are 2 golden elixir realm cultivators. I don't believe that little guy is capable enough to stop the combined efforts of 3 golden elixir realm cultivators. On this side, the leader of the undead received the order and shouted loudly, Elder Shang has commanded to rescue the young sect master at all costs, we must bring that young person away. The undead prepared for battle, chanting in unison, understood. Returning to the fight between Zhang Feng and Gong Yuan, it remained extremely intense, shaking the entire forest. The two of them had yet to determine a winner. At this moment, Gong Yuan was attacking continuously, while Zhang Feng moved swiftly to evade and counterattack. Little guy, today I will show you what a golden elixir realm cultivator is. Gong Yuan shouted loudly, striking his axe fiercely towards Yuzong Feng, but he quickly pulled back, easily dodging the attack. A golden elixir realm cultivator is just like this. Zhang Feng mocked, then swung his sword to unleash a counterattack with sword intent. 2 bursts of energy erupted, colliding in midair once again. Witnessing the match between Yuzong Feng and a golden elixir realm was extremely fair, and he even launched a powerful attack that overwhelmed his opponent, leaving everyone watching in astonishment. The power is truly terrifying. Is this the strength of a master? Yuzong Feng unleashed the 3 transformations sword formula to break the consciousness, creating a wave of sword chi surrounded by roaring flames, spiritual energy shooting towards Gong Yuan. He quickly clasped his hands together, channeling his magical energy downward to erect a wall of earth and stone to block the attack. The earth technique, earth flow barrier, managed to withstand the blow. He arrogantly shouted, how can a mere fly sword break my earth flow barrier? But he was gravely mistaken. Just as he finished his sentence, a streak of sword chi pierced through the shield, grazing his face and nearly injuring him, causing Gong Yuan to panic and dodge. Not stopping there, Yuzong Feng continued to use the 3 transformations sword formula to break the heavens. Countless sword intents were continuously generated in the air, violently attacking and tearing through Gong Yuan's defense. He braced himself against the attack but ultimately suffered severe injuries, coughing up blood. How could you break my earth barrier? The battle has been decided. Yuzong Feng coldly stood in front of the trembling Gong Yuan, pressing the sword against his throat, threatening him, "Lift the restriction to let us pass, I can spare your life." "No way, I cannot lose." He still couldn't believe everything was over. Suddenly, Zhang Feng sensed danger and looked to the side. A surprise attack was rushing towards him. Zhang Feng swung his sword to block the strike. 3 subordinates sent by Gong Yuan had arrived. They all rushed in, shouting, "Young sect master, we are here. Another golden elixir realm." Zhang Feng frowned in annoyance. He wanted to end this quickly. The one with spiky hair shouted as he charged directly towards Yuzong Feng, "Save the young sect master, quickly, stop them for me." They surrounded him, cheering. Gong Yuan lay on the ground, laughing triumphantly, taunting, "Ha ha, little guy, today you will definitely die here." One subordinate raised 2 fingers to cast a skill, using earth magic to create a stone pillar. From beneath the ground where Zhang Feng stood, a stone pillar suddenly emerged, attacking. But Zhang Feng quickly jumped aside to dodge. Complaining about the ambush and the shouting, Zhang Feng said, "Why do these people seem like a bunch of fools? Shouting out the names of their skills won't give them any buffs." Zhang Feng swung his sword down, shattering the stone pillar. Gong Yuan had managed to stand up, charging in to attack alongside him, yelling, "Die for me." He struck the ground, unleashing the skill, earth manipulation, stone lance attack. Countless sharp lances made of earth and stone surged from all directions, piercing towards Zhang Feng. At that moment, Zhang Feng was floating in the air, coldly observing. The sword in his hand was ready for this strike. Without lifting a finger, he activated a skill that created a sphere of spiritual energy enveloping his body, blocking all the lances that charged at him, which were all deflected away. Zhang Feng swung his sword, a surge of power igniting flames around him, generating a blazing sword intent that shot straight towards Gong Yuan. The undead warrior hurriedly rushed in front of him, shielding him with his body, and shouted a warning, "Young sect master, be careful." The nameless soldier died on the spot, which terrified Gong Yuan. He was scared and panicked, crawling to another place, running away while crying out in despair. At this moment, he had learned to fear. Running in fright, he thought, "What is the background of Yuzong Feng? How can he be so formidable? I must run." The leader of the subordinates remained on the sidelines, observing. Seeing that Zhang Feng's strength was not ordinary, he pondered, "His strength is not weak. Even a sneak attack would likely not be easy." After thinking, he turned his gaze towards the Enkai meeting. Looking at Yu Yao and Jiang Lan, who were standing vulnerable, he considered, "These 2 girls have always been protected, they must be very important to Yuzong Feng, I can strike from this angle." And Kai was watching the battle of her master when she suddenly realized the danger approaching. She quickly looked back and saw the nameless soldier suddenly rushing towards her, launching a palm strike that sent her flying, while laughing and loudly saying, "You don't know your own strength." And Kai received his palm strike and was injured, coughing up blood. He continued to laugh triumphantly as he charged towards Yu Yao and Jiang Lan. He reached out with both hands, intending to catch them. "Come here, little girl." Caught off guard, the 2 young women panicked and were filled with fear. At that moment, unexpectedly, a scythe-like attack struck straight through one of his arms, leaving the warrior astonished. It turned out to be Yuzong Feng's sword chi descending from the air. Zhang Feng glared angrily and shouted, "You want to die." He was slightly flustered, but quickly used his remaining hand to control Jiang Lan, laughing as he said, "If you want someone, come find me." While speaking, he circulated his energy around his body. In an instant, he used his power to leap into the sky in front of him. Yuzong Feng could only watch helplessly. At this moment, Zhang Feng was not at all flustered. Quick-witted, he turned his head to look behind and discovered Gong Yuan was making a run for it, so he hastened to chase after him, leaving the warrior in fear. A warrior lunged out in front to impede Zhang Feng. This one boasted loudly, "Protect the young sect master, get out of here." Saying this, he placed a hand over his heart and gathered strength. "Little guy, even if you are a golden elixir realm cultivator, you will die under my self-detonation." With that, he used his hand to channel energy into himself, causing chaotic spiritual energy to erupt within his body. Zhang Feng was taken aback and astonished by this self-destructing attack. I never expected these death warriors to be so reckless. A tremendous explosion occurred, with smoke and fire everywhere, making it unclear whether Yuzong Feng was alive or dead. Gong Yuan, who had been fleeing in fear, only dared to turn back and look now. He was drenched in sweat, smiling in relief. I never thought Yuzong Feng would be so formidable. Luckily, there are still some death warriors in the sect, otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to escape. But unfortunately for him, Yuzong Feng had somehow appeared in front of him, perfectly intact, arms crossed. He called out, startling Yuan so badly that he nearly fell. Where do you think you're going? Seeing Zhang Feng, Gong Yuan screamed in fear as if he had encountered a ghost. Zhang Feng, brimming with evil energy, held a sword to his throat. Yuan panicked and said, "You can't kill me. If you kill me, my father will not spare you." Seeing that threats were ineffective, he switched to negotiation, trembling as he pleaded. "Didn't you want to go to Thunder Swamp? I will remove the restriction and let you all out, just spare me." Yuzong Feng paid no attention to his words, his fury burning fiercely as he said, "I wish I could skin you alive." Gong Yuan was threatened by Yuzong Feng with a sword and fearfully said, "My father is the sect master of Tu Xiao sect, spare me, and I will take you to Thunder Swamp." Yuzong Feng thought to himself, this person is the young sect master of Tu Xiao sect, keeping him alive would be like having a trump card. Yuzong Feng retracted his sword, pointed at Gong Yuan, and said, "Let you go. Can you lead us there?" "Don't worry, now you are my little treasure, how could I bear to harm you?" After saying that, Yuzong Feng performed a technique to seal Gong Yuan's acupoints. Gong Yuan heard Leng Hengsheng shout loudly, "Sect master, apart from him, the others have all been dealt with." As he spoke, Leng Hengsheng stomped on Bao Yi's body. Yuzong Feng looked at Gong Yuan's trembling appearance and said with amusement, "I preferred the defiant look you all had earlier." After that, he thought to himself, everyone is injured now, we should leave first and deal with the rest later, or it will become even more dangerous. Then he pointed at Gong Yuan and said, "Take him away, and cripple the cultivation of the others before letting them go." Yuzong Feng's eyes darkened as he spoke clearly. To have them return, send word to Gong Yu that to get his son back, he must bring my disciple here for the exchange. In a house deep in the forest, Jiang Lan was tied up sitting in a corner. The man who had captured her was talking to himself, "Oh no, the young sect master has been captured, this cannot be reported to the sect master." Jiang Lan said, "Are you scared?" The man retorted, "Humph, what am I afraid of?" Jiang Lan replied, "You're worried about how Tu Xiao sect will deal with you. At the same time, I'm also very curious, what do you gain by capturing a child like me?" The man shouted angrily, "Shut up." Jiang Lan calmly smiled, seemingly having irritated the wretched man who had captured her. On the cliff, Yuzong Feng's group was present. Yuzong Feng discussed with Leng Hengsheng and Enkai, "Have they said anything yet?" Leng Hengsheng responded, "Sect master, don't you know? This young sect master is very timid, using force will make him yield, and then he will say everything." He continued. He handed the male lead a notebook. "This is the forbidden technique, sect master, please take a look." After Yuzong Feng took it, the system spoke up, "Congratulations host, you have obtained the royal grade forbidden technique with a 100% success rate, but you must resolve the formation of the restriction area." Yuzong Feng said, "If that's the case, we can rely on ourselves to reach Thunder Swamp at any time. The remaining matter is to find a way to rescue Jiang Lan." He held the scroll tightly in his hand, and Yuzong Feng spoke to the other two, "You two handle your tasks, I am at ease. Pass down the method of the restriction area. During this time, you must also upgrade your strength and master the forbidden techniques." Leng Hengsheng replied happily, "Yes, sect master, I will definitely do this well." The system spoke again, "Host is teaching the divine sect to students that meet the conditions. Congratulations host, you have activated a 100-fold critical strike, gaining the forbidden vision, allowing you to see through the formations of the mysterious grade." Yuzong Feng happily thought, "Great, this is really excellent. At this moment, the system is indeed a great help." Suddenly, he widened his eyes in surprise. The blue rays of light under the night sky are gathering at a point. Yuzong Feng said to Enkai, "I assign you a task, spread this forbidden technique throughout Indao. And Kai was taken aback. Does the sect master want to cause great chaos? Yuzong Fong replied, after all, we don't have a background or any strength, only by creating chaos can we gain an advantage. At the same time, and Kai, you should also find a way to cooperate with the people of Indao. Spirit stones are not a problem. Though he said that, Yuzong Fong was thinking, in my pocket, I have around 20 million spirit stones, that's a considerable amount, ha ha ha. And Kai said to Yuzong Fong, I understand the sect master's intentions, I will get to work right away. Leng Hengsheng chimed in, then I will go too and see if I can extract any information from that little guy. Yuzong Fong waved his hand, go ahead, no matter what it is, just try your best. Yuzong Fong then turned and called, Yu Yao, come here. Yu Yao was startled, knelt down, and cried, Master, I was wrong, I could not protect junior sister well. Yuzong Fong looked at his disciple, a slight smile on his lips, and thought to himself, although my eldest disciple is usually quite careless, fortunately, his nature is not bad. Saying this, he rubbed Yu Yao's head, you are powerless in this matter, Master does not blame you. Yu Yao looked at Yuzong Fong with tears in her eyes and said, Master, Yuzong Fong looked at Yu Yao and replied, work hard on your training, strive to break through to the next realm as soon as possible. Yu Yao made up her mind and said, I will definitely try harder. Days later, Yuzong Fong was observing Yu Yao practice swordsmanship, but in his mind, he thought, these two eldest disciples of mine have no talent in sword Dao at all. It seems I need to help her find another path. Gong Yu's curses rang out, useless person, they are all a bunch of useless people. He continued to angrily scold, Yuzong Fong could not capture him, and Wen Er also suffered losses in there. The two men were so scared that they knelt down on the ground. Shang Gong stroked his beard and said, keeping a useless person is of no benefit, kill him. Bao Yi was led away by two people, and as he was being pulled along, he shouted loudly, spare me. Gong Yu angrily said, send someone to make contact with Yuzong Fong. If they dare to touch my son, I will make their lives worse than death. Shang Gong glanced back at the remaining person and asked, did you hear that? At a massive cliff, the scenery here was extremely majestic. Yuzong Fong was lying on a rock, contemplating these matters. After all, this is all caused by the Xien Xien sect. He frowned, sooner or later, I will make the Xien Xien sect pay for this, otherwise, I will be at a disadvantage. Just then, An Kai appeared and said, Sect Master, the matter you assigned to me has been handled well. Someone is willing to meet us to discuss cooperation. Yuzong Fong asked curiously, who is the other party, and can they be trusted? An Kai replied, the other party still refuses to reveal their specific identity, they only told us to go to Ban Zhongpe to meet them. Yuzong Fong thought to himself, Ban Zhongpe is a gathering place for those in Indao, meeting there, one cannot know what unexpected events may occur. But then he continued. We already know, just arrange this matter. And Kai continued to pull Yuzong Fong to another topic. Sect Master, just now, there was another piece of news from Gong Yuan. In recent years, there have been many dissatisfied voices within the Tu Xiao sect towards the Xien Xien sect. Yuzong Fong responded, this news is very valuable, it seems that the Tu Xiao sect has long harbored treacherous intentions, this matter has taken a turn. Yuzong Fong continued, we can find a way to widen the rift between the Tu Xiao sect and the Xien Xien sect. Wait for both sides to get injured, rescue Jiang Lan, and we will escape to Thunder Swamp. And Kai replied anxiously, the Xien Xien sect has two nascent soul realm cultivators after all, would the Tu Xiao sect dare to turn against the Xien Xien sect? Yuzong Fong replied cheerfully, what if Gong Yuan dies at the hands of the Xien Xien sect? And Kai speculated, at that time, it would be a never-ending outcome. Yuzong Fong replied, in the Yongning Pearl, there are also Tian Wu Pavilion and Zhen Yuan Pavilion, so the nascent soul realm cultivators from the Xien Xien sect would not dare to leave their headquarters. Therefore, those who come can only be golden elixir stage cultivators. If that's the case, the Tu Xiao sect won't have any significant concerns for the time being. And Kai continued, the sect master is very right. Yuzong Fong confidently added, the Xien Xien sect simply wants me. If I transmit the internal voice of the Tu Xiao sect to the Xien Xien sect and then act as bait, I don't believe the Xien Xien sect can truly remain calm. As for the issue of self-preservation, Yuzong Fong cleverly said. He thought to himself, my realm has now reached a bottleneck, and I am about to break through to the golden elixir of the great Tao. Therefore, I cannot take action in terms of cultivation. It seems I can only rely on luck with skills and the divine sect. If only I had a few more disciples. Then, Yuzong Fong happily said to Kai, go call Leng Hengsheng here and tell him I have something to discuss with him. Kai clasped his hands, understood. The sunset had risen above the cliff. While Yuzong Fong leisurely admired the scenery, Leng Hengsheng appeared. Sect Master, you called for me. Yuzong Fong replied, what impressions do you have of my sect during this time? What do you think of me? Leng Hengsheng answered cheerfully, although the current strength of the sect is not strong, I can see that the potential of the sect is very great. Just spare a little more time, and we will definitely be able to become the top sect of Yongning Pearl. Although the sect master does not seem to have a high realm, his strength is very strong. Moreover, if it weren't for the sect master's guidance, I fear I would have continued to live a life of ignorance. Yuzong Fong proudly thought, Leng Hengsheng's strength is not strong, his talent is also mediocre, but this person is very easily deceived and can be used for a long time. He happily said to Leng Hengsheng, I am very pleased that you think this way. I also like your attitude. I did not call you here for any other reason, but just to help you improve your strength. Leng Hengsheng suddenly exclaimed, Sect Master. Our male protagonist then raised his hand to the middle of his forehead. Yuzong Fong ordered, don't talk, just calm your mind and comprehend the essence of my three sons' sword formula. Images of Yuzong Fong performing various techniques with his sword appeared in Leng Hengsheng's mind. Under the evening light, Yuzong Fong retracted his spiritual energy and raised his eyebrows seriously, asking, so, how much have you comprehended so far? Hearing this, Leng Hengsheng frowned, and a hint of disappointment appeared on his face. Leng Hengsheng helplessly said, I am foolish, the sword formula is so marvelous yet I have only comprehended a bit of it from the sect master. Seeing this, Yuzong Fong approached. He gently supported Leng Hengsheng to stand up with both hands, while also softly comforting him. It's okay, if you have any uncertainties next month, just come and find me. Overwhelmed with emotion by Yuzong Feng's words and actions, tears began to fall from his eyes. Leng Hengsheng responded emotionally, I will definitely be loyal to the sect and never forget the gratitude the sect has shown me. With this one statement from Leng Hengsheng, Yuzong Fong smiled brightly. He cheerfully patted his shoulder in praise. As long as you are loyal to the sect, as the sect master, I will absolutely not hide anything from you. Do well, work hard, and who knows, the position of elder might be yours in the future. Saying this, Yuzong Fong turned and left. Before departing, he didn't forget to raise his hand to remind Leng Hengsheng, go on, I need to rest a bit. At this moment, Leng Hengsheng had regained his spirits, and he immediately responded excitedly, I will definitely do my best. Seeing this, Yuzong Fong couldn't help but sigh. He thought to himself, ha ha ha. The workplace, regardless of the era, serves a purpose. Gripping the sword in his hand, Yuzong Fong thought to himself, if it weren't for the fact that his willpower wasn't strong enough yet, protecting himself would be somewhat troublesome. Otherwise, he would take on disciples recklessly and rise through the ranks swiftly. The more Yuzong Fong thought, the more he felt he needed to be more cautious in accepting disciples. He frowned in contemplation, secretly thinking, in the future, when taking on disciples, talent may not be the primary consideration, but they must definitely be loyal and trustworthy. Recklessly maturing is the path of a ruler. Elsewhere, Kai was following Leng Hengsheng. She curiously asked, why did the sect master call for you? When Leng Hengsheng turned around to look, tears were streaming down his face. Kai immediately became alarmed. She hurriedly asked, why are you crying? Only then did Leng Hengsheng, feeling emotional, recount, the sect master just taught me the three-yang sword formula. After that, Leng Hengsheng wiped away the tears lingering at the corners of his eyes and continued, he also told me to do it well, and that I could become an elder of the sect in the future. Upon hearing this, Kai couldn't help but smile. She felt a bit lucky in her heart, secretly thinking, with such a selfless sect master, we can consider ourselves to have a home. Following Leng Hengsheng, the evening light had now tinted the scenery. The road back at sunset seemed to become more special. And Kai resolutely told herself, I need to try harder, so the sect master will also teach me skills. At this moment in Tu Xiao's sect, the surrounding dungeon was dark as ink. Jiang Lan was tied up with her hands and feet against the wall. Her face was covered in numerous wounds. Jiang Lan tightly shut her eyes, seemingly unconscious. Meanwhile, the people from Tu Xiao's sect approached to taunt her. This kid is quite tough, no matter what tricks we use, not a sound comes from her. Yeah, there were times when she even smiled at me, I really hate it. One of the older individuals among the three was wiping the dirt off his hands. As he cleaned, he furrowed his brow and said, take a break for a bit, we'll come back later. Hearing this, one of the others put on a fierce demeanor. He said with interest, what if we use that move? Hearing this, the other person furrowed his brow and reminded, the higher-ups have said she cannot die. At this moment, the three members of the Tu Xiao sect had seen enough and left, leaving Jiang Lan bound there. Suddenly, a voice rang out, catching Jiang Lan's attention, hey, little stinky girl, what's your background? A handsome young man appeared, dressed in what seemed to be very expensive clothing. However, his hands and feet were also shackled, and he leaned against the corner of the wall. At this time, he asked, why does the Tu Xiao sect want to capture a kid like you? Is it for some weird hobby? Jiang Lan, hearing this, felt a sense of doubt. She thought to herself, weird hobby? What does that mean? After thinking, she introduced herself, my name is Jiang Lan, a disciple of Nine Swords Mountain. And you, who are you? Why were you brought here too? Not wanting to stay silent, when it came to the matter of being caught, Fan Jian expressed his anger and replied, my old man offended the Tu Xiao sect, but too bad his talent isn't on par with others, and they wiped out our whole family. His eyebrows tightly knitted together. Every word spoken was filled with rage. He continued, now I am all alone, brought here without knowing what those bastards want to ask me. Jiang Lan looked at him, and there was an involuntary pity in her eyes. She thought to herself, he seems very calm, but inside he must be suffering a lot. On this side, Fan Jian also observed her silently. Seeing the expression on Jiang Lan's face, Fan Jian frowned and said irritably, hey, little girl, don't show such sympathetic expressions. Then he also asked the question that had been on his mind for a long time. Fan Jian crossed his arms, looked at Jiang Lan, and asked, but what about you? The Nine Swords Mountain, which doesn't sound famous, doesn't anyone come to save you? Jiang Lan had great faith in Yuzong Fong. She replied firmly, that's right, master will definitely come to save me. Fan Jian curiously asked, master? While speaking, he pointed at Jiang Lan, looking at the small girl in front of him with disbelief, so he continued to ask. Normally, only elders and the sect master have specialized masters in the sect. What kind of a master could a kid like you have? What realm is your master? Speaking of masters, Jiang Lan's eyes immediately lit up. She happily replied, my master is a true Yuan realm cultivator. He is very powerful. Fan Jian, upon hearing this, was puzzled and wondered, true Yuan realm? In the end, he couldn't help but burst out laughing, tears streaming down his face from excitement. While laughing, Fan Jian said, ha, a true Yuan realm cultivator. You expect a true Yuan realm cultivator to come save you? I think your master would be so scared he would wet himself and abandon you. You should face reality. Seeing this, Jiang Lan became angry. She immediately argued back, refusing to let anyone mock her master. Jiang Lan shouted, you're so annoying, I won't allow you to talk about my master like that. My master will definitely come to save me. Fan Jian continued to mock her. Holding his stomach, he pointed at Jiang Lan, laughing uncontrollably, and continued to tease, ha, what a stupid little girl. What kind of foolish master do you actually have to take on such a stupid disciple like you? Is your sect specialized in nurturing fools? Jiang Lan had had enough at this point. Her face turned red, blood chi surged, and in anger, she shouted, you are not allowed to insult my master and Nine Swords Mountain. Apologize to my master immediately. Jiang Lan's loud shout made Fan Jian unable to contain his laughter. He froze, staring blankly. Ah. Fan Jian thought to himself, this little girl is really petty. How could your so-called master deceive someone as innocent as this little girl? Moreover, this little girl's personality is not the type I can handle. Then, Fan Jian regretfully raised both hands, indicating he had given in to her. He dared not laugh anymore and awkwardly said, all right, I admit I said something too harsh before. I'm sorry. But your master won't come to save you. The experts of the Tu Xiao sect are numerous, and even the Golden Elixir realm can't do much, let alone the True Yuan realm. At this moment, someone from the Tu Xiao sect was also approaching. Fan Jian quickly noticed someone coming. He frowned, glanced in one direction, and thought to himself, oh, someone has arrived. At this moment, the disciple in charge of guarding the dungeon of the Tu Xiao sect respectfully bowed to them. Greetings, sect master, Shang Elder. At this time, Shang Gong and Gong Yu had both arrived at the prison. Shang Gong spoke up first, asking sternly, still not saying anything. The disciple replied, report sect master, this child's mouth is very tight, she won't say anything. Upon hearing this, Shang Gong moved closer to where Jiang Lan was tied up and instructed the disciple of the Tu Xiao sect. You may leave. After receiving the order, he respectfully clasped his hands and bowed. Subordinate obeys. At this moment, Jiang Lan turned her head in disdain, looking away, unwilling to face these people. Shang Gong then approached, lifted Jiang Lan's chin, and turned her face to face him. Shang Gong chuckled coldly, beginning to interrogate. What is your name, little girl? What is your relationship with Nine Swords Mountain? Upon hearing this, Jiang Lan resolutely turned her face away. She snorted coldly, not paying any attention to him. Humph. Shang Gong then revealed a cunning smile. He faced Jiang Lan directly and crudely said, stubborn, I hope you won't speak up later. Immediately after, Shang Gong stepped back a little. At this moment, Jiang Lan was tightly bound, kneeling on the ground. A circle of spiritual energy was swirling around her. Shang Gong had also begun to channel spiritual energy into the formation. The spiritual energy below started to vibrate more violently. At this moment, Jiang Lan was lifted up by the wind from the formation. The wind continuously howled, sweeping over her skin, making Jiang Lan scream in pain. Ah! The flow of spiritual energy from Shang Gong operated, and the winds continued to roar, forming a fierce whirlwind that engulfed Jiang Lan's small body in the middle. Shang Gong did not stop increasing the spiritual energy. He smugly said, in this formation, there are 3,600 winds, each gust is like a knife. With every passing second, you will be scratched by these 3,600 knives. Fan Jian beside him had seen and witnessed everything happening. He couldn't help but shout at Shang Gong, hey, you old bastard, you don't need to use such cruel tricks on a girl, do you? Shang Gong was furious to see someone so impudent daring to interfere in his affairs. He cast spells at Fan Jian while loudly shouting, it's not your turn to teach me, shut up. A flash of blue light swept across Fan Jian's face, causing drops of blood to fall. Fan Jian furrowed his brow in pain, making him clench his teeth tightly. At this moment, Shang Gong intensified his efforts. He continuously infused spiritual energy into Jiang Lan's spell formation, completely losing his patience and sternly ordering, speak. Despite enduring pain, Jiang Lan still wore a smile on her face. She resolutely said, I won't say anything. Upon hearing this, he became furious, grinding his teeth together, his expression filled with irritation. Humph. Finally, Shang Gong released her, retracting the spell formation. Jiang Lan collapsed to the ground, weightless. Seeing Jiang Lan lying there, Fan Jian yelled angrily, damn it, those bastards from the Tu Xiao sect. He quickly knelt down, carefully examining Jiang Lan's condition, worried and wondering, what now? I can't just ignore it, the little girl could die. In the end, Fan Jian let out a sigh and said, there's nothing I can do, who told me to be soft-hearted. I have no choice but to use that formation. Immediately afterward, Fan Jian's hand touched the ground, and a green formation appeared. This formation enveloped Jiang Lan, seemingly healing the wounds on her body. Switching scenes, in a courtyard, Gong Yu seriously asked, Shang Gong, can't even Elder Shang extract any information from that child? Hearing this, Shang Gong stroked his beard and said, it seems searching for clues on her is futile. At that moment, Gong Yu, filled with a dark energy, frowned and shouted angrily, then issue a warrant for her capture. Then Gong Yu directly ordered his disciples, sternly instructing, whoever captures the remaining member of Nine Swords Mountain will be rewarded with 100,000 spirit stones within 3 days. No matter what it takes, we must find the remaining member of Nine Swords Mountain. Elsewhere, Yuzong Fong was walking with Kai. Yuzong Fong cautiously extended his hand, glancing around. Suddenly, he seemed to notice something ahead. Beautiful mountains and scenic views lay in front, with majestic sect buildings on both sides. The immortal pill cranes flew back and forth in front of the two people, the scenery filled with immortal weapons. Kai then said, in front is Ban Zhangpe, people from Endao have gathered here within 100 miles. The person we want to meet is here. Kai also cautiously continued, but in Endao, there are a few different factions, so we must be a bit careful when interacting with them. Yuzong Fong understood her meaning about this, and he was aware as well. He frowned and replied seriously, yeah, got it, let's be careful and try not to cause any trouble. Kai frowned and added, the sect master is right, and Dao has its own rules. As long as we follow the rules, there shouldn't be any incidents. At this point, the two had stopped at a restaurant in the town. The waiter respectfully asked, what would you two gentlemen like to eat? Hearing this, the two calmly replied, just a pot of tea will be fine. The waiter then brought out the tea, serving the two. Kai and Yuzong Fong sat at opposite corners of the table in the restaurant. They were not alone, but there were countless other people as well. Yuzong Fong lifted a cup of tea to drink and glanced around. Suddenly, a mocking voice rang out, I didn't expect we had a pale-faced guy here too. A thug from the next table, with a fierce face and a long, menacing scar, spoke up. The other guy sitting next to him was just as rough. The scar-faced man sneered at Yuzong Fong and said, pale face, who knows whose bed partner you are? Kai couldn't hold back her anger and slammed the table. She stood up and yelled at him, you're disgusting. However, the expression on Yuzong Feng's face remained as indifferent as ever. Calmly, he raised his teacup and reminded them, don't stir up more trouble. Ignored by Yuzong Feng, the scar-faced man swaggered over. He cracked his knuckles, looking ready to fight. At the same time, he arrogantly said, we speak and you dare to ignore us. Brother, he looks down on us. The guy behind him also revealed a crude expression and retorted mockingly, just a true Yuan realm and yet he dares to act so arrogant, let's teach him a lesson he'll never forget. However, when the two of them were about to act, they suddenly froze. At that moment, their attention shifted to the two newcomers. Their eyes revealed a look of fear. A woman and a man stepped in together. They exuded an extraordinarily noble aura. The man was Zhu Tang, at the peak of the golden elixir stage, and the woman beside him was Shiryu, at the 5th layer of the golden elixir stage. Seeing this, the scar-faced man immediately showed signs of fear, his pupils contracted, and his movements became stiff. He thought to himself, why is this ominous being here? Realizing who had arrived, he quickly clasped his hands in a respectful gesture and said, greetings, Zhu Senior. May I ask if you have any instructions? However, Zhu Tang immediately brushed past him, completely ignoring a nobody like him. Zhu Tang approached Kai, and in front of the astonished expressions of the other two, coldly asked, are you an Daoist friend? Kai quickly clasped his hands and cautiously replied, Kai greets you, Senior. The other two were instantly taken aback, their faces soaked in sweat from the pressure. They both shared the same thought, they are acquainted with Zhu Tang, what background do they actually have? It was at this moment that Shiryu finally spoke. She said softly, if you don't want to die. Although the soft words came from the beauty, the other two, after cautiously glancing over, suddenly had their faces darken with fear. Shiryu smiled in what seemed to be an innocent manner and uttered a single word, get out. The terror emanating from Shiryu was too frightening. The two didn't dare to hesitate and immediately fled. Yes, 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 we will leave right away. Zhu Tang then noticed Yuzong Feng. He turned to him and coldly asked, "This gentleman is the boss, right?" Yuzong Fong did not deny it. He carefully clasped his hands together and replied, "Greetings, senior." Shiryu, from behind, also carefully assessed the situation. She raised her hand to her chin, silently thinking, "I didn't expect him to be so young." Shiryu then continued Ju Tang's line of questioning, "May I ask what Daoist friend you seeks us for?" Yuzong Fong directly placed a bag of items on the table. Seeing this, Ju Tang curiously asked, "What is this?" Yuzong Fong smiled and answered, "This is a deposit. Inside will be a number that will satisfy you, senior." Ju Tang glanced over with a questioning look and thought, "Indeed generous, 1,000,000 spirit stones as a down payment." Even so, Ju Tang frowned and said, "Isn't this a bit difficult?" Yuzong Fong smiled and replied, "So the spirit stones should satisfy the senior." Ju Tang sighed, closed his eyes, and said, "I am not interested even if there are more." Yuzong Fong raised an eyebrow and asked, "Are you not satisfied with this amount?" Ju Tang cleverly responded, "No, I am very satisfied with the spirit stones, it's just that your job comes with a risk of life. You might have a life to earn money, but not to spend it." Hearing this, Kai hurriedly asked, "What does the senior mean by that?" Ju Tang calmly replied, "In Endao, news travels very quickly." At this point, Yuzong Fong understood the deeper meaning behind Ju Tang's words. He comfortably replied, "We understand now." Ju Tang then expressed his curiosity towards Yuzong Fong. He frowned and asked, "But how can you take out so many spirit stones in such a short time? Aren't you afraid I might run off?" Yuzong Fong, on the contrary, remained very calm. He cheerfully replied, "The senior can try, but I also trust the senior. He is not a narrow-minded person." Upon hearing Yuzong Feng's words, Ju Tang couldn't help but laugh heartily. He was extremely excited and said, "Haha, I haven't seen such an interesting junior in a long time." Then, he added seriously, "You should go back first. I will think about it for a while, and once I've thought it through, I will come to find you." And Kai looked surprised and asked, "Senior, do you know where we live?" Ju Tang had nothing to hide and said casually, "Of course, didn't I mention that Endao's news travels fast?" Thus, having reached an agreement, Yuzong Fong led Kai away, leaving Ju Tang and Shiryu behind. Before leaving, Kai made sure to turn around and greet them politely. Once they had left, Shiryu curiously asked Ju Tang, "Big brother, what do you think of those two?" Ju Tang showed an excited expression and replied, "The junior has a lot of spirit and is interesting. I am quite interested in getting to know them." Upon hearing this, Shiryu hesitated a bit and wondered, then if they have a grudge against the Tu Xiao sect, why don't they agree to cooperate with them? Ju Tang immediately continued, "The Tu Xiao sect has been a restricted area for 200 years, and even though it has weakened somewhat in recent years, even a sickly camel is still larger than a horse. We should still be a bit more cautious." Shiryu instantly understood his meaning. She smiled and replied, "Big brother is right. After all these years, we've waited this long, so we shouldn't be too concerned about this little bit of time." At this moment, Ju Tang noticed the cup of tea placed on the table. He picked it up and took a sip, then carefully instructed Shiryu, "Inform Song Pang about their movements, so they can investigate the situation of this little guy. There's no need to say too much, just ask him if he is interested in the bounty of the Tu Xiao sect." Upon hearing the name Ju Tang just mentioned, Shiryu appeared confused. She hesitated and said, "Song Pang is at the 7th level of the Golden Elixir realm. Isn't that a bit precarious?" Ju Tang, on the other hand, was very interested. He smiled, took the cup of tea in his hand, and calmly said, "If he wants to cooperate with me, how can he do so without showing any real ability?" In another location, the scene shifted to a cave. In front of the cave, there is a lake, surrounded by dense trees outside the cave. The weather today can be described as particularly beautiful. On the surface of the lake, one can clearly see the blue sky and white clouds. A plump man is sitting focused on cultivating on a rock ledge. At that moment, a visitor arrived to see him. Song Xing opened his eyes and coldly asked, "Who dares to intrude on my cultivation cave?" At that time, Shiryu smiled. She gently said to Song Xing, "Song Daoist friend, it's only been a few days since we last met. Have you already forgotten me? Song Xing did not beat around the bush and directly asked the question, what are you doing here? Shi Yu also spoke plainly, happily answering, I came to, of course, give spirit stones to Song Daoist friend. Upon hearing this, Song Xing showed a look of suspicion. He knew well that no good things come knocking at one's door. He narrowed his eyes and skeptically asked, what do you mean? Shi Yu then made her proposition, the Tu Xiao sect has a bounty of 100,000 spirit stones for Yuzong Fong, I wonder if Daoist friend is interested. Hearing this, Song Xing questioned, what exactly do you want? Shi Yu then raised her hand to her mouth and couldn't help but chuckle softly. She replied softly, I just wanted to ask if the Daoist friend is interested, if not, I can find someone else. At that moment, Song Xing spoke directly, exposing her true intentions, if this little guy is as lucrative as you say, would you really be willing to share the cake with me? Shi Yu sighed deeply. In front of Song Xing, she began to follow the script she had prepared. Shi Yu continued, elder brother has a very good reputation in Endao, there are some matters that cannot be placed outside, do you understand? Shi Yu directly put forward her condition, if you agree, I will tell you their whereabouts. Song Xing was silent for a moment, stroking his beard with a pensive expression. Soon after, he finally spoke, his tone serious, all right. Meanwhile, in another part of the sky, Yuzong Fong and Enkai were flying together on their swords. Suddenly, Yuzong Fong remembered something, and he felt a wave of unease rise in his brow. He thought to himself, why do I feel like something is not right? Worried in his heart, Enkai noticed his expression and asked curiously, Sect Master, is there anywhere that is not satisfactory? Hearing this, Yuzong Fong calmly replied, it's fine, let's go back first and then discuss the next plan. Suddenly, Yuzong Feng's eyes widened, and his brows furrowed. Yuzong Fong was extremely astonished to discover something. At that moment, a huge, powerful hand of spiritual energy appeared right in front of them, blocking their way. Yuzong Fong shouted loudly, be careful. He swung his sword directly, and a blazing flame cut towards the hand. Yuzong Fong yelled, and immediately after, a massive explosion occurred in the sky. The power was incredibly strong, and dust filled the air. At this moment, Song Xing had also appeared high above, confronting Yuzong Fong. He smiled smugly and said, little guy has some tricks. Yuzong Fong carefully recalled Zhu Tang he had encountered before. His gaze revealed determination, and he thought to himself, I have been very careful on this journey, so Zhu Tang must have revealed my whereabouts. But what benefit would that bring him? At this moment, Song Xing was blocking their way in front. Yuzong Fong had no choice but to take action. He tightly gripped the sword in his hand and spoke coldly, if you want my head, let's see if you have the skill to take it. At that moment, Song Xing clasped his hands together, performing a series of gestures to mobilize spiritual energy. Countless hands appeared behind him. Song Xing arrogantly replied, you don't know your own limits. Following that, Yuzong Fong refused to back down and directly used his sword. Immediately, a multitude of blazing golden sword phantoms appeared. Yuzong Fong scoffed coldly. These sword phantoms charged toward Song Xing. Instantly, the hands of spiritual energy he created were also rendered ineffective. Song Xing himself suffered injuries from several sword attacks. Song Xing struggled greatly to defend himself. At that moment, he could no longer underestimate his opponent. He frowned and concentrated on retaliating. Once again, Song Xing mobilized his spiritual energy, and he had to admit that the sword formula was indeed formidable. Soon after, Song Xing unleashed circular spirals of spiritual energy. The sword formula was gradually swept along. Just when Song Xing thought he had completely blocked Yuzong Feng's attacks, he smiled triumphantly. He shouted, little guy, you can't take this anymore, can you? At this moment, Yuzong Fong did not know when he had appeared behind him. He channeled spiritual energy into the sword. Countless spirit swords appeared behind him, shining brightly against the backdrop of the evening sky. Yuzong Fong coldly said, humph, you have used all your strength, but I have not. Immediately after, Yuzong Feng's gaze was filled with determination. He decisively said, release your power. Then, Yuzong Fong swung his sword down. Countless sword shadows with tremendous power began to attack simultaneously. 3 Yang sword formula breaks the ground path. The spirit swords, engulfed in fierce flames, fell down. Once these spirit swords fell, they immediately caused an enormous explosion. The fire engulfed an entire area. After a while, the blaze began to dissipate. Song Xing, heavily injured, clutched his arm. Yuzong Fong, resolute, pointed his sword at him and coldly said, "I give you a chance to survive." Yuzong Fong coldly asked further, "Tell me, how did you know my whereabouts? I could spare you from death." Seeing this, Song Xing angrily replied, "Stop wasting words, just kill me. And Dao has its own rules." Looking at his unyielding demeanor in the face of death, Yuzong Fong was astonished and asked whether rules were even more important than life itself. At this moment, Yuzong Fong no longer wanted to waste time lingering with him, and he coldly pressed his sword against him, decisively saying, "Rules? Fine, that will save me some breath." Immediately after, Yuzong Feng's gaze turned cold. Countless spirit swords materialized behind him. Yuzong Feng raised his sword, and with a single downward strike, he could very well bring all the spirit swords down upon Song Xing. Feeling as though he was about to face death, Song Xing gave up and tightly closed his eyes. A blazing light illuminated his face as a massive fireball incinerated a stretch of forest in an instant. Slowly, Song Xing opened his eyes, beads of sweat covering his face. At that moment, his eyes widened in shock. A deep pit had formed between the two. A few sparks were still falling down. At this time, Yuzong Feng stood tall with his sword pointed at Song Xing. Song Xing still did not understand what had happened and asked in astonishment, "Yuzong Feng, why aren't you killing me?" Yuzong Feng struck down on Song Xing's shoulder with one hand, knocking him unconscious. At this moment, Song Xing was unconscious, lying on the ground. After Yuzong Feng had handled everything properly, Kai approached him with an admiring expression and said, "The mid-stage golden elixir is not a match for the sect master. The realm of sword Dao of the sect master is becoming increasingly profound." Kai smiled to herself, thinking, "If I could learn even half of the techniques in the sect master's hands, it would be enough for me to use for a lifetime." At that moment, Yuzong Feng turned around, smiled, and said to her, "I see your efforts. Do your job well, and Nine Swords Mountain will not treat you unfairly." With these words from Yuzong Feng, Kai immediately knelt on one knee and sincerely replied, "Yes, Kai will definitely not disappoint the sect master's expectations." Yuzong Feng looked towards the unconscious Song Xing, feeling a sense of concern in his heart. He thought to himself, "Now, a mid-stage golden elixir cultivator is not my opponent, but I wonder how many stronger forces are waiting for me in the future. I should quickly improve my strength." Yuzong Feng raised his eyebrows, smiled, and thought, "I still haven't asked the system about teaching the 3 Yang sword formula to Leng Hengsheng last time. I don't know if I can use the reward to return it. I can only try to bug once, so what if it succeeds?" Yuzong Feng immediately used divine consciousness to communicate with the system. "System, return it to me." At that moment, the system panel and the little fox system appeared. The system panel clearly stated, "Teach the 3 Yang sword formula to students who meet the conditions, open to return with 1,000 times random crit." "Do you want to open it?" Thinking of the reward, Yuzong Feng immediately showed interest. He decisively said, "Open." The system panel then displayed a series of notifications, "Successfully opened, congratulations, host has activated with a 500 times crit. Due to the host's realm limitations, the reward has been converted to realm sword intent. Congratulations, host has obtained realm sword intent, the sword can now be controlled at will to exceed sect." At the same time, the system panel also provided instructions on how to practice. The sword can now be controlled at will to exceed sect, allowing initial control over sword intent. The little fox system couldn't help but smile in interest. Notifications continued. Checking found that the host has misused the reward items, maliciously engaging in bugging. Warning issued once. If the host allows this behavior to continue, punishment will be ensured, and they will never raise their hand again. When Yuzong Feng saw this, he became angry and gritted his teeth. He raised his middle finger straight up to the sky. Note that this is a commonly understood friendly hand gesture internationally. At the same time, Yuzong Fong also grumbled and said in a low voice, "Consider yourself impressive." After a moment, Yuzong Fong realized his own actions. He was utterly speechless, and Kai then looked at him with wide eyes in shock. She hesitantly said, "Sect Master, why did you suddenly raise your hand? Didn't Kai do something wrong, causing dissatisfaction from the sect master?" Yuzong Fong felt a bit embarrassed, so he cleared his throat. He frowned and replied firmly, "It has nothing to do with you. I just suddenly thought of something unpleasant." And Kai then turned to Song Xing and asked for Yuzong Feng's opinion. "Sect Master, this person can no longer resist, should we?" And Kai then frowned, her expression darkened. She made a gesture with one hand across her throat, indicating she wanted to cut Song Xing's throat. Yuzong Fong naturally saw this as well. At this moment, Yuzong Fong waved his hand. A strand of spiritual energy flew out from it, carrying a dantian. He said calmly, "Just do as you see fit," and Kai immediately knelt down, breaking into a silly smile. She continuously pondered, the most precious thing for a golden elixir cultivator is the golden elixir in their body. The sect master has clearly rewarded me with the golden elixir, and Kai immediately shouted, "Thank you, sect master, for the reward." Yuzong Fong felt a bit uncomfortable upon hearing this. He thought to himself, "What did I reward? And Kai thanks me for giving her a man. Do cultivators in this world all like this?" With this misunderstanding, Yuzong Feng's face looked somewhat lewd. He gave a faint smile, cleared his throat a few times, and encouraged in Kai, "There's no need to thank me. After all, this is only natural. You must take care of yourself and not harm your body." Upon hearing this, Kai felt a jolt of electricity pass through her. Her eyes widened as she realized, the words just now seem to indicate that the sect master has pointed out something for me. I understand now. And Kai clasped her hands together, feeling joy in her heart for the future illusion realm, thinking to herself, although the golden elixir is greatly beneficial for my cultivation, if I become too greedy, I will definitely overdo it and end up harming myself. Just follow the steps, establish a solid foundation, and then you can enter the golden elixir realm. The sect master has a heavy debt of gratitude towards me. I definitely cannot let down the sect master's expectations. And Kai cheerfully shouted, "Thank you, sect master, for your guidance. And Kai will surely remember your words." Meanwhile, from a distance, Shiryu was quietly observing them. She had also watched the previous match. At this moment, Shiryu had to admit, this Yuzong Fong is truly mysterious. Although he only possesses cultivation in the true Yuan realm, he is no less formidable than a cultivator in the golden elixir realm. She furrowed her brows, thinking, with such a terrifying sword intent, could he really be an old monster from the nascent soul realm? But the information I've gathered indicates that Yuzong Fong has only been cultivating for less than 10 years. Shiryu thought to herself, forget it, I'll report everything I've seen to my brother first, and let him decide the rest. With that, Shiryu's figure gradually disappeared among the falling petals. Seeing the suddenly appearing petals in this desolate place, Yuzong Fong immediately sensed something unusual. He chuckled coldly and said, "We knew right away that this matter couldn't be as simple as that." Hearing this, Kai became curious and asked, "Why does the sect master say that?" Yuzong Fong frowned and replied, "Someone is secretly watching us." Upon hearing this, Kai couldn't help but break into a cold sweat. She thought to herself, how terrifying is the sect master's cultivation that I couldn't detect anything at all. Immediately afterward, Yuzong Fong unleashed a sword move, 3-yang sword formula, breaking the sky technique. Circles of spiritual light directed toward a certain location. Yuzong Fong coldly revealed the opponent. He said sternly, "You're here, and you want to leave. It won't be that easy." Yuzong Fong executed a move. Although his brows furrowed, his face still showed delight. He thought, not bad, not bad. Although it's only the Accede sect stage of the sword of free will, my sword intent can already disregard the sword formula. Shiryu above also smirked. She thought, I didn't expect to be discovered so quickly. Yuzong Fong really has sharp observational skills. The scene was truly beautiful. Shiryu soared above in her red robes, cherry blossom petals gently falling. Yuzong Fong looked up at her. And Kai looked at him with admiring eyes. She thought to herself, even though this is not the first time I've seen the sect master draw his sword, I feel that his sword is sharper than ever. After looking at each other long enough, Yuzong Fong smiled and spoke first. Shiryu, don't tell me you happened to pass by here, I won't believe it. Shiryu, charming against the backdrop of the cherry blossom trees, smiled with her luscious red lips and replied, if I said I was infatuated with you, the sect master, and couldn't resist following you here out of longing, would you believe me? He stroked his chin, teasing Shiryu, am I really that handsome? It seems that being a handsome guy is also a mistake, as it easily leads to misunderstandings. And Kai, standing beside them, became angry and shouted, Shiryu, what exactly is your purpose in arranging all of this? If not, don't blame Nine Swords Mountain for not showing any mercy. Suddenly, someone interrupted the conversation. Shiryu's face darkened, and she replied, is there any part of the conversation with the sect master that concerns you? Saying that, Shiryu raised her hand and directly sent her energy towards Kai. She scolded, there's no order here. I'll take it upon myself to discipline you for the sect master. And Kai was taken by surprise and her body was immobilized as if she were hit by a hidden attack. She thought to herself, is Shiryu a practitioner of the Golden Elixir realm? Can I block her attack? Yuzong Fong immediately rushed over, slashing his sword to break Shiryu's attack. He turned back and said to his disciple, and Kai, step back. She quickly replied, yes, sect master. And Kai stuck out her tongue, teasing Shiryu. She smugly thought, even in this situation, the sect master still remembers to protect me. Compared to a wild woman like you, the master cares about me more. After Kai left, Yuzong Fong said to Shiryu, even if Kai has done something wrong, it's not up to you to teach her a lesson. Now tell me, what is your purpose with Ju Tang? If not, don't even think about leaving today. He continued with a slightly threatening tone. Shiryu smiled, sect master truly does not understand the nuances. How could a weak woman like me possibly be a match for sect master? Suddenly, she lunged forward, releasing a stream of pink light from her throat. Her face became flushed. In a gentle voice, she said, sect master, be careful. Under my enchantment, one could fall in love easily. He simply brushed it off, and the enchantment was broken. Proudly, he said, don't be reckless, I am single by choice based on my own strength. After that, Yuzong Fong soared up and directly executed the Three Suns sword formula, breaking the sky technique. He said, Miss Shiryu, it's better to clarify things before you leave. Shiryu smiled, if sect master doesn't accept the good intentions of others, it would be quite heartbreaking. At that moment, Shiryu had been struck by one of his swords, yet she remained calm and playful. Then she vanished with the falling peach blossoms, leaving him with a remark, forget it, I'll go back and report to my elder brother. Yuzong Fong stood there, watching her leave. He frowned, thinking to himself, such slippery spells. With Shiryu on guard, it's impossible to hold on. Once he finished, he turned to Kai and said, Kai, let's head back. Shortly after, Ju Tang was sitting in meditation at the tea table. This scenery is truly picturesque. He raised his teacup and glanced out towards the entrance. Seeing Shiryu, Ju Tang asked, what is Yuzong Feng's strength? Shiryu walked into the room, holding her stomach wound, blushing as she replied, although Yuzong Feng is only at the true Yuan realm, his combat power is not weaker at all compared to a mid-stage golden elixir realm cultivator. Song Xing has already been defeated by him. Ju Tang suddenly showed a surprised expression and asked, are you injured? Shiryu's face turned red, and she avoided the question, I was discovered by Yuzong Feng on my way, and we exchanged a few moves. As soon as Shiryu finished speaking, Ju Tang had her sit across from him and directly checked her pulse. He frowned, looking incredulous as he replied, I didn't expect that a little guy at the true Yuan realm could comprehend sword intent so exquisite. Even you couldn't avoid being harmed by the opponent's sword intent. Ju Tang thought for a moment and then smiled, this is a bit interesting. Let me deal with him. Not long after, Ju Tang activated his skill. He said, up, and suddenly a powerful spiritual energy surrounded him, lifting him into the air. It turned out that the source of this spiritual energy was a stone dragon. Its speed of movement was astonishing. On this side, Yuzong, Fong and Enkai had been walking for a while. Suddenly, the atmosphere changed, the wind began to blow hard, causing leaves to fall. Yuzong Fong stopped. His face darkened, and his voice was slightly displeased. If you have arrived, then show yourself. Hiding and seeking cover does not make you a great figure. Upon hearing this, Enkai drew her sword and looked around. She thought to herself, who is the person who has come? They have followed us here. If a fight breaks out later, I must think of a way to protect the people in the valley to retreat. But after waiting for a while, there was still no response. Yuzong Fong spoke, carrying a hint of killing intent, if you don't come out now, don't blame me, you. As soon as he finished speaking, a man appeared before him. He said, you sect master, defeating a cultivator of the golden elixir realm with the strength of the true Yuan realm is indeed a heroic young man. Right in front of them was Ju Tang. He smiled as if nothing had happened. Yuzong Fong gently said, Enkai, the newcomer is not an enemy. Upon hearing this, she immediately sheathed her sword, yes, sect master. He turned back to Ju Tang, frowned, and asked in confusion. You didn't come here just to exchange a few pleasantries, right? Ju Tang smiled and replied, of course, I want to discuss cooperation with you sect master. He directly asked, do you think we are capable of cooperating? Ju Tang raised his hand toward him and replied, what do you mean, you sect master? Yuzong Fong frowned and replied, are you not planning to explain this to me a bit? Ju does indeed know that this matter is a bit excessive. It's natural for you sect master to hold a grudge in his heart. As he spoke, he took out a large cloth bag. He continued, but there is something difficult for me to say, I hope you sect master can understand. Here are 100,000 spirit stones. I hope it can ease you sect master's anger. He then channeled his energy and moved the cloth bag in front of Yuzong Fong. His face darkened, and he smirked, I already know your intentions, but this little money of yours. He paused for a moment and then continued, here are 1 million spirit stones, take it and get out of my sight. After saying that, he directly threw the larger cloth bag down to Ju Tang's feet. Ju Tang looked down at the bag that had just been thrown with slight surprise. Yuzong Feng's face was smug. He thought to himself, brother, I am a rich man. If you compare spirit stones with me, aren't you just asking for a beating? Ju Tang looked in confusion at Yuzong Feng's darkening expression. He angrily cursed inwardly, could it be that Yuzong Feng thinks this 100,000 spirit stones is too little? Realizing the situation was not good, Ju Tang knew he could no longer use spirit stones. He took out a golden gem and said, this is the spiritual energy of earth within the 5 elements spiritual energy, extremely valuable for cultivators in the golden elixir realm. I hope you sect master understands my apology. Saying this, the gem immediately flew in front of him. Yuzong Feng was taken by surprise, damn, my brother just wanted to show off a little, but I didn't expect to also snag some 5 elements spiritual energy. He secretly glanced at Ju Tang and smiled cunningly. 5 elements spiritual energy is very important to me. Since Ju Tang did not hesitate to take one out, he must definitely be able to get a second one. I must deceive him a bit more. After thinking this, Yuzong Feng crossed his arms, smugly saying, 5 elements spiritual energy, this little item is very difficult for me to work with. This remark startled Ju Tang for the second time. He began to feel angry inside, blood boiling. What did Yuzong Feng mean? Did he really think he could be bullied so easily? Forget it, if it weren't for the fact that he couldn't find someone better than him right now, he would have shown Yuzong Feng his true strength. Ju Tang then brought out another blue gem. He said, this is a 5 elements water spiritual energy. If you are still not at ease, then we don't need to talk about our cooperation anymore. Considering he had achieved his goal, he smiled and thought, that's enough. If one asks for too much, they might offend others. Right now, Nine Swords Mountain can't afford too many enemies, knowing when to stop is important. Yuzong Fong then changed his attitude, happily putting his arm around Ju Tang's shoulders, saying, "Hey, how old are you? Can I call you Gidge?" Ju Tang glanced disdainfully at the attitude of the person beside him. Ju Tang scolded inwardly, "Call me brother. If we're talking about age, I could just as well refer to your ancestors." After thinking this, he smiled, but with veins bulging on his forehead, his tone a bit sulky. "Wasn't it that I was worried my little brother was still angry?" Yuzong Fong smiled and waved his hand. "Don't be in a hurry, don't be in a hurry. Brother, what you said just now was indeed too strange. If you call me that again next time, then I will be in a hurry with you." Ju Tang smiled and replied, "It was my fault earlier, little brother, don't take it to heart." After that, the two of them linked arms and left together. Yuzong Fong chatted a bit. "I have a jar of wine hidden, later you have to drink 3 cups by yourself." Ju Tang responded, Alright, alright. And Kai followed behind, watching the two of them, smiling to herself and thinking, the sect master is indeed extraordinary. Just now he clearly wanted to draw his sword to attack, but in the blink of an eye, the two seemed like longtime friends. At a villa on top of a towering mountain, Elder Wang was sitting and playing chess with Shang Tianyi. He spoke up, "I heard that Yuzong Fong has fled to the Forbidden Land." Placing the piece in his hand down on the board, Shang Tianyi replied, "That's right. The master has caused a conflict with the Tu Xiao sect." She said seriously, "Master, based on reliable information, the Tu Xiao sect seems to have treacherous intentions towards the Xien Xien sect." Elder Wang snorted softly, "All show and no substance, do they still want to be arrogant?" Upon hearing this, she furrowed her brows. "Master, I don't understand other matters, but why do you place importance on a small sect like Nine Swords Mountain?" Elder Wang placed the piece down and said softly, "Right now, the Tianwu Pavilion of Yongning Pearl is still targeting my Xien Jian sect, and the Zhenyuan Pavilion seems to be on the sidelines, but they are actually waiting for the right moment. Furthermore, there are 2 major hidden sects, Tiansang sect and Yuxian sect, applying pressure, so my Xien Jian sect is not easy to deal with." Shang Tianyi shook her head in fatigue, "Master, I still don't understand." Elder Wang solemnly continued to explain, "Although Nine Swords Mountain is just a small sect, it has an inheritance. Obtaining its inheritance will be the moment when you, Master, take a step forward, and my Xien Jian sect can claim supremacy in Yongning Pearl." Shang Tianyi immediately knelt down and joyfully said, "Disciple understands now. Master still treats the Xien Jian sect as he did at the beginning. If I can learn even a fraction of what Master knows, it will not be wasted." Elder Wang stood up and reached out to help her up. He laughed heartily and said, "You are still young. The future of the Xien Jian sect depends on your generation." Standing up, he continued to play chess. Shang Tianyi returned to the chess table, looked at his master, and said, "Yes, Master. So, how do you plan to handle the situation in the Forbidden Lands?" Elder Wang frowned and said, "Let Lin Bingbu go. After he finishes dealing with the Tu Xiao sect, he can conveniently bring Yuzong Fong back here." In a cave hidden among ancient trees, a loud laugh could be heard inside. Yuzong Fong was raising a cup of wine. He smiled and said, "So, Gidge, how is my brother's wine?" Ju Tang closed his eyes to savor the wine and replied, "It indeed has its specialties." Yuzong Fong cheerfully continued, "The wine is good. We can continue drinking next. We should address this matter first. Do you think what I said is correct?" Ju Tang took a sip of wine, frowned, and observed the change in his expression. He thought to himself, Yuzong Fong changes his attitude faster than flipping a book. I really don't know what scheme he is plotting. After thinking for a while, Ju Tang set down his cup. "You are quite right. We should deal with the important matters first." He stood up, waved his hand, and suddenly an image of a mountain along with a few buildings appeared. Ju Tang pointed at the illusion in front and said, "This is the structural map of the Tu Xiao sect. This path could be the central area leading into the Tu Xiao sect, very mysterious. He glanced at Yuzong Fong and said, "Your disciple has been captured, you can come with me to rescue him." Yuzong Fong rubbed his chin, thought for a moment, and replied, I feel uneasy about this. Zhu Tang casually responded, "What's so uneasy about it?" In his heart, he wondered, could it be that Yuzong Fong has some thoughts? He rested his chin on his hand for a while and said, "If I greet the Tu Xiao sect, they will ambush along this route beforehand, then wouldn't I be doomed?" Zhu Tang sulked and scolded, "You don't trust me." Yuzong Fong picked his nose and replied, "Being cautious of people's intentions is not unnecessary. I only have one life." Zhu Tang helplessly sighed. He went straight to the point, "Actually, you can rest assured. I have an unending grudge with the Tu Xiao sect." He sat down, crossed his legs, took a sip of wine and replied, "I am still at the strong nascent soul realm. Just saying, who doesn't know?" Seeing his distrustful attitude, Zhu Tang frowned, clasped his hands behind his back, and took a step forward. "Years ago, Gong Yu and I founded the Tu Xiao sect together. Later, Gong Yu secretly harmed me to monopolize the sect while clinging to the powerful Xien Xien sect. My Dao partner died at his hands." Upon hearing this, Yuzong Fong thought, looking at his expression, it didn't seem like he was lying. "I'll trust him this once." He immediately changed his expression to one of cheer and shifted the subject, "That's all in the past. Why are you still talking about such painful matters? But after so many years, have you lived alone without a girl you like? Or should I introduce someone to you? I think in Kai isn't bad." Hearing such teasing remarks, Zhu Tang held back his anger and turned his face away. "You sect master, we should discuss serious matters instead." Yuzong Fong raised his wine glass and said, Right. Let's talk about serious matters first. Have some tea, it's beneficial for both of us, it's a joyous occasion. We can discuss matchmaking later." In the main hall of the Tu Xiao sect, Gong Yu stroked his long beard and asked his subordinate, "Has Yuzong Fong managed to find out any useful information?" Shang Gong also stroked his beard and replied, "Sect master, according to the information relayed from Endao, the traitor Zhu Tang of the Tu Xiao sect has begun to make contact with Yuzong Fong." Gong Yu's face showed some hesitation. He thought to himself, Zhu Tang is actually involved in this, which is somewhat troublesome. But although the situation is complicated, we should stabilize the morale of the troops first. His deep voice rose, and he snorted lightly. "It's just a case of a family dog mourning, what's there to worry about? Do the elders have any countermeasures?" The second elder Jiang Gui spoke first. He clasped his hands and said, "Sect master, although it is said like that, Zhu Tang is also a cultivator at the great perfection of the golden elixir realm, we cannot be careless." Gong Yu stroked his beard again and asked, "Second elder, do you have any good ideas?" Jiang Gui replied, "Right now, Zhu Tang and Yuzong Fong are definitely looking to deal with the Tu Xiao sect. It would be better for me to go to Endao to investigate Zhu Tang's news. At that time, I will take my disciples and capture them all in one net, rescuing the young sect master." Jiang Gui's face was filled with anger. He thought to himself, "My big brother has a heavy debt of gratitude towards me. If it weren't for being forced by the situation back then, I wouldn't have been the damn elder at Tu Xiao sect. This time I am leaving Tu Xiao sect and I don't want to go back there. There's something wrong with this." Gong Yu frowned, his mouth barely uttering 5 words that were enough to dismiss Jiang Gui's opinion. The third elder Lu Yi stepped forward. "In the sect, we need the grand elder and the second elder to stand firm so that the sect master can focus on dealing with Yuzong Fong and the traitor Zhu Tang. I will take care of the information gathering." Upon hearing this, Jiang Gui showed clear discomfort. Lu Yi also had his own agenda. He thought, "My big brother taught me the teachings, and if it weren't for the forced circumstances, I would have suffered the humiliation of my low strength back then, and this time I must stand up." Jiang Gui understood his big brother very well. If I let him go, he would definitely be able to investigate my big brother's whereabouts. I must take action first and inform my big brother of this news. Suddenly, A man's voice came from behind. The sect master, the traitor Ju Tang, is at the peak of the golden elixir realm, and there is also the incredibly strange Yuzong Fong. The third elder is at the middle stage of the golden elixir realm, and if danger arises, they will certainly suffer more losses than gains. It would be better for me and the third elder to go there together. Even if we can't defeat the enemy, protecting our lives will not be a problem. The person speaking is the fourth elder Wang Wei. He also has his own plans in mind. Jiang Gui and Lu Yi, those ungrateful and unworthy scoundrels, have forgotten the kindness of our elder brother from years ago. No matter what, we must find a way to inform elder brother early, otherwise, he will be in danger. A voice roared. 8 pairs of eyes in the hall turned to that person. Sect Master, this matter concerns the future of our Tu Xiao sect. Although I am the weakest in strength, I am still willing to go there and contribute a bit of strength for our Tu Xiao sect. The one who spoke was the 5th elder Shen Tong. He still has his own thoughts. They have forgotten the kindness of our elder brother, but we absolutely cannot forget. Once there is news of our elder brother, we will definitely clear out the sect along with him. Gong Yu above laughed with self-satisfaction. He spoke up to praise, I am very pleased to have loyal elders like you in the sect. They all knelt together, we vow to serve with unwavering loyalty until death for the Tu Xiao sect. Although they knelt before Gong Yu, the 4 of them did not understand each other's feelings and always thought of each other as ungrateful traitors to Ju Tang, yet they all shared the same thought, loyalty. If I were to stab you in the eye right now, I wonder if you would be surprised. Shang Gong, standing beside him, stroked his beard and said, how about this? I and the sect master will be stationed at the sect, and the second elder is in the late stage of the golden elixir realm, so let him first make contact with Yuzong Fong and his group. Meanwhile, the third elder, fourth elder, and fifth elder will secretly track their whereabouts. Hearing such reasonable assignments, Gong Yu nodded in approval. The grand elder is right, this will make things easier. At the cave earlier, Yuzong Fong was discussing matters with 2 disciples and the group from Ju Tang. He said, everyone has a certain understanding of the current situation. I will distribute the tasks a bit. Yuzong Fong clasped his hands behind his back. Spoke in a calm tone. Leng Hengsheng and Enkai, the 2 of you think of a way to make contact with the Tu Xiao sect to discuss the exchange of hostages. Your purpose is not merely to exchange hostages, but to find a way to keep a portion of their experts occupied. Is that correct? Leng Hengsheng clasped his hands and replied, the sect master has taught me swordsmanship, and I have made some progress. Although I cannot defeat them, I can certainly hold them off. And Kai beside him also responded, although I have not yet advanced to the golden elixir realm, I can feel that I am close to the threshold, so I will not let the sect master down. Satisfied with their responses, Yuzong Fong turned to Shiryu. Then I will trouble Miss Shiryu to assist us quietly. Saying this, he turned to Ju Tang. Brother, on what day should we secretly infiltrate the Tu Xiao sect during the negotiations? Ju Tang had no objections and replied, we will proceed according to the will of sect master Yu. Shiryu glanced over, her eyes sparkling as she looked intently at Yuzong Fong. She thought to herself, although Yuzong Fong is not very old, he speaks with such authority. This man is truly hard to read. Yuzong Fong clasped his hands and said solemnly, then let's make that decision. I am here representing my disciple, Jiang Lan, sorry for the trouble. Once the matter was settled, everyone left. He called out, Miss Shiryu, please stop. Shiryu turned around and smiled, asking, you sect master, what is it? He smiled and asked, can we talk inside the valley tonight? Upon hearing this, Shiryu felt a bit suspicious. She thought to herself, Yuzong Fong wants to keep me here when we say goodbye. I saw a strange look in his eyes, could he have other plans for me? At this moment, she wasn't sure of his intentions, but he was showing his lewd smile. She glanced at Ju Tang and thought, looking at my brother, he seems unconcerned. Well, let's first see if Yuzong Fong has any schemes. Shiryu imagined the scene of Yuzong Fong plotting something sinister against her and then frowned in discomfort. If he dares to do anything unreasonable to me, I won't show him any respect. At this moment, Ju Tang spoke on behalf of Shiryu. If you sect master wants to keep you here, Then let's follow the arrangement of you sect master. However, he paused for a moment, frowned, and continued, his voice mixed with a hint of reminder, you sect master, don't keep her for too long. Junior sister is still young, and if she hasn't returned by now, an older brother like me might become very worried. Yuzong Fong understood their meaning and said happily, rest assured, your junior sister is also my junior sister. Who would dare to be impolite to our junior sister? As her younger brother, I absolutely won't let him off. Shiryu bent down and said, thank you, you sect master, for caring about my age. In her heart, she secretly scolded, this little man really knows how to take advantage. According to mortal relationships, my age is enough to be your grandmother. Yuzong Fong lay on the grass, enjoying the gentle breeze, playing with 2 spheres of 5 elements spiritual energy in his hands. He thought to himself, breaking through the 5 elements spiritual energy of the heavenly Tao golden elixir realm requires 2 paths. I wonder if Ju Tang has any left. Right now, the most important thing is still to upgrade my own strength. From behind, Shiryu called out. The Yu sect master truly has an interesting demeanor. Hearing Shiryu's voice, he immediately sat up and smiled. Miss Shiryu, you finally arrived. I've been waiting a bit anxiously. What are you standing there for? Come, sit here. There's still space next to me, let's just sit there. Saying this, Shiryu, feeling obliged, sat down beside him. She looked at him and thought, what exactly does Yuzong Fong intend to do? Yuzong Fong showed her 2 5 elements spiritual energy. With your elder brother here during the day, I felt a bit reluctant to ask. He smiled and said, do you still have 5 elements spiritual energy? Money is not an issue for me. Shiryu realized his intention and smiled as she replied, you sect master, do you think that 5 elements spiritual energy, this kind of rare treasure, can be bought with money? Even if you sect master doesn't lack spirit stones, 5 elements spiritual energy is still a priceless rarity. Your elder brother gave you 2 pieces, which were also obtained by sheer coincidence, and there's no more. Shiryu frowned as she glanced at him, cursing inwardly. Yuzong Fong places such importance on 5 elements spiritual energy. Could it be related to his cultivation skill? To cast my enchantment on him and see if I can make him reveal the truth. She suddenly blushed, leaned towards Yuzong Fong and said, look into my eyes. Yuzong Fong smiled innocently, following her request without understanding anything. Shiryu continued to apply filters all over her heart glittering, her eyes dripping with sparkle, and in a sweet voice, she asked, am I beautiful? Yuzong Fong, entranced and unaware, naively replied, very beautiful. The system immediately restored Yuzong Feng's state. Check indicates host is under mental attack, illusion has been dispelled. After the illusion was lifted, Yuzong Feng's eyes immediately returned to normal. Shiryu thought Yuzong Feng was still under hypnosis, so she moved closer to seduce him. What do you want the most? Manipulated by Shiryu, Yuzong Feng was extremely angry. I didn't expect Shiryu to use her enchantment on me. I almost got tricked by her. But still wanting to see what Shiryu would do next, Yuzong Feng continued to play dumb. Shiryu, you are my goddess, I want a kiss. Shiryu fell into the trap and asked Yuzong Feng. Speak the secret in your heart, and I will grant your wish. Now that Shiryu's intention was exposed, Yuzong Feng began to think of a way. It turned out that she wanted to probe his secret. Could it be that she discovered the secret of the system? No, I should silence her first. Initially, Yuzong Feng wanted to silence Shiryu, but then he changed his mind. Now was a crucial time to cooperate with Ju Tang, so he decided to observe her for a while. If she really discovers the existence of the system, it wouldn't be too late to silence her then. After finishing his thoughts, Yuzong Feng turned away, pretending to be naive. No, I just want to passionately kiss my goddess. If not, I won't say anything. Shiryu originally thought Yuzong Feng would reveal all his secrets, but unexpectedly, he only said that, leaving her surprised. Shiryu frowned, thinking, all men in the world are the same, only the big brother is the true gentleman. I will make you fulfill your wish in an illusion then. Although she felt uncomfortable inside, Shiryu still agreed with Yuzong Feng. Alright, you sect master, you must keep your promise. I will definitely keep my promise. With that, Yuzong Fong held Shiyu's chin and kissed her. Shiyu was caught off guard by a kiss and hurriedly pushed Yuzong Fong away, exclaiming in panic, "You sect master, are you playing with me like this, thinking I'm easy to bully?" Shiyu's face turned bright red, filled with doubt. How could this be? Perhaps he's still in a hallucination. Could it be that he has escaped from my enchanting spell? Yuzong Fong appeared embarrassed on the outside, but his thoughts were different inside. Oh, this feels great. I can only continue to pretend, even if it kills me, I won't admit it. A brother needs to save face, you know. What's going on? What just happened? The scene shifts to the next morning, where 3 flying darts appeared in a straight line, rushing forward. Lu Yi, beside 4th Elder Wang Wei, spoke up, "Elders, where do you think the traitor Zhu Tang is most likely to go?" The 4th Elder glanced at the 3rd Elder, secretly plotting in his mind. Although I haven't interacted much with my big brother these past few years, even a fool knows that my big brother must still be at the edge of Zhangpe. Do I really need to ask? I need to find my big brother first and warn him to be on guard. Even though he clearly knew where Zhu Tang was, the 4th Elder still pretended not to know. In this vast sea of people, it's hard to know where to search. The 5th Elder suddenly came up with a plan. Why don't we split up to look for Zhu Tang's whereabouts? After we find his location, we can regroup. Upon hearing this, the 3rd Elder felt a sense of joy in his heart. I was just thinking about how to sneak out and search for Big Brother by myself. Besides searching for Big Brother on my own, this pair of golden dragons truly gives me a good opportunity. The 3rd Elder quickly agreed, the 5th Elder is right, let's separate and check around here. Once we have news, we can use the sound transmission talisman to stay in touch. The 4th Elder also didn't object, the 3rd Elder is absolutely correct. The 5th Elder added, then let's split up and search here. After saying this, the 3 of them each took a different direction to look for Zhu Tang. The 3rd Elder felt very smug at that moment. You all can keep searching, it would be a miracle if you find him. Big Brother is still at Ban Zhangpe, and when the time comes, he will catch you all in one net. But to be safe, I should take a detour to avoid being discovered by the enemy. 3rd Elder was also doing his best to go faster. The Tu Xiao sect was causing trouble for his elder brother, so he had to speed up. 5th Elder was no different from the other 2. They were indeed 2 clever individuals. When I said to split up, they did just that, and they definitely didn't know that my true intention was to inform my elder brother. Elder brother, it has been many years since we last met, I miss you so much. At Ban Zhangpe, a floating island high above, surrounded by flocks of birds flying by. 3rd Elder showed his frustration upon seeing his 2 brothers here. 4th Elder remained silent, sharing the same thoughts as his brother. 5th Elder was no exception, his face showing signs of exasperation. 3rd Elder wanted to break the awkward atmosphere, so he said, "What a coincidence." 4th Elder could only force a laugh, saying, "Indeed, heroes think alike, we all thought about finding Zhu Tang at Ban Zhangpe." On the surface, they seemed cheerful, but inside, 3rd Elder was extremely uncomfortable. What was happening? Why did he have to run into them here? What bad luck. How would he inform elder brother later? Forget it, let's see how things unfold. The 5th Elder and 4th Elder were initially confident that they could inform the big brother first, but now they are anxious. This is troublesome. If they can't report to the big brother later, they will have to think of a way to deliver the news. If there really is no opportunity, I won't hesitate and will charge directly to the big brother's place. Zhu Tang has seen everything that has happened so far. Seeing his brothers unchanged, Zhu Tang feels extremely joyful. Unexpectedly, after so many years, the 3 of them came here to find him at this time. Zhu Tang reminisced about the times they had together when they were young. Since they are already here, he should go meet them. He really misses the old days. While the 3 were engrossed in conversation, Zhu Tang suddenly appeared, surprising them. Zhu Tang said, "Time flies. After hundreds of years without seeing each other, Lu Yi, Wang Wei, Shen Tong, you have all advanced to the Golden Elixir realm. I'm very happy to see that." Seeing Zhu Tang, they all thought the same thing, Big Brother is here. The third elder glanced at the second elder, thinking to himself, I need to come up with a way to drive them away later. Immediately after that, the third elder stepped forward to act. You all hurry up and leave, let me stop this traitor Ju Tang. The fourth elder also wanted to join the act with the third elder, volunteering to take the hit. Old 3, Old 5, you two retreat, let me block him. The fourth elder sought ways to prevent contact between Ju Tang and the two brothers. No matter what, I absolutely won't let the eldest brother come into contact with them. Only the fifth elder had remained silent all this time. The eldest brother has appeared, what am I pretending for anymore? Damn, I'm not going back to the Tu Xiao sect. Ju Tang watched them act without exposing them. Although their aura is fierce, I don't sense any killing intent. They are still like before, a bunch of pretenders. Suddenly, two sharp knives appeared in the fifth elder's hands. The fifth elder said nothing and stabbed his two brothers in surprise. The scene shifted to Yuzong Fong. At this moment, he was still pretending to be clueless, pouting to kiss Shiryu. Shiryu blushed with embarrassment. Yuzong Fong, after all, you are the master of a sect, how can you be so shameless? Shiryu criticized Yuzong Fong for being shameless, and he was flustered, sweating profusely, trying to avoid Shiryu's words. Huh? What are you talking about, Miss Shiryu? I don't understand. What just happened? I don't know anything at all. Yuzong Fong reminded himself, I won't admit it even if it kills me. Shiryu said nothing, wanting to go back and report to Ju Tang. If we keep dragging this out, we won't clarify the matter, so let's just drop it. I should report to my elder brother first, and let him decide on the rest. Determined to do so, Shiryu turned to leave. If there is nothing else from you sect master, then I will take my leave. Seeing Shiryu hurrying away, Yuzong Fong quickly asked, Miss, wait a moment. I actually have one more question to ask. Do you know anything about the Xien Xien sect? Upon hearing Yuzong Feng's question, Shiryu stopped and turned to ask, why? Does you sect master have a grudge against the Xien Xien sect? That's right. The Tu Xiao sect has caused you trouble, and the source of it is the Xien Xien sect targeting you. Wanting to understand this matter better, Shiryu sought to investigate the reason. I just really don't know what deep hatred you sect master and the Xien Xien sect have that makes them want to eliminate you so quickly. Yuzong Fong did not make it clear whether there was a deep-seated grudge. Throwing a stone toward the river, Yuzong Fong sighed and said, well, it's okay to tell you. My master died at the hands of the Xien Xien sect. Mentioning this, Yuzong Fong felt restless again, furrowing his brows and thinking to himself, although I do not understand the changes in the Tu Xiao sect from that year, I guess there is the shadow of the Xien Xien sect behind this. Over the years, Ju Tang must have been secretly investigating the Xien Xien sect, trying to gather information about them. Perhaps the issue is not that serious. Hearing Yuzong Fong say this, Shiryu did not mind exchanging information with him. So there are some secrets. If you sect master, want to use me to learn about the Xien Xien sect, then it's fine to share with you. Through my investigations over the years, the Xien Xien sect has 3 major experts in the nascent soul realm. One of them is in closed-door meditation, another has been missing for 50 years, and one, Elder Wang, is still managing the affairs of the Xien Xien sect. Shiryu tried to propose a hypothesis. If your master really died at the hands of the Xien Xien sect, it might have been by Elder Wang's hand. Yuzong Feng's face darkened. Elder Wang, swordsman nascent soul realm. I already know. Seeing Yuzong Feng's intent for revenge, Shiryu felt a sense of admiration. You sect master, to face a massive entity like the Xien Xien sect, do you really dare to seek revenge? It's like a newborn calf that doesn't know to fear a tiger. Truly a young hero. Yuzong Feng was extremely confident in his abilities. Swordsmen of my generation can kill one person after taking 10 steps, while others don't even hold their ground. This is also my current solid support, it isn't strong enough. Otherwise, I would have eliminated the Xien Xien sect long ago. Right now, Yuzong Feng was deep in thought. If it weren't for the transmission of power this month, I wouldn't be able to return. Tonight, I will definitely help you break through. Shiryu looked at Yuzong Feng with a puzzled expression. This person sometimes seems like a cunning merchant, sometimes like a vicious demon, but now he appears as a very sharp swordsman. Yuzong Fong, what really is your true self? I truly find it increasingly difficult to see through you. At that moment, Kai suddenly appeared, respectfully kneeling to greet Yuzong Fong. Kai greets the sect master. Seeing Kai return, Yuzong Fong inquired about the situation. Is there progress over there? Kai reported back on the situation. Yes, sect master. We have already talked with the second elder of the Tu Xiao sect. Initially, we have scheduled the negotiations at Lotus Lake 3 days later. Kai wanted to ask Yuzong Fong for his opinion on the negotiations. Leng Hengsheng was still discussing some details regarding the negotiations with them. Just checking if sect master has any other areas he wants to supplement. Yuzong Fong was concise and entrusted the task to them. If you all are working, I can rest easy, I will evaluate it myself, no need to consult me. Yuzong Fong then turned to Shiryu. Miss Shiryu, you heard that too. It's getting late now, I hope after you return, you can inform your Gich. We will take action in 3 days, and I hope that by then, there won't be any empty spots. Shiryu courteously replied, Sect Master Yu, rest assured, I will definitely pass on the message and won't delay the important matter between you and me. As Shiryu turned to leave, Kai also took her leave. Sect Master, I also take my leave. Just as Kai turned to walk away, Yuzong Fong called her back. Kai, wait a moment. Kai turned back when he heard Yuzong Fong call him. Sect Master, is there anything else you need me to do? Yuzong Fong asked. Perhaps you are about to break through to the Golden Elixir realm, right? Kai respectfully knelt down and reported. With the Golden Elixir you gifted me last time, I have felt the boundary of my breakthrough. One day, I will definitely break through to the Golden Elixir realm. At that time, Kai will be able to contribute even more to the sect master. Seeing Kai kneeling like that, Yuzong Fong kindly helped him up. I really don't understand why you suddenly knelt down for no reason. We don't have many strict rules here. I called you over mainly to tell you that if you don't break through this month, next month, I will help you achieve the Golden Elixir realm. Yuzong Fong wanted to help Kai become stronger so he could be a valuable subordinate beside him and thought. Tu Xiao sect is, after all, a mid-level sect in Yongning Pearl, they must have pills to break through to the Golden Elixir realm. What I lack now is a capable subordinate. Feeling Yuzong Feng's concern, Kai was so happy that he almost cried. Kai told himself that the sect master is such an approachable person. Kai silently swore to the heavens, she would always be loyal to Nine Swords Mountain and to the sect master, absolutely not having any other intentions. Yuzong Feng smiled at Kai's attitude. Go on, do well, and if you perform well, I will definitely help you achieve the great Tao in the future. I will never conceal anything from my loyal disciples. Looking at Yuzong Feng's departing figure, Kai thought to herself, the sect master treats me so well, and he will help me achieve the great Tao. Could it be that the sect master has some feelings for me? Thinking this, Kai's face turned red, but she quickly dismissed that thought. Her status and that of the sect master were like that of a master and a servant. How could she ever be worthy of the sect master? Then her gaze became more resolute. But even if the sect master does not grant me that status, I must still serve the sect master. Zhu Teng witnessed Shen Tong holding a knife to the backs of the two remaining elders, Wang Wei and Lu Yi, and they all growled in unison, Shen Tong, your wolfish ambitions, we have long known you are in the wrong. Big brother, hurry and go, let me stop him. The ungrateful and disloyal one, so you finally couldn't hold back and revealed your vulnerability? Be careful, big brother. Unexpectedly, Shen Tong stepped forward, standing in front of Zhu Tang, and spoke loudly to the two elders. Big brother, the Tu Xiao sect has learned that you and Yuzong Fong are collaborating and wants to harm you. I came here to inform you, big brother, hurry and leave, let me block them. The two immediately retorted. Big brother, do not believe him. Shen Tong does not care about the kindness from years ago, he wants to bring you trouble. However, as soon as they finished speaking, Wang Wei and Lu Yi glanced at each other in surprise, and Shen Tong was also astonished. Zhu Tang did not understand what the trio was struggling with. Then he chuckled and thought, they can still think of a way to inform me in this situation. It wasn't in vain that I taught them the ways of cultivation back then, treating them like this. Ju Tang decided to break the awkward atmosphere. You are just like back then, incredibly naive and a bit endearing. Shen Tong stammered and asked the other two, are you also here to inform Big Brother? Wang Wei confidently asserted, we have always been loyal to our elder brother. Back then, our strength was weak, and we could only endure in silence. This time they even wanted to harm our elder brother. How could we just stand by and watch? Louis added, so you all want to escape from the Tu Xiao sect and rely on our elder brother, right? Ju Tang interjected into their meaningless conversation, I am very pleased to see your intentions. At this point, Shen Tong had to recount everything. Elder brother, now the Tu Xiao sect has targeted you, Gong Yu is prepared to take action against you. When we came to find you, we had already thought about not going back, we should go to Thunder Swamp together. The two elders agreed with Shen Tong, yes, yes, yes. Elder brother, we think the same way, let's go to Thunder Swamp. With our strength, we can definitely succeed. Then we will seek out Gong Yu to take revenge. Ju Tang and the three elders went to meet Shiryu, who said, brothers, we have officially formed an alliance with Nine Swords Mountain. This is the best opportunity for elder brother to take revenge, so we no longer need to run away. Ju Tang asked Shiryu, sister, has everything been arranged clearly with Yuzong Fong? Shiryu replied with confidence, they have contacted the Tu Xiao sect. Yuzong Fong asked me to tell you that in 3 days, we will officially take action. Ju Tang looked back at the three elders and, based on Shiryu's words, frowned and reminded them, so you all know, right? This time, Gong Yu and Shang Gong will surely die at my hands, no matter what. Wang Wei lowered his head and softly explained, elder brother, it's not that I don't trust you, I don't trust Nine Swords Mountain. Is Nine Swords Mountain really trustworthy? Ju Tang, with unwavering integrity, completely believed and turned to enlighten the elders. The sect master of Nine Swords Mountain is Yuzong Fong. This little guy is very mysterious, although he is only at the true Yuan realm peak, his combat strategies are no weaker than any golden elixir realm cultivator in the late stage. So I hope you can continue to stay at Tu Xiao sect and create opportunities for us. In 3 days, I will return to Tu Xiao sect for a visit. The three elders had nothing more to discuss, so they agreed in unison, alright, then the three of US brothers will follow the elder brother's plan to kill Gong Yu and Shang Gong. Revenge for the sister-in-law. In the evening, it was time for Yuzong Fong and Ju Tang to ride the dragon, standing shoulder to shoulder together. Below them were the displayed disciples. Yuzong Fong urged everyone's spirits, this trip is fraught with danger, I hope all little friends can be cautious. And I hope that you all, no matter the circumstances, can think of a magic weapon to safeguard your lives. I apologize for the trouble. Leng Hengsheng and Kai faithfully listened to Zong Fong and responded loudly, we are willing to fight to the death alongside Nine Swords Mountain. Seeing their unity, Ju Tang had a different view of Yuzong Fong. Although Yuzong Fong was still very young, his qualities were extremely rare. If he didn't die young, he would undoubtedly excel in Yongning Pearl in the future. Having arrived at the designated location, Zong Fong said to Ju Tang, brother, it's a hassle to come to the Tu Xiao sect. Ju Tang smiled and replied, don't worry, the Tu Xiao sect was founded by me, it contains many secrets that even Gong Yu would not know. They entered together with the divine dragon, leaving Heng Sheng and Kai outside. Heng Sheng looked up and exclaimed, Kai, whether we can save Jianlan and smoothly enter Thunder Swamp depends on today. Kai shared the same spirit and nodded, that's right, so no matter what, we must do our best. She turned around, and the woman behind said, sorry to trouble you, Miss Shiryu. Outside, Kai appeared friendly and completely trusted Shiryu's reasoning. Although you are a promiscuous woman, for the sake of the sect master's interests, I can only tolerate and cooperate with you for now. But no matter what, I will not let you get close to the sect master. Shiryu accepted Kai's words and politely said, let's set off to Lotus Lake together. At Tu Xiao sect, where Zong Fong and Ju Tang had arrived, he approached a large rock and said to Zong Fong, the back of you sect master is right here. Now Zong Fong had observed the surroundings, he thought silently, here, it looks normal on the surface, perhaps there are hidden traces of the formation. Ju Tang reached out and lightly touched the surface of the rock, gradually revealing a sealing mark. After a while, Ju Tang spoke, "The formation has been opened. You sect master, let us enter there together." The two of them ventured deep into the Tu Xiao sect, guided by Ju Tang. He approached a stone table and lightly placed his hand on it. Ju Tang silently said, "So many years have passed, yet not much has changed here." Zhang Fong speculated, "Brother, was this once your cultivation cave?" Ju Tang admitted, "Indeed, this used to be our cultivation cave, but that was all a matter of the past, over 100 years ago." Seeing the sincerity in his tone, Zhang Fong thought seriously. Although he didn't provide details, it was clear that Ju Tang is someone who values emotions, and one can only be friends with someone like him, not enemies. Ju Tang then led the way to another expansive formation. Before entering, he carefully instructed Zhang Fong, "From here on up is the central area of the Tu Xiao sect, but there are many hidden passages in the secret passage, you must follow the paths closely." Hearing this, Zhang Fong could only smile faintly, hiding his thoughts within. To invade the enemy's stronghold without experiencing any mishaps is indeed not possible. There is truly nothing more terrifying than an enemy who was once a friend. As Zhang Fong went down to the basement, he asked, "Brother, do you know where Jianglan is being held? If we knew, it would save us a lot of time. If we really don't know, then there's nothing we can do." Based on his memories, Zhang Fong replied, "If I am not mistaken, she might be imprisoned in the dungeon of Gong Yuyu's residence. He is negotiating directly with Shang Gong and Jiang Gui. Today is the day for the talks with Yuzong Fong. Right now, the third elder, fourth elder, and fifth elder have not returned yet. Elders, what do you think we should do to handle this?" Jiang Gui politely offered his opinion. "Sect master, I have always been in contact with them. I think this negotiation should continue the way I proposed." In fact, this was an excuse for Jiang Gui to pursue his own agenda. This time, with the negotiations at Lotus Lake, the elder brother will definitely go. When the time comes, I will borrow his help directly. I don't want to stay in this damned place for another minute. I thought everything would go smoothly like this. But Shang Gong unexpectedly spoke up, "Second elder, I do not agree with this statement." Jiang Gui remained indifferent and asked, "What does Grand Elder mean?" However, deep down, he was worried. "I thought I had concealed it well, could it be that he has discovered my intentions?" On the other hand, Shang Gong thought entirely differently. "Currently, there are not enough people in the sect, it seems to me that it's most appropriate for me to go. The sect master and second elder should remain to defend the sect." Jiang Gui silently showed his discontent toward Shang Gong. "This old bastard, I didn't expect him to be wary of me all these years." "Humph, you are suitable, could it be that the sect master is not?" "He is the young sect master, and he is also the biological son of the sect master." Shang Gong gently stroked his beard and noticed that Jiang Gui seemed displeased, so he cautiously inquired, "Does the second elder have any objections to Tang's calculations?" Jiang Gui, knowing his place, changed his expression and replied, "Humph, you are the grand elder, above one person and below thousands in the Tu Xiao sect. How dare I think otherwise?" Gong Yu slammed his hand on the table, interrupting their conversation. He stated, "Enough, the enemy is right before us. How can we have internal strife?" At the same time, a few more figures appeared by the entrance. The three remaining elders had just returned from meeting Ju Tang and bowed in unison to greet the sect master. Gong Yu, seeing them return safely, inquired, "You have come back. You must have gathered information about the whereabouts of the traitor Ju Tang, right?" Lu Yi answered on behalf of the other two, "Report to the sect master, we have gathered news about Ju Tang. Today, Yuzong Fong and others will negotiate at Lotus Lake, and Ju Tang will secretly assist, intending to lead the disciples of the Tu Xiao sect into the trap they have set." Upon hearing this, Gong Yu stroked his chin, his tone displeased. "Such malicious intent, but fortunately my Tu Xiao sect has loyal elders, otherwise, we would truly have been deceived by them." Shang Gong suddenly proposed a countermeasure. "Sect master, how about we use their plan against them and capture them all in one net?" Gong Yu agreed, therefore commanding everyone, "The Grand Elder is correct. I was also thinking the same. I am the third elder. The fourth elder, along with the fifth elder, led the elite members of the sect to Lotus Lake, while the grand elder and second elder remained in the sect. Everyone answered in unison, "We comply with the orders of the sect master." Gong Yu was extremely satisfied with this response, and he waved his hand, signaling, "Very well, let's depart immediately according to the plan." Gong Yu, along with the three elders as guides, took the other elites with them. Zhang Fong, looking up at how they fell into the trap, said, "It's just a negotiation at Lotus Lake, there's no need for so many people. I'm worried there might be unexpected incidents at Lotus Lake." Zhu Tang smiled and replied, "There's no need to worry, I have my own insider within the Tu Xiao sect." Zhang Fong expressed admiration for Zhu Tang. "I didn't expect you had this trick up your sleeve, well hidden indeed." However, because of this, Zhang Fong started to think cautiously. He wondered what escape routes Zhu Tang might have, and he needed to keep a closer eye on their cooperation. Zhu Tang turned and said, "Now that the elites of the Tu Xiao sect have all left, it's time for us to head to the prison." Meanwhile, inside the prison, looking out the window, Jiang Lan was engrossed in watching, as if waiting for someone. Fan Jian was behind her, trying to extinguish the hope inside Jiang Lan. "Do you still think your master will come back to save you? I see he doesn't care and is happily with some other girl." Tears welled up in the corners of Jiang Lan's eyes. She turned to deny Fan Jian's words. "You are not allowed to talk about my master like that. My master is not like that." Fan Jian pressed on, continuously uttering negative words. "If you still don't believe it, this is just the same path my father took back then. Wasn't my father like that too? Whenever he had free time, he would go drinking and womanizing. I see your master is the same kind of person." Thinking of this, Fan Jian narrowed his eyes. "If my father had devoted this mindset to cultivation back then, our family wouldn't have encountered such a sudden disaster." Jiang Lan stood firm in her stance, scolding Fan Jian fiercely. "When my master arrives, I will definitely tell him you spoke ill of him. At that time, my master will not let you go." Seeing Jiang Lan's voice was slightly low and trembling, Fan Jian hurriedly consoled, "Why are you crying again? Can't I just stay quiet?" He pointed at Jiang Lan and happily made a suggestion. "How about we have a bet? What do you think, will your master come to rescue you or not?" Jiang Lan seemed to want to prove something as well, so she asked, "How do you want to bet?" Fan Jian laughed with delight. "If your master doesn't come to rescue you, you have to call me Gidge from now on. If your master does come to rescue you, then they must also rescue me, and from then on, I will serve you tea and water every day and call you grandma." After all, Fan Jian had quite absolute confidence, which is why he proposed this betting game. "Regardless of winning or losing, it's still a profit for me. What does it matter to call you grandma? Because I can breathe the air of freedom." Jiang Lan agreed just because of the immediate situation. "Humph, just wait for the day you call me grandma." The guards of the Lu chatted among themselves while patrolling about Jiang Lan. "The sect master and many elders took the elite to Lotus Lake. I have to watch over her closely to avoid any issues. There are also the grand elder and second elder stationed in the sect. What could possibly happen? Even if Yuzong Fong has the courage of a lion, he wouldn't dare come to my Tu Xiao sect." Yet, Zhu Tang suddenly appeared from below the ground right behind the two of them. Then he struck the necks of the two guards. "Shoo, be quiet for a moment." The sound of the prison door opening echoed. Seeing the figure he had longed for, Jiang Lan was overjoyed and emotional. "Master, you have come. I knew you wouldn't abandon me." Zhang Fong patted Jiang Lan's head and said, "You must have suffered during this time." Jiang Lan recalled the bet with Fan Jian, feeling quite proud over him. "See, I told you the master would come to rescue me, but you didn't believe it. You lost." Fan Jian, having lost badly, trembled as he spoke. "Senior, you can't play like this." Zhang Fong was curious about the story between the two of them a moment ago. "What were you talking about?" Jiang Lan honestly replied, "We just made a bet." She pointed at Fan Jian's face. "Anyway, he's the ringleader. Master, could you take him with you? Later, he must serve tea and water for me. Call me Granny." Fan Jian was very happy to be freed. He nodded to express that Jiang Lan was right. Then he added a persuasive word to Zhang Fong. Senior, my name is Fan Jian. Take me with you. Although I don't have any special skills, I am well versed in formations and will definitely be useful at some point. Zhang Fong found him interesting. Quite intriguing. This little guy looks rather despicable, yet he surprisingly doesn't seem annoying. He agreed without hesitation. Alright, you can come with us. However, there is still one more issue. Fan Jian raised his handcuffs. Thank you, senior, but it would be best if you captured Shanggong to have him unlock these for me. The chains on my hands and feet are all set with restriction formation. Zhang Fong observed the handcuffs for a moment, confirming that Fan Jian was completely right. Using the Eye of Forbidden techniques, I can see that all the formation nodes under the mysterious tier where spiritual energy gathers are indeed formation nodes. However, for Zhang Fong, this was not a problem. He scoffed contemptuously at the handcuffs. If it's just a restriction, why make such a fuss? The handcuffs were easily removed. Fan Jian's expression was truly astonished. He was secretly terrified, thinking, the formation on this chain could not be forcibly broken even by a late-stage golden elixir realm cultivator. Yet Jiang Lan's master is merely a perfected true Yuan realm cultivator. Is he really a true Yuan realm cultivator? Having satisfied his desire, Fan Jian naturally looked at Zhang Fong with admiration. He couldn't stop praising him. Senior is truly remarkable. The admiration of this junior for senior flows like the ever-rushing river. Upon hearing the flowery compliments, sweeter than honey, Zhang Fong turned his face away. Stop with the flattery, let's hurry up. He remembered something and asked, Ju Tang, do you know where the treasure vault of the Tu Xiao sect is located? Coincidentally, this was within Fan Jian's knowledge. Realizing it was his moment to be useful, he raised his hand eagerly. Senior, I know where it is. With his lofty thoughts, he added, since Senior is so powerful, I must make a good impression and leave a good impression in front of him. People say that those who are aware of the times are the true talents. So here I am, the talent among talents. However, Ju Tang has a problem. We are diving deep into the core area of the Tu Xiao sect, where danger lurks everywhere. I'm worried that if we head to their treasure vault, it will cause more trouble. Zhang Fong, on the other hand, was determined to go. It's not easy to come this far, and we can't go back empty-handed. Now that the elite of the Tu Xiao sect are all out, are you saying you don't want to bring back some profit? Ju Tang looked at the group of guards he had knocked out, unsure of what to do with them. So what should we do with them? Zhang Fong didn't care about this matter, leading Jiang Lan away while casually saying, I don't have a deep-seated grudge against the Tu Xiao sect like you do. You should think for yourself. Ju Tang silently watched their retreating figures. That afternoon, at the headquarters of the Tu Xiao sect, Shanggong had been pacing and felt a sense of anxiety. Sect Master, I took the elders to Lotus Lake, but I have an unsettling feeling in my heart. Hearing this, Jiang Gui dismissed his concerns. The Grand Elder is overthinking. Is there anywhere that isn't fine? We can see that the Grand Elder has been thinking a lot. However, in Jiang Gui's heart, there is a different thought. The old fox's mind is indeed cautious, but fortunately, he has not discovered his own thoughts. He has missed a good opportunity to rely on his elder brother. From now on, I just need to adapt accordingly. Shanggong is still feeling anxious. I have a feeling that there is something I have overlooked. It could be that I am overthinking it. The place he overlooked is the prison containing Fan Jian. But now the person has escaped. Fan Jian, along with Ju Tang and Zhang Fong, is rushing straight towards the Tu Xiao sect. Senior, the treasure vault of the Tu Xiao sect is right ahead. The guards on duty have just spotted the three strangers, and they immediately drew their swords, appearing aggressive and threatening. How bold to dare to invade our Tu Xiao sect. There is a golden elixir realm cultivator, quickly go inform the elder. At this moment, Shanggong suddenly hears a commotion outside and realizes everything he has been worried about. Shanggong steps outside with Jiang Gui. This is not good, we must hurry over there. At that time, a few remaining disciples of the Tu Xiao sect are still in the sect. Specifically, there were two people who blocked Zhu Tang and his accomplices. Zhang Feng thought that these guys didn't even need him to step in, so he silently told Zhu Tang, "Brother, leave it to me." Zhu Tang smirked and replied, "Then I will go collect some profits." Zhang Feng quickly implemented the next plan. He turned to call Fan Jian, "Don't just stand there, keep leading the way to the treasure house." Just as he was about to leave, another figure appeared in front of them. A familiar voice intervened, that of Shan Gong. "Do you think our Tu Xiao sect has no members? Anyone thinks they can scheme against our Tu Xiao sect is really seeking their own death." Shan Gong greeted his old fellow disciples, "Zhu Tang, long time no see." Jiang Gui, upon seeing Zhu Tang, felt extremely proud. Indeed, as expected of the big brother, he seems to be publicly on Lotus Lake, but has secretly sneaked into the Tu Xiao sect. "I will wait for the right moment. First, I need to figure out how to kill this Shan Gong fellow. In the midst of war, there must also be a place of tranquility. Let us go meet the Go game between Elder Wang and Miss Tian Yi." Elder Wang continuously explained concepts about Go. Playing Go is like practicing swordsmanship. It is necessary to put your heart into it and not lose focus. How can one comprehend the profound sword Dao later on? Tian Yi nodded in agreement. Master's teachings are very correct, it's just that the disciple is still worried about Yuzong Fong. Wang Elder was somewhat surprised to see his disciple care about someone else after such a long time. However, he offered some comforting words. "It's just a Yuzong Fong from Nine Swords Mountain, what is there to worry about? Let the Tu Xiao sect handle it." Tian Yi replied, "But Master, this morning I received news that the Tu Xiao sect may have intentions of betrayal." Hearing this, Wang Elder laughed, "That's interesting, let Lin Bingbu go deal with the Tu Xiao sect and conveniently bring Yuzong Feng back, tell him to make it quick." Tian Yi found this reasonable. She thought, senior brother Lin is at the semi-Yuaning realm, if he puts in full effort, he can reach the Tu Xiao sect in just one day. So she reassuredly replied, "Yes, Master." Wang Elder looked down at the chessboard but asked Tian Yi, "Do you know why Master won't spare Yuzong Feng?" Tian Yi answered based on his understanding. Tian Wu Pavilion and Xian Jian sect are targeting each other. Zhen Yuan Pavilion, although it seems to be standing by with its arms crossed, is also secretly observing, so we cannot let our guard down. The Master wants to obtain the true inheritance from Yuzong Feng to strengthen the power of our Xian Jian sect and suppress the opponent. Elder Wang laughed heartily. "What you say is correct, but also not correct." Tian Yi was curious about the real reason. "Please enlighten me, Master." Elder Wang replied in a loud voice. "Our Xian Jian sect, Tian Wu Pavilion, and Zhen Yuan Pavilion, although they are said to be the top sects of Yongning Pearl, do you know that there are two hidden major sects in Yongning Pearl, Tiansang sect and Yuxian sect?" Listening to such a long-winded and boring explanation, even someone like Tian Yi said helplessly, "Master, the disciple still doesn't understand." Elder Wang continued to explain in a tone like reciting a scripture, but this time it was easier to understand. These two major hidden sects have strong divine transformation realm. The Master wants to rely on the inheritance of Nine Swords Mountain to break through to divine transformation realm, leading Xian Jian sect to become the third hidden sect of Yongning Pearl. Elder Wang stood up suddenly, turned to face the horizon, and continued speaking. At that time, the Tian Wu Pavilion and Zhen Yuan Pavilion were merely clouds in the eyes of the Xian Jian sect. Destroying them would be as easy as turning one's hand. At the martial arts training ground of Tian Wu Pavilion, where Lin Bingbu was practicing his internal power, upon receiving Elder Wang's message, a disciple rushed in to report. "Grand Senior Brother, we found the whereabouts of Yuzong Feng." Lin Bingbu had been waiting for this news for a long time. Upon hearing it, he widened his eyes and asked, "Where?" The disciple replied, "Tu Xiao sect." Upon hearing the name Yuzong Feng, Lin Bingbu felt extremely excited and frustrated. "Yuzong Feng, you dare to play with me again, this time you won't escape my grasp." Zhang Feng's group and Shan Gong met each other and took 5 seconds to look at one another and pose. Jiang Lan said nothing, and Zhang Feng teasingly remarked, "Are you afraid now?" Jiang Lan firmly replied, "With the Master by my side, the disciple is not afraid." Since Zhang Feng's reputation had not yet reached Shan Gong's ears, he had to ask, Who are you? However, the young man Fan Jian was quicker with his words and bluntly said, Old man. Wash your hands clean and listen carefully, the one who holds the sun and moon and picks stars, there is no one like him in the world. Under the golden elixir, he is invincible. Above the golden elixir, 1 for 1, a senior will be buffed. Fan Jian had to take a break to ask, Senior, I still don't know your identity. Zhang Feng just smiled and looked at Fan Jian with a little hope. This little guy is not bad, really makes it hard for others to hate him. If his qualities are not bad, I might consider him to be my third disciple. So the main character introduced himself, Yuzong Fong, 9 Swords Mountain. Fan Jian stepped forward on behalf of Zhang Feng to finish the rest. The senior is Yuzong Feng of 9 Swords Mountain. Are you scared now? Why not quickly kill yourself in front of the senior to avoid suffering? Shang Gong was really impressed with Fan Jian to the point that he said, You brat, I will kill you first later. Threatened with his life, Fan Jian shrank back, hiding behind Zhang Feng for protection. Senior, I'm so scared, he's being fierce with me. Shang Gong looked at Zhang Feng with a wicked smile. You are Yuzong Feng, arriving just in time to keep everyone here. Yuzong Feng spoke challengingly. If you want to keep us here, you have to see if you have the ability. Even so, Zhu Tang is the main character of this chapter. He stepped forward and declared loudly, Shang Gong, your opponent is me. Shang Gong, confident in his abilities, believed taking on 4 was not a problem, so as he released his aura, he responded, No rush, one at a time. However, he did not know that behind him was a second elder looking at him with disdain. This old fool still wants to take action, I'll give you a surprise later. Zhang Feng asked, Zhu Tang, is it a problem for you to fight 2 at once? Zhu Tang, knowing everything in advance, calmly smiled and replied, It's a small matter. Upon hearing this, Zhang Feng felt assured and immediately instructed the clever one in the group, then that's good. Fan Jian, lead the way. Shang Gong activated the devouring formation and growled, If you want to leave, you'll have to see if I agree. Remembering that there was one more person in his team, Shang Gong then asked the second elder, I will deal with you Zhang Feng, leave the counter to Zhu Tang to you. Jiang Gui replied cunningly, Fine. Then he channeled his energy to launch a divine weapon, full of determination. But unfortunately for Shang Gong, Jiang Gui stabbed him in the back. Jiang Gui said, Big brother, I'm here to help you cut him down. Shang Gong was furious as misfortune struck him hard. Jiang Gui, do you dare to betray the Tu Xiao sect? With a low salary, a boss with a poor relationship with his employees, Jiang Gui turning his back was just a matter of time. He said, if it weren't for the urgent situation back then, would have been insane to agree to be your elder. I have never forgotten the kindness my big brother showed me. Zhu Tang chuckled lightly, I understand your intentions, big brother. Today, the 2 of us will join forces to avenge our sister-in-law. Shang Gong immediately shattered their hopes with his tone, do you really think you can definitely win like this? Don't forget you are in my great formation. Yuzong Feng, upon hearing this, also aimed to broaden their opponent's perspective with his unique sword. He replied, a trash formation, what is there to be proud of? Watch me shatter it with one strike of my sword. A powerful aura broke through Shang Gong's formation. Almost on the verge of breaking down, he was stunned. He couldn't believe it and exclaimed, this is impossible. How could you do that? In Shang Gong's heart, he truly had to look at Zhang Feng with a different perspective. Among their group, the one he underestimated the most was Yuzong Feng. Unexpectedly, this little guy's sword Dao skills were frighteningly high. This is talent that doesn't wait for age. Zhang Feng had no obligation to explain anything to him. What does it have to do with you? In his mind, he was completely indifferent. Brother, could it be that I breaking the forbidden eye to disrupt the formation isn't something that can be done in a moment? After the prelude, Zhang Feng turned to leave, leaving a few words for Zhu Tang, brother, he left it to you to take revenge. I'm going to find something. Zhu Tang nodded, you go ahead, leave this side to me. And of course, he wouldn't be fighting alone. When Jiang Gui brought out his enormous axe and said, Big brother, let's charge together. At the same time, Zhu Tang summoned his magic. He responded to Jiang Gui's call for help, alright. 2 against 1, why refuse? Shang Gong, feeling sorrowful and bitter, allowed Zhang Feng to leave while he stayed behind to deal with the 2 others using his formation. In front of the main gate, several members of the Tu Xiao sect had been deployed to guard it. Upon seeing someone intruding, they lined up to greet him with their swords. Yuzong Feng allowed them to make a choice: you can go first, I won't draw my sword. Due to Zhang Feng's ordinary scholar appearance, the guards looked down on him with disdain. So what if he draws his sword? Don't be afraid of him, he's just a little guy in the true Yuan realm. Let's go together. Yuzong Feng sighed indifferently. Indeed, good advice cannot persuade a damned ghost. He raised his head, exuding a pressure comparable to that of a seasoned expert to intimidate the guards. The reason I won't draw my sword is that you are not worthy of it. They felt the gravity of his words and immediately changed their attitude, filled with extreme fear, and stepped back. The sword intent is truly frightening. Everyone disperse quickly, he is not someone we can provoke. Yuzong Feng smiled, it's too late to want to leave now. His sword intent immediately struck towards the crowd, blocking their path. The guards screamed in pain. Fan Jian stood in front of the large wooden door, shouting loudly towards Yuzong Feng, Senior, there's a formation on the large door of the treasury, breaking it won't be easy. Hearing this, Yuzong Feng used his divine eye to take a look. He smiled and said, no problem. At that moment, a magic circle appeared in his eyes, sealing the entrance to the treasury. He thought to himself, this is the focal point of the formation on the large door, right? He drew his sword and pointed it straight at the center of the formation. A powerful sword intent pierced directly into the middle of the door, creating a massive explosion. Fan Jian gaped at the scene before him, while Jiang Lan seemed to have grown accustomed to it. Yuzong Feng turned to look at the 2 of them and called out, let's go. Fan Jian was flustered, his limbs felt numb. Deep down, he was screaming, oh my god, what kind of being is the senior? No matter what kind of formation it is, under his hand, it's just a matter of a single sword strike. I used to hear my grandfather say there were some seniors with such skill that they could break 10,000 formations with one sword. The senior must be one of those great elders, right? The 3 of them proceeded straight into the treasury of the Tu Xiao sect. Inside, gold and valuables. Weapons and treasures are not lacking in anything. Yuzong Feng observed his surroundings and thought to himself, although the vast majority are made of royal-grade materials, there are also a few good items. He chose 3 5-element spiritual energy orbs, 1 gold and 1 green. Holding the treasures in his hands, he happily thought, unexpectedly, this trip could yield 5-element spiritual energy. Now that the 5-element spiritual energy has gathered, he could next break through to the heavenly Tao golden elixir realm. After putting away the 3 5-element spiritual energy orbs, he took a fist technique manual. He pondered for a moment. Jiang Yuyao had no talent for sword cultivation. Perhaps he should let her try earth magic. Yuzong Feng turned to Fan Jian. He asked, Fan Jian, do you have any plans for the future? He looked confused, scratched his head for a moment, then replied, my family has all died at the hands of the Tu Xiao sect, and there is nowhere else to go. I only hope to stay by your side, Senior Yuzong Feng. Yuzong Feng showed his delight and said excitedly, that's good then. I see you are also a rare talent in cultivating immortals, 1 in 10,000. Would you have any objections to becoming my disciple? Fan Jian's face was filled with overwhelming joy, and he immediately excitedly knelt down. Disciple Fan Jian pays his respects to the master. Yuzong Feng laughed heartily, from today on, you are my 3rd disciple. At the trading rendezvous, the setting sun cast its light on Lotus Lake. There stood a man and a woman admiring the view. And Kai spoke up, Sure Yu has hidden well, hasn't she? Leng Hengxing frowned and replied, if there are any disturbances on our side, she could strike at any moment. Hearing this, and Kai looked up at the sky, seeming contemplative. Well then, I don't know if it goes well for the sect master. The man beside her smiled upon hearing this. The strength of the sect master is not something an ordinary person can compare to. He absolutely has no issues. Lang Hengxing blushed, smiling at Kai. He curiously asked, "You care about the sect master so much, could it be that you have feelings for him?" This question made Kai's heart skip a beat. She blushed and denied it, "Of course not." Lang Hengsheng was confident he had grasped the answer. He said with conviction, then you must work hard and be careful of competitors." Kai, feeling ashamed and angry, exclaimed, "How could a genius like the sect master be interested in a loose woman like her?" Yu sneezed, unaware that someone was cursing him. Suddenly, Kai's pupils contracted. Beside her, Lang Hengsheng also became alert, looking up at the sky. Before them were the people of Tu Xiao sect, on a large ship hovering in the air. Lang Hengxing softly said, "They have arrived." On the other side, Gong Yu led the Tu Xiao sect members to meet Lang Hengsheng and Kai. He thought to himself, "If it weren't for Wen Er, I wouldn't have to lower my status to associate with these people." Gong Yu said, "I have arrived, where is Wen Er?" Kai smiled and replied, "She is, of course, in a place you cannot find." She thought, although the Tu Xiao sect cannot compare to the first-rate sects, their internal strength is not something we can compare to at this moment. Then, Lang Hengxing coldly asked, "If you want your young sect master, where is Jiang Lan?" Gong Yu proudly said, "So her name is Jiang Lan. Just wait for Wen Er to return to the Tu Xiao sect. She would naturally hand it over to your Nine Swords Mountain." The Tu Xiao sect members remained silent, the flying boat hovering in midair. Lang Hengxing snorted coldly, "Then there's nothing more to say." "If there's nothing more to say, then don't say anything." Gong Yu angrily shouted, "What about Yuzong, Fong and Zhu Tang? Tell them to come and talk, you are still not qualified." Lang Hengxing was taken aback, crossing his arms he said, "How would we know where Zhu Senior went? He is not one of our Nine Swords Mountain." Kai beside him added, with a disdainful expression, "As for where the sect master is, what does it have to do with you?" These words indeed infuriated Gong Yu. He was too careless to notice the abnormality, rage surged through him, and Gong Yu's words carried an evil energy. When Er is not here, the one in charge is also not here. Then there really is nothing more to say. I actually want to see if killing all the people of Nine Swords Mountain can keep Yuzong Fong calm. Saying this, he ordered the elders, "Kill for me. Except for those two, there's no need to spare the others." Immediately, the disciples of the Tu Xiao sect descended from the flying ship, surrounding Kai's group. Each of them wore a smile, but this did not frighten Kai and Lang Hengsheng. She smiled and said, "You really think highly of my Nine Swords Mountain. All of you are at least mid-stage True Yuan realm." On the other side, Lang Hengsheng scratched his chin and remarked, "If we didn't have a backup plan, we might have fallen into your trap." He whistled as a signal. Instantly, a group of people from Nine Swords Mountain emerged from the bushes, encircling the Tu Xiao sect disciples in turn. A slender, graceful figure stepped out, accompanied by a sweet voice. "Gong Yu, it's been a while." Gong Yu's eyes widened, his pupils contracting in shock as he stared at Yu. His expression turned panicked as he exclaimed, "How are you still alive?" Yu placed her hands on her hips, cherry blossoms fluttering around her. Her voice was filled with provocation as she replied, "If you're not dead yet, how could I possibly die?" Lu Yi observed the situation and thought to himself, "If I try to transmit a message to Wang Wei and Shentong now, there's a risk Gong Yu will notice. Big Brother still hasn't shown up. What should we do to make this better?" After thinking for a moment, he glanced at Wang Wei, silently considering, maybe we should just keep observing and wait for the Big Brother to appear before making a move. Wang Wei wore a serious expression, thinking to himself, as expected of you, already planning to stab Gong Yu in the back later, and we'll rush in together, targeting Gong Yu first. Shentong also smirked. Like his two brothers, he silently thought, "Good brothers, we all think alike. When it's time to strike, I'll ensure to protect our little sister thoroughly, later, just act based on my cues." Lu Yi and Wang Wei exchanged glances at Shentong's expression. The three of them on the boat exchanged knowing looks, but in reality, they all misunderstood each other. Sure you, standing below, watched the three of them exchanging glances nervously, feeling uneasy. Why do I have a bad feeling about this? Meanwhile, at Yuzong Feng's location, he was introducing the members to his disciple. He gestured toward Jiang Lan, this is your second senior sister. As for your grand senior sister, I will introduce her to you later. Fan Jian knelt down slightly, clasping his hands. Greetings, second senior sister. Jiang Lan smugly said, you must call me elder granny. He scratched his head, senior sister, we are all fellow disciples now. Does the bet still need to be taken seriously? Jiang Lan refused, what's done is done, if you played, you must bear the consequences. Yuzong Fong saw the situation and stepped forward to rescue Fan Jian. He patted Jiang Lan's head and gently said, all right, from now on you are all fellow disciples. A joke like that is fine. The girl happily replied, yes, disciple will listen to master. Jiang Lan, acting like a senior sister, waved her hand and called, come over here. Fan Jian happily asked, does senior sister have any instructions? He thought to himself, calling me? Do you have something to whisper to me? The girl patted Fan Jian's head, junior brother, you're good, senior sister will protect you from now on. Hearing this, Yuzong Fong laughed out loud in excitement and then left. Jiang Lan stuck out her tongue to tease Fan Jian, then chased after master. As for Fan Jian, he blushed so much he could smoke, constantly sulking, senior sister, you are really too much. At Zhu Tang's place, the situation was incredibly tense. He had summoned a giant stone dragon. Above, there is a large magic circle created by Shang Gong. The group of Yuzong Fong hides in the nearby bushes and observes. He quietly says, is it possible? Both of them have late-stage golden elixir realm cultivation and still can't catch a mid-stage golden elixir realm cultivator. Fan Jian replies, although Shang Gong's cultivation is not high, he is extremely proficient in formations. While he may not be able to match them, it won't be easy for him to lose immediately. He continues with an analysis, I think he might be planning to buy time, waiting for Gong Yu to return. Yuzong Fong turns to Fan Jian and assigns him his first task. You should take Jiang Lan down the mountain, concealing her aura and presence. Is there any problem? Fan Jian cheerfully clenches his fist, Master, I am adept at formations. I can't deceive an expert like Shang Gong, but for an ordinary true Yuan realm cultivator, there should be no issue. He then leaves the two children behind and charges into the battlefield ahead. He only leaves one sentence, take your senior sister away and ensure her safety. Yuzong Fong lands on top of the stone dragon. The current situation is 3 against 1, with Jiang Gui, Zhu Tang, and Yuzong Fong surrounding Shang Gong. Shang Gong gritted his teeth and endured, seemingly exhausted now, with sweat pouring down. In his heart, he thought, dealing with those two is already incredibly difficult, and with an addition of Yuzong Fong, what am I going to do now? Above, Yuzong Fong glanced at Zhu Tang and said, brother, it's just breaking a formation, what's so difficult about that? Zhu Tang lightly replied, do you think everyone is like you, a freak? Yuzong Fong immediately countered, you should say genius instead. Having said that, Yuzong Fong turned his attention to the older brother beside him. He asked, who is this? Jiang Gui smiled and responded, you sect master, I am Jiang Gui. Let's join forces to slay Shang Gong before we talk. Upon hearing this, Yuzong Fong immediately opened his divine eye to see the formation inside clearly. He said, all right. Jiang Daoist friend, brother, you both watch this, and I will show you how to break this formation. He landed on the ground, stood in front of Shang Gong, and said, you have seen it too. Now, with the enemies not few, do you have any last words? Shang Gong was not to be outdone, replying, just relying on a little brat like you who hasn't even fully grown up yet. Do you still want to kill me? It's truly ridiculous. Waiting for the sect master to bring back the elites of the sect is the day you will die. Yuzong Fong smiled triumphantly, if you commit suicide now, I can take charge and ensure that your ordinary disciples from Tu Xiao's sect are not harmed. Shang Gong accepted the provocation, with evil energy surging, these ordinary disciples, my Tu Xiao sect can take as many as we want. If you want to kill them, Go ahead. As soon as these words were spoken, the disciples around him felt a surge of fear. Grand Elder of his. Yuzong Fong looked at Shanggong and provocatively praised, "No wonder he is the Grand Elder of Tu Xiao's sect with deep feelings for his disciples, it truly is moving." Ju Tang beside him replied, "Stop wasting words with him." Breaking his formation, even if Shanggong grew wings, he would find it hard to escape. Jiang Gui next to him also shouted, "You sect master, let's attack together." Shanggong, at this moment, gathered his energy and poured spiritual energy into the formation diagram above. Although his body had started to sag a bit, the momentum in his voice was no different from the beginning. "Relying on you all, do you think you can break my formation? Dream on." Although he spoke like this, deep down Shanggong was extremely worried. This formation is a top-tier royal formation, it won't be easy for a golden elixir realm cultivator to break it. I hope that before the spirit stones run out, their sect master can return in time. Yuzong Fong did not say anything further, only casually swung his sword, and the sword intent immediately slashed straight into the center of the formation. The magic circle above remained unscathed, appearing to easily neutralize Yuzong Feng's strike. Shanggong was now coughing blood from the corner of his mouth. He smiled and said, "Little guy, you're still a bit inexperienced. Let's work together." Yuzong Feng called out, and Jiang Gui looked very excited. On the other side, Ju Tang remained unfazed, and the three charged forward together. Leading the attack was Yuzong Feng, who used his sword intent to execute a move from the Yang sword formula to break the earth formation. A surge of blazing spiritual energy was released from the sword body. Above, Ju Tang controlled the stone dragon, activating the earth dragon chant. It opened its mouth wide, gathering a source of spiritual energy, ready to strike directly at the center of the formation. Finally, it was Jiang Gui. He unleashed his skill, and the large stones flew into the air, waiting for a command. "Shanggong, die for me." The three of them simultaneously launched their killer moves at the formation diagram, sealing him, while Shanggong fought back alone. Shanggong poured all his remaining energy into it, but the formation consumed too much energy from the spirit stones. He shouted, "Hold on for me." Yuzong Feng coldly replied, "You can't hold on any longer." The sword intent was immediately released, striking down from above. The formation had begun to crack, and even Shanggong himself took the blow of the sword intent. He cried out, "How can you have such terrifying sword intent?" He did not stop, silently thinking, the formation has its unique aspects. Shanggong managed to stall us for so long relying on this formation. The one defending could not hold on any longer, and the formation was destroyed, resulting in a huge explosion in front of the main hall of the Tu Xiao sect. As the dust settled, Shanggong lay sprawled on the ground, spitting out a mouthful of blood. Jiang Gui happily handed a small dagger to Ju Tang. "Big brother, you go kill him." Shanggong heard this and suddenly shouted, "Wait, I have something to say." Hearing this, Yuzong Feng immediately sat down beside him. He scolded, "You are just a dying man, what is there to say?" Shanggong's face was bruised and battered, his words somewhat trembling. "Ju Tang, I owe you for what happened back then, dying at your hands, I have nothing left to say." With that, he turned and pointed towards Yuzong Feng. "Yuzong Feng, this person is the one that the Xien Xien sect has marked. If you stay with him, the Xien Xien sect will not spare you. If you capture him, I can help you plead with the Xien Xien sect. With your strength, you might develop better there." Yuzong Feng ran over and threw his arm around Ju Tang, bragging with a sense of pride, "Big brother, don't make a scene. Do you know what my relationship with him is? He is my Gij. You are provoking our brotherly relationship, isn't that just foolish?" Frowning slightly, his tone changed immediately. "Brother, hurry up and kill him, just looking at him is already infuriating." As soon as he finished speaking, Ju Tang grabbed a dagger and moved close to Shanggong's face. His eyes darkened, filled with evil energy. "The debt you owe me from that year, today I will collect. After a few days, I will bring Gong Yu down here with you." A dagger plunged straight into the abdomen, a mouthful of red blood spurted out, and the scene was now silent, only the faint sound hanging in the air. Shanggong was dead. Jiang Gui shouted, "Disciples of Tu Xiao sect, disperse. You may save your lives. Starting today, the Tu Xiao sect no longer exists." Yuzong Fong stood watching the motionless body on the ground and said, "Brother, this matter is settled. I will go to pick up my disciples. Let's hurry to Lotus Lake. The longer we stay there, the less at ease I feel." Ju Tang softly replied, "Let's go." The dusk gradually fell, and the lake's surface trembled from the stones thrown in. The male disciple said, "Senior sister, do you think the master can defeat Shanggong?" Jianglan sat on a rock, gently looking up at the sky. "The master is the most formidable person in the world. Shanggong must be no match for the master." Fan Jian also gazed far away, worried. "But the Yongning Pearl is so large. There are definitely many more powerful people than the master." Fan Jian looked at Jianglan, hands clenched into fists, trying to appear determined. "I know everything you said, but I know the master gave me a home, so I must train hard. After I eliminate all obstacles, I will become a stone in the master's path." Hearing this, Fan Jian crossed his arms and smiled, replying, "Senior sister, the world of cultivating immortals is not about killing, but about the principles of dealing with people." In his heart, he thought, "Such a good girl, why does she have such a heavy killing intent?" Suddenly, someone stepped forward and said, "Fan Jian, you seem to understand, right?" Jianglan and Fan Jian turned around and bowed in unison, saying, "Disciple pays respect to the master." Yuzong Fong said kindly, "I will take you back first, your senior sister is still waiting." Jianglan placed her hand on her chest in protest, "Master, I also want to go to Lotus Lake." Fan Jian turned to advise her, "Senior sister, our strength is low, going there would only cause more trouble for the master. It would be best to follow the master's arrangements." Yuzong Fong had witnessed the previous scene and quietly assessed. The personality of this little guy is clever. If nurtured well, he could become a management talent at Nine Swords Mountain in the future. At Nine Swords Mountain, Jiang Yuyao was eating a cake, her small mouth moving continuously. After seeing Yuzong Fong bring Jianglan back, she cheerfully exclaimed, "Master, you're back. Junior sister is back too." After realizing there was another male disciple beside her, Jiang Yuyao asked, "Master, who is he?" Seeing himself being addressed, Fan Jian quickly bowed, clasping his hands together in front of him, and smiled, "I am the new disciple accepted by master." Junior brother Fan Jian pays respects to senior sister. Then, Jiang Yuyao stepped in front of Jianglan, took her hand, and showed her concern. "I'm so glad that junior sister is okay. It's senior sister's fault for not protecting junior sister well." However, Jianglan still cheerfully said, "The opponent is a strong golden elixir realm. Jianglan does not blame you, sister." Yuzong Fong turned around and instructed, "You all settle things down first, master will go to Lotus Lake first." Then, he stood on his sword and soared into the sky with the clouds and wind. The disciples behind all bowed in unison. The disciples sent off the master. Jiang Yuyao raised both hands and shouted, "Master, you must return safely." Fan Jian, who was behind, heard this and scoffed. "Senior sister, the master can travel 1,000 miles with his sword. He is already over 30 miles away and can't hear your voice." Jiang Yuyao felt uncomfortable upon hearing this and turned back to say loudly, "You really talk too much. I am a disciple, is it not allowed to worry about the master?" In contrast to Jiang Yuyao, Jianglan looked gloomy on the side. "If it weren't for our low cultivation levels, we could go with the master to kill the enemy." Fan Jian propped his chin on his hand, his eyes revealing a sly glint. "Two senior sisters, if you really want to go, it's not impossible." Jianglan responded from behind. "But the master does not allow us to go to Lotus Lake." Jiang Yuyao put her hands on her hips and said, "If the master finds out, there will definitely be a round of scolding." Fan Jian looked at the two and explained, "The master doesn't let us go because of our low abilities, making it difficult to protect ourselves." He crossed his arms, revealing a sharp demeanor. "If we have the ability to protect ourselves, we can also help the master. Even if the master finds out, he won't blame us." The two sisters were overjoyed to hear this. Jiang Yuyao spoke up first, "Do you have a way? Fan Jian then replied, "Hee, to be honest, junior brother has some knowledge of formations. As long as you create a type of formation disk that can conceal our presence, and bring it with you. If we are near the battlefield's border, I believe no one will discover us." Upon hearing this, Jiang Yuyao turned to grab Fan Jian's hand and said, "Then what are we waiting for? Let's make the most of our time right now." The evening glow enveloped the entire sky, with clouds drifting lazily tinted by the sunset, casting a warm hue over the forest. A figure in a red robe appeared by the riverbank. Shiryu crossed her arms behind her back. Behind her, four subordinates were holding swords, all alert and scanning the surroundings, swords ready to strike down any enemy. The river sparkled under the evening light, flowing slowly and peacefully, completely contrasting the tense atmosphere. At this moment, opposite her, the silhouettes of four men were staring intently at them. At the forefront is Gong Yuyu, followed closely by third elder Lu Yi, fourth elder Wang Wei, and fifth elder Shen Tong. Gong Yuyu frowned, his forehead wrinkling as he sternly commanded, "Make your move." Faced with the threat, Shiryu showed no signs of fear. She grimaced, her lips pressed tightly together in dissatisfaction, her eyes staring intensely at her opponent. Suddenly from behind, Wang Wei thrust a sword through Gong Yuyu's chest. Caught off guard by the sudden attack, he could not react in time, his mouth agape as he coughed up a mouthful of blood, his eyes wide with shock as his body fell back. Seizing the opportunity, Shen Tong used his lightness skill to rush toward Shiryu, his expression tense as he stood in front to protect her. She was astonished, speechless, her eyes fixed on the figure shielding her. Third elder Lu Yi witnessed the entire incident, beads of sweat dotting his forehead, his eyes wide in disbelief as he thought to himself, "Shouldn't we have observed first and waited for the elder brother to show up before taking action?" Wang Wei and Shen Tong's actions caused him to feel a bit of fear. Clutching his stomach, he thought, "Forget it, I won't care anymore." Seeing the disagreement of his brothers, Wang Wei used his lightness skill to fly toward Shen Tong. Upon arrival, he aggressively questioned the other party, "Shen Tong, what do you mean? Aren't we supposed to be working together?" Shen Tong was sweating and helplessly explained, "What I meant was that we should protect the little sister, didn't you see I was winking at you the whole time?" At this moment, Louis had also followed Wang Wei, and the three of them stood in a row in front of Shiryu to protect her. One sword strike from Wang Wei could not take down Gong Yuyu, who angrily looked at the situation before him. He frowned in pain, beads of sweat on his face, and blood still lingering at the corner of his mouth as he roared fiercely, "You dare betray the Tu Xiao sect." After laughing heartily, he cursed outrageously, "Ha, very good, you all betray the Tu Xiao sect, today I will purge the clan." Yuzong Fong, along with Zhu Tang and Jiang Gui, appeared behind Shiryu's group. The sound of hurried footsteps made them turn to take a look. The three elders had expressions of joy, as if they had seen a benefactor, their eyes sparkling with excitement. They happily shouted in unison, "Big brother." The sun was now setting in the west, casting a fiery red hue across the sky. Yuzong Fong assessed the three of them and asked the person beside him, "Brother, are these three also your backup?" Zhu Tang beside him closed his eyes to rest, clasped his hands behind his back, and calmly said, "They have been like this since they were young." Jiang Gui behind was pleased with their performance. Gong Yuyu looked at the scene before him, trembling with anger, his expression serious. Pointing towards the opposite side, he harshly shouted, "Jiang Gui, you have betrayed me, Grand Elder, what's wrong?" Saying this, he summoned a divine weapon and in the blink of an eye, he appeared in the air. Yuzong Fong disdainfully said, "What else can there be? Go to hell. All of your companions are traitors, let's see how you can fight." He placed his hands on his waist, pointed at him with one hand, raised his eyes firmly, and said, "Gong Yuyu, you should reincarnate sooner." In the twilight, the figure in blue was fluttering in the wind. Gong Yuyu smirked, the corner of his mouth still stained with dried blood, and said, "Do you really think my grand cause is over?" He raised his hand, tilted his face to the sky, his figure standing tall in the air, and shouted loudly, "The moment of life and death for my Tu Xiao sect has come, kill, kill with a blood path." The sound echoed, resounding throughout the atmosphere. The disciples who heard it became tense. Each of them had beads of sweat on their faces, some gritted their teeth preparing to fight, while others breathed heavily in fear, looking around nervously, eyeing the sword in their hands. Gong Yuyu's expression was sinister. He grinned with satisfaction, secretly plotting in his heart, later, while the disciples of the inner sect charged forward heroically, I must find a way to escape from here. The forest is still green, what is there to fear about not having firewood? There will come a time when I will rise again. His eyes sparkled with cunning. Sensing the change in the atmosphere around him, Yuzong Fong furrowed his brow, deep in thought, this sword chi. He realized that a stream of sword chi was approaching from the sky. A figure clad in purple rode the sword towards them, hands clasped behind his back, calmly looking down at the people below, like a deity. Meanwhile, the disciples beside Yuzong Fong were tense, on guard against the newcomer. He clenched his fists tightly. With a serious expression, he carefully assessed the person. Beads of sweat formed on his forehead as he silently thought, flying on a sword, unless the person is from the Xien Xien sect, this arrival is truly ill-timed. Zhu Tang looked at the sword-wielding figure in the sky, silently speculating, this person appears at a critical moment, it seems the arrival is not friendly. Despite these thoughts, it was still unclear who was friend or foe. He calmly lifted his head to look at the other person and asked, may I ask, Daoist friend, where do you come from? The man, with a stern face and commanding demeanor, narrowed his eyes, his purple irises coldly looking down, and reported his name, Xien Xien sect, Lin Bingbu. On his robe were patterns of a coiling dragon, and at his waist was a sword, its hilt adorned with a red tassel that swayed in the wind. His words made the atmosphere tense. Yuzong Fong looked at Zhu Tang with suspicion and asked, brother, is Lin Bingbu very formidable? He furrowed his brow in thought, his face showing concern, sighed, and said, this time it's unstable. Zhu Tang calmly recounted the legend of that person. Lin Bingbu is the genius disciple of the Xien Xien sect from 200 years ago, and he is now an unlimited swordsman, approaching the nascent soul realm. Incredibly formidable. In his imagination, Lin Bingbu was an extraordinary figure, with sharp eyes, a talented swordsman known throughout the world. Those around him were astonished, looking up wide-eyed at the sword master standing above. Yuzong Fong was tense, cursing inwardly, damn it, the Xien Xien sect really values me, sending a semi-full yuan in here. Should I escape later? He glanced at those beside him, seeing their bewilderment and thinking that if he left, they would surely die. Thinking of this, sweat flowed down his face. Yuzong Fong drew his sword, a golden true chi enveloping him. He gritted his teeth and sighed, this is truly terrible. The sword in his hand was surrounded by flames of light. Yuzong Fong resolutely said, there's no turning back now, we will fight to the death. Carefully assessing his strength, Lin Bingbu slowly said, the true Yuan realm comprehending sword intent of the sword realm at will, I understand why Elder Wang wanted you to return to the Xien Jian sect. He squinted and observed before saying, follow me, and I will not kill them. He gestured with 2 fingers toward the others. Leng Hengsheng and Enkai heard this and pursed their lips in dissatisfaction, feeling both humiliated and threatened for their lives. This is too much pressure. None of them were angry. Gong Yu heard this and angrily protested, Lin's senior brother, Yuzong Fong is cunning, this disaster cannot be allowed to remain. He rubbed his hands together, hurriedly trying to stop Lin Bingbu's intentions. His words fueled Lin Bingbu's anger, and his fierce eyes shot a glare at him. One of his pupils suddenly turned red, and powerful purple sword chi swirled around. He coldly questioned, are you teaching me how to act? As for the problem with the Tu Xiao sect, I will find you for tea later. Killing intent filled the surroundings, causing others to tremble in fear. A stream of sword chi struck toward Gong Yu, the overwhelming force sending him backward. He stared wide-eyed, his pupils contracting, coughing up a mouthful of blood, thinking to himself, what do you mean? Has our intention been discovered by the Xien Jian sect? Watching Gong Yu heavily injured by the sword chi, Yuzong Feng's face turned pale, furrowing his brows as he observed, quietly thinking, this person has not yet comprehended the sword intent. Yet he could use his pupils to emit sword chi, which was enough to demonstrate his terrifying nature. He channeled his internal energy, directing the tip of the sword forward. Suddenly, thousands of sword chi appeared in the air, golden light rushing ahead. He shouted, "I'll go first, you follow." Each beam of sword chi tore through the air, containing terrifying power as they shot towards Lin Bingbu. Noticing the opponent's resistance, Lin Bingbu's face turned ashen. He drew his sword with one hand, a stream of purple sword chi appearing around him, disdainfully saying, "Such delicate sword intent, using it from your hands is truly a waste." His sharp eyes fixed on Yuzong Fong, "Prepare to take my blow." Lin Bingbu stood high above, summoning circles and fiercely swinging his sword to create a strong wind sweeping through the circles. Then, straight columns began to descend toward the ground. Lin Bingbu looked at Yuzong Fong with a slightly angry and disdainful gaze. "If this is your strength, then you must die today." Yuzong Fong, not to be outdone, provoked him, "Then go ahead and try." Gong Yu had been observing the battle this whole time, but he was not concerned about who would win or lose, he was worried about his own sect. Now the situation is complicated. What should our Tu Xiao sect do to find a chance for survival? He looked towards Lin Bingbu, thinking to himself, the Xien Xien sect has someone here. From his tone just now, it seems he may have sensed a bit of our Tu Xiao sect's intentions. However, I cannot be blamed for this now, there could still be a change in circumstances. Gong Yu continued to observe Leng Hengsheng. The biggest trouble now is that the opposing side has far more golden elixir realm cultivators than us. But with great elder Yuaning Lin Bingbu here, they are all insignificant, so the advantage lies with us. He smiled self-satisfiedly. Gong Yu wanted to cooperate with Lin Bingbu to protect his Tu Xiao sect. "Senior, our Tu Xiao sect is willing to do our best to capture Yuzong Fong for the Xien Xien sect." However, he was met with a cold attitude, a sharp gaze, and the harsh words, "Get lost," from Lin Bingbu. Gong Yu found himself in a weak position, having no choice but to endure whatever Lin Bingbu said. "All right, I will leave immediately and absolutely will not disturb you any further." The scene shifts to Xiao Xinghe. At this moment, he was rushing towards the source of spiritual energy. The closer he got, the clearer it became, and he was curious to see what it was. "Just now, I sensed that there was a fluctuation of spiritual energy in this direction, perhaps someone caused a conflict earlier. I'll check it out and see what happens next." Suddenly, a bright sword shot high into the sky, capturing Xiao Xinghe's attention. He looked up and immediately recognized that this sword intent belonged to Yuzong Fong. Xiao Xinghe was excited and rushed even faster. "Yuzong Fong, on that day you toyed with me, I will make you pay for the actions you took today." Meanwhile, Yuzong Fong was still engaged in a fierce battle with Lin Bingbu. The two continuously attacked and blocked each other's strikes with their swords, with streaks of purple and yellow intertwining. This fight with Lin Bingbu was indeed somewhat challenging for Yuzong Fong. He thought seriously, facing an opponent in the Yuaning realm with the strength of a true Yuan realm is indeed a bit exhausting for me. With just over 6,000, he must be at least above 10,000. After a tiring aerial battle, just as Yuzong Fong and Lin Bingbu landed, Xiao Xinghe appeared, blocking the path in front of both of them. Xiao Xinghe excitedly challenged Yuzong Fong, "Hurry up and come fight me for a bit." Lin Bingbu was a bit surprised to see Xiao Xinghe appear. "Xiao Xinghe, why has this crazy guy come here?" In contrast to Lin Bingbu, Yuzong Fong was not surprised at all, his face somewhat helpless. "Wasn't it just a one-time trick? Why is this guy still chasing after me? Truly petty." However, Yuzong Fong saw Xiao Xinghe's appearance as a good thing. "It's good that he has come. Perhaps there will be a turning point." Yuzong Fong then came up with a plan, pointing at Lin Bingbu, "You want me, and this expert from Tianwu Pavilion also wants me. Who should I follow? How about this, you two fight first, don't mind me. Whoever wins, I will follow that person." Lin Bingbu, not wanting to fight with Xiao Xinghe, said, "Yuzong Fong was specifically requested by Elder Wang for me to bring back. Your actions are putting me in a difficult position." But it seemed Xiao Xinghe didn't care about this at all, indifferently looking at Lin Bingbu. "My Tianwu Pavilion also has nascent soul realm cultivators. Others may fear you, but I do not get lost. If we don't cut it, we will die. Lin Bingbu was no longer polite. Then I must learn a bit about the high skills of Tianwu Pavilion. The sky gradually turned pink, and it was already dusk. And Kai observed the situation with great concern. Leng Hengsheng, the current situation is so complicated that it may be disadvantageous for us. Leng Hengsheng didn't pay much attention and explained to Kai about the current situation. Xiao Xinghe is very strong, but in his eyes, there is only the sect master, he won't do anything to us. So we just need to focus on dealing with the people from Tu Xiao sect and Xien Xien sect. Hearing that Yuzong Fong was targeted by a powerful opponent, and Kai became even more worried. Then isn't the sect master in danger? Xiao Xinghe is in the late stage of the golden elixir realm, we can't let this happen. I must go help the sect master. Leng Hengsheng glanced at Kai teasingly, ha ha ha, I think you are overly concerned. Seeing that Yuzong Fong was not worried at all about the current situation, Leng Hengsheng said to Kai, don't you see that the sect master is very calm? So now we need to think of a way to deal with this great expert from Xien Xien sect. The conflict is difficult for everyone. And Kai is also worried about Zhu Tang. This is also a hassle, and I don't know if the senior can handle it. Don't worry, Zhu Senior is also in the late stage of the golden elixir realm. Even if he can't win against an expert in the semi-yuaning realm, he has enough strength to protect himself, Leng Hengsheng replied. At the same time, we also have an expert in the golden elixir realm, while the Tu Xiao sect only has Gong Yu. At this moment, Kai had regained her confident demeanor and was no longer worried. Kai smiled confidently and said, so the advantage is on our side. Leng Hengsheng coincidentally said the same thing, so the advantage is on our side. At this moment, Jiang Yu Yao was eating cake, watching the match between Xiao Xinghe and Lin Bingbu. Look over there, the master is over there. Fan Jian was frightened and quickly covered her mouth. Grand senior sister, you have to speak a little quieter, if you're found out, it'll be over. Jiang Yu Yao turned to Jiang Lan and asked, junior sister, what do you think we should do next? How can we help the master? Jiang Lan shrank back and shyly replied, senior sister, I don't know either. I only know that if my strength is sufficient, I could take up a sword and kill the enemy now. Fan Jian understood Jiang Yu Yao's intention and wanted to advise her. Senior sister, we don't need to be hasty. In a situation like this, we cannot intervene, so we can only wait for the right opportunity. But Jiang Yu Yao didn't want that. She retorted fiercely, you just joined the sect, so of course you would say that. If you don't act, I will take care of it myself. I also need to be by the master's side. Suddenly, at this moment, a battle formation appeared in Fan Jian's hands. He said to Jiang Yu Yao, senior sister, even though I joined the sect late, my master has been greatly kind to me, and one must repay kindness. My junior brother is not ignorant. This is a battle formation that I have made. Inside there is a killing formation. Jiang Yu Yao asked excitedly, can this formation kill a golden elixir realm cultivator? Fan Jian seemed a bit helpless. No, it can only suppress true Yuan realm cultivators. The excitement on Yu Yao's face vanished. She lost her enthusiasm, then what's the use of it? There will also be moments when I can help the master. Yuzong Fong is currently looking at Lin Bingbu and Xiao Xinghe to observe and assess the situation. Although we have more golden elixir realm cultivators on our side at the moment, we still lack top combat power. If it weren't for Xiao Xinghe, Zhu Tang and I could team up to deal with that half Yuaning. Thinking this, Yuzong Fong spoke up, let's join forces with Xiao Xinghe to take down Lin Bingbu. Xiao brother, it was wrong of me to hide things from you earlier. I apologize to you for that. I am also willing to fight alongside you. However, with Lin Bingbu, that despicable fellow, here, it is hard to avoid being disturbed in my enjoyment of this duel. You and I should work together to deal with him. Lin Bingbu pointed his sword at Xiao Xinghe, then I will handle the outstanding disciple of Tianwu Pavilion. Lin Bingbu stepped forward, turned, and struck with his sword. His spiritual energy surged toward Xiao Xinghe. Xiao Xinghe was not outdone, having already restrained Lin Bingbu due to his low talent. He used the Fan Yun Palm. Xiao Xinghe's palm moved forward, releasing a wave of spiritual energy. Yuzong Fong also joined this battle. Lin Bingbu. Don't forget that I am still here. He jumped up, swung his sword, using the Tam Dung sword formula to break the Tam Tuk. A series of swords combined with Fan Van Chuang rushed towards Lin Bingbu. But he easily dodged them. Lin Bingbu's serious expression was meant to intimidate Yuzong Fong. The first one I will cripple later is you. This intense battle particularly amused Xiao Xinghe. Humph, it depends on his skills. Xiao Xinghe unexpectedly charged to attack Lin Bingbu, but once again he dodged, which annoyed Xiao Xinghe. Immediately, Lin Bingbu retaliated. Xiao Xinghe watched as the two in front of him were engrossed in fighting and didn't pay attention to him. Yuzong Fong thought of a plan. Running is the best strategy. These two are angry. Later I will find an opportunity to escape. First I need to break through to the realm and then think about the rest. Suddenly, Gong Yu rushed in, shouting, Lin Senior, let me help you. But before he could do anything, a stone dragon flew in to block him. Zhu Tang appeared majestically, riding on the head of a stone dragon. Gong Yu, it's time to settle the debt from back then. Gong Yu pointed directly at Zhu Tang's face and shouted loudly, Zhu Tang, are you seeking death? Zhu Tang furrowed his brows and said, Haha, back then, you had such spirit, but now you've become a dog of the Xien Xien sect. How pathetic. Gong Yu, with an angry face, replied, the opponent is the Xien Xien sect, the overlord of Yongning Pearl. Zhu Tang coldly answered, so what? You're still just a dog. Hearing this, Gong Yu couldn't maintain his composure any longer and shouted, little guy, is Yuzong Fong really worth your bet like this? Saying that, he threw a magical axe towards Zhu Tang. But Zhu Tang merely stood and retorted, whether it's worth it or not doesn't matter, not having anyone is crucial to me. Finishing his words, Zhu Tang jumped up, evading the attack. The previous strike was blocked by the dragon. Seeing this, Zhu Tang said, but I believe Yuzong Fong will eventually become a presence that makes Yongning Pearl tremble. Gong Yu sneered and replied, humph, is it only based on him? While the two were still clashing, Fan Jian below watched and let out an exclamation, only to be pinched by Jiang Yuyao, who scolded, eat, eat, eat all day long. Master and the others are in danger, and you still eat? Being pinched on the ear made Fan Jian cry out in pain, ouch, ouch, ouch. He whined, please, senior sister, I'm just a small True Yuan realm shrimp, what do these fight scenes matter? Jiang Lan approached, holding a sweet potato, and said gently to Fan Jian, junior brother, if you can help the master, I will let you eat my sweet potato. Looking beside her, Yuyao warned him with a terrifying expression, if you can't help the master, then don't blame my senior sister for kicking you in front of the master. Humph. Fan Jian helplessly thought, oh my god, what karma did I create in my previous life to be stuck with these two senior sisters? He glanced at the two senior sisters and said, junior brother does have a way. Upon hearing this, Jiang Yuyao punched his head and said, say it if you have something to say. If you keep dragging it out, do you want to bet whether senior sister will hit you? Fan Jian's head was hit hard. He rubbed his chin and said, yes, 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 junior brother has come up with a formation called the Con Spirit Formation. As long as a few formation markers are set up, it can activate the spiritual energy of the Lotus Lake densely. Using the Con Spirit Formation is the most appropriate. By that time, junior brother could easily manipulate the formation, which could affect the abilities of the cultivators within it. However, junior brother needed two senior sisters to protect me. After hearing Fan Jian's words, both Yu Yao and Jiang Lan excitedly said, so can we help master then? Fan Jian replied, senior sister, my cultivation has limitations, the spirit formation I can set up can only affect cultivators of the True Yuan realm at most. Over at master's side, we can't help with anything. Jiang Lan turned to Yu Yao and said, that's enough, senior sister, I've been looking forward to the battle against the enemies. On this side, one person was hit by a spell and screamed in pain, sure you didn't care about life or death and simply stated, the situation is now set, we just have to see if Yuzong Fong can hold Lin Bingbu, buying us some time. Sure you turned around and said, leave dealing with Gong Yu to eldest brother, he has been waiting for this day for a long time. Suddenly, she noticed Fan Jian and his group sneaking up behind her and thought, why are they coming here at this moment? Given their strength, they are really seeking death. Seeing them like that, sure you could only let it go. Forget it. Seeing them might have been part of the plan, I will just observe. Yuzong Fong, you owe me a favor. Over here, Yuzong Fong and Xiao Xinghe were fighting fiercely against Lin Bingbu. Yuzong Fong turned to Xiao Xinghe and said, Xiao brother, Lin Bingbu is no match for the two of us, let's let him remember this once and settle it. Xiao Xinghe eagerly replied, alright, then let's deal him a ruthless blow. Lin Bingbu sneered, you think you can deal with me just based on the two of you? You're really dreaming. The two attacks collided, creating an explosion. At that moment, Lin Bingbu jumped up, and Xiao Xinghe felt something was off. There was a strange feeling. Why had Yuzong Feng's attack not come yet? Turning around, he saw that Yuzong Feng had already slipped away. As Yuzong Feng escaped, he called out, Xiao brother, I'm sorry for the trouble, I will definitely explain everything to you later. Xiao Xinghe shouted angrily, Yuzong Feng, I will not let you off. Lin Bingbu laughed mockingly. Yuzong Feng, this cunning man, can only consider someone foolish if they are new and ignorant. It's truly ridiculous. Xiao Xinghe turned and angrily shouted, stop wasting words, do it again. After leaving, Yuzong Feng sat down to cultivate. He thought to himself, with Xiao Xinghe restraining him temporarily, there shouldn't be anyone else to disturb my breakthrough, I must seize the time. The meridians in my body are already filled with 5-element spiritual energy, yet unexpectedly, it feels as though I'm just starting out and losing strength like this. While thinking, Yuzong Feng tried to break through. Thunder appeared in the sky, concentrating and pouring down onto Yuzong Feng. Xiao Xinghe noticed something unusual and said, with such a commotion, what is he trying to do? Lin Bingbu replied beside him, his aura seems like he is about to break through to the golden elixir realm. On Zhu Tang's side, after hitting Gong Yu, Zhu Tang also noticed the change in weather and happily thought, unexpectedly, just advancing to the golden elixir realm can lead to thunder tribulation. Truly impressive. Gong Yu clutched her chest, filled with worry, thinking, Yuzong Feng is just at the true Yuan realm, yet he is so formidable. After he advances to the golden elixir realm, won't I just be able to let him kill me? Sure, you looked up at the sky and thought, in the rumors, only true geniuses start from the golden elixir realm. Every time one advances to a major realm, it triggers thunder tribulation. With this in mind, sure you became interested in Yuzong Feng. I didn't expect this young man to have such aptitude, it truly surprises me. On this side, both Jianglan and Yu Yao stepped back and shouted, ah. The old man looked up at the sky, feeling strange and confused, huh? Before he could comprehend, he was bound tightly by the spell, causing him pain, Gradually, the magical whirlwind entwined him more tightly, and he began to float upwards. At this moment, the old man was almost out of strength. Sure you, with an imposing demeanor, said, you are just an ant, yet you dare to be rude in front of me. Then some children joyfully ran over, thank you, senior. Sure you turned around and scolded, it's too dangerous here, you cannot involve yourselves. As she finished speaking, she thought to herself, if you were not disciples of that young man, we don't care about your lives and deaths. Jiang Yu Yao and Jiang Lan, feeling scolded, stood up firmly to express their opinions. Junior just wants to help the master. When the master is in trouble, although the junior's strength is low, they still want to assist the master in any way possible. Fan Jian, standing behind, said, Senior, the junior has a formation called the Spirit Trapping Formation. This formation can control the spiritual energy within its range and change its form. Although it cannot affect cultivators in the golden elixir realm, it can certainly help the master deal with these thieves. Sure you, seeing the understanding disciples, smiled and thought, Yuzong Feng himself is a genius, but it is unexpected that his disciples also possess strengths. After thinking this, she closed her eyes and said, it is good that the Yu sect master cannot be disturbed by external forces during the crucial moment of breaking through the realm. Then I can assist you all in protecting the law. Upon hearing this, the children rejoiced, we thank you, Senior. Fan Jian crossed his arms, pleased, thinking, with a golden elixir stage cultivator as a bodyguard, it would be hard for me to die. Yuzong Fong was meditating in the sky while thunder and lightning roared. Gong Yu simply stood there with a grimace, grinding his teeth in anger as he thought to himself, such talent leads to envy, causing even the heavenly Tao to not hesitate to unleash thunder tribulation to erase his existence. A person like this, once he becomes an enemy, must be killed at any cost. After thinking this, he shouted, "Disciples of the Tu Xiao sect, hear my command. At any cost, we must stop Yuzong Fong from breaking through the realm." The disciples responded in unison, "Yes." Over here, Leng Hengsheng also gave orders, "Disciples of Nine Swords Mountain, hear my command. Protect the sect master, no matter what happens, we cannot let this disturbance near the sect master even for a moment." The disciples immediately rushed forward. And Kai, standing behind, sweat dripping, said, "I don't know if it is good or bad for our Nine Swords Mountain that the sect master is breaking through the realm at this time." Hearing this, Leng Hengsheng turned to Kai and said, "Let's not think too much about it, the sect master will definitely be able to break through safely." At this moment, Yuzong Fong was surrounded by a gigantic flame. Suddenly, he opened his eyes, looked up at the sky, and called out something, "Come here." The thunder grew louder. Yuzong Fong, full of resilience, shouted, "So what if it's heavenly tribulation? I am not afraid of you or my sword." Three-yang sword formula, break the heaven technique. The power of the sword blocked the attack of the heavenly tribulation. Although he managed to block it, Yuzong Fong still thought, "I never expected that just one thunder tribulation would make it so I couldn't resist. But fortunately, I can feel the power of the thunder still helping me, allowing the five elements force within my body to transform into the essence of five elements spiritual energy." Little System Fox then reported, "Master has undergone one thunder tribulation, with two remaining." Looking at the immense power, Ju Tang exclaimed, "The rumor among geniuses is that simply undergoing one thunder tribulation allows one to advance to the golden elixir realm. I never expected Yuzong Fong to pass through it so easily." Lin Bingbu replied, "That's not right, he is not just facing one thunder tribulation." Xiao Xinghe was shocked, how could this be? Xiao Xinghe thought to himself, I never expected Yuzong Feng's talent to surpass this level. Battling someone like him truly ignites my passion. So what if I am not as talented as him? Even if I, Xiao Xinghe, am not as gifted as him? Seeing the men rushing towards him, Yuzong Feng arrogantly said, "Isn't it just about saving lives? Just to make some people unhappy? It seems that being too handsome is also a crime." Gong Yu, unconvinced, angrily ordered, "Self-destruct. All of you self-destruct for me. Yuzong Feng can no longer live." The men rushed forward, "Yes, sect master." Leng Hengsheng shouted loudly, "Nine Swords Mountain, block them for me. No matter what, we cannot let them get close to the sect master." And Kai was sweating profusely, she furrowed her brow in careful observation, thinking to herself, the Tu Xiao sect has completely gone crazy. What should we do now? Fan Jian, observing the battle from a distance, shouted loudly, "Still want to self-destruct? I will make you die. I will make you die." Fan Jian immediately pulled out his yin-yang formation, furrowing his brows, focusing his eyes, and simultaneously channeling spiritual energy into the formation. A green light appeared shortly after. The members of the Tu Xiao sect were lifted into the air. Their faces became haggard, their eyes vacant, and they yelled out loud, "A." Yuzong Feng stood alone amidst the battle, single-handedly carrying the team, using spiritual energy to defeat the members of the Tu Xiao sect. They fell before him one after another. Gong Yu had witnessed everything that just transpired. At that moment, he was like a clown bouncing around. Gong Yu gasped in shock, stepping back in fear. He screamed as if he had just seen a ghost, "How is this possible? Why did the self-destruction fail?" Yuzong Feng observed with keen eyes, glancing into the distance, where he saw three familiar figures, Jiang Yuyao, Jiang Lan, and Fan Jian. He smiled, feeling a bit pleased inside, thinking to himself, I didn't expect them to come here too. The wind blew, and Yuzong Feng's hair fluttered in it. He unconsciously smiled happily, his eyes resembling an old father watching his grown child. Yuzong Feng silently thought, although it wasn't my intention, it can still be seen as having some meaning. At that moment, a ferocious black dragon appeared, with Ju Tang riding on its head, laughing triumphantly. For at that moment, he was the victor of life. Ha ha! Such a large commotion, Gong Yu naturally noticed it. He looked up in shock, his face dotted with sweat. At that moment, Ju Tang was in a higher position. He frowned and looked down, arrogantly saying, Gong Yu, use whatever tricks you have left. The sky was now filled with dark clouds, ominous as their battle seemed far from over. Xiao Xing he couldn't help but frown, revealing a hint of hesitation. Xiao Xing he carefully assessed, a cultivator's self-detonation relies on their own spiritual energy, resonating with the spiritual energy in the world to produce immense power. I didn't expect a little guy in the true Yuan realm to neutralize it. Lin Bingbu behind him also agreed, adding, I didn't expect Nine Swords Mountain to have someone well-versed in formations. Although his realm is too low, he has been a nuisance from start to finish. Xiao Xing he then smiled with interest and said, Yuzong Feng, your next move has truly surprised me. At that moment, lightning continuously struck down, filling the sky. The bolts flashed as if they aimed to take lives, adding to the brutality of the battle. Yuzong Feng stood below, pointing his sword straight up into the sky, with spiritual energy surrounding him, growing stronger. He noticed the recent fluctuation and frowned, feeling wary. This time, Yuzong Feng was determined. He thought to himself, I must overcome this thunder tribulation, or I will die. Immediately, waves of lightning continuously fell. Yuzong Feng mobilized his spiritual energy, creating a fiery vortex to block the thunder tribulation. The situation was extremely tense. The lightning did not stop, each strike was more powerful than the last. However, the force Yuzong Feng summoned also grew exponentially. The two sides wrestled for a long time. When the thunder tribulation finally passed, the spiritual energy, fire, and lightning slowly dissipated. Yuzong Feng, standing right in the middle of the formation, was covered in injuries. He plunged his sword into the ground, using his hand to support himself. After a while, the system board and little system fox appeared, sending a congratulatory message to him. Congratulations host on overcoming the second thunder tribulation. The system has helped host dissipate the power of the lightning, restoring injuries in the body, recovering wounds by 85%. Hearing this, Yuzong Feng weakly replied, recovering 85% from the injury is already enough. Immediately after, with the help of the system, Yuzong Feng's body gradually healed. After the recent thunder tribulation, he could clearly feel the changes in his spiritual energy. The refreshing sensation and the ease with which he could manipulate his spiritual energy made Yuzong Feng extremely comfortable. He silently thought, although I haven't successfully advanced to the Heavenly Tao Golden Elixir realm yet, I can feel that my current strength is much stronger than before the breakthrough. The sky remained gloomy as ever, with clouds covering it, and a few flashes of lightning still flickered on the sky from the aftermath of the previous thunder tribulation. Seeing the dense spiritual energy surrounding Yuzong Feng, Gong Yu was terrified to the point of trembling, collapsing to the ground and stammering. I originally thought that relying on the self-destruction of the soldiers from the Tu Xiao sect could cause Yuzong Feng to die under the thunder tribulation, but unexpectedly, he was incapacitated by Fan Jian. Watching the fun until now, Lin Bingbu raised his lips in excitement and said, Yuzong Feng has passed his second thunder tribulation, the lightning patterns in the sky have not yet dispersed. I believe he won't survive the third thunder tribulation. Xiao Xing he laughed when he heard this. He was used to seeing Yuzong Feng turn the tables, so upon hearing these words, he chuckled and responded, oh really? I see him with a calm expression, overcoming this thunder tribulation shouldn't be a problem for him. Lin Bingbu furrowed his brows. He couldn't help but ponder for a moment, his eyes carefully observing the subsequent developments of the battle, thinking to himself, Yuzong Feng, oh Yuzong Feng, no matter how hard you work to break through to the Golden Elixir realm, today you will surely fall into the hands of my Xian Jian sect. Immediately after, he suddenly leaped forward, a wave of death aura surrounding him. Lin Bingbu's expression revealed traces of evil energy. He tightened his brows and coldly said, let's see how long you can remain arrogant. At this moment, Lin Bingbu had a firm grip on the sword in his hand. He viciously charged at Yuzong Fong, who had just experienced the thunder tribulation, while loudly shouting, Yuzong Fong, you are the enemy of my Xien Xien sect, therefore, you can only meet this inevitable end. Yuzong Fong also tilted his head to pay attention to him. Another wave of thunder tribulation struck down, lightning streaking across the sky. The scene became even more terrifying. Lin Bingbu charged forward, activating the spiritual energy within him, unleashing a powerful attack towards Yuzong Fong with his reverse water sword. Xiao Xinghe watched the spectacle outside, feeling very pleased, with his arms crossed and a curious smile on his face. Xiao Xinghe thought to himself, under the thunder tribulation, coupled with Lin Bingbu launching a sneak attack, Yuzong Fong is doomed. At this moment, Yuzong Fong had drawn his sword, and his face turned grim. The source of spiritual energy radiating from Yuzong Fong became significantly stronger. Boasting of divine origins, the eternal blade slashes through the void, with the precious sword of the three rivers sealing the wind of the six paths. The sky remained dark and overcast, as two streams of spiritual energy began to clash against each other. This time, Lin Bingbu wanted to push Yuzong Fong to his death, continuously increasing his spiritual energy to attack him. Lin Bingbu shouted, Yuzong Fong, you have merely just broken through the golden elixir realm, with one strike from me, you would be injured even if you escaped from death. However, surrounding Yuzong Fong was a pure stream of spiritual energy, forming a protective barrier. Over here, sensing the situation becoming critical, Fan Jian intensified his spirit and merged it into the formation. A stream of blue spiritual energy was released. He shouted loudly, battle commence. Fan Jian thought to himself, time is too tight, it's completely insufficient for the master to block this strike in such a short time. At most, I can buy half a breath of time for the master. At this moment, a blue magic array had blocked Lin Bingbu's sword for Yuzong Fong. Lin Bingbu looked disdainful, he glared and shouted, a tiny light dares to contend with the sun and moon. The death aura he emitted became even stronger. Lin Bingbu was determined to break through this defense, fully intent on attacking Yuzong Fong. The two sides clashed continuously. In the end, Fan Jian still succumbed to his power, spitting out a mouthful of fresh blood. The magic array in his hand fell down, and Fan Jian's body lost its gravity, tumbling downwards. Nevertheless, Fan Jian still had great faith in Yuzong Fong. He used the little strength he had left to open his eyes and shouted, Master, you will definitely succeed. Yuzong Fong heard those words and smiled confidently, saying, I will not disappoint you. On this side, Lin Bingbu was still madly attacking Yuzong Fong. He growled and shouted, Yuzong Fong, die for me. Yuzong Fong was no longer standing still, taking the blows. He stretched out his arm and swung his sword. The spirit sword in his hand immediately formed a swirling vortex of spiritual energy, sending Lin Bingbu flying away. Seeing that his attack not only had no effect but was also countered by Yuzong Fong, Lin Bingbu furrowed his brow tightly. He was unwilling to accept it and shouted loudly, how is this possible? You have just advanced to the golden elixir realm, how can you break my reverse flow sword? Lin Bingbu had underestimated his opponent. By this time, the clothes on Yuzong Fong had vanished, revealing his 8-pack abs. Yuzong Fong calmly said, you don't understand, some things depend on talent. Yuzong Fong stood there proudly, surrounded by powerful spiritual energy. A gentle breeze blew, making his hair flutter in the wind. The night scenery and moonlight added to the handsome appearance of Yuzong Fong. However, deep inside, Yuzong Fong was sighing, thinking, my brother might have a hack. Do you? Yuzong Fong pointed his sword straight at Lin Bingbu. He coldly said, Lin Bingbu, you always say you want to kill me, even if I truly let you do it, would the family master and elder of your clan agree? At this moment, Lin Bingbu had already failed, he was completely unconvinced and defiantly retorted, do you really think my Xien Xien sect is that easy to bully? Hearing this, Yuzong Fong couldn't help but sneer. He frowned and faced him, mockingly saying, you open your mouth and speak about Xien Xien sect like a childish brat who hasn't weaned yet. Provoked by Yuzong Feng's ridicule, Lin Bingbu couldn't hold back his anger and shouted loudly, Yuzong Fong, you are seeking death. At this moment, the little fox system also appeared with a new notification. Congratulations host for breaking through to the Heavenly Tao Golden Elixir realm, please choose to disobey heaven to change your fate. Meanwhile, the little system also brought several items for exchange, including the Li Old Man Fly Sword, explained specifically. This is the disobedient to heaven fate that can mature, which can use spiritual energy to condense into a small sword, and the damage will grow with the realm, adding an increase of 1% to disregard defense. Next, there is a shield with intricate patterns, known as the single-sided shield. Disobedient to heaven allows for a change in maturity, enabling one to use spiritual energy to condense the single-sided shield. The defensive power grows according to the realm and can reduce damage by 20%, with a 1% immunity rate against damage. Finally, there is the Soul Reaper. When defeating an enemy, under certain conditions, their body will transform into a puppet of the user. The puppet inherits 50% of the original body's abilities. Upon reviewing this, Yuzong Fong couldn't help but ponder. He raised his hand to his chin and thought for a moment. Although the old man's flying sword is not bad for me, my current attack is on par with the same realm. Although it may not be invincible, it's definitely top tier, merely an embellishment on a fine piece of silk. Scrolling to the shield, Yuzong Fong raised his hand to select it. He thought to himself, the single-sided shield is not bad for me. After all, earlier I almost lost my old life when saving lives. Moreover, for me now, this single-sided shield indeed serves a purpose. As for the Soul Reaper, that thing seems like amateurish. It's basically unnecessary to think. After making the selection, the system shows a new notification. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the small shield, which is disobedient to heaven, with a mature transformation. Because the host is currently the first to break through the Heavenly Tao Golden Elixir realm in the world, please choose from the rewards below. Then, the rewards appeared on the system interface with complete information about their attributes and functions. Flower Dragon Sword, Demonic Weapon, a low-grade Earth-tier sword with random attributes. True Immortal Sword Array, which can use 4 swords to set up an array formation, can use spiritual energy to create swords for the array, can protect the safety of the one setting the array, and can also kill enemies within the array. Each reward presented excited Yuzong Fong. He used 2 fingers to prepare to select a reward, already making a decision in his heart. Although the Flower Dragon Sword is not bad as an Earth-tier magic weapon, I can completely use this to return the reward I received. The Long Twin Sword, while a mysterious grade divine weapon, is sufficient for me at the moment. On the contrary, the True Immortal Sword Array reward is truly very helpful, combining offense and defense, and the Sword Array is also one of the stages that can surpass the enemy. No more thinking, this is it. At this moment, the system also announced, congratulations host for learning the True Immortal Sword technique. Immediately after, Yuzong Fong leaped up in front of the astonished Lin Bingbu. He adjusted his focus, creating a stream of spiritual energy aimed straight down. He smiled excitedly. Yuzong Fong thought, now my brother has successfully broken through to the Heavenly Tao Golden Elixir realm. First, I will take Lin Bingbu as a test and see what my current strength is equivalent to. In another corner, Gong Yu was also struggling to use the sword in his hand to defeat the Black Dragon. However, his attack seemed to have no effect on it at all. In such a situation, Gong Yu frowned, deep in thought, with a few beads of sweat on his face. Yuzong Fong has successfully advanced. If that's the case, even Lin Bingbu might be unable to do anything. I must find a way out, or else I will really die here. Thinking this, he turned to order the remaining members of the Tu Xiao sect. Gong Yu shouted, now is the time for the survival of the Tu Xiao sect. The disciples of the Tu Xiao sect, let us go out and kill together. Upon hearing this, they all replied in unison, we swear to live and die alongside the Tu Xiao sect. Zhu Tang rode on the back of a black dragon, looking down below, he couldn't help but find it amusing. He sneered, Gong Yu, with me here, do you think you can escape? Gong Yu laughed out loud, saying, I am no match for you, but if I want to leave, don't even think of stopping me. As he spoke, Gong Yu gripped his weapon firmly, ready to show his cards. From a distance, a figure was quietly observing the duel between Gong Yu and Zhu Tang. He coldly said to the person beside him, I see Gong Yu wants to flee with that old fool, we must punish him later. Upon hearing this, Shentong already had a plan. He took the sharp knife in his hand, his eyes revealing a killing intent, and coldly smiled in response, "Hee, let me deal with him, I guarantee he will suffer." Seeing Shentong's demeanor, Jiang Gui was very pleased. Next to Jiang Gui was the fourth elder Wang Wei, who was also not hesitant to compliment him. Wang Wei gave a thumbs up, with a lewd expression, brown-nosing. "It's still the cunning little guy Shentong, but I really like him." Behind Wang Wei, Lu Yi remembered the humiliation from before. His brows knitted tightly, his face filled with evil energy. Lu Yi struggled to clench his fist, trying to keep himself from exploding. He gritted his teeth and said, "If it weren't for my big brother wanting to take revenge himself, I would have killed Gong Yu long ago." Over here, the old man Gong Yu was struggling to escape. Before running away, he didn't forget to leave a warning for Ju Tang, 30 years east of the river, 30 years west of the river. Ju Tang, we're not done yet. Ju Tang sneered, furrowing his brow as he glanced at him and retorted, "Do you think you can escape?" Blood still stained the corner of Gong Yu's mouth. He grimaced, sweat trickling down. Gong Yu thought to himself, "Stop. What's there to fear about lacking fuel? As long as I'm alive and relying on my golden elixir realm late-stage strength, Yongning Pearl won't have a place to shelter you." Suddenly, a team of stone demons appeared, blocking the path of Gui Shi. Jiang Gui stood at the top directing the stone demons. He raised an eyebrow at Gong Yu, arrogantly saying, "Do you want to leave? Have you consulted my brothers?" Immediately afterwards, Gong Yu was attacked by fragments of stone, falling down. Not only that, seizing the opportunity while Gong Yu was off balance on the ground, there was already an ambush set up right behind him. Shentong used his sharp knife to stab Gong Yu from the back. He cried out in pain miserably. Gong Yu could not have imagined this would happen to him. He trembled and turned his head back to see the assailant clearly. Gong Yu's face turned pale, but he still strained his voice to question, "You all, I have treated you well, why do you betray me?" At this moment, Ju Tang had also ridden on the head of the black dragon and looked down from above. The black dragon became incredibly fierce, roaring aggressively, and opened its large mouth in front of Gong Yu. Ju Tang coldly shouted, this time he had decided to deliver the death sentence to Gong Yu. "Today, the grievances between you and me will be erased after 100 years. In the face of Ju Tang's imposing presence, Gong Yu's eyes widened in fear. His mouth couldn't close. The black dragon plunged down below, gnawing at anything it could eat. The surrounding earth and rock flew everywhere due to its massive movements. The moonlight tonight was exceptionally bright, and the star-filled sky sparkled. At this moment, Gong Yu lay motionless in a pit. All five of them had witnessed his miserable defeat. Ju Tang's face was expressionless. He thought to himself that Gong Yu's golden elixir was destroyed, his entire meridian system was ruined, and with such severe injuries, he wouldn't live much longer. At this moment, Gong Yu was gravely injured and knew there was no way to save himself. Therefore, he no longer struggled against it. Instead, he used his last bit of strength to shakily speak his final wish in life. "Dying at your hands, I have no grievances, but there is one thing I wish to ask of you. I only ask that you spare Wen'er's life. Just ruin his cultivation and let him live as an ordinary person." Ju Tang said nothing. He remained silent for a long time, feeling a sense of confusion within. Eventually, they left. Jiang Gui, seeing this, followed after them. However, before leaving, he wanted to scold Gong Yu one last time. "Who do you think you are to make demands at this moment?" At that time, Gong Yu was on the brink of death. He recalled the beautiful moments when the three of them comfortably drank and talked together. He felt a pang in his heart. He thought to himself, if I hadn't made that choice years ago, wouldn't our outcome have been different? A tear fell from the corner of Gong Yu's eye. In the end, he closed his eyes and surrendered to life. On this side, Shi Yu, Jiang Lan, and Jiang Yu were waiting by Fan Jian's side. Fan Jian looked over everyone weakly and asked, "How is it? Is the master okay?" "I didn't embarrass the master, did I?" Jiang Lan and Jiang Yu were both close to tears. Jiang Lan, the most emotional, said sadly, "Junior brother, you are the best. The master has successfully broken through. You must hold on, the master will definitely heal your wounds. Jiang Yuyao also shed tears, weeping to Fan Jian, junior brother, you must recover. Once you are better, I will share my watermelon with you. Fan Jian smiled at this. He said shivering, Grand Senior Sister, your watermelon is not delicious at all. After saying that, Fan Jian tightly closed his eyes. The moonlight tonight is beautiful, and the sky is filled with shining stars. Jiang Yuyao and Jiang Lan also cried out loud, Hu, junior brother, you cannot die. Seeing this, sure you just silently stood up to watch them. Eventually, sure you couldn't help but cross her arms. She frowned in disgust and simultaneously exposed Fan Jian's act. He is fine, he just has some serious injuries, and after some time, he will recover. Upon hearing this, Jiang Yuyao and Jiang Lan stopped crying, their faces flushed. They glanced at Fan Jian, their expressions becoming indifferent. It was unknown what they were thinking, but Fan Jian, who had been pretending to be dead, felt cold instead of lifeless. Sweat dotted his face. Jiang Yuyao directly grabbed Fan Jian by the collar. He saw her and couldn't help but force a smile, trying to mediate. Continuous affectionate cheek strokes were landing on Fan Jian's face. Jiang Yuyao cried out loud, feeling wronged. Aren't you hurt? Why didn't you say so earlier? You've made me worry like this. With each sentence, Jiang Yuyao gently caressed his cheek, truly not understanding who the real victim was. After a while, Fan Jian's handsome face had also become distorted. His cheeks were swollen red like dumplings, and blood was still dripping from his nose. Fan Jian, trembling all over, struggled to say, Senior sister, I just wanted to rest a bit. In another fight, two streams of spiritual energy, one gold and one purple, began to clash. The two forces kept opposing each other without cease. Yuzong Fong frowned and laughed coldly, if you've come, don't think you can leave here today. Lin Bingbu refused to be outdone, proudly replied, do you think that just because you've advanced to the golden elixir realm you can contend with me? Immediately, he gathered his power and swung his sword, the powerful purple light directly attacking ahead. Lin Bingbu shouted loudly, you have no idea of the strength of a semi-yuaning. Yuzong Fong remained unperturbed, immediately using a sword intent to create a shorter golden circle of spiritual energy. Yuzong Fong calmly smiled and said, the Yuaning cultivator is not that much stronger. Lin Bingbu was injured, a trace of blood at the corner of his mouth. He gasped and shouted, how can you easily block one of my strikes like that? Yuzong Fong stood above, the positions of the two clearly showcasing their respective skills. Under the moonlight, Yuzong Fong looked down at Lin Bingbu and said, you can't even comprehend my strength. Lin Bingbu refused to admit defeat. He gently stroked his sword with his hand while channeling spiritual energy. The sharp sword light in his hand sparkled. Lin Bingbu smiled cunningly, his face twisted in a challenge to Yuzong Fong, you really surprise me, I haven't even used my full strength and yet I would only die at your hands. Under the bright moon, icy shards gradually condensed. In an instant, a certain area turned to ice. The cold air enveloped the surroundings, the chill continuing to swirl deeply to form a large circle. Yuzong Fong carefully assessed the situation from above, silently pondering, sword intent. Yuzong Fong frowned as if sensing something amiss. He thought carefully. Not right, it's not sword intent. With his skill coordination, the power isn't much less than that of sword intent. Lin Bingbu, filled with evil energy, gathered all his strength and shouted loudly, this strike of mine, you elder wouldn't dare to block, die for me. The sharp chill had turned into a fierce dragon. The scattered ice shards falling down were enough to pierce someone and cause them to bleed. Yuzong Fong used his sword to block Lin Bingbu's attack, concentrating carefully to evade. Finally, Yuzong Fong smiled, looking down at Lin Bingbu mockingly, your sword strike is too flashy, next will be your day of death. Following that, Yuzong Fong jumped into the air, beginning to set up the immortal sword formation. 4 swords appeared at the 4 corners. Yuzong Fong swung his sword up and down, the sword light illusions burning like fire, contrasting with his chill. Lin Bingbu was also attentive to every move of Yuzong Fong. He frowned, gripping his sword tightly, carefully assessing, sword formation, what kind of sword formation is this? No matter what it was, Lin Bingbu had no way out anymore. He used his strength to enhance the power of his ice dragon. Lin Bingbu shouted loudly, "Do you think you can kill me just by relying on the sword formation? I will deal with you before you can activate it." Standing outside, waiting for the battle between the two, Xiao Xinghe and Zhu Tang were surprised to see such harmony. Xiao Xinghe turned to Zhu Tang and curiously asked, "Aren't you going to help Yuzong Fong?" Hearing this, Zhu Tang calmly replied, "The Xien Xien sect owes him, only blood can wash it clean." At this point, Zhu Tang curiously asked Xiao Xinghe in return, "Why aren't you going to help him?" Xiao Xinghe showed no interest in others' affairs and simply said, It's too troublesome." His gaze revealed determination as he thought to himself, "I just want to personally defeat Yuzong Fong, I have no interest in anything else." Zhu Tang continued, "But Yuzong Fong has just recently entered the Golden Elixir realm, making me somewhat worried. Can he defeat Lin Bingbu?" On the contrary, Xiao Xinghe confidently affirmed, "What is there to worry about? He definitely has a way out." Zhu Tang recalled past events with Yuzong Fong. At one moment, Yuzong Fong was playfully putting his arm around him, laughing, and at another moment, Yuzong Fong was raising a toast with him in the dungeon. Zhu Tang closed his eyes, and the carefree image of Yuzong Fong came back to his mind. Finally, Zhu Tang agreed with Xiao Xinghe's words, saying, "You are not wrong." Yuzong Feng's gaze became decisive. He raised his hand and pinched two fingers together, mobilizing spiritual energy to activate the sword formation. Yuzong Fong firmly called out, "True immortal sword formation, activate." Immediately, countless sharp and fiery blades attacked the dragon. It was quickly injured and shattered into pieces. Lin Bingbu widened his eyes in astonishment at what had just happened. He refused to accept it and shouted, "Damn, clearly my realm is higher, and yet your tricks are not inferior." At this point, Lin Bingbu had exhausted all his tricks. He hurriedly fled, but before leaving, he turned back to glare at Yuzong Fong with resentment, saying, "You bastard." Seeing this, Yuzong Fong scoffed disdainfully, "Entering my sword formation and still wanting to escape. Do you underestimate me like this?" As he spoke, he also used sword intent to chase after Lin Bingbu. Yuzong Fong conjured a halo of spiritual energy. His hair fluttered softly in the breeze. Immediately after, four beams of light like swords plunged into Lin Bingbu. He cried out in pain, "Ah!" A spurt of fresh blood erupted from his mouth. After being crippled, Lin Bingbu tried to muster his remaining strength to strike back with a beam of light. Angrily, he yelled, "Yuzong Fong, even if I die, I will take you down with me." Yuzong Fong frowned, and a decisive look appeared in his eyes. He coldly replied, "You might as well stop struggling. Not only will I kill you, but 3 years from now, I will also destroy the Xien Xien sect and behead Elder Wang." Soon after, a blood-curdling scream echoed. Lin Bingbu, right in the center of the immortal sword array, was relentlessly struck by the beams of spiritual swords. Blood flowed from his body, staining his clothes. He was covered in blood, with his eyes devoid of pupils, and his mouth agape. Lin Bingbu, dissatisfied, shouted, "I have cultivated for 200 years, and I am about to advance to the nascent soul realm, yet I die at your hands." Then, Yuzong Fong stood high above the formation, completely unharmed. At this moment, Lin Bingbu's whole body had lost gravity, and he was plummeting downwards, yet he stubbornly exclaimed, "I refuse to accept this." Zhu Tang, reading this, furrowed his brow and asked Xiao Xinghe beside him, "Is Lin Bingbu really going to die like this?" Yuzong Fong relies on this sword formation, making him invincible below the nascent soul realm. He had already guessed this outcome. Xiao Xinghe responded cheerfully, "Perhaps he can still fight against a Yuan cultivator." After dealing with the aftermath, Yuzong Fong gently landed and appeared before the two of them. He greeted Xiao Xinghe politely with his hands clasped together. Calmly, he said, "Xiao brother, I've placed you in danger multiple times when I was in a precarious situation. I truly had no choice, please forgive me." Yuzong Fong raised a hand to his chin, slyly eyeing Xiao Xinghe, a smile lingering at the corners of his mouth. He felt particularly delighted in his wrongdoing, while his inner thoughts were secretly scheming. Xiao Xinghe, your strength is quite formidable, but your mind isn't too sharp. Let me show you how I can trick you. At this moment, Xiao Xinghe had crossed his arms over his chest. With an overwhelming surge of energy and a piercing gaze, Xiao Xinghe said, it doesn't matter, you just need to fight me once. Yuzong Fong immediately began to act. He closed his eyes, pretending to be helpless, and said, all right, but I hope it's not now. Hearing this, Xiao Xinghe frowned and asked, what do you mean? Yuzong Fong raised 3 fingers toward Xiao Xinghe and seriously stated, I want to set a date for 3 years from now. In the sect competition of Yongning Pearl, you and I will have a match. Xiao Xinghe was not willing to wait that long. His fists were ready to go. Xiao Xinghe replied fiercely, I don't need to wait 3 years, I want to fight you right now. Seeing this, Yuzong Fong quickly lamented. He sought a noble excuse to avoid the match today. Yuzong Fong stated seriously, today I have just advanced to the Golden Elixir realm and defeated a semi-Yuaning. This achievement will surely spread across Yongning Pearl. Yuzong Fong smiled deviously and continued to lead Xiao Xinghe on, 3 years from now, you will fight me in front of the cultivators of the world. After that, you will defeat me. Prove that you are stronger than me, what an honor and what a spectacle this is. Hearing these words, Zhu Tang was left speechless. Observing Yuzong Fong expertly twisting his tongue 7 times before speaking, Zhu Tang drew a conclusion. He thought to himself, this little guy Yuzong Fong, if we compare strength, his mouth is even more exaggerated. Seeing that Xiao Xinghe was still silent at the bottom of the abyss, Yuzong Fong decided to use his top-notch psychological manipulation skills. He continued to pull at the strings of Xiao Xinghe's inner thoughts, saying shamelessly, Xiao brother, aren't you moved at all? Thinking back to a day with clear skies and gentle winds, after defeating Yuzong Fong, Xiao Xinghe was shining like a star, and the crowd below was cheering for him. He pointed at Yuzong Fong and decisively concluded, all right, you and I will meet again in 3 years. Thus, the foolish donkey Xiao Xinghe was led by the nose by Yuzong Fong. At the Xien Xien sect, in the martial arts training ground under the starry night sky, Shang Tianyi was diligently practicing her sword under the watchful eye of Elder Wang. She appeared as a graceful and mysterious figure. Her long hair fluttered with every movement of her sword dance, showcasing quick and graceful actions that were equally powerful. The sword in her hand glinted as she swung it, creating beautiful lines. Each step was as light as a dance, merging with the dark night. It was a scene both dazzling and mystical. Wang Elder wore a smug smile and thought to himself, Tianyi is truly worthy of being the genius of the Xien Xien sect. After just a few days, her swordsmanship has improved significantly. Suddenly, a man appeared from behind, kneeling on the ground with his hands clasped respectfully in front of him, hurriedly reporting, Elder. Wang Elder angrily scolded, can't you see I'm instructing my disciple? Step back. The man maintained his position, anxiously saying, reporting to Elder, there's bad news, the soul lantern of Lin's senior brother has been shattered. This statement struck like a bolt of lightning, leaving Wang Elder in shock. Shang Tianyi, practicing her sword nearby, could not help but be equally stunned. She angrily shouted, Yuzong Fong is just at the true essence realm, while Lin's senior brother is an expert at the half-step Yuaning. How could he die at Yuzong Feng's hands? It seemed there had been some calculations in his heart as Elder Wang spoke seriously, Tianyi, continue practicing your swordsmanship. Shang Tianyi immediately expressed all the emotions she had suppressed before. From deep within her eyes, tears filled with affection began to surface. She sheathed her sword and loudly declared, Master, I must avenge my senior brother. After that, Shang Tianyi turned and left. Elder Wang, unable to restrain his anger any longer, reprimanded her, Stop right there, Master. Do you intend to seek death alone? He continued to question her with profound indignation, Lin Bingbu is dead. This proves the opponent is at least a mid-level Yuaning cultivator. Moreover, who in the Tu Xiao sect can stop Yuzong Fong now? Elder Wang's voice rang out again, furthermore, Yuzong Fong is not in Thunder Swamp but is waiting for you at the Tu Xiao sect. Hearing this, Shang Tianyi's face darkened. She placed her hand on her chest, filled with grievance, and shouted, "Is my senior brother's death seen as pointless in Master's eyes?" Elder Wang replied seriously. "People of the Xien Xien sect are not so easily killed," he said, giving her a warning to make her recognize the seriousness of the situation. "Those from Thunder Swamp, as long as they can earn spirit stones, they will do anything. 5 million spirit stones are enough to tempt them. Never forget that the most important thing for you right now is to diligently cultivate and prepare for the sects competition in 3 years to gain a reputation." Shang Tianyi seemed to have realized his mistake, slightly bowed, and said, "Master, I was wrong." The Elder Wang ordered again, "Go back and continue practicing your swordsmanship." Above, the sky was vast and endless, filled with shimmering moonlight and bright stars watching over the happenings in the mortal realm. He stood with arms crossed, thinking to himself, when the competition comes, it will be the day the Tian Wu Pavilion and True Essence sect are destroyed. A moment later, in the Thunder Swamp Mayang Gang, leaves swayed gently in the wind. Inside a certain house, a red-handled sword was just thrown down, plunging straight into the ground. 2 figures in green and blue stared intently at how the sword had struck down. An old man with silver hair and a long beard glanced at the paper in his hand while advising. "There's no need to be so tense, it's a fly sword message from the Xien Xien sect." He was the leader of the Mayang Gang, a Tu Xiao in the early stage of the True Essence realm. After finishing his words, Tu Xiao held the paper out in front and continued, "You should take a look. Elder Wang of the Xien Xien sect wants us to intercept and kill the people from 9 Swords Mountain, then capture Yuzong Fong." The man in the green immediately reached out to take it. On the other side, the man in blue, after reading the contents of the commission, excitedly said, "For a Yuzong Fong, the Xien Xien sect is willing to spend 5 million spirit stones. Our leader will send people to capture him right away." He was the 3rd-generation successor of the Mayang Gang, a Tu Xiao in the mid-stage of the Golden Elixir realm. As if realizing something, the man in green spoke up, "From what can be seen in the letter, it can be inferred that the Xien Xien sect has other schemes. Our interactions with the Xien Xien sect are solely for the benefit of the demon pill, we really should not get involved in this turmoil." He was the 2nd-generation successor of the Mayang Gang, a Quan Xiao in the perfected stage of the Golden Elixir realm. Tu Xiao's face darkened. He began to speak, "I owe a great favor to the Xien Xien sect, and I cannot repay it. From what I see in the letter, this Yuzong Fong is merely at the True Essence realm. Even if we do not take action, it will not be easy for him to survive in the Thunder Swamp." At this point, he immediately agreed with Tu Xiao's earlier opinion, "I allow the 3rd brother to proceed, it is merely following the flow of the current." 1 month later, in a lush green meadow, 2 groups of people stood facing each other. Yuzong Fong, with his hands on his hips, happily said, "After resting for a month, the injuries of the disciples should be healed. I must go to the Thunder Swamp, so don't miss me too much." Ju Tang casually replied, "You should hurry and leave, seeing you even for a day is quite bothersome. If you don't go, all the spirit stones on me will be completely taken by you." Upon hearing this, Yuzong Fong laughed heartily and said, "Speaking of money damages our feelings." He quickly noticed Shiryu on the other side, she suddenly noticed him too, and the 2 locked eyes. Immediately, Yuzong Fong, with his lips slightly pursed and a hand extended, sent a gentle wind kiss. Shiryu responded with a shy expression filled with happiness. And Kai saw this and immediately got furious, cursing silently in helplessness, "This promiscuous woman only knows how to seduce the sect master." To keep these 2 apart, she spoke up, "Sect master, we must set off now." Yuzong Fong quickly replied, He then turned and left, waving goodbye while promising, "Wait for me to stand firm at Thunder Swamp, I will definitely invite you to be my guests." After that, everyone moved to another place through a purple spatial portal. There, someone was already waiting for them to appear. He smiled smugly, harboring less than noble thoughts, "Very few people come from Yongning Pearl this large, they must be the people from 9 Swords Mountain that the 3rd master mentioned. Once I confirm their stop, I will report this news back to the 3rd master and achieve a great feat." Yuzong Fong happily glanced back while contemplating, according to rumors, Thunder Swamp is filled with countless demon beasts, and given their strength, it will be very difficult for them to protect themselves. They should be upgraded a bit. He looked up at the little fox system and asked, "System, I clearly can transfer system rewards to my disciples, why won't you allow it?" The little fox system cheerfully explained, "Except for spirit stones, other aspects are allowed. The host just needs to spend 10 million spirit stones to unlock this function. When the host passes on the system rewards to the disciples, just paying the spirit stones to the system will suffice." The system turned around with one hand open raised up and the other hand forming a peace sign and continued, "You can also accept disciples twice a month. The system reminds the host to gift the system rewards to the disciples, but the return system rewards will be halved." Yuzong Fong excitedly banged his left hand against his right hand and said, "From what you mean, if I can spend spirit stones, then I can unlock other limitations of the system related to passing down to disciples." The little fox system quickly replied, "Exactly, but the next time you unlock a function, you will need 10 times the spirit stones of the previous time." This statement hit him like a bolt of lightning. He seemed to have just experienced a shocking realization and said, "From the position of the Tu Xiao sect, quite a few spirit stones can be earned. Adding the previous system's rewards, the total spirit stones on hand exceed 50 million. However, this time 10 million spirit stones were spent, next time it will be 100 million, and then it will be 1 billion. The system is really quite wicked." The system cheerfully asked, "Does the host need to unlock the related functions?" Yuzong Fong stood with his arms crossed and gritted his teeth, looking very troubled. After a moment of deliberation, he firmly decided to shout, "Unlock." Next, Yuzong Fong stood gazing at the beautiful scenery before him, filled with thoughts. There are many swamps in Thunder Swamp, but there are very few suitable places to stay. He raised his hand to observe the small energy streaks appearing and happily thought, "The spiritual energy of Thunder Swamp is so dense, 9 Swords Mountain will likely strengthen its power very quickly." Yuzong Fong suddenly turned his head to look back with focus. Before him were his talented disciples happily engrossed in their own tasks. Yuzong Fong smiled with great happiness and thought, "In just 1 month, Jiang Lan's 3 sons' swordsmanship has reached a small success." Jiang Lan in front continued to skillfully unleash graceful sword strikes. He simultaneously felt pleased and thought, "Fan Jian is proficient in the art of formations." Fan Jian was enveloped in a stream of green energy, focusing as he made hand seals. Looking at the other person, Yuzong Fong helplessly thought, "I just don't know where Jiang Yuyao's talent lies." She was happily finishing the food in her hands in front of him. Then, Kai suddenly appeared in a stance with both hands raised to her chest, reporting, "Sect Master, Lang Hengsheng and I have taken turns leading the disciples for guard duty. Regardless of any disturbances, we can issue alerts immediately." Yuzong Fong promptly replied, As long as you are working, I feel at ease." Fan Jian curiously asked Jiang Yuyao, who looked troubled beside him, "Senior sister, what are you thinking about?" She replied with frustration, "The junior sister is exceptionally talented, so the master can personally teach her cultivation. The junior brother is also proficient in formations and can contribute strength to the sect, but I am just a useless person who can't help at all." Seeing her feelings clearly, Fan Jian consoled her, "Senior sister, it's fine, the master's heart is broad." Yuzong Fong curiously approached to inquire further. "Yu Yao, I see that you seem to be in a bad mood. Is there something unhappy going on? Or are you still holding a grudge against the master for not personally guiding your cultivation?" Jiang Yuyao responded sadly, "Master, I have never thought that way. I only regret that my talent is not good enough and I cannot contribute my strength to the sect." Upon hearing this, he stepped forward and gently patted her head to comfort her. Yuzong Fong smiled warmly and said, "Truly, you are both gentle and understanding. No more talking, focus on getting familiar with the spiritual energy in your body. Today, the Master will impart you 100 years of cultivation to help you achieve the true essence realm at its peak." Then, a brilliant golden light appeared, intensely enveloping Jiang Yuyao's entire body. She felt indescribable pain all over her body, causing tears to begin streaming down her cheeks. Yuzong Fong was astonished beyond imagination and thought to himself, "This speed of light, could it be that Jiang Yuyao has a hidden talent?" The little fox system appeared and said, "Congratulations host, you have discovered the disciple's hidden talent. Would you like to impart 200 years of cultivation? Will Master provide disciple Jiang Yuyao with the wild earth spirit body or not? He thought of himself putting an arm around Zhu Tang's shoulder and pondered, although the wild earth spirit body is not as well known as Jiang Lan's Taoist body celestial, it is still a rare physique among millions. Fortunately, I have clung to Zhu Tang to guide me in practicing earth element spells, and I can pass on the earth resurrection technique to her. Yuzong Fong was eager and didn't know what rewards the system would grant him later. How exciting, who can understand the joy of having a disciple? Ah, it really is lonely like snow, Jiang Yuyao said with tears in her eyes. Master, it seems like I feel something different about myself now. He gently used 2 fingers to cast a spell on Jiang Yuyao's forehead, and she emitted an aura of mysterious power. Yuzong Fong said, now you have reached the true essence realm's great perfection. Just now, Master helped you activate the wild earth spirit body. This is an extremely suitable physique for earth element spells. Now I will pass on the earth resurrection technique to you, focus and comprehend it well. Then he continued to cast spells for her. She closed her eyes and concentrated on understanding. In her mind, images of 3 massive earth giants appeared. She thought, is this the earth resurrection technique? It turns out to be so simple. Once finished, she opened her eyes and cheerfully said to Yuzong Fong, Master, now I feel that I have become strong. Her words made him laugh heartily in response. The vast path of cultivation has no deadline, it is still too early for you. He raised his hand and continued, you must remember to practice diligently, do not tarnish the reputation of 9 Swords Mountain. Then Jiang Yuyao raised her hand to cast a spell, summoning the enormous earth giants she had mastered from earth magic. She confidently declared, summoning 5 earth puppets at once is the limit of my abilities, but Master, I will definitely strive harder. In the sky, the little fox system appeared with a cheerful expression. Yuzong Fong looked up and told the system, please return what you owe me. The little fox system spread its arms and cheerfully replied, the host has imparted 10 years of cultivation to the disciple as per the requirements, and will receive it back 100-fold. Congratulations, host, you have activated a double crit, earning 300 years of cultivation. The system announced further, the host imparted earth puppet technique to the disciple as per the requirements, and will receive it back 100-fold. Congratulations, host, you have activated a 1000-fold crit. Acquiring the ancient spirit law, aligning with earthly movement in the divine realm. Upon hearing this, Yuzong Fong had a blank expression and asked in confusion, exploding 1,000 times, the divine realm spells. Then his expression shifted to anger. He frowned and cursed silently, damn. The little fox system explained, because the host helped disciple Jiang Yuyao activate the hidden physique, which is the earth spirit body, unlocking the disobedient to heaven reformed pure earth Taoist body chart. The system displayed a notification, the pure earth Taoist body spells of earth movement can be directly controlled, unleashing the greatest power of earth movement spells and manipulating the ancient spirit to condense a giant puppet. The strength of the ancient spirit is 1 realm higher than that of the summoner. Yuzong Fong laughed heartily inside, thinking, haha, today I am the Emperor of Europe. It seems Jiang Yuyao is my lucky charm, lucky to benefit from her. He turned to look at Jiang Lan with a calculating expression, and I wonder how many benefits I can gain from Jiang Lan here. He called out to the girl, Jiang Lan, come here. Jiang Lan startled and turned around with a puzzled expression. Yuzong Fong crossed his arms and said seriously to her, the master has something to say to you. Suddenly, from a distance, on a branch over there, someone was watching them. He clung to a slender tree, deep in thought, silently contemplating, I need to ascertain Yuzong Feng's whereabouts, I must report to the 3rd elder immediately. Then he turned back and reported to a man who was eating. 3rd elder, Yuzong Feng is 3 miles from here. The man Shui Xiao laughed, his expression excited, and said, I have been waiting for over a month, I can finally stop waiting for Yuzong Feng. Brothers, come with me. At that moment, Yuzong Feng stood with his arms crossed behind his back and calmly said, Jiang Lan, Thunder Swamp is fraught with dangers. Although your talent is outstanding, your strength is still too low, so the master plans to assist you in your cultivation. With his eyes downcast, he harbored the thought, I genuinely want to promote them to the Golden Elixir realm, but for their future achievements in Heavenly Tao Golden Elixir, it is better to be patient for a bit longer. Little Jianglan, now kneeling with his hands joined, obediently said, "Thank you, Master." He then gently pressed the girl's head with his hand and cheerfully said, "The Master bestows upon you 100 years of inner strength. Help the individual achieve success in the true essence realm of great perfection, then transmit the sword intent of free will to them." The brave images are dancing with swords, fully focused. At this moment, with her eyes closed, the girl thinks, why can Master do whatever he wants with such ease? Is this the sword intent of free will? With a determined expression, Jianglan said, "With such great grace from Master, I will be the sword in Master's hand, to eliminate all enemies for 9 Swords Mountain." She then raised her exquisite sword high. Seeing this, Yuzong Fong followed the tip of the sword and thought to himself, to control the power and sword intent of Jianglan so quickly, I can feel at ease for the future. Suddenly, while thinking, he said, "System, initiate the feedback for me." At this moment, the little fox system appeared joyfully, bouncing around saying, "Host grants 100 years of cultivation to the disciple according to the conditions, opening up feedback 1,000-fold. Congratulations to the host for triggering a critical hit of 500 times, gaining 500 years of cultivation. Host transmits the sword intent of free will to the disciple. In accordance with the conditions, a critical hit opens a response 1,000 times greater. Congratulations to the host for triggering a critical hit 1,000 times due to the host imparting the system rewards to the disciple. The return reward is halved, obtaining realm sword intent, allowing the mind to transfer freely into greatness." Upon hearing this, Yuzong Fong happily stroked his chin in understanding, 1,000 times critical hit is necessary to achieve the sword intent at will, what a shame. But now I am at the peak of the Golden Elixir realm, my strength can now protect 9 Swords Mountain in Thunder Swamp. At that moment, behind him, Fan Jian excitedly urged him to think, Master has helped senior sister level up, I wonder when it will be my turn. He then flicked Fan Jian's forehead and advised, don't admire others, your path is not the same as theirs. Once we have established a stable position in Thunder Swamp, I will help you level up your strength. Hearing this, he acted like a shy child, scratching his head and laughing, hee, I knew Master wouldn't be biased. Suddenly, a stream poured down from the tower unexpectedly, startling everyone. They were ambushed unexpectedly. Some were swept along, while others were furious. There were enemies launching a surprise attack. The attackers surged forward with laughter. Where are you? Surround them for me, and kill all the trash from 9 Swords Mountain. His face showed cold-bloodedness and cunning, and he secretly thought to himself, all the people following me are Golden Elixir Realm cultivators, even if Yuzong Fong grows wings, it would be hard for him to fly away. They shouted in chaos, trash is just trash, trash doesn't deserve to live in this world. Suddenly, his expression became more cautious than ever. Waiting for him on the other side was Yuzong Fong, ready to fight him. Seeing him, he boldly stated, I am Yuzong Fong from 9 Swords Mountain. This is my first time at Thunder Swamp. If you cannot give me a satisfactory answer, do not blame the ruthless sword in my hand. Hearing this, he revealed a smug expression and asked with a laugh, I am the 3rd elder of the Ma Yang gang, and you are Yuzong Fong. Just waste your cultivation and follow me, I will let your people suffer a little less before they die. After hearing his threat, Yuzong Fong was filled with anger and cursed. It turns out they were the lackeys of the Xien Xien sect, so they were definitely not good people. He pondered, I never expected the hand of the Xien Xien sect could reach Thunder Swamp, it seems I must be even more careful in the future. Suddenly, at that moment, little Jianglan flew up and pointed her sword directly at him in attack. He quickly blocked it, revealing a triumphant expression. Just a true essence realm dares to be disrespectful before us. Yuzong Fong is a fool, and his disciple is also a fool. Hearing this, Jianglan was extremely angry, pointing her sword at him and shouting, daring to be disrespectful to Master, if I don't kill you today, I can't resolve the hatred in my heart. He acted like a madman, his face full of malice, roaring loudly, true essence realm comprehending the depths of sword intent. No wonder the Xien Xien sect wants to capture you without releasing. But I will show you the power of the strong Golden Elixir realm. Unexpectedly, at that moment, Jiang Yuyao attacked, unleashing soldiers to surround them. She angrily shouted, "We just want to live a good life. Is being forced to leave Yongning Pearl not enough? I absolutely will not spare any enemy." Suddenly, the soldiers rushed in to attack him. At this moment, Yuzong Fong was lost in thought. Jiang Lan and Jiang Yuyao are very quick to grasp their strength, but fighting against a mid-stage golden elixir realm cultivator now is quite forced. At this time, Jiang Yuyao was noticed by that guy, making the little girl feel shy. He became lewd, licked his lips, and said, "This girl is not bad looking, she can be kept as a toy." Suddenly, something happened that startled him and left him confused. It was Yuzong Fong. At this moment, he felt annoyed and, in anger, shouted back at him, "You are no match for him, let the master deal with him." Seeing him, the guy became cautious and shouted, "You are a perfected golden elixir realm cultivator." But in his mind, he was extremely angry. He realized, the Xien Xien sect wants to harm me like this. Seeing this, Yuzong Fong raised his sword, parallel to his face, and cursed at him. To be used by others without realizing it is truly foolish. You have killed many disciples of Nine Swords Mountain, so you should pay with your life. Hearing this, he laughed happily and said, "So what if you're a perfected golden elixir realm cultivator? My brothers here are all black-hearted and can kill without getting their hands dirty." Take advantage of the situation, the henchman arrogantly shouted back, "Third Path Master, we will work together to deal with Yuzong Fong. No one will be spared except for that woman." Then his face darkened as he said, "With so many golden elixir realm cultivators, I'm quite scared." He proceeded with his soldiers. "But I have 100 clay puppets with the strength of the golden elixir realm here, are you not afraid?" Suddenly, soldiers surrounded them from all directions, forcing them to be on guard everywhere. Unexpectedly, something happened. At that moment, everything had calmed down, and Leng Hengxing bowed and reported, "Sect Master, we have confirmed the location of the Ma Yang gang, it is 50 miles outside." Upon hearing this, he shouted an order, "Continue the arrangements, set off to the Ma Yang gang immediately." At this time, Kai spread her hand and offered him something, saying, "We have found all the spoils, Sect Master, please take a look." "Sect Master, this is our first time entering Thunder Swamp to confront the forces here, and I am worried it may not go smoothly." He took the item in his hand, grasped it tightly to feel it, and said, "Because the Ma Yang gang is a puppet of the Xien Xien sect, it will not give up its aim at Nine Swords Mountain." Then he looked far away at the mountain and said, "I have just arrived at Thunder Swamp. Nine Swords Mountain must also reveal its strength. Although it will make others wary, it will also reduce a lot of troubles." Then he revealed a mysterious smile. Behind him, Kai shyly put her hand on her heart and thought, "The Ma Yang gang has great power Yuaning. For our safety, I won't hesitate to take the initiative to fight. What should I do now? I'm starting to like the sect master more and more." At the gang leader's place, "Leader, something serious has happened." At this moment, someone knelt down and reported to Tu Xiao, the third elder, and many others went to block and kill the brothers of Yuzong Fong. The soul lantern has been shattered. Upon hearing this, he became extremely angry. He slammed his fist on the table and shouted, "Nine Swords Mountain really is bold, daring to kill members of the Ma Yang gang. Immediately gather my brothers and go slaughter the trash of Nine Swords Mountain." At this time, the subordinate replied, "Leader, Yuzong Fong is merely in the true essence realm, how could he have the strength to kill the third elder? We believe that there is another force acting quietly." At this moment, Tu Xiao glanced and frowned, saying, "Between us, there has long been a promise not to harm each other. They want to throw Thunder Swamp into chaos once again." Hearing this, he became excited. Below, he whispered, "Don't forget, it's about to emerge soon." Silently eliminating a few opponents beforehand is also not possible. Hearing those words, he held his head in discomfort, thinking, "Second elder, I understand what you are saying, but I was just thinking about third elder, and I truly feel unwilling in my heart." Seeing that he was tired from thinking, the second elder clenched his fist, showing determination. "The third elder and I have followed the gang leader for nearly 100 years. I'm also saddened by the third elder's death, but now is not the time to be mournful. Therefore, we need to be vigilant to guard against enemy ambushes. After it emerges, we will take the opportunity to strike at it. Hearing what he said, Tu Xiao gritted his teeth, his eyes full of resentment. You are right. The third elder will not die in vain. I will sooner or later make them pay for this debt. This matter arose because of Yuzong Fong. How could we possibly spare him? At the place where Yuzong Fong and his disciple were standing, they were suddenly surrounded by several strangers. Realizing the situation was dire, Jiang Lan immediately stepped forward to stand in front of Yuzong Fong to protect him. Master, let me take the lead in the battle. Seeing that the situation seemed precarious, Jiang Yuyao also stepped up to block, saying to her, I'm worried that my junior sister won't be able to handle this alone, so I'll join too. Thus, both of them rushed towards the group, using their swords to pierce one person after another. Some tried to dodge, while others were hit by the swords, screaming loudly before meeting their demise, with some even being attacked by his soldiers. At this moment, while fighting, Jiang Yuyao secretly smiled and thought, finally, I can contribute my strength to Nine Swords Mountain. Watching from above, Tu Xiao and the third elder observed as their soldiers were taken down. They remarked, they are unable to endure, attacking so quickly. Upon seeing this, the third elder hurriedly said to Tu Xiao, let's assess the situation first before making any plans. But shortly after, they saw several of their people angrily marching towards Yuzong Fong and the two girls. He was furious, his face tense, and he said, the true essence realm dares to provoke Ma Yang clan, seeking death. Seeing this, the second elder immediately asked, if you have come, why do you not report your family's name? Hearing this, Jiang Yuyao maintained her composure and firmly replied, I am a disciple of Nine Swords Mountain, Jiang Yuyao. We have come to seek revenge. Upon hearing this, the man became furious, slamming the tip of his sword to the ground and shouted, so it is Nine Swords Mountain, being an ant and knowing nothing, foolish fool. He then swung his sword with great force, and the evil energy flew toward the direction he pointed. He did not forget to yell loudly, die. But before it could go far, Yuzong Fong stepped forward, resisting with just one hand. He resisted in front of the admiration of the two girls and said cheerfully, you say the people of Nine Swords Mountain are ants, but the sect master sees you as more of an ant. This is the power of a nascent soul realm cultivator, not that strong. Seeing him like that, the man frowned and calmly disdainfully said, so it turns out you, Yuzong Fong, are at the golden elixir realm great perfection, but in the eyes of a nascent soul realm cultivator, you are nothing but an ant. Seeing this, he casually picked his nose, his eyes rolling. The nascent soul realm is very powerful, but this sect master believes I am even more powerful, to the point that you wouldn't dare to believe it. Hearing this, he became furious like a tsunami and shouted, well done, try attacking me so you can know the terror of the nascent soul realm. Upon hearing this, I raised my hand and laughed disdainfully, but I don't want to draw my sword, I'm afraid I would kill you. Hearing this, he still boasted fiercely, kill me. I have roamed Thunder Swamp for 200 years, I am the one who kills, no one has killed me. Hearing that, the corner of Yuzong Feng's mouth curved up as he said, it's just that your knowledge is too limited. Then I joyfully raised 2 fingers and touched the formation of the immortal slaying sword. In an instant, some sword shot toward him, leaving him stunned. He managed to evade, but then the sword pierced him, causing serious injury and making him spit blood. In the final moments of his life, he was in disbelief, shouting, how could you? Then he collapsed to the ground, lying in a pool of blood, in front of the astonished second elder. I then smiled proudly and said, you have all seen it, this was the challenge he brought upon himself. I have never encountered such a request in my entire life. At this moment, the second elder felt scared, cold sweat pouring down, obediently clasping his hands together, responding humbly, I am willing to give up all the treasures of the Ma Yang gang, just begging for you to spare my life. Hearing this, Yuzong Fong rubbed his chin, and with a strange expression, selfishly smiled and said, if I kill you, won't the treasures of the Ma Yang gang also belong to me? In his anger and sorrow, the second elder's face darkened, kneeling down, spread his arms in fear, and praised, it's all the fault of this foolish gang leader for offending you over 5 million spirit stones. I am willing to join the Nine Swords Mountain and help the sect master deal with the Xien Xien sect. At this moment, he thought like a child, adding in my brother's assets which are also worth tens of millions, the Xien Xien sect only values them at 5 million spirit stones, they really underestimate our sect master. Then he crossed his arms lightly and said, you can contact the Xien Xien sect, if you help me send a message, I can spare you from death. On the other side, a girl was on the rooftop, but the little girl was deep in thought, her face devoid of emotion. This breath is so strong, the Ma Yang gang is about to have a nascent soul realm cultivator. She is Cui Ruolin, a mid-stage Yuan-ing, the owner of Chun Xiang Pavilion. Then she jumped once, riding on the back of a phoenix, her face darkened as she flew away. That person obediently unfolded his sword in front of him. The information of the Ma Yang gang and Xien Jian sect is all based on this fly sword transmission. He awkwardly asked, can I relay any messages for the Yu sect master? He frowned and replied, just say that I was gravely injured and died. But he thought in his heart, although paper cannot wrap fire, it can still buy quite a bit of time. He obediently discarded the sword he was holding. Seeing this, Kai behind him frowned and thought, this person is an expert in the golden elixir realm. If released, he will definitely become a major enemy of Nine Swords Mountain. The sect master, being chivalrous, will not go against his promise. She then picked up the sword in front of her determined face, so this matter can only be done by me. As for the second elder, he still fearfully fawned and asked, I have fulfilled your request, so. Hearing this, he closed his eyes, turned his back, and gently dismissed him. You go, I won't kill you. But suddenly he turned around sharply, glancing back. If in the future you dare to become an enemy of my Nine Swords Mountain. Humph. Hearing this, the second elder's eyes lit up, and he happily raised his face to say, thank you, sect master Yu, for not killing me. In the future, I will definitely avoid the disciples of Nine Swords Mountain. Suddenly, a sword pierced through him from nowhere, causing him to unexpectedly spit blood. Blood poured from his mouth as he glanced back and said, a despicable person like me, didn't you say you wouldn't kill me? Hearing this, Kai frowned and replied, the sect master said not to kill you, but I have to kill you. I am willing to bear any blame for the sect master. Seeing this, he turned back and said, Kai, stop. Throw him out to fend for himself. This sword will destroy his Dan Tian, and it will be very difficult for him to survive in the Thunder Swamp. Drive away all the members of the Ma Yang gang. Starting today, this is the resting place of my Nine Swords Mountain. Behind him, the soldiers were dragging the second elder, and Kai, standing behind him, said, the Ma Yang gang is not short of experts in the golden elixir realm. I believe we can absorb some of them to increase our own strength. Hearing that, he smirked and said, Nine Swords Mountain only requires loyal disciples. As for your power upgrades, in my view, it's merely a matter of time. Then he smiled with a smirk and continued, it seems I need to navigate the system a bit to increase the strength of ordinary disciples. Raising 2 fingers, he declared, 3 years from now, I will return to reclaim what belongs to me. Then he joyfully raised his hand and said, I represent the ancestors of Nine Swords Mountain, I apologize for the inconvenience. Upon hearing this, they immediately knelt and replied, yes. Suddenly, in the sky, Cui Ruolin was flying towards them. The crowd below excitedly exclaimed, Sect Master, all the experts of the Ma Yang gang have perished, we should take advantage of this time to seize the treasure vault before another force does it first. At this moment, she stood above and glanced down, I didn't expect those old foxes to arrive as well, it seems they have other motives. The Ma Yang gang's members were all nascent soul realm cultivators, yet they died here. Suddenly, a beam of light caused the crowd to fall to the ground. As she stepped forward, Cui Ruolin pondered. Sword intent can take away a person's soul like this. In Thunder Swamp, there has never been a Yuan-ing swordsman as terrifying as this. Could it be that the opponent comes from Fong Zhou? Hearing this, a foot stealthily appeared. I am Yuzong Fong. Then he frowned in anger and said, the Ma Yang gang has eyes but does not see and has caused me harm, so their leader is dead. Do you also want to bring harm to me? Seeing the situation, he grimaced and said, I didn't expect so many nascent soul realm experts to come. If I don't show some skill, Nine Swords Mountain will have a hard time standing in Thunder Swamp in the future. Upon seeing this, They angrily pointed at him and said, "You are just a small golden elixir realm cultivator, yet you dare to claim to kill a nascent soul realm expert. Hand over your storage item quickly and scram, or don't blame this old ancestor for killing you." Hearing this, he snapped his fingers and laughed. "Who says a golden elixir realm can't kill a nascent soul realm? Who says being uninjured can't stab someone to death?" Suddenly, a group appeared, and a sword hovered in the air, scaring them. Then he smirked and said, "Does anyone want to try? You can come and fight me in a match." Upon hearing that, Cui Ruolin found it perplexing and thought, with Tu Yuaning and a clay puppet possessing the strength of the golden elixir realm in peak perfection, relying on just one person is enough to rival any force in Thunder Swamp. Hearing this, the group of people became frightened and retreated, saying, "This little guy is a bit strange, let's withdraw for now." The golden elixir realm holds many tricks of the Yuaning old monster. He must be a disciple of the great sect Hua Feng Zhou, and he cannot be matched. At this moment, she smiled smugly, hugged her arms in front of her stomach, and said, "If he kneels beneath my skirt, my Chun Xiang pavilion will definitely clear out Thunder Swamp." The strength of Hua Feng Zhou is several times stronger than that of Thunder Swamp, and in the future, I can also use him to establish a presence at Hua Feng Zhou. Seeing that, he stood watching their anxious expressions and remarked, "After so much effort, they finally have left." Then she stepped up to Yuzong Fong and called out, "Daoist friend, please stop." Upon hearing that voice, he was startled and turned around. Then she gently clasped her hands like blooming flowers and inquired, "I am Cui Ruolin, the leader of Chun Xiang Pavilion, paying respects to the Daoist friend. May I ask which celestial gate you hail from?" Hearing that, his lips curled into a smile and he replied, "Nine Swords Mountain." This woman is a nascent soul realm cultivator, making it beneficial to associate with her for Nine Swords Mountain. As he clasped his hands, he said, "Nine Swords Mountain. Does Hua Feng Zhou have a sect with such a name? Or is it some hidden immortal sect? I see that the Daoist friend is formidable. Are you interested in forming a connection?" He then smiled bashfully and said, "So you're a new acquaintance. Come, let's talk in my room." Seeing this, she smiled smugly, thinking, indeed, all men in the world are the same. She then pretended to be innocent and said, "What, is it just talking?" Upon hearing this, he blushed and unexpectedly hugged her, exclaiming, "What more do you want?" She blushed awkwardly and feigned ignorance, saying, "Discussing the Tao is fine too, right?" Seeing the beautiful woman alluringly in front of him, he foolishly replied, "Sing, sing, sing, of course that's fine." They then joyfully conversed with each other. He pointed for her to go to the study, which made Kai furious and blush with thoughts, "Another seductive woman trying to tempt the sect master, I must not let her take him away." Sitting down, she revealed her voluptuous figure. Her beautifully fair legs, she gently rubbed her face and said, "Daoist friend, do you find me beautiful?" Standing before her voluptuous appearance, he forced a smile and thought, "All right, she is clearly luring me into temptation. What man could withstand such a lure?" Then he raised his hand and pointed back, loudly declaring, "Daoist friend, be self-respecting, I am not a man of loose morals. If I were truly careless, I wouldn't be a person at all." Hearing this, she blushed like a shy little kitten and said, "Daoist friend, you misunderstand, I only wish to discuss the ways of the Tao with you." Upon hearing this, he glanced away and thought, "Damn it, this is absurd. Is there anyone who discusses the ways of the Tao in bed with a man?" Then he pointed his finger to the sky, closed his eyes, and said, "If you truly want to discuss the ways of the Tao, then may I ask you, do I have a connection with the heavenly Tao? Is there an end to cultivating the Tao? After embarking on the path of cultivation, do I choose the heavenly Tao or does the heavenly Tao choose me?" This left the girl before him startled and puzzled. He then extended his hand toward her and said, "Please begin your performance." Seeing this, she turned pale with fear and thought to herself, "I am sure this person is not normal, he has enchanted me and will find other ways." After some reflection, she gently covered her mouth and said, "Ahem, the issue of my Daoist friend is too profound, my cultivation is limited, and I truly do not know. Rather than discussing it with my Daoist friend here, Ruolin would prefer that my Daoist friend come as a guest to my Chun Xiang pavilion." Then she smiled smugly, thinking to herself, I will wait for you to come to Tu Xiao Pavilion and then catch you. A cultivator is also a person and naturally cannot escape the 6 desires and 7 emotions. Upon hearing about Tu Xiao Pavilion, he opened his mouth in surprise and crossed his arms, asking, Tu Xiao Pavilion? Where is that? She then coyly responded, Tu Xiao Pavilion is a place that all men love to visit. Inside are countless beautiful women, including ones that my Taoist friend might like. At this moment, he became excited, his eyes shining as he thought, no wonder this woman appears so lewd, it turns out to be Madam in the pleasure quarters. He leaned closely to her face and whispered, what if I like my Taoist friend? Seeing him get so close, she shyly replied, we have just met, my Taoist friend is just joking. If my Taoist friend likes Roalin, you might as well come to see me more often. Then he stood up, gesturing politely towards the door. It's late at night, my Taoist friend, I kindly invite you to return home. In the room, there is a maiden as beautiful as flower and jade, I could easily make a mistake. Before leaving, she placed a small item in his hand and cheerfully said, inside the jade slip, there is the location of Tu Xiao Pavilion. Roalin is always waiting for you to visit, my Taoist friend. We have a Yuzong Fong who is self-absorbed to the extreme. This damn beauty, she must be coveting my looks. If being handsome is a crime, then my sin is unforgivable. Meanwhile, Cui Roalin had completely different thoughts. Yuzong Fong is so mysterious that I can't grasp him, but having a good relationship with him would be beneficial, not harmful to me. Yuzong Fong then had another plan. Jiang Lan and Jiang Yuyao have both leveled up their strength, it's time to take some action against Fan Jian. Yuzong Fong arranged to meet Fan Jian in the forest. Upon seeing him, he knelt down in respect, Master, did you summon your disciple for something? Yuzong Fong smiled and said, you have been under my command for a while now. In recent days, the Master has been pondering how to guide his disciple. Knowing that the disciple is proficient in formations, the Master has decided to pass on the slaying immortal sword formation to him. Hearing this, Fan Jian was extremely delighted and wholeheartedly thanked Zong Fong, I thank you very much, Master. He was eagerly looking forward to this opportunity, thinking, finally, it's my turn, I can become stronger. I said it before, the Master has never been selfish with any disciple. Zong Fong took out a treasured sword and said, the slaying immortal sword formation can only be arranged with a sword, so I will pass on to you my dragon spring sword. Fan Jian accepted the sword and looked at it with emotional eyes, unable to hide his joyful smile. He thought, the Master values me like this and has even given me his personal sword. It was very difficult for Fan Jian to get a few words out. He understood the Master's true intentions, I respect you, Master, like the Tao Tian River flows continuously, my feelings for you. Zong Fong grew tired of Fan Jian's flattery and interjected, all right, enough with the compliments. Zong Fong placed a hand on Fan Jian's shoulder in encouragement. Zong Fong placed a hand on Fan Jian's shoulder with encouraging words, keep practicing, the future of Nine Swords Mountain is yours. Fan Jian decisively took on the responsibility, yes, I will definitely not disappoint Master. Zong Fong realized it was time to think of himself, he called, System, quickly return to me. The little fox system appeared and said, Host teaches the disciple the true immortal sword formation, the appropriate conditions open a return at 10,000 times. Congratulations host for encountering a 5,000 times critical hit. Because the host teaches the disciple the system's reward, deduct 10 million spirit stones. Next is the item, congratulations donor for obtaining the true intent formation. Host teaches the disciple the spiritual energy dragon spring sword of the highest quality that meets the conditions, opening a return at 10,000 times. Congratulations host for encountering a 2,000 times critical hit. Because the host teaches the disciple the system's reward, deduct 10 million spirit stones. Congratulations donor for obtaining the supreme dragon origin sword. Looking at the long treasure before him, Zong Feng's expression turned excited, magic weapon dragon origin sword of the highest quality, its aura is infinitely close to an immortal weapon. While someone was enjoying their item, at Tu Xiao Pavilion, there was also someone waiting for Zong Feng. It turned out his self-admiration was not misplaced, as Cui Ruolin was eagerly anticipating Zong Fong. Why hasn't he come to find me yet? I'm so beautiful, surely he has to feel something for me, right? On one hand, Cui Ruolin thought about the benefits. Yuzong Fong comes from Hua Feng Zhou, he must have many secrets. If I could establish some connection with him, I would definitely gain benefits. On the other hand, she had different thoughts, but he's so handsome, I really want to have him. Oh dear, what am I thinking? How embarrassing. That entire night, Cui Ruolin remained single-minded until morning. Among the countless friendly guests, there were no troublesome customers, otherwise, life wouldn't be so accommodating, as exemplified by the man below. I am a mid-stage yuaning cultivator, how dare you all serve me? Bring out your manager. Cui Ruolin heard the commotion outside and was taken aback, not expecting such a rude man. She spoke up, Chun Xiang Pavilion is open for business, and as a lady in the pavilion, I must cater to our guests well. The arrogant man saw Cui Ruolin and affected an air of superiority. If the master hasn't come to serve me for a long time, then of course I won't cause any trouble. I understand the rules, spirit stones and pills are not lacking. It's only a pity that Ruolin is not someone who is so easily taken advantage of. Around her, anger flared as she confronted the man. Guests are welcome, but if you wish to cause trouble in Chun Xiang Pavilion, then don't blame me for being ruthless. The man was literally engulfed in the flames of Cui Ruolin, resulting in him being burned alive in agony. He screamed in terror, At the same time, a servant came in to report. Master, someone wants to see you again. Thinking it was yet another man similar to the previous one, Ruolin had no hesitation in dealing with him using fire as well. Coldly, she responded, I want to see who else dares to cause trouble with Chun Xiang Pavilion. Zhang Feng's voice echoed from below, it seems you are not very welcoming toward me, I guess I'll take my leave then. However, Zhang Feng was an exception for Ruolin. Seeing the person she longed for, she immediately withdrew her fearsome demeanor and went out to greet him. Daoist friend, you have arrived, but Ruolin had to wait for a long time. The women of Chun Xiang Pavilion, following Ruolin, also witnessed the friendly conversation between the two Zhang Feng. They whispered among themselves, feeling shy, who is that man? I've never seen the pavilion leader be so nice to a man. He's just from the golden elixir realm. Could he be a kept boy that the pavilion leader has brought from outside? Ruolin clearly overheard them and, feeling embarrassed, thought, these girls are really gossipy, I truly want to shut their mouths. Cui Ruolin spoke to Zhang Feng, Daoist friend, how about you take a walk outside the pavilion with me? Zhang Feng, having received such a benefit, readily agreed, sure, I just happen to want to consult you about something. He indeed had questions in mind. I don't know anyone in Thunder Swamp, it would be much more convenient to have a few friends. Under the clear sky with a cool breeze, the two wandered together around Chun Xiang Pavilion. While passing a group of people, they could hear the noise from an unwelcome figure saying, isn't Chun Xiang Pavilion open to guests? Why are you not letting me in? Seeing Ruolin with Zhang Feng made him even more irritable, followed by threats. You won't let me in for long, yet you stay with this white-faced guy. Is there news that I won't let you refine pills at Chun Xiang Pavilion anymore? Ruolin clearly knows that Huang Sheng is trying to play the victim. She also knows that his status poses no threat, so she openly looks down on him. The position of refined pill master in Thunder Swamp is indeed significant. A useless person like you getting kicked out by the pill shop should just leave quietly. Huang Sheng has knocked down the two guards, but he refuses to give up and says, people think that refined pill masters only know how to refine pills and aren't good at fighting. But fighting is also one of my interests. Seeing Huang Sheng's unusual demeanor, Cui Ruolin also loses her composure, radiating fury. Her tone becomes cold, are you still planning to make a move against me? Only Zhang Feng pays attention to Huang Sheng's strength. Obtaining quite a few demon pills from the Ma Yang gang, and demon pills are an important ingredient for refining pills. Having a refined pill master is good, but judging by his wit, he doesn't seem very clever. While Huang Sheng prepares to unleash a punch, his voice sounds incredibly cool, But not long after, Zhang Feng swats him away, reminding the young man to remember this lesson. Do not use your interests to challenge the survival skills of others, Zhang Feng said on behalf of himself. Let him stay for a while, I will cover all the expenses, with the intention in his mind. If that's the case, then I'm also considered to have saved him, Ruolin sighed, reluctantly conceding, if the Taoist friend wants to plead for him, I will spare him. Before leaving, Zhang Feng instructed Huang Sheng, you wait at Chun Xiang Pavilion for someone to pick you up. If you dare to leave early, I will kill you. Huang Sheng held his swollen purple cheek, nodded, and agreed, yes, I will definitely follow the senior's arrangements. After walking for a while, Ruolin still had questions he had not had the chance to ask. At the right moment, he spoke up, you saved Huang Sheng because you want to use him for yourself, right? Zhang Feng wanted to save some face for Huang Sheng, so he replied, he does have his own strengths. Ruolin laughed upon hearing this and elaborated on Huang Sheng's benefits. There are many natural talents in Thunder Swamp, but pills are indeed very rare. Currently, only pill shops are purchasing them. Taking Huang Sheng is definitely a much more convenient option for the future. Zhang Feng had questions. Is pill trading still happening at Thunder Swamp? A fleeting thought seemed reasonable. If I force Huang Sheng to refine pills for me, then have all the people from Nine Swords Mountain scan the pills for spirit stones, wouldn't that result in a large amount? Imagining Zhang Feng's situation from the recent event, Ruolin asked him, are you really in need of spirit stones? This was something she had never considered. Yuzong Fong comes from the hidden sect Hua Feng Zhou, yet he lacks spirit stones. Could it be that the skills he's cultivating require a large number of spirit stones to acquire more precious resources? Zhang Feng didn't dare to hide anything and replied, there's no choice, I still have a group of people under me that need to be supported. Knowing this was a good opportunity for her, Ruolin immediately extended her invitation, Taoist friend, if you're in need of spirit stones, you can come to my Chun Xiang Pavilion. Zhang Feng quickly dodged, even if I have the will, I won't do that. In his heart, he clearly knew what kind of business Ruolin's Chun Xiang Pavilion was involved in, so he politely declined. Ruolin continued to smile and persuade him, it's fine, Chun Xiang Pavilion occasionally has female cultivators drop by. Remembering the main reason he had come here, Zhang Feng spoke seriously to interrupt her. Today, we came here mainly to seek your advice on how to obtain the 5 elements spiritual energy. Ruolin intended to refuse, I advise my Taoist friend not to focus on the 5 elements spiritual energy. In Thunder Swamp, there is a vast forbidden area known as the Flame Zone, where 6-tailed foxes exist, encountering them could lead to being burned alive. In her extreme cold area, she cannot escape it, and even in Blossom Forest, there are spirit trees that could cause one to fear for their life. In the Luong family's territory, there are dangerous mountains. In the Golden Star's territory, there are fierce blood titans, do not provoke them. Within the forbidden land of the 5 elements, demon beasts possess remnants of spiritual energy, and all the 5 elements spiritual energy during this period is formed from these spiritual energy fragments. Zhang Feng thought Ruolin was exaggerating, although it is a forbidden area, if one is careful, it shouldn't be that severe. There are elements that impede progress within the forbidden land, even for me. Ruolin persistently warned. There are great demons lurking in the forbidden land, and even I must avoid them. Practitioners from Thunder Swamp, each time they enter the forbidden land to hunt 5 elements demon beasts, only 1 in 10 survives to leave. Zhang Feng was not afraid, but rather calculating, the 5 great forbidden lands are so dangerous, in the future, when taking disciples there, we must prepare in advance. Ruolin seemed unwilling to part with Zhang Feng. He looked at her, silently thinking that he must find a way to send her away first. But Zhang Feng's gaze made Ruolin misunderstand. Does he look at me like that because he has feelings for me? Zhang Feng seized a little of her fair complexion and whispered, Taoist friend, look where we are now, in a desolate place with no one around. Isn't this a perfect time for that? Zhang Feng reached out to touch Ruolin's face, causing her to blush deeply. Ruolin's thoughts were darker than her hair, so surely her thoughts were not pure. At that moment, she thought, but if it's him, it wouldn't be so bad. Still, as the master of Chun Xiang Pavilion, I should put on a bit of a front. We've just met, isn't it a bit too hasty? Ruolin felt it would be more appropriate to stay in the room. Zhang Feng found her words puzzling, I just wanted to use the excuse of going to the bathroom to send her away. What does that have to do with us just meeting? Still thinking Ruo Lin's thoughts weren't too deep, Zhang Feng laughed and said, no need to rush, I think the timing is just right. As he finished speaking, Ruo Lin confirmed her willingness to open her heart. If you are being so sincere, then Ruo Lin will follow your wishes. With her consent, Zhang Feng nodded, all right, then you should move a bit ahead. Ruo Lin shyly declined, no need, this is pretty good, I have a lot of experience. Zhang Feng felt something was off, especially with Ruo Lin's actions, which were 3 parts dark and 7 parts like a tease, making him pale. You have more experience than me. Haze, why are you taking your clothes off? Daoist friend, please have some self-respect, I'm not a casual person. Ruo Lin was perplexed by his contrary actions, aren't you wanting to stay here? Zhang Feng, at his wit's end, yelled out the truth, I just want to pee, to go to the bathroom. If you don't go, I will just take it off for real. Realizing she had misunderstood and had become a bumpkin, Ruo Lin hugged him and ran away, cursing Zhang Feng, serves you right for being lonely your whole life. Well, the process may be wrong, but the outcome is correct. Zhang Feng extended his hand to summon a statue, activating it while thinking, she won't be coming back here for a while, I need to make use of this time. Whether it's to collect spirit stones or to develop 9-sword sect in the future. In the future, pills will always be in short supply. Now, regarding Huang Sheng, no matter what extreme measures are taken, he must be taken away. At the location of Kai and Heng Sheng, she was checking the belongings while he was casually sweeping the house. Heng Sheng's intuition detected something, causing him to suddenly turn his head. The statue sent by Zhang Feng abruptly appeared, startling Heng Sheng, who shouted, Kai, be careful, there's an enemy ambush. Kai was just turning around to catch it. She embraced the statue and said, Heng Sheng, what danger could come from the sect master's message? Heng Sheng scratched his head to dismiss his cowardly expression and made an excuse, aren't I just worried about you? What is the sect master doing? Kai turned the statue around and honestly revealed the content. The sect master instructed us to clean up an elixir pharmacy, perhaps the refined pill master has been found. Kai quickly ordered Heng Sheng, do you remember where the Tu Xiao sect has the pill furnace? Hurry and go into the treasury and send the message out. In the meantime, Kai secretly thought of Zhang Feng, the pills in Thunder Swamp are rare items, the sect master has arranged this so quickly. Sect master, how can you be so formidable? The sect master is becoming more and more attractive. However, Heng Sheng was already familiar with that person, mentioning the sect master made her even more captivated. The weather was cool, with the wind gently swaying through the layers of clouds. At another villa, Yuan Shi, a semi-Yuan-ing, and Master Pavilion of Dan Yang Pavilion spoke to the person opposite. Guild Master, in Thunder Swamp there is a newly arrived 9 Swords Mountain, and it said that they are also in contact with Chun Xiang Pavilion. Dong Zhong was that person. Upon hearing this, he appeared self-satisfied. My pill shop uses pills to control many forces in Thunder Swamp. If 9 Swords Mountain dares to defy the pill shop and does not sell pills to him, that's enough. Yuan Shi tried to further persuade, the Yuzong Feng realm is not high, but his abilities are on par with great power Yuaning. The guild master wouldn't want to bury this disaster. Dong Zhong immediately frowned, are you teaching me how to do my job? Yuan Shi hurriedly corrected his words, Dan Yang Pavilion and the pill shop have been allies for nearly 100 years. How could I dare to disrespect the guild master, it's just that we can't be too careful. Dong Zhong replied, I think you also wouldn't dare, but you aren't wrong. The little guy just arrived, perhaps he should be taught a lesson. Dong Zhong wore a sinister smile, isn't 9 Swords Mountain looking to cling to the big leg of Chun Xiang Pavilion? Go inform Cui Ruo Lin, we will take a trip to 9 Swords Mountain together. Also from Chun Xiang Pavilion, but more boisterous, come on, let's drink a few more rounds with the Huang family. Huang Sheng, well-fed and well-cared for, with a woman on each arm, was drunk and bold with his words, today's expenses for the Huang family will be covered by someone else. Suddenly, Zhang Feng and Ruo Lin appeared unexpectedly. He looked at the debauched man before him and said, are you enjoying spending my spirit stones? Ruo Lin suggested to Zhang Feng, let me help you kill him, to relieve you of worries later. the refined pill master will introduce you to someone in the future. Huang Xing regained his composure and immediately knelt before Zhang Feng, saying, Senior, please don't worry about the spirit stones, I can refine pills for you free of charge. Zhang Feng spoke sternly, follow me, or die. Upon returning to Nine Swords Mountain, the disciples greeted Zhang Feng, Master, you have returned. Fan Jian stood in front of Zhang Feng, presenting something. He said, the family's traditional formations have already been recorded by another disciple in the Jade Slip, but there are a few flawed formations that the disciple couldn't fix. Zhang Feng was completely satisfied with this progress. With the true intent of the formations, repairing flawed formations won't be an issue. In just 2 months, we can claim the system's rewards. Zhang Feng took the item from Fan Jian's hand and said, the formations you have, Master, are a bit troublesome to fix, give me 1 month. Hearing the deadline that Zhang Feng set for himself, Fan Jian was left speechless. The flawed formations have been researched for hundreds of years in our clan and still couldn't be repaired, you only need 1 month. Thinking this, Fan Jian felt an overwhelming sense of pride. By following the master and practicing formations, I will surely be able to elevate myself further. Zhang Feng suddenly waved his hand, calling out to Fan Jian, come here, I have something to say to you. Seeing the two of them whispering to each other, Huang Xing couldn't help but feel anxious. The senior doesn't know how to deal with me, surely he wouldn't kill me, right, even if the senior makes any demands. We will agree first and then propose the plan later. After hearing Zhang Feng's words, Fan Jian felt a bit hesitant. Master, is that all right? Zhang Feng replied firmly, listen to Master, just do it this way. Inside the elixir pharmacy, Zhang Feng's voice echoed, Huang Sheng, let's settle the account first. Hearing that, Huang Sheng was startled and trembled as he stepped back. Huh? Settle what? He still pretended as if he had never offended the senior. Zhang Feng proclaimed loudly each debt Huang Xing owed, you spent my spirit stones at Chunxiang Pavilion, you spoke boastfully to others, causing harm to my spirit, and made me waste a lot of my time because of you. How will you compensate me for this? Zhang Feng then laid out the conditions and the amount Huang Xing needed to pay, 10 million spirit stones, consider this as settling my debt. Senior. The other party turned pale upon hearing this, his voice shaking. Senior, you must be joking, right? How about I help you refine 2 batches of pills, and we can forget about this. Zhang Feng, with a mix of softness and firmness, immediately threatened him. Give you another chance, say it one more time. Huang Sheng was so scared that he knelt down, humbling himself to settle the debt. Junior is just a useless person thrown out by the pill shop, please, Lord, don't hold it against me. But Huang Xing suddenly felt something strange. He was curiously looking up, thinking, what's going on? In Huang Xing's eyes, Zhang Feng suddenly transformed into a savior. A light like that of an angel descended upon him. Zhang Feng gently spoke, are you still worried about your potential ahead? Are you still concerned about survival? Deep down, do you feel like you are a useless person? The truth can be harsh. It turns out the light that Zhang Feng had was due to Fan Jian's showiness outside. However, the young man Huang Xing believed it wholeheartedly. He was moved by Zhang Feng's profound words and thought, since leaving the pill shop, I have been scolded by others and faced disdain. I never expected that the senior would understand my feelings like this. And it meant that everyone should feel this way. Huang Xing sincerely whispered, please guide me, senior. Zhang Feng offered him a choice. In front of you, there is still a choice, to join Nine Swords Mountain. I will help you achieve success in the Supreme Elixir path. Are you willing? Nothing ventured, nothing gained, who would refuse? Huang Xing smiled, thinking, I never expected the senior to be so generous, willing to accept me. Huang Xing immediately bowed in agreement, unaware that he would become a slave to capital in the future. Junior agrees, Junior is willing to join Nine Swords Mountain, for the senior I will serve diligently, even willing to die without regret. Zhang Feng was still gentle with him, I do not want you to die, I want you to live well, to refine pills, you will work hard in the future. In Zhang Feng's mind, he felt very proud of himself. I have handled another one, truly deserving of my reputation, meeting this week's recruitment KPI. Suddenly, there was a commotion outside. Yuzong Fong, how come you are not quickly coming to pay respects to me? Huang Sheng and Zhang Feng walked outside. Facing them was a stranger. No, not a stranger, but Yuan Shi. He crossed his arms and said, "You are Yuzong Feng, do you know how to show respect?" In his memory, he had no recollection of this person. Zhang Feng frowned and asked, "Who is this person?" Huang Xing replied, "Yuan Shi is the master pavilion of Danyang Pavilion, cultivating the half-legendary Yuaning." Hearing this, Zhang Feng smiled with interest and replied, "Yuan Shi, master pavilion of Danyang Pavilion, has great spirit." Yuan Shi, with an air of arrogance, said, "Humph, the Danyang Pavilion I preside over is the most potential force in the Thunder Swamp. In the future, it will be a top force in the Thunder Swamp, do you know that?" The reason for his confidence was not unfounded. Yuan Shi sneered inwardly, "With the backing of the pill shop, everyone in Thunder Swamp must give me some respect." Zhang Feng was also thinking that he had support. Perhaps someone above has come to cause trouble. The main person has yet to appear. I will lure him out first. Zhang Feng initially decided to be a bit humble. My apologies. Yuan Master Pavilion's visit to my Nine Swords Mountain is truly like a dragon arriving at a shrimp's house. Yuan Master Pavilion coming here is perhaps not just to talk to me about these things, right?" Yuan Shi thought he had managed to overwhelm Zhang Feng, and replied, "Your Nine Swords Mountain is merely lucky to catch the eye of the pill shop. Now I grant you an opportunity. Depending on Danyang Pavilion, you will gain the protection of the pill shop. The location of Chun Xiang Pavilion is also not too desolate." Seeing the special figure before her, Ruolin stepped forward and said, "Guild Master, Nine Swords Mountain is just entering Thunder Swamp for the first time. Why should the Guild Master take this trip personally? Instead, let Ruolin take your place." Ruolin secretly thought about protecting someone. The pill shop has paid attention to Nine Swords Mountain so quickly. I wonder if Yuzong Feng can handle it. I must think of a way to help him. Dong Zhong set his teacup down and said, "Although Nine Swords Mountain is considered weak, Yuzong Feng still has some skills. Such talent requires the guild master to meet in person." Dong Zhong grinned wickedly, affirming his position. "If Yuzong Feng knows his place, that's fine, but if he doesn't open his eyes, I will show him how formidable I am." He was too confident in front of Ruolin. This woman usually thinks highly of herself, but now she has some feelings for me because of a white-faced guy. Sooner or later, I will have fun with you. Outside the yard of Nine Swords Mountain, the disciples were also informed that Zhang Feng had been personally visited, and they began to discuss. "The opponent is quite intimidating. I wonder how the master will cope. It would be great if I could assist the master." Jiang Lan took out his sword and confidently said, "Let's sneak up and kill him right away." Yu Yao fully supported this idea. "That's a good suggestion, let's take action shortly." Only Fan Jian laughed awkwardly and prayed, "True Essence Realm assassinating a half-step Yuaning, Master hurry and stop the senior sisters. I can't bear it." Fan Jian wanted to dissuade the two senior sisters. "Assassinating a half-step Yuaning is beyond our capability." Yu Yao optimistically replied, "If we add more people, it might not be a problem." Fan Jian insisted on persuading, "The world of cultivating immortals is not all about fighting, it's about human relationships and the state of affairs. Think about it, senior sisters." Yuan Shi said, "If you agree with me, you will have a place in Thunder Swamp. Of course, I have conditions. From now on, whether it's spirit stones or demon pills, Nine Swords Mountain must offer 70% to Danyang Pavilion every month." Only a fool would agree. Zhang Feng said no. "The demands of Yuan Master Pavilion are a bit harsh, please spare me, I cannot agree. But on the contrary, I have a suggestion, why not change the 70% to 90%? Hearing about such a significant profit, Yuan Shi felt disappointed. "You are quite aware of your own situation. Offering 90%, Nine Swords Mountain will provide protection for you." But it wasn't the spring he thought it would be. Zhang Feng waved his hand in denial. No, Yuan, you misunderstood. What I mean is to offer 90% to Nine Swords Mountain every month, and in the future, I'll protect your Danyang Pavilion." After hearing this, Yuan Shi was furious at being teased. "You are bold, I will make sure you remember not to provoke anyone." Dong Zhong suddenly appeared, accompanied by Ruolin. He spoke before Yuan Shi could take action. you let him go first, and you treat a Daoist friend like this? Seeing his backer arrive, Yuan Shi conveniently reported to Yuzong Fong, Master, you are here, this is Yuzong Fong, just now he dared to speak arrogantly, showing no respect for you. Hearing this, Dong Zhong stepped up to Zong Fong and questioned him. Little guy, do you think you can underestimate me just because you have a bit of courage? Do you believe that I can make it so you can't live within 100 meters of Thunder Swamp? Zong Fong silently restrained himself, thinking, now isn't the time to clash with him. Zong Fong extended a hand to welcome Dong Zhong, attempting to placate him. How could a junior dare to underestimate the district master? Please, come in. Inside the main mansion of Nine Swords Mountain, Dong Zhong took the initiative to speak first. Recently, there is a large and promising power that has been quite lively. In fact, there was also an ulterior motive behind this question. I will interrogate first, and I'll see if you can handle it. Zong Fong naturally understood this. Alright then, a strong nation is but myself. His gaze shifted to Yuan Shi, thinking, this guy is a bit foolish, I have to stir up trouble first. He used Dong Zhong's previous words to tease Yuan Shi, referring to a very promising power. Are you talking about yourself? Yuan Shi took it seriously and laughed joyfully. The district master is being modest. Dong Zhong seemed puzzled, and he approached once more, but this time his tone was more serious, clearly pointing at Zong Fong. I have also heard that he wants to become the top power in the future of Thunder Swamp. This is very detrimental to the balance of Thunder Swamp. Zong Fong once again seduced Yuan Shi. The future top power in Thunder Swamp, Master Pavilion is still talking about you. Yuan Shi felt pleased with this implication. He raised his hand to pretend to cough. Ahem, that's right, it is indeed me. I know that in the heart of the faction leader, I am the one they care about the most. Dong Zhong, losing patience, slammed the table. Shut up, I am not talking about you. Hearing this, Zong Fong pointed at someone else. It's not Yuan Master Pavilion, it must be referring to Chun Xiang Pavilion then. Ruo Lin was not unfamiliar with Zong Feng's schemes. Yuzong Fong is indeed cunning, he clearly wants to cause trouble. After this matter is over, we shall see if I deal with you or not. Thinking this in his mind, Ruo Lin still cooperated enthusiastically with Zong Fong on the outside. Ruo Lin is just a woman, how could I dare to have such thoughts? Daoist friend is exaggerating. Dong Zhong actually believed it completely. He secretly deducted points from Zong Feng's understanding. Little friend's words are unpleasant to the ear, forget it, I will speak plainly. He pointed at Zong Fong and said, I'm talking about you. The first time you entered Thunder Swamp, you eliminated the Ma Yang gang and frightened many nascent soul realm cultivators. Allowing you to continue developing makes me feel uneasy. Zong Fong calmly replied, the shop master is joking, I can't be blamed for this. It's all about survival. I just want to live peacefully and ensure those under me survive. Dong Zhong frowned, revealing his greedy nature, wanting to monopolize everything for himself. That is best. I will give you another chance. Submit to my pill shop, and in return, I will protect your Nine Swords Mountain. Zong Fong had lost all patience by now. I never intended to create enmity, but you are pushing me step by step. However, it couldn't end so easily. Zong Fong suddenly made a proposal. How about I put forth a condition to the shop master? I've heard that the pills in Thunder Swamp are all supplied by the pill shop, so how about the pill shop allocate some supplies to Nine Swords Mountain? I can take charge, and Nine Swords Mountain will absolutely not conflict with the pill shop. Ruo Lin was stunned upon hearing this, unable to understand Zong Feng's actions. She thought to herself, although the pill shop doesn't have strong power, but the relationships in Thunder Swamp are complicated. Offending the pill shop is equivalent to offending all of Thunder Swamp. Yuzong Fong has gone mad, wanting to become an enemy of the entire Thunder Swamp. While everyone was discussing, a small secret door opened above them, and 3 of Zong Feng's disciples peered in to eavesdrop. Yu Yao was worried, how is it, will the master not be at a disadvantage? Fan Jian firmly asserted, if a conflict arises, the master will not be at a disadvantage. Yu Yao resolved again, if we do not let them survive, we cannot let them be at peace either. However, Jiang Lan was only focused on Ruo Lin, senior sister, what about the others? And how should we deal with that woman now? Fan Jian's voice rang out, clarifying the current situation for everyone. The owner of the Doi Lu is being threatened, we will not make things difficult for him. Our enemies are Yuan Shi and Dong Zhong. Yu Yao took the lead, directing the two younger disciples in front of her. Listen for my signal later, I and junior sister will act together. Junior brother, pay attention to control the formation and coordinate well. We will incapacitate Yuan Shi first and then decide what to do next. Do it well. Do well, senior sister will reward you with sweet potatoes. The sound of a table being banged in protest rang out clearly. Dong Zhong reaffirmed his position with Zhang Fong, offending me, you won't even be able to step a foot at Nine Swords Mountain in Thunder Swamp. Yuan Shi had his confrontation skill ready, he said, why waste words with him, let me kill him for you first. According to the plan of the three clever disciples, they immediately jumped down at Yu Yao's command, make your move. The stone monsters summoned by Yuan Shi threatened Zhang Fong. Jiang Lan did not hold back, swinging his sword wildly to show his loyalty, disrespecting the master and harming the sect is our enemy. Yuan Shi raised his protective talisman high and boldly said, looking for death. The stone monsters began to unleash energy around them following Yuan Shi's orders. They all moved and were greatly empowered. This time Fan Jian counterattacked. Based on what he had learned, he summoned a magic sphere and said, if they are enemies, they deserve to die. The formation created afterwards completely defeated Yuan Shi. However, what followed was a heavy loss for Zhang Fong. He was left speechless as the roof of the house had been blown off. If you want to do something, why do it in our place? These are all our spirit stones. He angrily scolded his disciples. After this, you all need to repair the damaged house for me. The three disciples nodded obediently, yes, master. One person remained, Dong Zhong. He had prepared spells in advance. After witnessing the display of Zhang Feng's three disciples, he thought, the quality of this formation is not high, but it can still affect the flow of spiritual energy of this place. His three disciples are merely in the true essence realm, yet they can work together to confront a half-Yuaning. Nine Swords Mountain truly has some quirks that can affect the dominance of the pill shop. Dong Zhong spoke up, mixed with a threat, does Nine Swords Mountain want to become an enemy of Thunder Swamp? It would not be correct to say that Zhang Feng was not afraid. He silently calculated, to deal with the pill shop, I must first dismantle the relationships behind it. It looks like I need to delve into cooperation with Chun Xiang Pavilion. So he decided to talk to Ruo Lin, Pavilion Master, isn't it uncomfortable to survive on borrowed things? Ruo Lin didn't dare to hide, the pills in Thunder Swamp all come from the pill shop, I really have no other options. Moreover, the pill shop only deals with the Huang family. If we turn against the pill shop, the opposing side won't sell the Shen-class pills. After hearing this, Zhang Feng took out a bottle radiating abundant spiritual energy. He handed it to Ruo Lin and said, this is a gift for our meeting, a present from Nine Swords Mountain to the Lord of the Mansion. As long as the Lord agrees to cooperate with me, Nine Swords Mountain will provide such pills for free in the future. Ruo Lin examined the item in front of him in surprise, this aura, a supreme-grade Shen-class pill, he actually intends to give this to me? It's so precious, this cooperation must carry significant risks. After reaching an agreement and unity, Ruo Lin quickly spoke on behalf of Zhang Feng, Lord of the Shop, Thunder Swamp has maintained balance for many years, and it is about to emerge now, this is truly not the time to start a war. Dong Zhong frowned, do you want to step up for him? Yuan Shi immediately expressed his discontent towards Ruo Lin, who do you think you are, speaking in front of the shop lord? He frowned. 3 true essence realm monks can join forces to contend with me, but now that enmity has arisen, Nine Swords Mountain can no longer hold on. Ruo Lin calmly meditated, saying, Ruo Lin only wishes to advise the faction leader to focus on greater matters. After hearing her words, Dong Zhong showed some hesitation. He then withdrew his magic and said just one sentence, arrange matters properly on your own. Dong Zhong and Yuan Shi quickly left Nine Swords Mountain. Yu Yao was perplexed by Zhang Feng's unprecedented actions, Master, why let them go? The consequences could be dire. He sighed and replied, it is not yet the time. In truth, Zhang Feng had a solid plan in mind. The early nascent soul realm is not to be feared, but the connections that stand behind him cannot be underestimated. Right now, Nine Swords Mountain is still not firmly established in Thunder Swamp, it needs time to develop. Ruo Lin stood before Zhang Feng and said, Daoist friend, you have caused a great disaster. Dong Zhong is narrow-minded and selfish, and he will absolutely not spare you in the future. Zhang Feng received this with complete calmness, saying, what is there to fear? If the enemy comes, we will fight. Earlier, when Yuan Shi and Dong Zhong were still parked at Nine Swords Mountain, the process by which Ruo Lin received the ultimate essence from Zhang Feng is recreated. She is curious about why he is doing this. What do you want to collaborate with me on? Zhang Feng replied, selling pills at your Chun Xiang pavilion, we split the profits, you get 30 while I take 70. Ruo Lin is still not fully trusting Zhang Feng, so she is extremely angry. Do you know that by doing this, it means that Chun Xiang pavilion and pill shop will completely turn against each other? Are you trying to drive me to my death? Zhang Feng calmly explained, they'll sell, Nine Swords Mountain will also sell. If they don't sell, Nine Swords Mountain must sell even more. Whoever gets there first gets the goods, payment is made upon delivery. Ruo Lin is still quite hesitant. If this could succeed, Thunder Swamp would definitely be a spectacle again. She crossed her arms in front of her chest and said, but what benefits does this bring to Chun Xiang Pavilion? Just for this small profit, I don't want Chun Xiang Pavilion to bear such a large risk. Zhang Feng is even more confident in his proposal. Deep down, you know well that I will sooner or later return to where I belong. At that time, the pills in Thunder Swamp will be sold back to Chun Xiang Pavilion. In his mind, he is even more certain and looks at Ruo Lin, I don't believe she can withstand such a great temptation. During this time, it's all just an exchange of interests. The smile on Ruo Lin's face deepened a little. As Zhang Feng hoped, Ruo Lin agreed, alright, I will agree with you. If you find yourself in danger, you can later seek refuge in your sister's arms. Your sister can protect you out of Thunder Swamp. Zhang Feng, thrilled to gain both words and benefits, said, no need for later, I can seek refuge in my sister's arms right now. But at such a critical moment, everyone knew Zhang Feng was joking. Ruo Lin just smiled lightly and replied, flattering tongue, I'll return first. Later, you send someone to Chun Xiang Pavilion to discuss this matter with me. The jealous Saint and Kai saw the two and remarked, that promiscuous woman, luring the sect master. Zhang Feng immediately proceeded with the company development plan, Fan Jian, Yuan Lengheng Xing go to recruit the various powers in Thunder Swamp. Next month, have them come to Nine Swords Mountain for a visit. The two disciples assigned to the task answered in unison, we will certainly not let Master down. Before leaving, Fan Jian had a question, but Master, there is one thing I still don't understand, why did Master have to give such a valuable pill? This is about giving and receiving, Zhang Feng replied. Similarly, without offering them any benefits, how can they agree to cooperate with us? Wait until you return, the master will take you to Thunder Swamp for training. Still the #1 fan of Zhang Feng, and Kai looked at him with immense admiration. The sect master works rigorously and carefully, how can he be so charming? I'm about to be captivated by the sect master. Meanwhile, when Yuan Shi and Dong Zhong returned, Yuan Shi suggested to the guild leader, please allow me to take people to eliminate Nine Swords Mountain. Dong Zhong seemed to refuse. You want to ruin my good plans. Dang Kong is about to emerge, and the pill shop intends to refine the earth-grade pills, it all depends on this opportunity. Yuan Shi was still angry about the grievance inside him. But if I don't kill you Zhang Feng, I really can't swallow this grievance. Dong Zhong also had a similar grievance. However, he was the type of person who didn't like to take direct action. He had to say, go to Endao, offer 500,000 spirit stones as a bounty for anyone who takes his life. Of course, someone will compete for it. My pill shop has enough over 5 million spirit stones, and with spirit stones we should be able to kill you Zhang Feng. But neither of them knew that there were even higher mountains. Zhang Feng lay on the roof, sighing, I only have 15 million spirit stones, I am really poor to death. He thought to himself, although selling pills doesn't earn much money, I have a system to sweep rewards. The most important thing is to maintain close relationships with many forces in Thunder Swamp. This will be my help in the future. Zhang Feng hoped that the future disciples would be useful. You all need to grow up quickly. I need your strength. On a cool afternoon, Zhang Feng sat leisurely on a chair, ordering his disciples, because of what happened yesterday, finish building the house today, otherwise, you won't be allowed to eat rice. Hearing this, Yu Yao immediately turned back to protest. Master, the disciples will starve to death. Zhang Feng remained firm. If the house isn't finished, you won't be allowed to eat today or tomorrow. They had no idea how heartbroken Zhang Feng was inside. Are you destroying my house? You're destroying my spirit stones. Building a house costs 10 spirit stones. My heart is bleeding. Do you know that? Jiang Lan, on the contrary, was a bit more obedient, encouraging Yu Yao. Senior sister, make use of the time, or else the master will be angry again. Yu Yao knew she would be worn out like this, so she had prepared in advance. Fortunately, I hid 2 sweet potatoes earlier, otherwise, would really starve to death. Huang Sheng unexpectedly popped out to flaunt his first product. Sect Master, the Wanha pill has been made. He excitedly introduced, this pill can help a cultivator break through to the golden elixir realm with a success rate of 20%. I specially report this good news to you. It would be completely wrong to say Huang Sheng lacks dedication. Based on his thoughts, since joining 9 Swords Mountain, all resources have been provided to me free of charge. Following the sect master, I can go further on my path of alchemy. However, this did not meet Zhang Feng's expectations. After spending so many resources, the quality is only mid-level yellow grade. The next disciple must be someone who has a talent for refining pills, otherwise the resources of 9 Swords Mountain will be completely exhausted. Zhang Feng tossed the Wanha pill to Enkai and said, right here, use the pill, I will help you protect the law. This made Enkai even more hopeful. The sect master is gifting me such an important pill. If you could help me, it seems that I indeed hold a place in the sect master's heart. Huang Xing shared a similar thought. The value of the Wanha Dan is not inferior to the Xian grade pill, yet the sect master casually gifts it like this. The sect master's spirit truly impresses me greatly. Zhang Feng then called out in his mind. System, return reward. Little Fox System responded, host gifts pills to disciples, meeting the conditions, triggering a 1,000-fold return. Congratulations, host, you have received a Heaven's 100-fold critical hit, earning 200 transforming essence pills shaped like 2. They may seem small but pack a punch, yet they did not catch Zhang Feng's eye, so they would be given away as freebies. I want Heavenly Dao Yuaning, this transforming essence pill is useless to me. Later, if a normal disciple needs a breakthrough to the nascent soul realm, I will gift it then. After that, Zhang Feng instructed all the disciples, you all should cultivate diligently. Once you reach a plateau, the sect will gift you pills to assist your advancement. Zhang Feng raised 3 fingers and stated with certainty, in 3 years, within 3 years, I will help all of you advance to the golden elixir realm, and even to the nascent soul realm. The disciples, after hearing this, knelt down and said in unison, we are willing to put forth all our strength to help the sect master return to Yongning Pearl. As for Huang Sheng, Zhang Feng assigned him a more significant task, you still need to work hard on refining pills. The truth was not what Huang Sheng thought, it was all for Zhang Feng to use, refine a bit more pills so I can sweep the rewards from the system. However, young Huang Sheng remained naive and replied, I am willing to put forth all my strength to help the sect master return to Yongning Pearl. His thoughts were quite reasonable as a goal to strive for. If all the disciples of 9 Swords Mountain were at the nascent soul realm, let alone Yongning Pearl, even in Thunder Swamp, no one would dare to underestimate us. In another villa, for the first time, Zhang Feng was unaware that he was still being hunted with a bounty. The girl named Si Tu Qin brought that paper to her father and said, Father, did you know that the pill shop has placed a bounty of 500,000 spirit stones on you? Zhang Feng? Si Tu Ke was astonished when he saw and heard this, 500,000. The pill shop is going all out for a golden elixir realm perfected individual, this is a bit strange. We cannot get involved in this. But Si Tu Qin did not think so. She replied, Old man, 50,000 spirit stones are not enough for our family. Father is a great power in the mid-stage of nascent soul realm, are we really afraid of another golden elixir realm? C2 Ko felt that he had spoiled his daughter too much. Why do you call me old man? That's quite disrespectful. This money, I'm afraid, you have the life to earn it, but not enough life to spend it. C2 Qin presented a convincing reason to her father. I have reached a bottleneck, only lacking spirit stones to buy spiritual materials to refine the Wanhadan. If mother were still alive in this world, she would agree too. Hitting C2 Ko's weak point, he fell silent for a moment, then sighed and agreed, I understand, but you cannot act alone, everything must follow my arrangements. C2 Ko quietly calculated. After my daughter advances in Thunder Swamp, she will have the ability to protect herself. Yuan Shi, I will sooner or later take revenge for her. At the pill shop, Yuan Shi could no longer sit still and spoke up, Guild leader, the bounty has been issued for 3 days now. Until now, there hasn't been a single bit of news. Dong Zhong did not hurry to respond, what's the rush? Let the news spread a bit. Yuan Shi continued, I believe that relying on those useless people will not fully satisfy us, we need someone stronger. Hearing this, Dong Zhong also realized there was a hidden meaning in those words, but didn't understand, what do you mean? Yuan Shi recalled a familiar figure, has the guild master forgotten? Shui Yun Evil Saint, number 1 on the assassin ranking list, if he makes a move, Yuzong Fong is nothing. Upon hearing this, Dong Zhong immediately slammed the teacup in his hand down and quickly proceeded to call someone, alright, go invite Shui Yun Evil Saint. At the main gate of Nine Swords Mountain, everyone had gathered before leaving for some time. Zong Fong thought to himself, the counter-reaction system. The little fox system appeared and replied, host transmits the one Hao Dan to the disciples, meeting the conditions, triggering a counter-reaction 1,000 times over. Congratulations to the host for activating a 1,000-fold critical hit, congratulations to the host for obtaining 20 supreme quality Ling Huan pills. So many good things. Zong Fong also had his sights set on something. Ah, this is great, it's the holy pill of the mysterious healing. The Jade Spirit pill is a pill, and even an expert in the Yuaning stage can be revived with just one breath. However, someone still needed to stay at home, so Zong Fong entrusted it to the first male and female disciples. Now that you have broken through to the Golden Elixir realm, you and Leng Hengsheng will guard the sect while I go out for a trip. The two of them nodded in obedience. We will not disappoint the sect master. Fan Jian appeared even more excited than Zong Fong and urged him, Master, we should set off now. Zong Fong turned his back toward the next destination. Let's go, head to the 5 great forbidden areas. Everyone bid farewell to the other disciples. Zong Fong was extremely looking forward to the future. In a short time, it has already grown in scale, when I return, it will definitely be a different scene. In a certain villa, Dong Zhong's voice rang out. You are the number 1 assassin, Shui Yun, the evil saint of Endao, right? Indeed, it was a man whose head could be used as a mirror. He lightly hit his chest with his hand and replied, just a false reputation. This person ate, sat, and slept casually, completely natural and unaware of etiquette. However, Dong Zhong and Yuan Shi did not care about that. Yuan Shi spoke up, Evil Saint, the pill shop is willing to offer 500,000 spirit stones to invite you to kill Yuzong Fong. Evil Saint pondered for a moment after hearing this. This little guy suddenly appearing in Thunder Swamp to kill the leader of the Ma Yang gang might be a bit difficult to handle. Dong Zhong skeptically asked him, Evil Saint, you are at the peak of the nascent soul realm, are you afraid? Evil Saint sneered, ridiculous, this little guy has a mysterious background, I need more money. Dong Zhong turned and glanced at Yuan Shi meaningfully. Shui Yun Evil Saint has a strange personality, what do you think of this request? Dong Zhong glanced at Yuan Shi again with implied meaning, wondering, wait, you are the boss. Yuan Shi was startled and replied, Boss, don't look at me, you are the one spending the spirit stones. Well, one gets what one pays for, Dong Zhong thought for a moment and found it reasonable. If we can kill this little guy, spending a few extra spirit stones is worth it. He gave a sinister smile to Yuan Shi. Your idea isn't bad, this could also raise the reputation of the pill shop. On the other hand, Yuan Shi misunderstood Dong Zhong's smile. What does this old man mean? Does he have that kind of interest? Evil Saint sighed and said, what does the city lord think? Dong Zhong quoted a price, an additional 100,000 spirit stones. Evil Saint found it too little, 200,000, pay half up front first. Dong Zhong agreed for the sake of his future, alright, we'll proceed as Evil Saint wishes, but Evil Saint must ensure the little guy is eliminated. Evil Saint's gaze was frighteningly sharp. His life motto was simple, I either kill him or get killed by him. The reason Evil Saint quoted a high price was clear, with 700,000 spirit stones, I can go to Hua Feng Zhou to buy the spirit essence pill. Ming Yu, you will be saved. The C2 father and son followed every step of Zhang Feng's group. The daughter hurriedly spoke, Father, Yuzong Feng is ahead, hurry up and take action. C2 Ko replied, if you don't want your father to die too quickly, speak a little softer. C2 Qin couldn't believe her father regarded Zhang Feng so highly, isn't he just a little guy in the golden elixir realm? Is he really worth my father, a nascent soul realm expert, being so cautious? What C2 Qin didn't know was that C2 Ko could sense Zhang Feng's overwhelming aura. He thought to himself, what does the kid understand? This little guy is not ordinary at all. Zhang Feng suddenly realized something and immediately turned around. Earlier, I felt like I was being watched. Was it just an illusion? Yu Yao noticed his slightly tense expression and asked, Master, what's wrong? Zhang Feng replied, nothing, you all continue on your journey, I will return later. C2 and his son had to dodge quickly because of the earlier incident, but only C2 Ko was tense, that glance gives me a sense of danger inside. C2 Qin was quite confused as to why his father had to hide halfway. Father, what did you see that made you react like that? C2 Ko, unable to take it any longer, shouted, don't ask too much, quickly get to the small forest 10 miles away, I will follow behind. C2 Ko pushed aside his thoughts of assassination, this little guy can't be provoked, running is the best option. But just as he landed, he saw a figure. Zhang Feng seemed to have anticipated that C2 Ko would come here and was waiting. He crossed his arms and said, you should follow me on this path. Why did you suddenly think about leaving? C2 Ko justified himself. I said I was just passing by, do you believe it? Zhang Feng replied with a laugh. If you said you were just out for a stroll, I might believe that. But tell me, what is your real purpose in following us? C2 Ko pretended to think wisely, if my whereabouts have been exposed, it's better to proactively reveal the truth to gain some goodwill. He decided to speak up, I am C2 Ko, the pill shop has secretly placed a bounty of 500,000 spirit stones on your life. Zhang Feng sighed upon hearing this, is my life worth 500,000? The pill shop really underestimates me, so you came here to kill me, huh? C2 Ko certainly did not dare to, Daoist friend, you misunderstand, how could I have such thoughts? I only wish to continue living, I have no intention of deceiving you. Seeing C2 Ko's pale face, Zhang Feng decided not to press further, waving his hand, whether it's true or false doesn't matter. If you have no ill intentions towards me, then I won't make a move against you. You may go. C2 Ko was taken aback, you're really letting me go? Because in his heart, he had a thought, the rumor about Yuzong Feng being decisive and ruthless, unexpectedly, he is so easy to talk to. Could it be that the rumor is false? Zhang Feng frowned, or should I say, you want to put on a show with me, a grand battle of 300 rounds? C2 Ko didn't want to meet Yen Wang yet, so he quickly made his exit. Before leaving, he said, Daoist friend is joking, I take my leave now. Zhang Feng laughed at C2 Ko's hasty actions. This person can stretch and can retract, their actions are also well planned, and instead, they prefer to make friends. Friends from Nine Swords Mountain are really too few now. Zhang Feng guessed whose life he had to pay for, and he said seriously in his heart, pill shop, you will regret this decision. Meanwhile, C2 Qin was extremely disappointed in C2 Ko, Dad is really getting more and more timid as he lives. I don't understand how Mom could have liked him back then. 500,000 spirit stones just flew away like that, I can't accept it. C2 Qin summoned a communication device and instructed, go tell Dad, I will go collect the reward. If he still wants this daughter, he should come save me quickly. I don't believe this old bastard would sit back and watch me die. The group of Yu Yao stood in one place waiting for Zhang Feng, feeling somewhat puzzled. The master has been gone for a few hours now, I wonder what has delayed him so long. Fan Jian shrugged to reassure Yu Yao. Senior sister, you're overthinking it, the person who can kill the master in the Thunder Swamp hasn't been born yet. Jiang Lan completely agreed. Junior brother is right, the master is the most formidable person. Fan Jian nodded, see, even the second senior sister agrees with my point of view. However, Yu Yao firmly shook her head. As disciples, isn't it our duty to worry about the master? Fan Jian replied, but as disciples, isn't it also correct to trust the master? Then he and Jiang Lan began to inquire into Yu Yao's private feelings. Senior sister, could it be that you have feelings for the master? Senior sister, your thoughts are very dangerous. Yu Yao blushed and waved her hands. I don't. Jiang Lan suddenly raised her hand and said, the master is mine, I will be by his side for my entire life. Though Yu Yao claimed not to have feelings, she became defensive when she saw others showing interest in Zhang Feng. This little girl. Dare to compete with the senior sister, let's see how I deal with you. The helpless sword floated, watching the two treat each other, when could my two senior sisters be so proper? But Fan Jian was loyal only to strength, this time in training, perhaps both senior sisters can step into the golden elixir realm, and my cultivation can also advance a step. Zhang Feng finally returned and seeing the three disciples in a commotion, asked, what are you all so happy about? Everyone was excited to see him, master. Fan Jian intended to spill the beans, master, it's the two senior sisters. But he was quickly silenced by Jiang Lan. Yu Yao spoke up on behalf, reporting to master, the disciple and junior sister are thinking of increasing their strength, so naturally, they feel delighted. Jiang Lan reminded Fan Jian, if you dare to talk nonsense again, both the senior sister and I will deal with you. Fan Jian nodded with a trembling voice, master, it's indeed like that. From Zhang Feng's perspective, he still doubted these clever ones, I believe you are still lying, but I have no evidence. Zhang Feng intended to inquire, who are you trying to seduce, Hong Xian? However, midway through, he felt something approaching. Indeed, Tu Xiao had acted first on her own, exclaiming, Yuzong Fong, die already. She then threw a fireball at the four of them. Zhang Feng had no issue with this. His disciple had long since summoned rocks to block it, saying, a nameless person dares to be arrogant before the master. The flames were completely extinguished by Yu Yao's skill. Another coercive array also served as a very solid shield. This move originated from Fan Jian, who remarked, do you think Nine Swords Mountain has no one, that all sorts of dogs and cats can tread upon it? Tu Xiao did not anticipate this, thinking, are my disciples already this strong? How terrifying must Yuzong Feng be? Jiang Lan seized the moment when Tu Xiao was off guard, a blade already pressed against her neck. Jiang Lan's threatening voice rang out, don't move around, otherwise, I'll kill you. The outcome was well known, Tu Xiao was defeated miserably and bound to one place for questioning. Jiang Lan coldly suggested, master, why not let your disciple kill her instead? Tu Xiao was taking risks, but would never do anything to endanger her life. She shook her head and pleaded for mercy. Senior, I was wrong, I shouldn't have provoked you. Zhang Feng reminded his disciples, you must remember that Nine Swords Mountain is not about killing to stop killing, but about killing to stop evil. Only in this way can we ensure that Nine Swords Mountain thrives for a long time without weakening. The three disciples collectively acknowledged the teachings. Yes, we understand, master. Zhang Feng asked the strange woman at his feet, what is your name? She honestly replied, Tu Xiao. Hearing this name, Zhang Feng found it somewhat familiar. This surname. So he took the liberty to ask further, what relation is Tu Ku to you? Upon hearing her father's name, Tu Xiao was astonished. Do you know my father? Zhang Feng guessed correctly and nodded. We met by chance, I have a rather good impression of him. Feeling encouraged by this, Tu Xiao regained her confident smile. Fortunately, my father is a yawning old monster, and Yuzong Feng's taboo prevents him from making things difficult for me. She then spoke, I have already sent the message to your father, he will arrive soon. You are a wise person, why not quickly let me go, or else I will make sure you know who you're dealing with. Yuzong Fong placed his hands on his hips and confidently replied, you dare to call yourself the mistress in front of me? You are the first to say that you want to make me know my place. If your father comes here, that's just fine because I have been waiting for him too. Tu Xiao gaped in surprise, her face turning pale, calming herself internally. Why is he not afraid? Does he have some backing? Humph, he must be pretending to be calm. Fan Jian pointed at Yu Yao and Jiang Lan, who were confused, and asked, Master, I have a question. If the sect can refine the Manhwa Dan, why not let the two senior sisters use the pills to break through their realms? He closed his eyes and raised a finger to the sky explaining, pills are ultimately just external objects. To seek the Tao, solid foundation is crucial, especially since your senior sisters also need time to consolidate their cultivation. Tu Xiao mocked, you all could also refine the Manhwa Dan. Haha, maybe the refined pills are all just junk, right? Fan Kim angrily retorted. The refined pill master of Nine Swords Mountain comes from a pill shop. She proudly introduced her background. My mother was once the leading refined pill master at the pill shop, and the pill recipe for Manhwa Dan was innovated by her. Humph, if I'm not mistaken, the Manhwa Dan you refined is merely of medium quality. Yuzong Fong, hearing her words, was filled with questions. Does she know how to refine pills? How can she know the ins and outs in an instant? Could there be something wrong with this method? Let's see if I can trick her here. He crossed his arms and pretended not to believe her words, loudly refuting her. The Manhwa Dan refined by Nine Swords Mountain is indeed of lower quality, don't think you can talk arrogantly. She refused to back down and retorted. Impossible, the pill recipe now is flawed, even if a Dan saint intervenes, at most they can only refine the Manhwa Dan of higher quality. He turned away, starting to persuade her. So that's how it is, do you know the complete pill recipe? I truly have nothing to hide. We have also restored the complete pill recipe through new research. He smiled broadly at her and said, why don't you show me the pill shop and see if it resembles Nine Swords Mountain? She turned pale with anger and shouted, you want to trick me? Dream on. When my father arrives, he will not spare you. He leaned in closer and negotiated with her, so you're not stupid after all, how about I buy it with spirit stones? After thinking for a moment, she looked at him in shock. At that moment, Tu Xiao's father approached, raising his hand to stop them while yelling, Daoist friend, show mercy. He gradually moved closer to them, and Zong Fong happily said, Daoist friend, we meet again so soon. Seeing him, she cried out for help, father. Upon seeing him, the father broke into a sweat and thought to himself, Qin air is fine, Yuzong Fong isn't giving her a hard time. I just wonder what his intentions are. His expression was a little dazed yet joyful, the parents have arrived, let's talk. His expression was filled with confidence, secretly pleased in his heart. This girl has a talent for refining pills. Even if she cannot be taken as a disciple, one can still obtain a complete pill recipe from her. He placed his hands together, slightly bowing, in a respectful posture to express sincere apologies. The young lady is still very young and doesn't understand. I have offended you, I ask the Daoist friend for forgiveness. He exposed, your lady has the demeanor of a heroine, demanding to exchange me for spirit stones. Tu Xiao, on the other side, blushed with anger and could not refute anything. When he turned to look at her and asked, right, old lady? She saw the situation was not good and shouted loudly to remind, father, stop it, don't let the spirit stones escape. He slapped his daughter hard across the face, shut up, do you want to get me killed? Then he gently turned to apologize again for her previous actions, the young lady does not know the Daoist friend's power, please forgive her, senior. At this moment, she turned away, her cheeks puffed in anger, tears brimming in her eyes. He also spoke kindly, dear lady, I won't hold a grudge. Then he added, but a death sentence is hard to forgive, and a life sentence is hard to escape. He broke into a cold sweat upon hearing that. Turning pale and fearful, he asked, I wonder if the Daoist friend has any requests. Just waiting for this, he immediately said, I want the complete pill shop of Manhwa Dan. The old man pretended not to understand, I don't understand what the Taoist friend is saying. Not wanting to say much, he extended his hand to negotiate with the old man. This amount, 5 million. The old man clasped his hands in front, awkwardly replied, Taoist friend, please don't pressure me. In his heart, he thought, although 50,000 spirit stones is not a small amount, for our father and son, it is a help in times of trouble. If he adds another 20,000 spirit stones, I will agree immediately. Suddenly, his eyes widened as he realized something. Wait a minute. He suddenly shouted loudly, you mean 500 million spirit stones? My knowledge is limited, do not deceive me. He remained quite calm and negotiated with the old man. I rarely make promises, but once I say it, I will do it. Without hesitation, the old man blinded by money agreed with him. All right, I agree. Suddenly, lightning appeared in the sky, and a voice echoed, Yuzong Fong, die. Both he and the old man looked up at the sky. He was frustrated, his face long, complaining, here we go again. At that moment, he was taken from one shock to another, mouth agape, eyes wide, not good, the number one assassin of Endao, Shui Yun evil saint. Sweat poured from him like rain. He quietly said to his daughter, this is troublesome, if there's a chance later, go with your father. She did not look any better, temporizing, softly replied obediently. Then she looked up at the sky, feeling an unusual worry. If the evil Saint Lord personally intervenes, Yuzong Fong is likely to be in great danger, but why am I worried about him? Suddenly, a towering column of water cascaded down from the sky. Seeing such a powerful column of water appear, everyone stared blankly. The one coming is not ordinary, protect yourselves well. Yuzong Fong said seriously, quickly reminding everyone. He slammed his hand down hard on the ground, spiritual energy forming as if summoning two gigantic giants made of earth and sand. Then the two giants jumped off the ground, rushing towards the water column, raising their hands to block the attack in midair. At this moment, Shui Yun evil saint observed that the opponent had timely reacted to counter his skill, and a smile broke out. This is somewhat interesting, but I must take your life. Then, the whirlpool was created stronger, launching a surge of attacks towards Zong Fong. Two streams of water and earth collided fiercely in midair. Zong Fong noticed that the enemy's strength was not bad, confidently smiled, and said, even if it's the great perfection of the nascent soul realm, taking my life requires such skill. Then he swung his sword, unleashing an extremely powerful blue sword chi. 3 Yang sword formula, sky-breaking stroke. The strong sword chi slashed upwards into the sky, splitting Shui Yun evil saint's water attack in two, easily resolving the opponent's assault. He turned towards him, who was floating with his arms crossed, and smugly said, am I right, Shui Yun evil saint? Seeing this move was still not enough to shake him. He calmly replied, indeed, you have some skill, but today you must die. Tu Xiao stood watching from behind Yuzong Fong, her face flushed, secretly admiring him and silently praising the young man. Yuzong Fong was able to contend against the fully realized nascent soul. Luckily, he had never turned against his opponent. At this moment, Tu Xiao suddenly felt a deep admiration for Zong Fong. In her eyes, he became extraordinarily handsome. She pondered, why do I find him so attractive? Zong Fong appeared relaxed on the outside, but internally he took the battle very seriously. This person is still a fully realized nascent soul, so as a disciple, I cannot continue to fight. With that thought, Yuzong Fong decided to cease hostilities, sheathing his sword and stopping his attack. Looking up at the Shui Yun evil saint, he said, evil saint, let's talk first. Humph, what right do you have to talk to me? The Shui Yun evil saint looked down on him, seeing that he wanted to delay. Zong Fong smiled and raised a finger, saying, you became my enemy merely for spirit stones, I offer 1 million. 1 million? Do you think I'm the kind of person who can be bought? Angered by Zong Feng's attempt to bribe him, he shouted, even if I die poor outside, dying at your hands does not mean I forget my integrity as an assassin. Seeing this wasn't enough, Zong Fong took out a precious spirit stone and held it in front of him. Confidently smiling, he quoted, 2 million, plus an extreme-grade spirit jade. Shui Yun evil saint felt shaken by the treasure before him, but with a hint of the remaining self-respect, he weakly responded, I am a person of integrity. Alas, anything that cannot be solved with money can be solved with a lot of money. 2 pieces. Zhang Feng didn't say much, just coldly took out another spirit jade, laughing as he spoke. With a thud, Shui Yun Evil Saint fell to the ground, bowing down on his knees before Zhang Feng. Master, may I ask if you have any instructions? Shui Yun Evil Saint looked up with a cheerful and polite expression, grinning foolishly upon seeing the treasure before him. Seeing he had subdued the evil saint assassin, Zhang Feng calmly smiled and ordered, I will take the disciple to the 5 heavens great forbidden area for training, you just need to stay here with me. Shui Yun Evil Saint respectfully clasped his hands, yes, I will definitely protect the disciple of my Taoist friend. As agreed, Zhang Feng handed the spirit jade to him, Mingyu, you have been saved. Shui Yun Evil Saint thought for a moment and then excitedly brought the spirit jade to his nose, sniffing and saying, it smells amazing. From a distance, C2 stared blankly, unable to believe his eyes. The assassin Shui Yun, the evil saint who had just been cold and arrogant, was now smiling humbly and chatting amicably with Zhang Feng. He thought, is this evil saint really acting this way, or am I dreaming? Thinking this, he turned to look at his daughter, who was now mesmerized by Zhang Feng, stroking her beard and nodding in approval. The 2 of us can go to the ends of the earth, and if we can join the 9 Swords Mountain, it might be the best outcome. Qi Nair doesn't seem to dislike him either. Having made up his mind, he walked over to the 2 who were happily talking and respectfully clasped his hands saying, congratulations to the Taoist friend and the evil saint for turning enemies into friends. Regarding the conditions I mentioned to the Taoist friend earlier, I wish to change them. Zhang Feng, unpretentiously, asked with a smile, how polite, may I ask what the Taoist friend desires? C2 held up a scroll, pointed forward with both hands, and said, what the Taoist friend needs is here. My daughter and I want to join your 9 Swords Mountain. Yuzong Feng accepted the scroll he handed over, probing with his divine consciousness, and ancient texts appeared in his mind. Zhang Feng read and realized. It turns out that the refining of the 10,000 realms still requires demon pills from the 5 great forbidden zones. Seeing C2 scheming to exchange many things, yet happily and affectionately looking at his daughter, he secretly respected this person. He was like this for his daughter, truly, no one loves a child like a parent. Thinking this, Yuzong Feng used his spiritual energy to bring forth a large bag of spirit stones before the 2 of them, surprising the father and son of C2. He said, Taoist friend, you are most welcome to join 9 Swords Mountain. From today, you will be an elder of 9 Swords Mountain, this is the agreement made with you previously. With 5 million spirit stones offered, the father and son of C2 hurriedly knelt down, clasped their hands in respect, and said in unison, I am willing to serve wholeheartedly and die without regret for 9 Swords Mountain. This made Zhang Feng very pleased, while Shui Yun, the evil saint, was somewhat surprised. Yuzong Feng glanced at Shui Yun, his eyes filled with excitement, as if to ask, evil saint, are you not moved at all? Then he turned to look at C2 Qin with greedy eyes, smiling to himself, C2 Qin is a genius in pill refining, I must take her as my disciple. C2 Qin felt extremely embarrassed when she saw Yuzong Feng staring at her with such a gaze. She began to have daydreams with the heart of a youthful girl in love. If he is still looking at me, could it mean he has feelings for me? Even a powerful man can be subdued by my beauty, she secretly admired herself in her heart. C2 Ku observed the 2, the man gazed adoringly, while the woman appeared shy. He found it puzzling, switching his attention from Yuzong Feng to his daughter. He thought that Zhang Feng might have feelings for his daughter inside. After all, he's just a young man, even heroes struggle against the allure of a beautiful woman. Zhang Feng spoke up, I have one more matter to discuss, and that concerns your daughter. Seeing Zhang Feng take the initiative like this, he was even more certain and felt ready to agree. He thought, a grown daughter cannot be kept at home forever. Glimpsing his daughter with her face buried in her hands, he noticed her shyness, yet she showed a joyful smile at the thought that Zhang Feng intended to express his feelings towards her. C2 Ku smiled wryly, clasping his hands, I wonder what the sect master has planned for my little girl. Whatever the request, I can approve. C2 Qin's heart swayed as she began to think about romantic matter. Both shy and joyful, he wondered, does he want to become a Tao partner with me? Could it be too soon? Why am I looking forward to this so much? Zhang Feng explained, I see her bones to be extraordinary, a talented pill refiner among 1 in 10,000, and thus I wish to take her as my disciple. Tu Xiao was stunned upon hearing this truth. Unable to contain himself, he shouted, aren't you wanting to marry my daughter? Yuzong Feng was puzzled, not understanding why he would think that. I see you as a brother, yet you wish to make me your father. Without much thought, Tu Qin quickly agreed. She joyfully exclaimed, I am willing. Giddy with happiness, she thought, although the taboo love between master and disciple is frowned upon, I am becoming more and more excited. Come, hold my hand. Yuzong Feng unexpectedly extended his hand, causing her imagination to run wild. At this moment, he was eagerly anticipating the fortune he was about to gain, a sly smile forming as he thought, my good disciple, hurry and let master pluck your feathers. Tu Qin, however, understood it differently, happily taking his hand, yes, master. In her mind, she was filled with thoughts of romantic love. Is this forbidden love starting so quickly? How fortunate. The two happily held hands. Suddenly, an announcement from the system rang out. Detected disciple Tu Qin concealing her constitution. Does the host want to impart 100 years of cultivation to activate her constitution? The system happily suggested Zhang Feng activate the potential of this new disciple. Zhang Feng cheerfully placed 2 fingers on her forehead and said, close your eyes, calm your mind, and dissolve the master's energy. He felt extremely excited to have a good disciple like her. I didn't expect that just casually finding a disciple would yield one who conceals her constitution like this. I must be the incarnation of the divine emperor. In an instant, a burst of spiritual energy erupted from where they were, shooting a powerful beam of energy straight up to the blue sky, tearing apart the clouds. Tu Xiao, seeing this, was astonished and worriedly asked, Sect Master, what are you doing? Shui Yun, the evil saint, was also a bit surprised, while Jiang Yuyao observed happily. Jiang Yuyao, standing to the side with a smile, explained, Elder C2, there's no need to worry, the master is using a secret technique to purify and refine the younger sister. Wait until junior sister wakes up, she will be completely new. Both Jianglan junior sister and I have received this blessing from the master. Upon hearing this, Tu Xiao understood and felt more at ease. He happily stroked his beard and nodded, so that's how it is, then I will express my gratitude to the sect master on behalf of my daughter. On this side, Shui Yun, the evil saint, observed this marvelous skill and felt admiration in his heart. Yuzong Feng is indeed formidable. Such a secret technique can protect 9 Swords Mountain, ensuring its prosperity won't weaken. He then thought about asking Zhang Feng for help. This little guy has such a mysterious background. If I entrust Mingyu to him, perhaps there is a chance for a cure. At this moment, Tu Qin, after experiencing the skill that activated her physical body, felt a refreshing joy as she ran to her father. Dad, it seems like I feel different now. Tu Xiao smiled warmly and patted his daughter's head, saying, you should thank the sect master. If it weren't for the great favor of the sect master, how could you have come to this day? After touching his daughter, he clearly felt the change and thought to himself, just now, the feeling in Qin Air's body, her meridians are unobstructed and her talent has certainly upgraded by who knows how many levels already. Seeing that, the old man felt even more at ease. The girl at 9 Swords Mountain, I believe that in the future, posting on Great Tao will not be impossible. At this moment, the little system happily displayed the good news. Host has unlocked the elixir fire spirit body for the disciple. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the disobedient to heaven fate-changing alchemical holy body. The alchemical holy body, under the premise of sufficient spiritual energy, can refine everything in nature into elixirs. Yuzong Feng, hearing this, felt pleased in his heart, grinning slyly, stroking his chin in contemplation. My infinite blue combined with the perfect alchemical holy body has come home. Zhang Feng approached, clasping his hands behind his back, and gently explained, I have activated the elixir fire holy body for you. This physique can help you perfectly seize the best opportunities to refine elixirs. As he spoke, he immediately lifted a branch of elixir leaves in his hand and cheerfully said, what do you think? Yuzong Feng channeled spiritual energy to the branch of elixir, demonstrating the skill of refining pills. Under the influence of the alchemical holy body, a pill formed in an instant. Witnessing this rare skill, Tu Xiao gasped in astonishment, unable to believe it and secretly thought, "What kind of refining pill is this? It can directly turn spiritual material into a elixir." Fong appeared cold on the outside, but inside he was extremely proud of his performance. Refining pills without any tools truly allowed him to demonstrate his skills perfectly. Tu Xiao accepted the pill created swiftly with miraculous skills with both hands, noting its high quality. She exclaimed, "This elixir is really good and very powerful. I am willing to follow the master, even if I learn just a little, it will be more than I can use." In her heart, she was certain of her decision, quietly making a resolution, "Give me 100 years, and I will definitely be able to refine pills like this, then I will surpass the master." Fong watched as Tu Xiao displayed a greedy expression while looking at him, smiling and licking his lips. He shivered slightly, thinking, "Why do I always have the illusion that she wants to eat me?" Then he clasped his hands behind his back in front of the disciples who looked at him with respect and trust, advising the new disciple, "Once you enter my domain, you must cultivate with your heart. Just as I am sending your senior brother and senior sister out for training, you should go along with them." Scene shifts to the fire elemental domain, as the sun began to set. As the sun began to rise, two figures were observing from above. The disciples were diligently training to fight demon beasts. Watching from a height, the evil saint Shui Yun and Yuzong Fong inquired of each other, "Evil saint, what do you think of my incompetent disciples?" The evil saint coldly replied, "A future worth looking forward to." He smiled nostalgically, saying, "I didn't expect the evil saint's evaluation to be so high. So what do you think of my 9 Swords Mountain?" The evil saint had been observing them for a while and understood Zhang Feng's strength, so he candidly answered, "As long as you, Yuzong Fong, do not die, 9 Swords Mountain has limitless potential." Realizing the evil saint had a favorable opinion of the sect, and seeing the opportunity had arrived, Yuzong Fong expressed an invitation, "As the sect master, I would like to invite the evil saint to join 9 Swords Mountain. Would you be willing?" Shui Yun the evil saint coldly reminded him, "Do not forget that I came here to kill you." Zhang Fong casually laughed, replying, "Ah yes, 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 it's just about resolving conflicts, not creating deeper ones." Behind that smile, Zhang Fong harbored many thoughts. Because he is carrying the responsibility of developing 9 Swords Mountain. He seriously expressed, 9 Swords Mountain has finally developed strongly, we need someone to help us bear the pressure. He sighed sadly and continued, "I still have deep enmity with the Blood Sea, in the end, I will not be able to withstand it alone." Saying this, Yuzong Fong sincerely stretched out his hand towards Shui Yun evil saint, who was still bewildered, not understanding what was happening. With a charming face, Zhang Fong said once again, "Evil saint, I represent the ancestors of 9 Swords Mountain to invite you to join us." Shui Yun evil saint felt a stir in his heart, he was a bit hesitant. The future development of 9 Swords Mountain is unimaginable, joining 9 Swords Mountain is not a bad choice. But I wonder if Yuzong Fong would be willing to heal Mingyu. Yuzong Fong quietly waited for his answer. Feeling that the evil saint had no intention of responding, he suddenly turned and accepted, saying, "Since evil saint does not want to answer, you must have someone on your mind, right?" "How did you know?" the evil saint asked in surprise after being seen through. Zhang Fong analyzed, "With your cultivation realm, how could you be trapped by these spirit stones? If I think carefully, perhaps the reason is because of my loved ones." He looked towards evil saint, seeing his expression, confidently thinking to himself, seeing him look at Nok Lin Hong with such fondness, "If I'm not mistaken, perhaps someone is severely injured." Shui Yun, evil saint, sadly began to admit, "You sect master, your insight is truly impressive, I am in full admiration of you." He then began to share his story. 100 years ago, my wife Mingyu and I, due to Dang Kong, came to Thunder Swamp for the first time, but we were ambushed by someone in secret. Mingyu was severely injured and has remained in a coma ever since. In despair, the only option was to join Endao and work as an assassin, relying on pills to keep a breath of life. Evil Saint reflected on his life as an assassin and spoke sadly. Zhang Fong, hearing his story, sighed, "Evil Saint values loyalty and righteousness, I am deeply impressed, Junior." Seizing the opportunity, he continued, if Evil Saint joins 9 Swords Mountain, Junior is willing to do my utmost to help Evil Saint treat his wife. Upon hearing the answer to what had been weighing on his mind, Evil Saint exclaimed, really? Really? Yuzong Fong only smiled and nodded in confirmation. Just hearing those words, Shui Yun, the Evil Saint, was completely convinced and immediately knelt down respectfully, clasping his hands and shouting, I pay my respects to the sect master. Zong Fong quickly raised both hands to stop him, saying, from today onwards, the Evil Saint will be the Grand Elder of 9 Swords Mountain, responsible for the formation methods. The Evil Saint raised his head, clasped his hands in submission, saying, yes, sect master. Then he continued, to be honest, the spirit jade can only preserve Ming Yu's life but cannot cure her. If we want a complete cure, we still need 3 drops of Dang Kang's blood as a catalyst. Hearing this name, Zong Fong stroked his chin and thought, Dang Kang. Just from the name, it's clear he won't be easy to deal with, but for now, I need to reassure the Evil Saint first. He placed a hand on Shui Yun's shoulder to comfort him, saying, you and I will be like family from now on. When a family member is in trouble, the sect master like me will certainly do everything to help. He smiled and asked, where is this Dang Kang? We will go and kill him. The Evil Saint began to explain, Dang Kang appears once every 100 years, and if we calculate the exact time, next month will be the opening of the Dang Kang secret realm. But once Dang Kang appears, Thunder Swamp will be a hell of fire and brimstone. At the same time, to enter the secret realm, 5 element spirit pearls are needed as a guiding drug. At this moment, based on the words of the Evil Saint, Dang Kang is revealed as a massive, muscular demon beast with tusks like a wild boar, looking very ferocious. Zong Fong, grasping this information, lowered his head and quietly said, if that is the case, then indeed we cannot be in a hurry. Yuzong Fong summoned a messenger puppet using earth spiritual energy, ordering it to send the news back to Enkai to buy some time. Contrary to his serious appearance, the young man Zong Fong was quite excited inside, thinking, elder brother definitely cannot suspect that I have already established myself solidly in Thunder Swamp so quickly, it's really a headache, how can I perform perfectly? In the distance, someone was secretly observing their movements from the mountain. This person thought, the guild leader instructed me to secretly investigate the situation, I never expected Shui Yun Evil Saint to actually be allied with Yuzong Fong. Seeing the situation, he decided to return and report, I must make haste to inform the guild leader. These demon pills are all good spiritual materials for refining breakthrough pills, please take a look, master. At this moment, Tu Xiao was adjusting the finished pills for Zong Fong. Zong Fong smiled with satisfaction and instructed, you have a talent for alchemy. From now on, all spiritual materials in the sect will be entrusted to you, so there is no need to ask me about everything. Hearing this, she felt valued and her heart blossomed with joy as she replied, I will not disappoint your expectations, master. Tu Xiao's eyes sparkled, secretly delighted in her heart, master values me this much, he must have me in his heart as well. At this moment, Fan Jian approached, carrying a tray containing a pellet of fire spiritual energy. Yuzong Fong saw this and asked, is this the 5-element spiritual energy? Fan Jian happily introduced, reporting to you, master, this was obtained from demon beasts and has not yet been refined, so it cannot be considered 5-element spiritual energy. Yuzong Fong turned to Tu Xiao, looking hopeful, and asked, do you know how to refine it? She hesitated with a somewhat sad expression and replied, I know how, but I do not have a high-grade refining tripod, so I cannot refine it. Zong Fong was overjoyed when this suited him perfectly, thinking to himself, I was still worried about the inventory not having disciples come to give gifts, isn't this just what I needed? Then he took out a cauldron from the system space and said with a gentle smile, this cauldron is a low-grade mysterious item, is it enough for you? Holding the cauldron in her hands, Tu Xiao felt overjoyed and replied, master, it's more than enough. But she was concerned, but this cauldron is too precious, I dare not accept it. Little did she know, Zong Fong was just looking for a way to give it to her. He said, if I give it to you, it's yours. If you want to repay the kindness of the master, you should practice well and contribute your strength to 9 Swords Mountain. Receiving the treasure, her heart blossomed with joy, and she smiled affirmatively, I will definitely not forget the master's instructions. Shifting scenes to the Xien Xien sect, at the hall on the high mountain, someone was holding a piece of paper that said 4 words, "In 9 Swords Mountain." It turned out to be Elder Wang. He crushed the letter in his hand angrily and said, "A bunch of useless people, after investigating for so long, still haven't found any useful clues in 9 Swords Mountain." Shang Tianyi, standing beside him at that moment, stepped forward to console him. "Anyway, 9 Swords Mountain is a long-standing heritage, and some secrets, of course, need time to investigate thoroughly. The master does not need to worry about this." Elder Wang sighed, deep in thought. "Indeed, that is the case." Raising his cup of tea, he said, "Speaking of which, these days, you have made rapid progress, reaching the late stage of the golden elixir realm. This is very comforting for the master." The girl humbly replied, "If it weren't for the guidance of the master, how could I have achieved today? I believe that not long from now, I will definitely be able to take first place in the sect competition." Suddenly, a disciple rushed in and knelt to reporting to Elder Wang, and Dao conveyed the news that the Ma Yang gang has been destroyed by Yuzong Fong. Shang Tianyi, who was sitting, was surprised and stood up, shouting angrily, "How can that be? The leader of the Ma Yang gang is Senior Yuaning." The reporting disciple awkwardly confirmed, "The news does indeed state that." He continued, "After killing the leader of the Ma Yang gang, Yuzong Fong has left the cultivators in shock. Now 9 Swords Mountain has established its position in the Thunder Swamp." She turned around, panicked, and spoke to Wang Elder, who was then lost in thought. "Master, if we just leave it alone, Yuzong Fong will definitely become a disaster in the future." He angrily crushed the teacup in his hand, frowning in contemplation. "Yuzong Fong, you truly surprise me." After thinking, he composed himself and issued an order, "Send a command down to let the disciples of the Xien Xien sect return. There's no value in staying there anymore." Shang Tianyi, hearing the master's opinion, protested loudly, "Master, can we just let it go like this? Master, if you don't take action, the disciples will go to Thunder Swamp to kill Yuzong Fong." She placed her hand on her chest, volunteering for the task. Seeing his female disciple so eager, he sternly reminded her, "You just need to follow my orders, that's enough. Go down now." Shang Tianyi, seeing the master's serious and decisive expression, was taken aback and dared not argue, only able to obediently respond, "Yes, master." After that, she fell silent and sadly walked down, leaving Wang Elder still deep in thought. At this point, he was in a dilemma, with only one card left to play, he said. This situation can only involve him. He turned his back and said, "You haven't appeared before the world for 100 years now." At that moment, a dark shadow heavy with darkness emerged from behind. Appearing was a figure clad in black, wearing a mask. Wang Elder sternly commanded, "Go to Thunder Swamp and relay the message to the pill shop. As long as he can capture Yuzong Fong alive, the Xien Jian disciple will cooperate with him. After that, you will act in secret and bring Yuzong Fong back here, no matter the cost." Scene shifts to the pill shop, where voices could be heard. After Yuzong Fong dies, the shopkeeper will grandly praise him, so everyone can see who truly holds power in this pill shop, the shopkeeper was saying to another individual. "You flatter a bit too stiffly, but I really like it." Suddenly, a servant rushed in, reporting in a panic, "Shopkeeper, bad news. Shui Yun Evil Saint and Yuzong Fong are now in cahoots." Hearing this report, Yuan Shi became furious, shouting back, "If you won't show me respect, fine, but how dare he not show respect to the shopkeeper?" The guild master calmly sipped his tea and said, "It's a small matter, no need to be upset." Then he ordered his servant, "You can leave for now." "Master, have you discovered something?" Yuan Shi wondered. The guild master replied seriously, "I was thinking, did we expose the ambush on Shui Yun Evil Saint's wife from last year?" Yuan Shi loudly denied, "How could that be? The only people involved back then, apart from you and me, have all gone to Huafengzhou." The guild master reminded him, "Don't forget that Yuzong Fong is from Huafengzhou." Yuan Shi fell to the ground in fear, stammering, "What should we do? I can't possibly endure the wrath of the evil saint." He trembled and said, "Master, how about I go hide in Yongning Pearl?" he suggested. At that moment, the guild master still calmly showed a cunning expression, mockingly thinking about the coward's behavior. 100 years ago we could kill his wife, and 100 years later we can still kill him. Meanwhile, in Zong Fong at the Realm of Awakening, the little system appeared with a smile and announced, "Host teaches the disciple a low-grade mysterious chi. In line with the conditions, congratulations to the host for activating the cauldron 8,000 times and winning the low-grade spiritual king cauldron." Yuzong Fong looked at the exquisite cauldron radiating spiritual energy in his hands, and he laughed joyfully, he, "Oh, my dear." On the other side, Tu Xiao, seeing Zong Feng's expression, misinterpreted it. He seemed so happy just because he obtained the cauldron. Perhaps, in his eyes, this cauldron is a token of affection. Tu Xiao began her daydreaming, smirking, "Master, when will you break through this layer of paper window? I'm quite looking forward to it." She then asked, "Master, may I know why you are so happy?" Zong Feng pretended to respond, "Because today is a joyful day." She misunderstood further and continued the conversation. "I understand your feelings, but upon reflection, this cauldron being in your hands is not an insult." Holding the cauldron, she said, "Master, this cauldron is too precious. After thinking it over, I still believe I cannot accept it." "It's fine, my master has even better things." Saying that, he took out the recently awarded pinnacle item, displayed it in his hand, and arrogantly smiled, "This aura, it's a celestial pinnacle." The Shui Yun evil saint was stunned upon seeing the treasure, even more surprised by Zong Feng's potential. Casually obtaining a celestial pinnacle, Yuzong Feng must be from a mainland higher than Hua Feng Zhou. "Qin Air, what are you still standing there for? Hurry up and thank the sect master for the reward." Tu Ku, standing beside her, quickly reminded her when he saw his daughter being favored. She happily said, "Disciple thanks the master." The girl proudly glanced at several senior brothers and sisters, putting on a happy face. "Did you see? This young lady is the one the master cares for the most." They said nothing, only showing gloomy faces. A subordinate of the guild master shouted loudly, "Guild master, Shui Yun evil saint is a great power in the nascent soul realm, only one step away from a higher realm. With Yuzong Feng, we cannot win against them." He continued to explain, "Why don't you come with me to the Yongning Pearl?" But contrary to his subordinate's worried attitude, the guild master leisurely sipped tea and replied, "Ridiculous, you want me to abandon such a great enterprise and run away with you? The more you live, the worse it gets." Suddenly, someone appeared unexpectedly, bringing with them a wave of dark power that surprised the guild leader and his subordinate. Thunder Swamp, wearing a mask and a black cloak, said, "Capture Yuzong Feng alive, and the Xien Xien sect will agree to collaborate with your pill shop." After saying this, he immediately disappeared before the astonished guild leader and his subordinate. The subordinate nervously thought, this person's cultivation is so terrifying, yet they didn't sense anything at all. The guild leader felt a big business opportunity and smugly remarked, "The Xien Xien sect wants to get involved. Although it's chaotic, for us, that's a good thing." The subordinate still tried to caution him, "Guild leader, the Xien Xien sect is a well-respected orthodox sect, but their members are very sinister, we must be on guard." The guild leader replied, "Humph, are you lecturing me on how to do my work? Send orders down the line, gather people and allies, and prepare to fight in the secret realm of Dang Kong." The guild leader schemed to himself, "Yuzong Feng, everything is within my control." In the realm of consciousness, the great demon with 6 tails, the demon fox, appeared majestically before Yuzong Feng. "Evil Saint Daoist friend." Tu Ku exclaimed in horror, "Not good, just now the heavenly aura of the sect master's cauldron has attracted the attention of the great demon beast." The demon beast roared. Tu Elder saw the situation was dire, and immediately summoned thorny vines filled with spikes. He said to Yuzong Feng, "Sect master, hurry and go, I will hold it back." The thorny vines of Tu Elder wrapped around the neck of the demon beast, helping to restrain some of its power. Meanwhile, the evil saint was not to be outdone. He used his power to aim directly at the demon beast, taking advantage of Tu Elder's restraint. The evil saint shouted loudly, "In the forbidden area, my strength and Tu Elder's strength are too limited, we won't be able to hold out much longer, hurry and go." But the demon beast quickly broke free from the restraints, and it howled in anger. It furiously spat fire straight up into the sky, causing birds to flee. C2 Elder then exclaimed, "The fire lake is enraged, next you and I will join forces." The evil saint agreed. Their two powers combined, aimed straight at the raging flames of the demon beast. Yuzong Fong witnessed this and internally praised, truly worthy of a nascent soul realm cultivator. Their first collaboration feels like old friends who have known each other for years. Elder C2 turned to Yuzong Fong and said, "The fire lake cannot launch such an attack again in a short time, we need to seize the moment." Only then did Yuzong Fong draw his sword, prepared to step forward, saying, "There's no need to run away, let me handle it." Deep down, he thought, if we run away like this, how can I enjoy showcasing my skills? The demon beast raised its claws, ready to pounce on Yuzong Fong, who immediately jumped to dodge its attack. Yuzong Fong remarked, "Getting closer reveals how big you are. Come on, let's see who is bigger." Two stone statues resembling valiant soldiers blocked the demon beast, and Yuzong Fong provocatively said to it, "You foolish beast, the colossus is not afraid of your protective flames." The two colossi blocked the flames emitted by the demon beast. Qin Er watched Yuzong Fong fight the demon beast without fear and internally marveled, "Is this the world of the strong? With a bit of skill, even the ancient spirit cannot withstand your flames," he thought to himself. Then, Yuzong Fong unleashed his power, launching the sword voids towards the demon beasts. True immortal sword formation, activate. The demon beast howled as the sword formation surrounded it, its feet hit the ground hard, sending Qin Er flying. She lost her balance, crying out, her arms flailing. Seeing this, Yuzong Fong chuckled and said, "My two new disciples are really causing me concern." He then supported Qin Er and used his power to block the flames emitted by the demon beast. Yuzong Fong asked her, "We are in a forbidden area, we must be vigilant at all times and not get distracted." Qin Er blushed and shyly replied, "Master, I understand. Can you please let me down now?" Noticing he was holding a woman, Yuzong Feng's nose bled, and he exclaimed, "A." Then, flustered, he let her stand up, thinking to himself, "What now? She won't think I'm a pervert, right? I'm still a handsome young man here." Suddenly, Qin Er shyly said, "Master's hands are very warm." This statement left him in shock, unable to articulate, what does it mean? But Yuzong Fong focused on the battle situation with the demon beasts. Seeing the two giant divine beings trying to eliminate the demon beasts, Yuzong Fong dashed out. "Forget it, no more distractions, let's get to the main task," he shouted, "Come on, let's fight 300 rounds." Half an hour later, the last demon beast was finally slain by Yuzong Fong. He held the 5-element spirit pearl in his hand, thinking, "This is indeed the 5-element spirit pearl, the aura is truly different from the 5-element spiritual energy." Seeing Yuzong Fong successfully subduing it, Qin Er joyfully said, "Master killed the great demon beast using the golden elixir realm. Once Master advances to Yuaning, won't he be undefeated in the nascent soul realm?" Yuzong Fong replied, "Clean up the battlefield, these are all high-grade spiritual materials. Our next stop is the extreme cold region." On the other hand, a boy was walking with Kai. He asked her, "Why are you in such a hurry, Kai?" She replied, "The sect master sent a letter, telling us to invite Ju Tang Sr." The boy teased Kai, "Isn't it that you don't want to meet Miss Shi?" Kai flushed with anger and replied, "I find that woman annoying, I dislike her the most." The boy continued, "During this time, I've heard rumors that Dang Kong is about to emerge. The sect master has gone to invite Ju Sr., probably for this reason. We cannot let personal feelings interfere with the sect, don't ruin the sect master's big plan." She responded, "You can rest assured, I have my boundaries. I will arrange for someone to inform him through Endao." After saying that, she ran ahead. The boy watched her run off and said, "Kai, I hope you won't get too deeply involved." He added, "The sect master is not someone you and I can compare ourselves to." A month later, at Zuihua Forest, Yuzong Fong held the 5-element spirit pearl in his hand and thought, "After a busy month, I have finally gathered all the 5-element spirit pearls." He recalled the battle with Han Jia. Han Jia was manageable, just a bit tricky to deal with defensively. Then came the fight with the demon beasts, which helped us become even more in sync. His disciples, after undergoing a rigorous training, have grown significantly. Yuzong Fong continued to contemplate, the spiritual energy in the forbidden area is even stronger than the outside world, so I will break through to the nascent soul realm here. Fan Jian, along with Jiang Yu Yao and Jiang Lan, standing behind him, felt very happy upon seeing this. Fan Jian exclaimed joyfully, Master is about to break through, senior sisters and junior sisters, assist Master in this. Elder C2 stood alongside the evil saint, stroking his beard and praising, the sect master truly surprises everyone, breaking through to the nascent soul realm so quickly. At this moment, Shiryu was with Ju Tang and said, the heavenly tribulation is so terrifyingly powerful, and there is an additional strong senior in the Thunder Swamp. He continued seriously, I don't even know if this person will be my enemy or my friend. Shiryu smiled and said, Big brother, could it be that little guy Yuzong Fong? Ju Tang disdainfully replied, he just ascended to the golden elixir realm a few days ago, it can't possibly be him. At this time, a subordinate of the guild master, witnessing the thunder from the sky, said to the person next to him, I wonder which Taoist friend has stirred up such a terrifying thunder tribulation. He turned to his subordinate and said, Humph, you, a useless person, dare not lead the thunder tribulation, yet you admire others. The subordinate hesitantly replied, with only one left under the Yuaning tribulation, it's still uncertain whether he can advance or not. Saying this, he respectfully clasped his hands to pay homage to the guild leader, speaking in a flattering tone, but even if this person succeeds in advancing to the nascent soul realm, won't he still heed the guild leader's words? Hearing the flattery, the guild leader burst into laughter, haha, your flattery is quite good, this guild leader is very pleased. At this moment, Cui Ruolin inside the house was contemplating, another nascent soul realm Taoist friend has appeared, the thunder swamp will become even more chaotic. She looked outside, her face filled with contemplation, thinking to herself, this aura, why does it feel so familiar, could it be him? The pill shop had issued a battle preparation order to its allies, such a large formation is likely not just to hunt down Dang Kong. Should I tell this young man or not? After leading the thunder tribulation, Yuzong Fong spat out blood. He wiped the blood from his mouth with one hand while holding the sword in the other, cursing silently. His grandmother did not expect the thunder tribulation to be this strong, almost unable to withstand it. Qin Er ran over joyfully and said, Master, did you succeed? Behind her were Jiang Lan and Jiang Yu Yao. Qin Er hugged Yuzong Fong tightly and said, Qin Er was so worried to death. Jiang Yu Yao looked at Jiang Lan and nodded as if they had a plan. The two girls also embraced Yuzong Fong, Master, we were very worried, causing Qin Er to be pushed aside. Fan Jian stood by helplessly. Elder C2 and Evil Saint also came over, both respectfully bowing to Yuzong Fong, congratulations, Sect Master, on your advancement to the nascent soul realm, from now on, Thunder Swamp will be under your command. Yuzong Fong replied happily, let's go, back to Nine Swords Mountain. They returned to the gate of Nine Swords Mountain, it was a beautiful day when they arrived. Ju Tang was waiting and greeted them, you Sect Master, long time no see. He was surprised, your aura is still here. Yuzong Fong confidently crossed his arms and said, I have advanced to the nascent soul realm, are you impressed? Ju Tang pointed and said, so it was you who triggered the Yuaning thunder tribulation that day. He felt inferior, secretly thinking, maybe I should cultivate for hundreds of years, until now, I still haven't made a breakthrough, I don't know when I'll reach the nascent soul realm. The atmosphere was gloomy. Yuzong Fong patted his shoulder, brother, why don't you take me as your master? I can use my unique secret arts to help you break through your cultivation, and at that time, both of us will have our specialties, I'll call you brother, and you'll call me master. Yuzong Fong looked around awkwardly, saying, hasn't Shiryu come back yet? Quickly help master find her. Ju Tang felt annoyed, get lost, don't make me take action. From a distance, the figure of Shiryu was approaching. She blushed and said, Shiryu greets the respected sect leader. Yuzong Fong flirted, it's been a long time since we met, I've missed you very much. As the saying goes, one day apart feels like 3 years, how many years has it been since we last met? He held Shiryu's hand, cheerfully continuing, Miss Shiryu, I wonder if you've gotten used to my place. Is there anything you want to eat, or shall we go for a walk together for a few days? Seeing this, Ju Tang finally spoke, ahem. He asked Yuzong Fong, "You sect master invited us over here. Is there something going on?" Zong Fong turned around and said, "Firstly, of course, I invite you all here as guests. Secondly, the Dangkong secret realm is about to open. How could I forget to mention this good news to you?" Ju Tang kindly reminded him, "The Dangkong secret realm is extremely dangerous, it's not something you and I can meddle with." Zong Fong then led Ju Tang to another event, laughing, "We will talk about that later, let's first watch my direct disciple ascend to the Golden Elixir realm." At the promotion ceremony for the disciples, the sky was overcast with chaotic aura. Zong Fong reassured everyone, "You can be at ease, if there is any danger, the master can ensure your safety." The three female disciples said in unison, "Thank you, master." Ju Tang was once again enlightened and thought to himself, Yuzong Feng's extraordinary talent aside, I did not expect his disciple could also summon thunder tribulation during the ascension to the Golden Elixir realm. He worriedly said, "Zong Feng, the risk is too great, it's hard to avoid being in a precarious situation." Zong Feng replied, "It's alright, my disciples will be ready after their training." Inside his head, Zong Feng began to call out, "Little Fox Return System." The system responded immediately, host transmits to disciple the 5 elements spiritual energy that meets the conditions. Congratulations donor on activating the return system 500 times, achieving 10 5 elements intercontinental pearls. Seeing today's items were a bit scarce, Zong Feng sighed, today the system is truly stingy. Zong Feng remembered that this was also a suitable moment for another discussion. Fan Jian, you have been part of the sect for some time now. After your junior sister and senior sister advance, you should also strive to break through to the Yuaning stage. Fan Jian felt happy but was still a bit hesitant. Disciple worries that my abilities are insufficient and I might disappoint Master. Zong Feng encouraged him, it's okay, Master has gifted you the 5-element spirit pearl to help you break through to the nascent soul realm. As long as you put in the effort, Master will keep his eyes on you. Fan Jian, motivated, became more enthusiastic. Disciple thanks Master. He was emotionally moved, thinking, it turns out that Master has never been indifferent to me, he treats each disciple equally. The sky thundered and rumbled, the thunder tribulation looming. Tu Xiao leveled up his refined pill, Yu Yao broke through her skill, and Jianglan practiced sword Dao even more outstandingly. Zong Feng watched them break through while casually asking Ju Tang, brother, do you have any plans for the future? Ju Tang did not ask for much. Now that the great enmity has been avenged, I hope in the future people will care about peace. Zong Feng teased in response, I have to tell you something, the cultivators of our generation certainly aim to pursue the great Tao, you have changed. Ju Tang accepted this view, perhaps what you said is very right. Zong Feng looked again at the thunder tribulation taking place and asked further, so how do you evaluate my disciples? Ju Tang replied, you are a monstrous talent. Your disciples are also remarkable, to put it bluntly, even if you were to die, 9 Swords Mountain at Yongning Pearl would still hold its ground. Feeling slightly hurt, Zong Feng responded, are you cursing me to die? To be honest, why don't you just join my 9 Swords Mountain? We brothers could join forces to strengthen it and create brilliance together. Ju Tang also attempted to suggest a similar idea. How about 9 Swords Mountain joining our Tu Xiao sect? It could also become powerful and create glory. Zong Feng pouted, brother, stop joking, you know I can't. We'll talk about joining 9 Swords Mountain later. Zong Feng took out 5 gems and said, these 5-element spirit pearls may not be anything great, but they'll help you advance to the nascent soul realm. Next, without strength, it's hard to even protect yourself. Shi Yu was incredibly touched when she heard this, the 5-element spirit pearls are treasures, it's hard to even wish for them. He says it's a gift, does he really have such deep feelings for me? She had long imagined a house and children, and her heart instinctively warmed, it seems like that would be nice. Ju Tang declined to accept, you sect master, this is too precious, I can't accept it. Seeing him so polite, Zong Feng said, I have plenty of these, I usually just treat them as playthings. The 3 female disciples who had successfully cultivated knelt before Zong Feng to report, Master, we have not disgraced your command. Zong Feng praised them and then placed a hand on Fan Jian's shoulder. Not bad, first is to strengthen cultivation, later go outside to see Fan Jian save lives. Everyone runs together to cheer for Fan Jian. Junior brother is really impressive, Fan Jian scratched his head and replied, it's all thanks to the master's good teaching. Zhang Feng introduced Zhu Tang to see Tu Ku and Shui Yun, the evil saint. Both of them are experts in the nascent soul realm and are now elders of Nine Swords Mountain. Zhu Tang formally met the evil saint. Under such circumstances, Zhu Tang could not be more surprised. Is the evil saint willing to join Nine Swords Mountain? The evil saint sincerely replied, the sect master is young and talented, and Nine Swords Mountain has a bright future. As long as the sect master does not dislike me, I am willing to walk the remaining path with Nine Swords Mountain, even jumping into a sea of fire would not be refused. Tu Ku echoed similar sentiments, I feel the same way. Zhu Tang this time genuinely affirmed, Yuzong Fong has truly brought me a big surprise. He happily got acquainted, with the two of you guarding Nine Swords Mountain, there is nothing to worry about. However, 3 nascent soul realm cultivators wanting to invade the Dangkong secret realm is no different from seeking death, I should still invite sect master you to think carefully. Zhang Feng denied Zhu Tang's words, who said there are only 3 nascent soul realms. Zhang Feng called his disciple, Fan Jian, go lead the Yuaning lightning now. Fan Jian happily obeyed, yes, master. Zhang Feng continued the conversation and wanted to collaborate with Zhu Tang. Nine Swords Mountain intends to fully support you and assure you in advancing to the nascent soul realm, then we will have 6 nascent soul realm cultivators. If you still have any concerns, I can also find Yuaning cultivators to make allies. Brother, you know I enjoy making friends the most. Zhang Feng suddenly felt goosebumps, recalling when Ruo Lin had once said something similar to him, we can consider ourselves friends, right? Zhu Tang looked at Zhang Feng's palm, silently thinking, 7 Yuaning cultivators, whether in Thunder Swamp or Yongning Pearl, are a terrifying force. Moreover, this Yuzong Feng never makes unprofitable deals. Zhu Tang was confident that his decision this time was right. He grasped Zhang Feng's hand and said, all right, let's cooperate happily. My sister and I won't stay too long, we still need to take the time to refine the 5 element spirit pearls. As they were about to leave, Zhang Feng reminded, brother, think carefully about joining Nine Swords Mountain, it's time to grow strong and create glory. Meanwhile, Fan Jian was practicing alone against the Thunder Tribulation. He was striving and thinking, resisting the upcoming 6th path heavenly tribulation has already reached my limit. I wonder how the master can endure it. Why won't the master take action? I'm almost at my breaking point. The Thunder Tribulation grew stronger and enveloped Fan Jian. He felt powerless, spitting blood continuously, and shouted for help. Master, if you don't intervene, I'm going to die. Fortunately, Zhang Feng retrieved the thunder-gathering furnace in time. He reminded his disciple, no matter what happens, we practitioners must not be hasty. What are you resembling? Go strengthen your cultivation first. Fan Jian looked at Zhang Feng, touched. Yes, thank you, master. He gazed at the heavenly thunder, silently calculating. Perhaps it has sensed my interference. The laws of this thunder tribulation have become stronger by 3-fold. The Duok Lin holy body can refine all things into pills over time. It's unknown whether this heavenly tribulation can be refined into a pill or not. Zhang Feng used his hand to absorb the thunder tribulation inside, turning it into medicine. From the pill refining furnace, Zhang Feng retrieved 3 strange pills. It was not their form but their essence that amazed him. What kind of pills are these? The heavenly tribulation force in the pills is so dense, wouldn't consuming them mean death right here? Thus, Zhang Feng immediately discarded the 3 pills, unexpectedly causing an entire area to explode. He and the evil saint were stunned, their mouths agape. Zhang Feng feigned innocence. Then, suddenly, the sky rained thunder tribulation again. At the same time, Dong Zhong and Yuan Shi stood outside watching the thunder tribulation, worrying about the future. Recently, many cultivators have been successively advancing to the nascent soul realm like this. It's hard to tell if this is fortune or disaster. Yuan Shi stroked his beard and chuckled lightly. These foolish ones think that advancing to Yuaning will allow them to gain benefits in the secret realm of Dangkong. How could they know that part of the nascent soul realm cultivators in Thunder Swamp are under the control of the guild master? Dong Zhong also somewhat agreed, saying, "That's true." He then asked Yuan Shi about the upcoming plans. "How is the summoning of people going?" Yuan Shi replied, "It seems to be quite smooth. In the district, 80% of the Golden Elixir Realm cultivators are waiting for orders at all times and places. And in Thunder Swamp, all forces need a Yuan cultivator's assistance. These seniors have already set out." Dong Zhong reminded, "Recently, the disturbances in spiritual energy in Thunder Swamp have increased more frequently. Perhaps in a few days the secret realm Dang Kong will open. We must not be careless." 5 pills of different colors fell into Zhang Feng's hands. He clenched them tightly, thinking, this time there are more than 20 healing pills in total. For now, it should be enough. I will definitely open a paid service to help people save lives by refining healing pills to earn spirit stones. That would be wonderful. Zhu Tang expressed gratitude on behalf of her sister to Zhang Feng. "Thank you, you sect master, for your help. If it weren't for you sect master's intervention, my sister and I would have likely faced dire consequences while trying to save lives." Zhang Feng simply smiled lightly, humbly saying, "Hee, the bond between the two of us brothers is strong. It feels strange to say these words, but even if you could give me several 10,000 spirit stones, I would reluctantly accept them." Zhu Tang continued, "My little sister and I will reinforce our cultivation first. Tomorrow we will discuss the matter of the secret realm Dang Kong." The thunder tribulation was already fierce, and upon hearing about Dang Kong, it became even more intense, startling all 3 of them. Zhang Feng, still unaware of this matter, asked, "Has the secret realm Dang Kong opened?" Zhu Tang replied, "It's just a signal. The secret realm will officially open in 7 days." The giant pill shop ship began to emerge. The shop owner commanded, "The secret realm Dang Kong is about to open. Pass the order down." Everyone set out. In the shop owner's group, Cui Ruolin was present. She didn't care about her own situation but was only concerned about Zhang Feng. Today is different from before. Perhaps this time, after Dang Kong opens, all forces in Thunder Swamp will reset. "Will you succeed, Yuzong Feng?" The location where the secret realm Dang Kong opens each time is not fixed, so we don't need to rush like this. Zhu Tang introduced to everyone, "This is Dang Kong. The rumor is that Dang Kong is a spiritual energy born from the celestial realm, with an innate divine fire that is extremely powerful. Zhang Feng, on the other hand, does not think too highly of this creature. If it is just skilled in fire magic, it shouldn't cause others to be anxious and fearful." Zhu Tang recounts a real event. 100 years ago, I witnessed Dang Kong crush a DeLuong nascent soul realm cultivator with one hand. Zhang Feng is curious, if that's the case, Dang Kong is indeed difficult to deal with. Does it have no weaknesses? Zhu Tang just chuckles, perhaps it does, but the first time I entered the snowy scene and saw this spectacle, I hurriedly ran away. Zhang Feng is not afraid of anyone. He is ready to eliminate Dang Kong. No problem, if it comes, we will block it. Let's go. The gate formed by the guild master and the pills is being prepared, and the guild master asks about the situation. Is everything arranged? Yuan Shi replies, the secret realm within 10 miles is guarded, and unrelated people cannot approach. However, there is only one thing that Dong Zhong is wary of. What about you, Zhang Feng? Yuan Shi felt a bit tense with this response. The detective reported that they are on their way, but when they will arrive is still uncertain. Dong Zhong, hearing this, angrily shouted, "What kind of work are you doing? I want to know their movement at all times. If you can do it, then do it, if you can't, then get lost." For his own benefit, Yuan Shi could only bow his head and concede his mistake. Yes, 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 I will get on it right away. As he turned away, Yuan Shi's anger was evident on his face. "Humph, I just cannot defeat you, it's just that your power is greater than mine." Ruo Lin noticed a figure in a black cloak among her group. Who is this person? I've never seen them before, could it be a hidden strong one? Curious, she initiated a conversation. I am Cui Ruo Lin from Chunxiang Pavilion, greeting my Taoist friend. The cloaked figure remained as silent as a statue and turned away. Ruo Lin did not have a very good impression. Indeed, a strange person. But there was someone she was looking forward to even more. The little male they mentioned will be arriving soon, right? Zhang Feng and everyone else arrived at the Dang Kong gate. When they arrived, they were blocked and not allowed to pass. Pill shop is working, unrelated people please move aside. Heng Xing politely stepped forward to talk. Brother, let's have a chat. However, the pill shop was not so accommodating. They raised their knives to threaten when they saw they couldn't drive them away. What a bold move, do you want to confront the pill shop? And Kai didn't say much, chatter leads to trouble. She had somehow appeared behind the pill shop crew, pointing a sharp needle at their necks, whispering, disturbing the sect master, I will kill. Yuan Shi ran to report to Dong Zhong. Shop master, Yuzong Fong has arrived. Yuan Shi volunteered to intercept. I'll send someone to block him. But Dong Zhong waved him off. No need, we can't stop him. Bring a few more people here to stay alert. The pill shop came out to directly welcome the group from Yuzong Fong. He didn't take this person too seriously. Yo, shop master, you're using such a large formation again. Dong Zhong calmly replied, anyway, since Dang Kong has appeared, we need more people to avoid a few thieves coming to fish in troubled waters. Zong Fong continued to jest. Looking at you, Dang Kong is indeed born from the heavens and the earth, naturally those with fate will obtain it. But according to your words, we must still have quite a bit of fate, right? Yuan Shi seems to have lost patience for a long time, his face flushed. He snorted coldly, Yuzong Fong, I will give you two choices, one is to leave here immediately, and the other is to obey the orders of the guild leader. Of course, you can choose to resist, but whether you can leave or not, I can't guarantee. Zong Fong is not interested in provoking Yuan Shi, because this man is too pragmatic. He replied, what kind of dogs and cats dare to be impudent in front of me? Keep your small life and don't be so arrogant. The first strike hit Yuan Shi, this was just a warning but it was still deeply painful. Swish. Yuan Shi fell to the ground in front of Dong Zhong, leaving him astonished by the ability displayed this time. You have advanced to Yuaning. Dong Zhong had people surround Yuzong Feng's group and took action. Zong Feng remained calm and reminded Dong Zhong, guild leader, the secret realm of Dang Kong has not opened yet, do you really want both sides to be hurt? Dong Zhong glared with red cheeks and said, both sides are injured. You think you deserve this? Zong Feng had to widen his perspective for him once again, is that so? He snapped his fingers, and a bunch of earth rose up, threatening Dong Zhong's subordinates. They turned pale immediately, these are all earth puppets with nascent soul realm strength, and there are likely over 100 of them. Our pavilion master is here to assist, not to fight for his life. Zhu Tang, observing the situation from the side, did not expect Zong Feng to use this method, I didn't expect you Zong Feng to have mastered this level of puppet-raising technique. Dong Zhong was left with nothing but a mouth to be bold, so he took the opportunity to call the other party malicious, you Zong Feng, do you want to die with me? Zong Feng reiterated his words, I have said before, the secret realm is still not open, I do not want to cause any more trouble. Zong Feng brought everyone a precious pill refining furnace and invited, so during this time, it's best if we do not cause any trouble. You Daoist friends are all renowned cultivators from many years in Thunder Swamp. This small gift from my mountain is just a token of sincerity. I only hope that you will listen to my proposal. The people from the pill shop looked at the exceptional pill before them in astonishment. Dong Zhong refused to back down, but seeing his actions had a tempting intention, he shouted, you Zong Feng, what do you mean? Zong Feng enjoyed teasing him, guess for yourself. Those who received the pill quickly recognized the grade of the elixir and joyfully exclaimed, a low-grade mystic pill, what kind of background does Nine Swords Mountain have to be so generous? However, after that, their attitude wavered a bit. I have heard that Nine Swords Mountain and the pill shop are at odds with each other, it seems the rumors are true. Seeing the opponent's annoying mockery, and luring his side, Dong Zhong became even more furious and anxious, you Zong Feng, are you not going to explain to this shop owner? Zong Feng replied frankly, Nine Swords Mountain has extensive connections, giving a small gift requires no explanation, does it? Zong Feng also took out a similar pill and said, Nine Swords Mountain has as many pills as it wants, I consider it a path to take. Seeing Zong Feng with so many elixirs, arrogant like Dong Zhong, truly wanting to know the secret, what technique do you use to refine pills? He wouldn't foolishly tell. Zhang Feng gently placed the pill in his mouth and replied, the technique is more refined than yours, no need for admiration. The guild leader probably still didn't want to understand the matter, so he had to make a few snide remarks before losing his cool. Yuzong Feng, you want to break the stalemate that has lasted 100 years in Thunder Swamp? How ridiculous. Yuzong Feng didn't care about him anymore, raised his hand and declared, everyone, if you wish to have a good relationship with Nine Swords Mountain and cut ties with the pill shop, Nine Swords Mountain will offer free pills for 3 months. Everyone who heard it was surprised, especially the esteemed guild leader, Yuzong Feng, you've gone mad. The subordinates were somewhat exhilarated, sect master you, is this true? Yuzong Feng's words carried 3 parts credibility and 7 parts charm. I seldom make promises, but once I say it, I will do it. With the owner confirming it, who would hesitate to come claim it? Almost the entire pill shop, except for the leader, rushed to Zhang Feng to receive the offer. All right, from now on I will ally with Nine Swords Mountain, and I am willing to be friends with Nine Swords Mountain. Yuzong Feng welcomed them warmly. Although most of these people had previously had close ties with smaller factions, under their leadership, many powerful forces had joined. There were still a few factions that were hesitant to join, possibly just watching from the sidelines. Of course, this situation could not be without Ruo Lin, who had waited a long time for this moment. My lord, I apologize, Dong Zhong said angrily. All right, Yuzong Feng, your methods are impressive. Zhang Feng did not hesitate to accept the compliment. You flatter me, my lord. On a mountain, Palace Master Zhen Yuan Pavilion breathed the fresh air and cheerfully spoke up. Recently, there has been quite a stir at Thunder Swamp. Master Tai Shang's sect looked further ahead and wondered. In the past, the people from that lineage emerged without causing a stir. Recalling a memory, Palace Master Zhen Yuan Pavilion said, back then, Wanjian Mountain suppressed Zhen Yuan Pavilion along with your Tai Shang sect. Until 100 years ago, many elites had died in Thunder Swamp. Afterward, Wanjian Mountain survived in a dire state at Yongning Pearl. Do you think Yuzong Feng, this traitor, can obtain the inheritance of the senior at Thunder Swamp? Hearing his neighbor ask a rather nonsensical question, Master Tai Shang angrily scolded, I don't know what heaven has in store, why are you asking me? Palace Master Zhen Yuan laughed heartily, haha, I was merely curious for a moment, but the juniors of the Xien Xien sect have been quite restless lately and have been making small moves. Master Tai Shang, upon hearing this, was half believing and half doubting. Your sect and mine have coexisted in the Yongning Pearl inheritance for thousands of years. Can a mere junior truly shake our foundations? Everyone was camped in one spot, and during the bonfire, no one said a word, with only Yuzong Feng diligently observing. The person he focused on was the one in the black cloak. This person had an unknown background, and though he seemed friendly, he gave off a sense of ill intent. However, since the other party was not making a move, I didn't find it easy to act either, so I could only remain cautious. Ruo Lin wanted to speak privately with Zhang Feng, so she approached him and called out, you sect master. Without anyone saying anything, Zhang Feng's face revealed a look of disdain, saying, what brings the Chui Master Pavilion here? Are you here to probe into my doctrines? Being in the middle of so many people right now isn't very appropriate. Ruo Lin acts disdainful, but in fact, she is quite fond of it. Humph, that's really not proper at all. I just want to ask you one question, how confident are you about the pill shop? Zhang Feng could answer this question decisively, 10 out of 10. Ruo Lin didn't expect him to be this confident. Do you really have that much certainty? Zhang Feng explained, it's not that I have certainty, but the trend is that the pill shop can only dominate in Thunder Swamp because he alone knows how to refine pills. The actions of the pill shop over the past few years have become increasingly excessive, and people have long since harbored discontent. At this moment, Nine Swords Mountain suddenly emerges, with better pills and better attitude, so naturally there are people who want to befriend me. Ruo Lin didn't completely disagree, but there was still some worry. You're not wrong, but there are still many forces willing to sail the same boat as the pill shop. Achieving your goal may not be as easy as that. Zhang Feng further revealed to Ruo Lin, I have already planted seeds in their hearts. Next, I just need to show the strength of Nine Swords Mountain in the Dangkong's secret realm. This type of seed will germinate, and from that point, it cannot be gathered back. An old boat doesn't need our effort, it will sink by itself. Ruo Lin was completely surprised by Zhang Feng's insightful thoughts. I had already anticipated this step. Yuzong Fong, serious at one moment and lacking decorum the next, said, "It's just your heart, however, compared to probing this, I prefer to explore the Tao." Zhang Feng's fangirls looked at Ruo Lin with open disdain. Humph, seductress. Suddenly, they felt an unusually intense wave of energy appear before them. Zhang Feng recognized it immediately. The secret realm is opening. The shopkeeper managed to keep a few people back and launched a surprise attack on Zhang Feng's group. Follow my orders, spare no effort, kill 9 Swords Mountain. The pill shop group aggressively charged according to Dong Zhong's instructions. However, they were not prepared for the shield set by Fan Jian beforehand. He smiled lightly, anyway, it was destined for this moment, I had already been wary of you. Zhang Feng joined the battle, stepping forward to instruct the disciples, I will pave the way, Yu Yao, guard the sides, and the rest. Follow our rhythm and charge. The earth puppet formed the first line of defense, and nearly all the pill shop fell at this parking lot. Dong Zhong felt something was off but remained stubborn, even venting his anger on the innocent. You useless thing, get up for me. Quickly, stop them. Zhang Feng reminded everyone, don't get too caught up in fighting, enter the secret realm with me, we need to move quickly. As he cast the 5 elixirs to summon the secret realm, Dang Kong appeared. The door to the secret realm gradually opened, welcoming Zhang Feng's group. Dong Zhong did nothing but continue to scold, you useless thing, do you need the guild leader to wipe your backsides too? Hurry up and enter the secret realm, or I'll skin you alive. Inside the secret realm, the mountains were majestic, the sky was clear and serene, beautiful and peaceful. Fan Jian couldn't help but exclaim, in the secret realm of Dang Kong, there is such a human-like paradise. Zhang Feng summoned the earth puppet. He said, I will use the earth puppet to clear the way, everyone follow me closely, and be very careful. Everyone nodded, trusting him. The group followed the guidance of the earth golem. No troublesome events occurred. During the incredibly safe journey, the earth golem cleared all obstacles that could cause fatal harm. Zhang Feng still had to create a shield to avoid the aftermath. He thought, if there were no earth golem guiding the way, I wonder how many people have suffered losses on this path. After a while, everyone had moved to a safer area. Zhang Feng had some matters to attend to, so he advised everyone, you all rest here for now, I will go and return soon. He stepped into a dense forest, filled with the remains of warriors buried 100 years ago. Zhang Feng looked at the weapons they held, thinking, with such dense sword qi surrounding this corpse, I can only imagine how powerful this senior's sword Dao was when they were alive. Zhang Feng borrowed a sword, and upon trying it, managed to sever half a tree trunk, nearly injuring himself in the process. Seeing the results caused by this sword qi, Zhang Feng admitted, sword qi is indeed formidable, if I could comprehend a technique from this sword qi, it would benefit me greatly at this stage. Suddenly, an aura caught Zhang Feng's attention. He quickly turned around but saw no one or any creature in sight. A voice from the forest called out, someone from Wanjian Mountain. Zhang Feng shivered. Wanjian Mountain. The voice from the forest invited Zhang Feng, come in here. He was suspicious, unsure if the speaker was friend or foe, yet he followed the sound of the voice. Before him stood 3 skeletons, and the sword qi was still malevolent, but the spiritual energy here was stronger than outside, making Zhang Feng even more curious. To reach such a state of sword insight and still meet this fate, what happened years ago? A more prominent sword was thrust beside a nearby soul, which appeared aged and dignified, emanating a powerful presence. Zhang Feng could hardly believe his eyes, this person was maintaining his divine body with sword qi. He realized this person was not to be trifled with and was extremely curious about his identity, so he could only speak seriously. Yuzong Fong of 9 Swords Mountain pays respects to the senior, may I ask your name? The man introduced himself, just call me Jian old man. 9 Swords Mountain. Who is your master? Why does the sword qi within you bear the shadow of Wanjian Mountain? Upon hearing this, Zhang Feng contemplated. Wanjian Mountain. Could it be that 9 Swords Mountain has some connection with this senior? Thus, he did not hide anything and declared, "Senior, my master is Jian Tai Xin, I wonder if you are acquainted with him." The boy who once knelt to ask for the Jian old man's guidance was unforgettable to him. "Acquainted, I remember this child, he has decent talent, but luckily he is devoted to seeking the sword, which is why I made an exception to let him accede to the sect." Zhang Feng had no more doubts. "Then, Senior, who are you?" The man before him revealed his true identity. "I am the 36th generation sect master of Wanjian Mountain." Zhang Feng immediately knelt down to show his respect, then introduced himself. "Sect master of the second generation of Nine Swords Mountain, Yuzong Feng pays respects to you, master." His heart was filled with joy. I didn't expect that after my master has been away for so long, he could still bring such a significant figure to me. Just lick well, how can the benefits be so little?" The old man Jian asked about the situation of the sect while he was no longer around. "Wanjian Mountain is more famous than Nine Swords Mountain. What has happened to the sect in recent years?" Zhang Feng scratched his head, searching his memory, and replied, "I don't know either. Since I can remember, the sect has already become like this. In the end, his master died at the hands of the Xian Jian sect. The disciples were also at a dead end, taking the disciples and the sect to flee to the thunder." The old man Jian recounted sorrowfully, "Back then, the elite of the sect all died here, it is all my fault." Zhang Feng knew this was not the time to torment himself, he sincerely spoke up, "If it weren't for senior sister, the disciple would not have appeared here. What has happened cannot be changed by troubles. The disciple's wish is to avenge the master and restore the sect's reputation." Upon hearing this, the old man Jian smiled proudly, "Practicing sword for 1,000 years is not as good as your insight, junior. You, being the sect master of Nine Swords Mountain, are also qualified to inherit the legacy of Wanjian Mountain. Come, receive a sword from me." Zhang Feng stood a few meters away from the old man Jian to observe more clearly. After a while of observation, Zhang Feng, the old man Jian assessed him. The potential of this little guy is outstanding. Just now, using his body to block the sword, he can receive the inheritance. However, how much he can comprehend will depend on his own magical powers. Zhang Feng felt each movement was performed meticulously and with absolute precision. He thought to himself, this swordsmanship has only 3 moves, but each move is composed of 13 types of foundational knowledge combined. When confronting an opponent, if they can be separated to form a new combination, it can change infinitely. Zhang Feng was enlightened and almost understood the essence. He knelt down to express his gratitude and also wanted to ask, "Thank you, master, for passing down the skills. I have comprehended them all. May I ask what this swordsmanship of yours is called?" The old man Jian replied, "It is called the Three Realms Sword. 1 move is death, 1 move is life, and 1 move is the unpredictable cycle of life and death. This swordsmanship can only be practiced by the sect masters of Wanjian Mountain throughout the ages. Starting today, you are the sect master of Wanjian Mountain. Since the sect has left the inheritance, I can also be considered worthy of the honor of my ancestors." Zhang Feng listened as the old man Jian spoke. He noticed changes in his master's body, feeling perplexed. "Master, your body." The old man shook his head. "It's alright, I've been in this state for too long, living on until now. The time has come." Before truly departing, the old man placed his hand on Zhang Feng's forehead, granting him a token of favor. "This is the map of the secret realm Dangkong, it will help you on your journey." Zhang Feng was still reluctant to leave. He had more questions. "Master, you and the seniors have cultivated to the realm of sword heart entering the body, but why?" The old man floated up high, smiling affectionately. "Your cultivation is too low right now, you shouldn't ask." He blended into the clouds, his voice gradually fading, but one could clearly hear his hopes for Zhang Feng. "Once you become stronger and reach the sword peak of Hua Feng Zhou, there you will find the answers you seek." Zhang Feng clasped his hands in farewell to the old man. Disciple bows respectfully, "Master." Then, he glanced at the prominent sword left behind by the old man. Zhang Feng suddenly understood the intention and said, "The sword also has feelings. If you don't wish to go with the master, I think it is also to shoulder the sect. Starting today, you are the inheritance of the treasured sword of the sect masters through the ages." Beneath his dignified facade, Zhang Feng was more excited than ever. This is a big deal. The Eternal Heaven Sword is also a priceless artifact that comes close to an immortal weapon. Dong Zhong's group arrived at a location not far from the opening of Dang Kong. He boldly commanded everyone, that is Dang Kong, "Speed up, we cannot let Yuzong Feng take it first." One person in the group accidentally sank into the mud and couldn't get up, crying out for help, "Help me." But instead of helping him, the leader and others turned their backs and walked away, ignoring him. Dong Zhong's conquering motto was clearly evident, a useless thing that only causes trouble, do not stop, go on. Everyone made their way to where Zhang Feng was standing, with the presence of ominous auras from skeletons as well. Yu Yao asked curiously, "Master, what about these skeletons?" Zhang Feng explained to her, "They are all seniors of Nine Swords Mountain." Hearing this, everyone simultaneously knelt down with their hands clasped to show respect and reverence to the elders. Disciples of Nine Swords Mountain pay their respects to the masters. As for those outside, they were completely unaware of this matter and had no connection to it. They whispered among themselves, "These corpses are all manifestations of the Sword Heart. What is the origin of Nine Swords Mountain?" This question was too difficult to answer straightforwardly, it could only be guessed at. "I don't know, perhaps it's some kind of hidden super sect." Though this might sound unreasonable to the other party, Yuzong Feng himself had said it all. The newcomers on the other side spoke up, "Isn't that right? Just look at Yuzong Feng, he's already this impressive just by stepping into the nascent soul realm for the first time. No matter how you put it, we've chosen the right path." All the lost weapons of the deceased skeletons unexpectedly broke free and began to rise. Yuzong Feng sincerely offered to assist them. "Do you also wish to return home? Come with me, and I will find you a new master." Yuzong Feng had truly anticipated this outcome. "Wonderful, these types are often given to disciples. I don't know how many good items I will be able to gather." Evil Saint, observing from the side, could hardly contain his excitement. The hope grew stronger. "At such a young age, you already possess such spirit. Yuzong Feng will achieve countless successes in the future. Mingyu, you have been saved." On the side of the pill shop, things were not going smoothly. They were surrounded by the fierce spirit beasts of Dang Kong. The leader was furious and scolded his teammates, "Useless bunch, a pack of useless people, charge forward, break out." Yuan Shi felt that he had truly lost his mind. He quickly made a run for it. On the way here, they had already lost over a quarter of their forces. If this continued, he would die here. Left behind alone, coupled with the betrayal from the most important person, the leader yelled at him. At the same time, a voice from below Yuan Shi said, "Yuan Shi, you are seeking death." However, Yuan Shi had already prepared his own defense. He was determined to escape. Before leaving, he left a message below, "Shopkeeper, you cannot blame me for this. If things continue like this, we will all die here. Is Dong Zhong not afraid of death?" He angrily cursed Yuan Shi. "Will make you wish you were dead." Yuan Shi didn't think Dong Zhong would escape from here, so he confidently replied, "Wait until you survive the secret realm before saying this, goodbye sir." However, after lowering his hand and preparing to fly up high, he encountered a monster. Yuan Shi was caught by them in an instant. In pain and fear, he screamed, "Ah!" Yuan Shi died and was eaten in front of the entire pill shop group. Dong Zhong basically knew that he couldn't fight all the spirit beasts. Dang Kong then gave the order, "Everyone, rush outside with me." The Zhang Feng group saw that the pill shop in the distance was having trouble. Ruo Lin noticed and intended to help. After all, the people in Dong Zhong's group weren't entirely like their leader. Zhang Feng gave her a disapproving tap because she planned to act alone. Ruo Lin covered her forehead, embarrassed and pouting. Starting off so cutely, the whole group then charged towards the commotion. All the others had already collapsed, leaving only Dong Zhong and Dang Kong staring at each other. Just then, he noticed Zhang Feng was coming here. With his strength and that of his companions, there might be a hope for survival. At this point, Dong Zhong decided to propose cooperation instead of pleading for help. You sect master, Dang Kong is incredibly powerful, why don't you and I set aside our prejudices and work together? Zhang Feng was not easily swayed. Why should I cooperate with you? What qualifications do you have to collaborate with me? Dong Zhong pointed his finger at him and said fiercely, what do you mean? Zhang Feng delivered a crucial retort, your people are now more than 80% incapacitated, what will you use to fight against me? It won't be too late to act after your people are dead. Determined, Dong Zhong decided to take a risk with this move. Even if I die, I will take you down with me. He summoned a stone warrior. Zhang Feng didn't even glance at it, snapped his fingers, and said, do you think you're worthy? Hurry up and die, if I don't wait in time, I'll deal with you myself. The lone stone warrior disappeared, leaving Dong Zhong speechless. You. While Zhang Feng remarked, isn't it beautiful, the two most promising fangirls behind him were watching. However, Ruo Lin was not only concerned about Zhang Feng but also for future benefits. After today, the power of Thunder Swamp will be redistributed. I will also soar to new heights, how can I thank him for that? Or perhaps discuss the principles of the Tao. Zhu Tang felt that Zhang Feng was going a bit too far, so he stood up to remind him. After all, we are all cultivators of the human clan, isn't what we are doing a bit excessive? Zhang Feng smiled and replied, mutual destruction among kin is actually the cruelest. Don't worry, I have my plans, I will add fuel to the fire for them. Zhang Feng then attempted to entice, dear Daoist friends can come over to my place, I can ensure your safety completely. Dong Zhong, having witnessed this tactic from him before, was extremely disgusted and did not expect him to be so shameless in broad daylight. Yuzong Feng, you. Everyone was afraid of death, so with just one sentence, Dong Zhong was left behind. Sorry, guild leader, I absolutely cannot die here in my cultivation this year. Dong Zhong, I have followed your orders for 100 years. Now, I will return all favors, starting today, you and I have nothing more to do with each other. Everyone quickly moved to Zhang Feng's side. There was a man in a strange black cloak, but he didn't look very legitimate. Dang Kong was right behind Dong Zhong, and at that moment, he had nothing on him to defend himself. Just calling for help, he was then smashed by Dang Kong in one blow, leaving him a mess. Blood splattered all over Zhang Feng, this was a well-deserved outcome for him. Zhang Feng was also checking for the right opportunity, good, let's get to work. Suddenly, something zipped past him. The man in the black cloak had clearly intended to act secretly from the start, aiming to attack Zhang Feng. Just then, Ruo Lin rushed out to help him. Be careful, Ruo Lin fell into Zhang Feng's arms, extremely worried about her. Ruo Lin, why are you so foolish? Ruo Lin looked at Zhang Feng and replied, I don't know why either, my body just moved on its own. Zhang Feng gave Ruo Lin a pill, then called a disciple to take care of her, don't talk anymore, you'll be fine. And Kai, take good care of Ruo Lin. And Kai responded to the order, yes, sect master. Zhang Feng looked up at the high sky, seeing the fire dragon demanding justice for its master. Fighting against the man in the black cloak, Zhang Feng looked at him with a gaze of hatred. Zhang Feng struck a blow, leaving him unable to defend himself. He faced the man in the cloak and asked, who are you, really? The man remained stubbornly silent, as if his sole purpose was to wield a sword and fight. He aggressively charged at Zhang Feng. However, the gap in their levels was enormous. With just a flick of his wrist, Zhang Feng split his magic in two. Zhang Feng lowered his sword to control it from afar, frowning at the man in the black cloak. Reverse water sword, Xien Xien sect. Something feels off, how can there be such a strong death aura in this sword intent? Zhang Feng thrust his sword straight at the cloaked figure, but he easily knocked it away, demonstrating impressive speed. At that moment, Zhang Feng regained the balance of his treasured sword and scoffed, you think you can block my sword just because of your presence? The black cloak was torn by the sword, revealing the face underneath. Zhu Tang recognized this man in the black cloak once his face was exposed. He was an elder of the Xien Xien sect who had been missing for many years. He gently spoke, I have 3 swords, one that gives life, one that brings death, and one that is hard to predict between life and death. Zhang Feng summoned 3 swords beside him and sneered, "Whoever you are, you're dead." The man in the black cloak was attacked unexpectedly. After he died, Zhang Feng landed on the ground and said, "Everyone, listen to my command. Let's work together to surround and kill Dang Kong." Dang Kong, brimming with malice and threatening everyone in front of him, was no longer a problem now that many were united at the same time. Evil Saint called out to his brother, "C2, it's your turn." C2 readily took out his treasure, replying, "Okay." The other disciples of Zhang Feng also rallied to fight together. "We should too, we can't let Master down." Fan Jian charged in with excitement, "I've been ready for a long time." So they all fought against Dang Kong together. The outcome was as expected. Dang Kong died, and everyone sighed in relief. "Finally, we dealt with it." Zhang Feng handed it over to Evil Saint. "Evil Saint, you take the blood essence first, I'll take care of the other parts." Evil Saint sincerely thanked, "Thank you, Sect Master." Then he thought to himself, Mingyu has been saved. However, there were still a few dissatisfied with this decision. "You Sect Master, what do you mean by this? Do you want to monopolize everything by yourself?" Zhang Feng merely smiled lightly and replied, "Please don't be angry, I won't let your efforts go to waste. You are all friends, and I will clarify this. However, if you want to try to rob, you may do so." With a few high-level spirit beasts behind Zhang Feng, who would dare to argue? The two were about to protest, but then lowered their heads to appease Zhang Feng. "You Sect Master, why do you speak in such a manner? We just want to take a portion that we deserve." Yes, we trust the Sect Master very much." Zhang Feng was pleased with their performance. "That's best, clean up the battlefield and prepare to go home." Before leaving, Zhang Feng quietly assigned a task to a disciple. "Fan Jian, take some people to investigate these places." He transmitted the memory of the area map to Fan Jian. The boy cheerfully accepted. "These are all spirit fields in the secret realm. I don't know how many geniuses there are. I've struck it rich now." At 9 Swords Mountain, when everyone had returned and gathered for a meeting, there were still some matters that needed to be addressed. Zhang Feng, being the most instrumental, was given the privilege to choose first. "I want all the resources of the pill shop. As for the other forces, you can divide them among yourselves, I won't interfere. Starting today, the pills in Thunder Swamp will be supplied by 9 Swords Mountain. Cui Dao, you will be responsible for sales. Who agrees, who opposes?" The 2 young men who had just been about to voice their disagreement silently assessed Zhang Feng. "Is you Sect Master being a bit too domineering?" "That's true." However, upon catching a glimpse of the evil energy radiating from the Evil Saint, they immediately dismissed that thought and explained, "Evil Saint, I mean no disrespect to 9 Swords Mountain." Zhang Feng continued to express his opinion. "First, I want to remind my fellow friends a bit, this world is always about the big fish eating the small fish. But 9 Swords Mountain and the pill shop are not the same, and we cannot get stuck. Pills cannot be sold. As long as there are spirit stones, 9 Swords Mountain will open a more convenient door." Zhang Feng called for some valuable items to facilitate the transaction. "This place is full of pills in the mystical realm. The Taoist friends have exerted quite a bit of effort, so everyone should take a share. In the next 10 years, those of you who buy pills from the forces behind you will enjoy a 3% reduction in prices. So, do you have any other opinions?" Everyone saw the great deal and quickly responded in agreement, "This is the best option." At the Xien Xien sect, Elder Wang and Shang Tianyi were still in silent confrontation when Elder Wang sensed something not good. Seeing him suddenly stand up, Shang Tianyi curiously asked, "Master, what's wrong?" Elder Wang replied, "My puppet has broken into Thunder Swamp, and it has lost contact with me." Just then, a disciple hurried in to report, "Elder, and Dao has sent news that the owner of the Tongzhong pill shop has died. The 9 Swords Mountain now fully controls Thunder Swamp." Elder Wang was hit with another shock. What? His hands were glowing with spiritual energy due to anger. Elder Wang quickly calculated, "It seems I need to speed up. Send orders down, and no matter the cost, we must acquire all the rare and precious treasures." Elder Wang assigned the task to a disciple, Shang Tianyi. "I leave this matter to you." She slightly bowed her head in obedience. Yes, master. At the Zhen Yuan sect.